Chapter 1. Is Uchiha Madara my father? Behold, the voluptuous woman with golden hair styled in twin ponytails is named Tsunade, while the little girl nestled in her embrace, being squished to an unrecognizable state, is called Chiming. What a predicament, Chiming mused, as this was her sole thought at that moment. Merely 10 minutes prior, she had closed her eyes, and upon reopening them, discovered her petite face being mercilessly compressed by an unidentified individual, nearly suffocating her upon Aravala potential record-breaking feat in the annals of transmigration. Yet, this was hardly the worst of her misfortunes. After all, having lived for a considerable time, with technology advancing and eras evolving, the concept of reincarnation was hardly alarming. The system accompanying her was indeed quite comprehensive. Allow me to introduce this system, which bears no name but resembles the hex deck from a game she once dreamed, Teamfight Tactics. For now, she shall refer to it as the dealer. The dealer immediately presented her with 3 hex decks. First, open up, you will be unable to take any actions that alter the plot for the next 3 years. After this period, you will receive a fortune bag. Second, Wind of Revival. You will gain automatic recovery abilities at the start of each battle round. Third, Future Sight. You will have one opportunity to foresee future events and the ability to rewrite destiny. Choosing to open up was a no-brainer. Chiming, without hesitation, opted for it. Just as she anticipated the dealer to bestow upon her a superpower, the dealer, akin to a deflated barbarian after a grand battle, lost its vigor and began to listlessly relay information about her original self. This information, I must say, was quite explosive within the realm of transmigration. The dealer stated, "You are Senju Chiming, yet possess the Sharingan." Upon hearing this, Chiming couldn't help but internally scoff, pondering the improbable union of the Senju and Uchiha clans. Surely, her original parents couldn't be Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. The dealer callously interrupted her fanciful notions. "No, according to the data provided to me, you are currently Tsunade's apprentice, entrusted to her by Senju Tobirama. Thus, it can be inferred that you share a connection with Senju Tobirama." The dealer's earnest analysis was reminiscent of a truly commendable dealer. However, Chiming, harboring a mixture of affection and exasperation towards the dealer, couldn't resist a jibe. "Surely, am not related to Senju Tobirama. You didn't just drop me into a timeline from the Second Great Ninja War, did you?" Not only was she not stuck in a dire situation, but the timing was also woefully chosen. "It is currently the 7th year of Namake's Minato's administration, a peaceful era," the dealer replied, seemingly perplexed, deciding to ignore her ramblings and continue. "Just as you refer to me as the dealer, our system functions similarly to Teamfight Tactics, providing you with corresponding equipment as you age, and naturally, the type of equipment is entirely unpredictable. By the way, we also have a supplementary system, namely the card system, the usage instructions of which will be transmitted to your mind upon activation." Fortunately, the dealer was not devoid of compassion, patiently addressing Chiming's fundamental inquiries. Chiming garnered a basic understanding of the current Naruto world. The Namake's family thrived, the Nine Tails still divided, with one half sealed within Kushina and the other within Naruto. Gaara's mother also remained alive, yet the Uchiha clan faced a grim fate, mirroring the original narrative, with Itachi's massacre leaving only the young Sasuke behind. This opening was indeed explosive within the realm of Naruto transmigration. "By the way, your original body is quite frail. It's possible you might perish by tomorrow. Please, host, cherish your life." Chiming nearly blacked out from shock, having just managed to catch a fresh breath, only to find herself forcibly rolled back by Tsunade, who smothered her under her bosom, stifling all her breaths. She couldn't help but express her discontent. "This cannot be happening. How can one perish so soon upon arrival? It's utterly disgraceful. And why can't the dealer grant me a robust physique? Dealer, if you would listen to your own words, how could my Teamfight Tactics system provide you with skills from Honor of Kings?" She was curious to discover just how weak this body truly was. Chiming pushed against Tsunade's chest with all her might. The result was precisely as she had anticipated. She was indeed a fragile being, utterly incapable of defending herself, on the verge of death in mere moments. Nevertheless, while her start was rather unfortunate, it was still salvageable with practice. Her primary objective was to survive as a formidable combatant. She must exhaust the rewards offered by the dealer before meeting her end. Gradually, Chiming became accustomed to the peculiar sensation of suffocation, even finding a strange comfort in it. Wait, could it be that she was a little twisted? The original body seemingly relished this bizarre sensation. A little twisted, a little weak. Add in 2 more little lunatics and a little mute, and that would be her character archetype. As night fell and moonlight illuminated Tsunade's face, Chiming observed her mentor's countenance, which could make even the divine envious. Yet her brows were tightly furrowed, tears cascading down her cheeks. This startled Chiming. When had Tsunade ever wept? Aside from the losses of SHD, Dan, and Jiraiya, who else could evoke such sorrow in her? Perhaps it was Hashirama, she thought, and thus she reached out, gently patting Tsunade's shoulder in an attempt to soothe her emotions, much like how her grandmother would comfort her during nightmares. Tsunade drifted into slumber, initially dreaming of SHD, followed by visions of her great-uncle. During a brief ceasefire in the Second Great Ninja War, the weather was splendid. She visited SHD to deliver flowers and converse for a while, until she was beckoned by Uchiha Kagami, who stood beside her great-uncle. Tsunade's heart raced as she made her way back to her great-uncle's residence. His courtyard was tranquil, sparsely populated. It was said that following the end of that battle, he had retreated to this secluded haven to pen his thoughts. Many of the textbooks used in the Ninja Academy were authored by him. Tsunade held a deep affection for her taciturn, yet dotingly affectionate great-uncle. During times of peace, she and SHD would accompany him through the long summer holidays and the winter festivities. Upon re-entering the tea room, Tsunade couldn't help but reminisce about the playful moments spent with SHD there, as if he still existed in this world. Lady Tsunade, over here, Uchiha Kagami forcibly pulled her from a reverie. Tsunade touched her face and followed him into her great-uncle's study. Upon her arrival, he lifted his gaze. His face remained unchanged through the decades, time seemingly leaving no mark on the Senju clan, save for the dullness in his once vibrant eyes. "Great-uncle, I heard you were looking for me." "Little Tsunade, come here." His voice was frail and hoarse, tightening her heart further. She approached him, trembling as she grasped the hand he extended, feeling its coldness yet not recoiling. "Little Tsunade, I entrust you with a task." He spoke, handing her a painting. "If you encounter this child, I implore you to take good care of her." "Great-uncle, what is this?" He said nothing further. Tsunade suddenly recalled the rumors circulating in the village, suggesting that the second Hokage remained unmarried throughout his life while waiting for a woman. Some claimed that the woman had married another, while others suggested she had long since passed away. Yet, it seemed not entirely true. Tsunade clutched the portrait, frowning as she noted the striking resemblance to that esteemed Madara. A terrifying thought flashed through her mind. Could it be that Madara's wife was the woman her great-uncle cherished, and now that Madara was deceased, this woman's child would naturally also be? What a shocking revelation. Chapter 2. Am I actually a female version of Sasuke? Revised March 31st. A splendid day began with Chiming's survival under Tsunade's care. As she opened her eyes, she noticed Tsunade, wrapped in her blanket, sleeping soundly beside her. A smile escaped her lips as she realized Tsunade had such an adorable side. Observing the dawn's early light, she found herself unable to return to slumber and thus climbed out of bed, searching for something of utmost importance. After rummaging for a while, she discovered a mirror in the bathroom. Gazing into it, her pupils widened in shock. Was that not the face of Uchiha Sasuke? Could it be that she was a female version of Sasuke? Chiming gasped at the thought. How would Naruto react upon seeing her? Of course, this was not to imply anything negative about Naruto. He was a bright son, indeed, but this body was hardly equipped to handle such scrutiny. What if she perished? Oh, and then there was Uchiha Itachi. Should he happen to see her beautiful face and mistake her for someone else, she would surely find herself on the receiving end of a lesson in love. Given this frail body, she would undoubtedly meet her end. Everywhere she turned, dangers lurked, and Chiming couldn't help but wear a frown. For some, merely surviving was an arduous endeavor. Perhaps it was due to her considerable commotion that Tsunade, still nursing a hangover, roused from her slumber, calling out, little Chiming," before Chiming could respond. She was abruptly embraced from behind by a woman, the scent of alcohol wafting towards her. She suppressed the urge to retch and attempted to shake off the woman clinging to her. As expected, the outcome was precisely what one might anticipate. This powerless little child dared not challenge Tsunade, the renowned powerhouse of the ninja world. Her back began to bend under the increasing pressure. "Master," Chiming protested, "if you keep holding me down, I will surely topple over." It seemed today was far from a splendid day, with the ever-looming possibility of meeting her demise. Tsunade. Upon ascending from downstairs with breakfast in hand, Jingyin was met with a scene that stirred her temper once more. Caring for children was not her forte, as she herself was but a child. Yet here was Tsunade, a grown woman, pressing down upon a small child. She placed the breakfast down and rescued Jiming from Tsunade's embrace. Surprisingly, Tsunade sat obediently at the low table, her cheeks flushed and her eyes still heavy with slumber. She silently reflected that Jinjian's anger was indeed formidable. She was now in the first phase and needed to perform well, lest she fall into the second phase, which would spell disaster for her. Tsunade, who feared nothing in the world, found herself intimidated by a mere teenager, a realization both amusing and perplexing. She thought to maintain her renowned reputation, as it would afford her the means to earn and gamble even more. Tsunade, perhaps you should have some detoxifying soup, Jingyin suggested, her heart softened by Tsunade's docile demeanor, leaving her unable to voice further reproaches. The burden of certain memories weighed heavily on Tsunade, yet the presence of this child provided her skilled hands with a newfound purpose. It seemed she felt genuine gratitude for Ximing's arrival. Ximing, it's time for breakfast. After we finish, we must prepare to enter the land of wind. Ximing. What? Enter the land of wind? Ximing struggled to recall any information regarding this in her small mind. However, entering the land of wind could mean she would finally meet Gaara. The thought filled Ximing with both joy and anxiety. Gaara, at one point, was a formidable boss and had not yet been softened by Naruto's words. What if she approached him carelessly and fell victim to his sand? Sighing, Ximing lamented the difficulty of surviving in the ninja world. If she could not endure, how could she realize her grand ambitions? Dealer, what grand ambitions? Ximing, why, to create a joyous ending for everyone, of course. Just as that old thief AB arranged in the plot. Maya Soma, my Niji, my Jiraiya. Dealer. The dealer found himself at a loss for words. Should he tell her to remain true to her aspirations, or suggest that she was perhaps viewing this world too simplistically? Regardless, she should proceed with her plans, for he would be there too. That was the motto of their company, to safeguard the lives of every host. In the 54th year of Konoha, during spring, the land of wind was laden with sandstorms, making travel arduous. After 5 days, they finally arrived at the hidden sand village. Ximing soon grasped the purpose of their journey. It was to facilitate a peace treaty between the two ninja villages, with the hidden sand village financing the visit of medical experts from the hidden leaf village. In other words, these medical experts were none other than Tsunade and Jingyi. Meeting with the Kazekage was a matter far beyond the concerns of a mere child. Yet the woman standing beside him was none other than Gaara's mother, Karura. It seemed the dealer had not deceived her. Before she could eavesdrop any further, Ximing was hurriedly ushered out by Jingyin, who admonished her, "Little Ximing, do not wander off. Remember our previous location? Please wait there for your sister and Tsunade, all right?" It was strange how Ximing could perceive such profound pity in Jinjian's gaze. Was she not alive? Why then did she appear so melancholic? To correct Jinjian's misconception, Ximing resolved to train secretly and astound everyone. "All right, I will return on my own. You need not worry about me, sister." After bidding Jingyin farewell, Ximing had no desire to return home immediately. She wished to encounter someone by chance. Perhaps a brief conversation would ensue. However, as she walked along the path, the swirling yellow sand and biting wind assaulted her small face, filling her mouth with gritty grains. Truly dire, she mused, wondering how the inhabitants of the hidden sand village managed to endure such conditions. She felt as though she might suffocate beneath a deluge of sand. "Hey, Kankuro," Temari called out, spotting a solitary child who appeared on the brink of collapse. "What's wrong?" Kankuro, pulled from his reverie, turned to look at the little girl Temari indicated. Surely not. He thought, could anyone truly suffocate beneath the sand? Just as Temari prepared to assist, she was taken aback to see the child brazenly approach her brother, a move that even she dared not attempt. What audacity did this child possess? "Kankuro, go find someone," Temari commanded her brother urgently, knowing that if Gaara lost control, it would spell disaster. Meanwhile, Ximing was blissfully unaware of the concern two individuals harbored for her safety. She had indeed found Gaara at the very place she had anticipated. Like every childhood, this brooding boy with a dark past reveled in playing in the mud, yet the desolation lay in the fact that he played alone. It simply would not do. It was absolutely unacceptable. Ximing could not bear to see Gaara isolated. If she sought a joyous ending, the first step must be to provide Gaara with a better childhood, at the very least, one that was not steeped in fear. Just as she approached, a gust of sand struck her face, causing her to stumble backward and fall to the ground. As she closed her eyes, bracing for the sand to engulf her, her body reacted instinctively, forming a series of seals. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. Chapter 3. Almost Overwhelmed by Gaara Sand, revised, March 31st. Fire Style, Great Fireball Technique. The blazing inferno clashed against the sand, the flames encased in the grains, yet unable to advance further. The fireball, ensnared by the sand, struggled to break free. It seemed the Uchiha's fire techniques were not as hopeless as she initially believed. At least she had the opportunity to learn ninjutsu. Yet, At her tender age, to conjure such a sizable fireball was surely a feat that placed her far ahead of 99.9% of the Uchiha clan. The two forces remained locked in a stalemate. The resulting pressure formed a powerful wind, scattering the yellow sand in all directions. Oh no, Jiming lamented, could she truly stand against Gaara, who had a formidable ally? She coughed several times, nearly expelling her lungs, and the fireball diminished in size. Just as she thought her end was nigh and prepared to succumb to the sandy embrace, the dealer's voice resonated in her mind, delivering a series of abstract proclamations. Dealer, host baby, the card system has officially activated. This system will collect every face you encounter, each individual possessing a level of affinity toward you. Once this affinity is amassed, you shall acquire that person's card, granting you their assurance not to act against you. Fearing that Jiming might not comprehend, the dealer thoughtfully provided an example. When a baby maxes out Gaara's favorability, a card bearing Gaara will be sent to you. As long as this card remains intact, Gaara will never turn against you. Similarly, within our repository, there exist treasures that can enhance the abilities of the characters represented on your cards. This card system is quite remarkable, Jiming mused, in the intricate tapestry of human relationships. One cannot rely solely on oneself, especially with a fragile body such as hers. Elevating the prowess of her card characters indirectly increases her chances of survival. Moreover, this would allow her family happiness to flourish even further. What a splendid arrangement. The dealer has indeed treated her well, justifying her affection for it over the years. Yet, how might one accrue favorability? Would it require the card characters to fall in love with her, as portrayed in the quick transmigration novels she had previously perused? That would certainly be a lifesaver. Adhering to the principle of inquiring when uncertain, she, despite choosing the persona of a mute, preferred to clarify any potential misunderstandings. Especially with the dealer. How does one increase favorability? Jiming inquired. The dealer replied, I am not entirely sure. It will require you to explore on your own. Once you reach a certain level of understanding, we will analyze the data to deduce methods for gaining favorability. Well, Jiming refrained from chastising further. This might be a newly implemented system fortuitously employed by her. In her leisure, while playing Teamfight Tactics, she often enjoyed experimenting with peculiar compositions, making this quite pertinent. Suddenly, she felt an unsettling numbness in her right hand. Unbeknownst to her, sand had surged through the fireball, enveloping her entire right arm. Before she could ponder the situation, a pained scream escaped her lips, and darkness enveloped her as she fainted. A tempest arose. Tsunade stood before Gaara, scattering the sand with a wave of her hand. She gazed sorrowfully at the unconscious Jiming lying on the ground, carefully cradling her. With an icy glare directed at Rasha, who had accompanied her, she demanded, I expect an explanation from you, Lord Kazekage. Cursed be the circumstances, she should have obliterated the Kazekage Tower with a single punch. They had nurtured the little princess since childhood, cherishing her as if she were a delicate treasure. How could she be harmed by such a red-haired child? Tsunade was infuriated. She was all too aware of Jiming's frail condition. What if something truly happened to her? How would she face the second elder? My apologies, it is my oversight. Rasha stated regretfully. Humph. Tsunade quickly departed with Jiming in her arms, followed closely by Shizen. Rasha remained behind, watching as Gaara emerged from the sand. Momentarily at a loss for words, leaving only a remark, look at what you have done. Raza has departed as well. Gaara stood motionless, his eyes wide open, gazing vacantly at the desolate surroundings, devoid of any company. The figure he had just seen was his father. Why had he returned only to cast a fleeting glance before storming away in anger? Had he committed some transgression? Gaara, overwhelmed with solitude, lowered his gaze amidst the swirling sands, uncertain of what to do. At that moment, Temari emerged, having observed the situation for a while. She discerned that Gaara's sand was uncontrollable, which explained their father's orders to keep others at a distance. Yet that girl had clearly wished to approach Gaara. Perhaps she noticed his loneliness and desired to play alongside him. Gaara, Temari called gently from a short distance. She was capable of touching him, yet the recently awakened Gaara, still reeling from his loss of control, hesitated to act. The girl you heard earlier wanted to get closer. She saw you playing alone and wished to join you. Temari chose her words carefully, stopping short to avoid further provoking their father's enforcers. Come on, Gaara, let us go home. All right. The two maintained a distance of a meter or two apart, with Gaara trailing behind, clutching his soul companion, a small bear, as he followed his sister home. After a slumber lasting 2 days, the young and innocent Jiming finally awoke. Tsunade and Rasha engaged in a relentless exchange of verbal sparring. Initially intended to foster diplomatic relations between their two villages, the situation nearly escalated to Tsunade delivering a devastating punch to the Kazakage's office building. Fortunately, a medical staff member arrived just in time to prevent such an act, heralding the awakening of Miss Jiming. When Jiming opened her eyes, a solitary pink piglet stood vigil at her bedside. Upon hearing her pained utterance, the piglet let out a soft grunt. Moments later, hurried footsteps approached. And with a swift motion, Jingyin entered the room, her concern palpable as she rushed to Jiming's side and inquired, "How are you feeling now?" With great difficulty, Jiming lifted her gaze, attempting to move her right hand, expecting a surge of excruciating pain. To her astonishment, her right hand exhibited no response whatsoever. Curiously, she managed to raise it slightly. How interesting. She recalled that after Li finished battling Gaara, he had spent several days in the hospital, perhaps even rendered incapable of performing as a ninja. Was she truly unharmed? It appeared that this frail body inherited her grandfather Hashirama's remarkable healing abilities. If only her chakra and ninjutsu talents could also be inherited from him, and her Sharingan and physical prowess from Madara. Then she could summon the Susanoo and single-handedly annihilate 4 nations. Lost in her daydreams, Jiming almost forgot about her sister Jingyin, who was still anxiously concerned for her. She quickly reassured her, stating that she felt fine, save for a slight pain in her waist. "You've overexerted your chakra," Jingyin remarked, her demeanor shifting from gentle to stern. "So, you have been secretly practicing ninjutsu." Chapter 4, The Friend of Gaara Who Taught You? "I truly have no idea," Jiming replied honestly, genuinely perplexed by the situation. "I was just standing there when the sand came flying at me, and I instinctively reacted. Then, a massive fireball emerged." Jingyin was momentarily taken aback. "Forget it for now. Let us not dwell on that. What is going on between you and Gaara?" Jiming felt wronged, adamantly denying any intent to stir trouble. "I only wanted to play in the sand with him, but he ended up giving me a sand bath." "Fine, I'll inform Lady Tsunade about this." After addressing the urgent matter, Jingyin began to ramble. Jiming listened with feigned disinterest until she inadvertently noticed a tuft of red hair peeking through the doorway. "Is that Gaara? Has he come to see her?" At last, after enduring Jingyin's departure, Jiming got out of bed and ventured outside in search of Gaara. Based on her limited knowledge, she positioned herself before him and assured him she was all right. Such a magnificent and illustrious image could not be earned without effort. "Dealer, host, you are truly remarkable." Jiming could not help but feel embarrassed. Why, oh why, did her system refer to her as baby, its mechanical voice sounding almost sinister? "Dealer, does my dear host not like this term?" it inquired. With a hint of trepidation, Jiming resigned herself to the nickname. After all, she had audaciously dubbed the system dealer. After searching the corridor fruitlessly for Gaara, she decided to remain in the hospital room, waiting patiently for his arrival. Perched on the bed, she retrieved a blank scroll, intending to contemplate how she might enhance her abilities. Jiming could hardly fathom how her illustrious ancestors, Hashirama and Madara, could have produced someone as seemingly inept as herself. Surely, her previous lackadaisical approach to training was to blame. As the self-proclaimed king of scrolls, she could not abide such mediocrity. Her greatest achievement was gaining admission to a prestigious university, a mere consolation prize in the grand scheme of things. Alas, fate had dealt her a cruel hand, and her potential was cut tragically short. Otherwise, she believed she could effortlessly stream her beloved games while pursuing her passion for learning. How splendid that would have been. But how did she meet her untimely end? She possessed no recollection of it. "Dealer, Jiming, my dear, I cannot reveal that to you just yet. You shall learn in due time." Accepting this, Jiming resolved to draft a plan instead. Gaara arrived in the afternoon. The moment she detected footsteps, Jiming leapt from the bed, racing towards the door. Indeed, it was Gaara. Not empty-handed, he bore a bouquet of daffodils and a basket. "Are you here to see me?" she asked, fearing he might depart before she could speak. Following recent events, Gaara had grown even more taciturn, uttering only, "I'm sorry, I did not intend to harm you." From his mother's words, he learned that this young girl was the sister of the renowned medical sage, Tsunade. He felt a sense of relief. If she was indeed a healer, then there was hope for survival. Thus, he eagerly inquired of his mother what gifts would be appropriate for a patient. Arriving at Jiming's room with daffodils and a basket of fruit, he found himself unable to confront her directly. Perhaps he should simply toss the gifts at her and flee. Just as he was about to thrust the flowers into her arms and make his escape, Jiming grasped the boy's hand, pulling him into the room. "It's all right, Gaara," she reassured him, holding his hand. "This was merely an accident, I understand. You are battling a tremendous force, and you have already done remarkably well." After Jiming uttered those two sentences, she felt as though the radiant light of a saint was about to descend upon her. Gaara, momentarily at a loss for words, realized that apart from his mother, no one had ever spoken to him in such a manner. It was from a child he had just harmed, a child who, though ensconced in sand and seemingly fragile, bore no resentment towards him for the injuries he had inflicted. Could it be that, just as Sister Chio had said, she truly wished to play with him? Yet, he was so perilous, and she, such a tiny and delicate being. Would she not be broken by him? Gaara shook his head. He must protect this friend even more fervently. Yes, Gaara resolved to befriend Jiming. A glimmer of light illuminated the path that stretched into darkness. "What are you thinking about?" Jiming asked, noticing his silence and waving her right hand before his eyes. "But you are truly strong. I wish I could be that strong too." Complimenting someone appropriately surely has a delightful effect. Jiming's eyes sparkled as she observed the changes in Gaara's expression, noting that his dark circles were, in fact, quite charming. "Is there anything I can do to assist you?" Gaara inquired. He lowered his gaze. Feeling the weight of the first compliment regarding his strength, words that even his mother had never uttered, Jiming feigned contemplation for a moment before speaking. "Shall we train together from now on? Once I can keep up with your sand, I will surely flee swiftly when danger approaches. After all, as Sun Tzu's Art of War states, the best of the 36 stratagems is to run. A quick escape preserves one's life. Though this may tarnish the reputation of my grandfather as a battlefield demon, safeguarding my own existence takes precedence. When grandfather returns, he will surely commend me." Gaara pondered her suggestion, reflecting on its practicality. Training with her sand indeed seemed a splendid idea, yet his sand seldom heeded his commands. "Could we perhaps have my mother supervise? I fear I might inadvertently cause you harm." "Not a problem," Jiming eagerly replied. The first plan was set, to train in the Sand Ninja Village alongside Gaara and acquire the Gaara card activation. The two continued their conversation for a while longer. And as time drew near, Gaara prepared to return home. Just before departing, he hesitated, clutching a teddy bear. After much deliberation, he handed the bear to Jiming, who looked at him with surprise, causing Gaara to falter. A single thought flashed through his mind: run. Jiming clutched Gaara's teddy bear, momentarily baffled by the situation. After much contemplation, she surmised that it must be a token of friendship, considering Gaara's fondness for bears. Chapter 5. How am I to explain this? I have no face left. Tsunade returned alongside Shizen, and Jiming intended to inquire whether she could train in ninjutsu with her, but Tsunade's words halted her every thought. "Little Ji, your master has a task for you." "What is it?" "In a few days, the village will host a talent selection event, and you shall serve as the examiner for taijutsu." With wide eyes, Jiming exclaimed, "What? Am I to engage in combat with others?" Although she believed she should not be so inept, this was simply too extravagant. Was it not a bit of an overreach? Tsunade disregarded Jiming's expression. The technique of the Great Fireball had completely transformed her perception of Jiming. Had that old rogue performed some trick? Furthermore, despite her formidable prowess, there was always a risk of encountering a situation akin to the present one, where she would be just a moment too late to reach her side. At the very least, Jiming ought to possess a means of self-rescue. This was Tsunade's way of ensuring the safety of those dear to her. She could not afford to repeat past mistakes, nor could she remain as powerless as she had been with Dan and the rope tree. This time, meticulous planning was essential. Once the list of medical ninjas is confirmed, you shall train alongside me. As the little princess of the Senju clan, you must possess some innate talent for medical ninjutsu. At the very least, you should be able to breathe until your master arrives to rescue you. Learn medical ninjutsu. Jiming suddenly regained her vitality. Medical ninjutsu was infinitely more useful than mere physical techniques. If she were to unlock the Byakuga seal in the future, even if Madara were to come, he might not be able to defeat her. Excellent, excellent. Jiming's hopes for survival were gradually rising. When that day comes, she would empty the dealer's treasury. All right, master. I will strive diligently. The vibrant and spirited demeanor of Jiming indeed startled both Tsunade and Shizen. What a curious turn of events. This child, having fallen ill once, now exhibits a noticeably altered disposition. Yet, perhaps this transformation is a fortuitous development. 2 days later, Jiming had fully recovered. In the 54th year of Konoha, a day of historical significance dawned, as the Suna Shinobi 101, co-founded by Raza and Tsunade, officially commenced before the office building of the Kazekage. The esteemed mentors were two, Tsunade and Granny Chio. Assisting them were several elite jonin from Suna, with Shizen among their ranks. The curriculum encompassed medical ninjutsu, taijutsu, and puppet techniques, two of which necessitated exceptionally high chakra control from the participants. A steady stream of contestants arrived, and Jiming anxiously positioned himself behind Tsunade, his expression betraying his nerves. Gaara, rarely seen in public, also made an appearance, seated beside Karura next to the Kazekage. The leaders presented a formidable image by attending the event with their families. To the far right sat the still vibrant Granny Chio and Grandpa Ichi. Raza cleared his throat and rose, proclaiming, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the Ninja Selection Tournament. This event is a collaborative effort between Suna and Konoha. Beside me is the illustrious Tsunade, revered as the god of medicine, who will primarily oversee the instruction in medical ninjutsu and taijutsu. To my right sits our village's esteemed Granny Chio, a master of puppet techniques and a leading figure in medical ninjutsu." He then invited Tsunade to elaborate on the selection criteria. Tsunade stood, addressing the crowd, "Greetings. I am Tsunade Senju from Konoha. The selection consists of 3 components. The first is a medical ninjutsu assessment, wherein participants must utilize chakra to revive a creature from a scroll. The second is a taijutsu challenge, where contestants will spar against my disciple, Jiming. The third is a puppet master evaluation, requiring participants to manipulate an object using chakra. Contestants may choose one of these assessments to undertake. Pausing to allow for discussion among the attendees, Tsunade continued, "To pass, one need only succeed in any one of the 3 assessments, after which mentors will select candidates for their ranks." Having elucidated the rules, Tsunade gestured grandly, "Let the selection commence. Contestant number 1, please step forward." A youth clad in black with a wild, spiky hairstyle emerged, brandishing the number 1 placard. "Kankuro?" After several viewings, Jiming finally recognized the handsome figure before him. It turned out that Kanjuro, in his youth, did not possess the non-mainstream tattoos, and his youthful visage was remarkably fair. Let us commence with the first segment. Kanjuro, as ever, radiated confidence, exuding an aura of self-assuredness from his very first appearance. He unfurled the scroll, his hands suspended above it, channeling chakra to his fingertips. Yet the little tadpole did not leap forth as Jiming had anticipated. It appears that possessing precise chakra control does not necessarily equate to the ability to master medical ninjutsu. Moving on to the second segment, Kanjuro then approached the platform designated for the next challenge. This arena was constructed to safeguard the innocent spectators, with a high-ranking shinobi from the Sand Village serving as the judge. The encounter was brief and to the point. As Jiming ascended the stage, the crowd was taken aback by the sight of a mere child, eliciting a wave of murmurs. To be candid, she too felt a sense of disbelief, for she was not a renowned figure in the ninja world like Kakashi, but merely a young girl. Nevertheless, she had no choice. Jiming embodied the belief in the legacy of Madara and Hashirama, and there was little reason to doubt her potential. However, from the performances she had witnessed, it appeared that Kankuro predominantly relied on puppet techniques, seldom showcasing his prowess in taijutsu. Yet, both puppet masters and taijutsu practitioners often exhibited rather average skills. "Oh dear girl, do try not to cry later," Kankuro teased with a smile. Jiming returned his smile and said softly, "I look forward to your guidance." The competition commenced. In the background, supporters fervently rallied for Kanjuro, shouting, "Go, Lord Kanjuro! Defeat this little girl." Others added taunts, saying, "Lord Kanjuro, if you're bested by this child, you may as well abandon any claim to being Lord Fomying's son." There were also jeers of humiliation. "If you lose to Jiming today, tomorrow it will be to someone else, and the day after that to yet another. Ultimately, who will be left to lose? Kanjuro. If you falter in the Sand Ninja Village, how will you explain yourself? You will have no dignity left." As Jiming listened, he couldn't help but marvel at the astute remarks. They were indeed quite contemporary. The 2 individuals seated with the family were nearly on the brink of anxiety. After all, Jiming had never engaged in any strenuous tasks before, so how could he possibly compete with the seasoned Kanjuro, who had been trained since childhood? She glanced at Tsunade beside her, who, remarkably, wore an expression of grave concern, her lips biting her nails and her brows knitted tightly. It seemed even Lady Tsunade shared in the worry. "Lady Tsunade, perhaps I should take over. This is still too early for young Jiming." Ultimately, she could not bear to see him struggle. He had not trained at all. What chance did he have against them? "Do not fret, Shizen. She will prevail." Just as Tsunade finished speaking, Kanjuro charged forward with a kunai in hand. Jiming's body instinctively reacted, sidestepping to evade the weapon. As Kanjuro prepared to pivot for another strike, she swiftly seized his right hand, thwarting the kunai's next assault, then pointed another hand directly at Kanjuro's neck. The outcome was unmistakable. Chapter 6, Could she truly be a prodigy? Jiming released Kanjuro and nodded respectfully, saying, "I beg your pardon." Kanjuro was astonished by the strength of the girl before him. Despite being of similar age, he found himself unable to free himself from her grasp. Indeed, she must be Tsunade's apprentice, inheriting such extraordinary strength so adeptly. Jiming was taken aback. Was this truly her strength, or was Kanjuro Lang simply lacking? The spectators below could hardly remain composed, murmuring with a sense of frustration, as if expressing their disappointment in the face of failure. A loss is a loss, and their scornful remarks held little weight. For it was only natural that their village was not adept in physical combat. Their true talents lay in puppetry and alchemy. Upon witnessing the victors standing beside Jiming, Jingying breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed she possessed some measure of talent. It was a rare moment, and Tsunade's smile revealed her approval. "Ah, dear grandfather. It appears this child is indeed a prodigy. The Senju clan has a worthy successor." Apologies were exchanged, and Kanjuro Lang returned the gesture as he proceeded towards the third event. Jiming followed in the footsteps of Kanjuro, immersed in the art of puppetry, confident that he would master it without difficulty. Kanjuro's gaze fell upon the puppet components laid out upon the table, and his eyes sparkled with excitement as he eagerly anticipated the task ahead. Following the examiner's guidance, a thread of chakra began to flow from his fingertips, gradually connecting with the little finger of the puppet. As he felt a weight in his fingers, a thrill of joy surged within him. He had successfully made the connection. Almost instantaneously, the little finger on the table moved. "Kanjuro, you have qualified as a puppeteer," the examiner declared loudly, instructing him to take a seat behind Granny Chio. One after another, Jiming swiftly completed the second, third, and fourth tasks. Moreover, she sensed that she could increasingly discern her opponent's movements with clarity. Could this be attributed to her own innate talent? Was she, too, a prodigy in martial arts? Jiming, still hesitant to make bold assertions, continued to engage with a dozen more participants. Some of the lower-ranked competitors struggled considerably, yet she observed their movements with remarkable clarity, enabling her to secure a tenuous victory. Tsunade, seated in the stands nearby, grew increasingly pleased. Her eyes remained unchanged, and at this moment, the Sharingan was not activated, indicating that the sealing technique was indeed stable. Perhaps she would consider releasing it on another day. It would be rather embarrassing for a descendant of the Uchiha clan not to awaken the Sharingan. Tsunade silently nodded. She had no intention of concerning herself with the old rogue, as even if she were to discreetly release it, he would have no grounds to reprimand her. With 25 individuals already evaluated, it seemed their talent in taijutsu and endurance were quite commendable, and they had accumulated a significant amount of practical experience. In times of peace, gaining such experience is invaluable, and this was a principal reason Tsunade had encouraged their participation. She contemplated further observation, considering that Jiming might be far more resilient than she had initially presumed. Gaara, too, was attentively watching the subtle shifts in Jiming's expression. With the support of his third eye, he perceived her fatigue even more clearly. He turned his head and tugged at Karura's sleeve, asking, "Mother, Jiming appears quite exhausted. Is there anything I can do to assist her?" Karura smiled warmly and gently patted Gaara's small head, replying, "How about we bring her some delicious treats during the break?" "Sounds good." Jiming could not discern what was transpiring on the viewing platform. All she could see were the relentless challengers approaching her. This marked the 25th. She felt utterly exhausted, as if she were on the brink of collapse. When would this tiresome ninja selection finally come to an end? Gasping for breath, she leaned against the edge of the standing post, hoping to regain a semblance of strength. "I look forward to your guidance." Another youth stepped forward. Jiming sighed, straightened herself, and made her way to the center, bowing slightly. "I look forward to your guidance." Perhaps this time it would be a swifter encounter. Since the beginning of numerous competitions, Jiming has taken the initiative for the first time, akin to a gust of wind, rushing towards the young boy and seizing him by the throat. His dark eyes made the youth tremble, and it took him a considerable time to raise his hand in surrender, stammering, "I yield." 26 matches have passed. Foaming. It seems we are due for a break. Tsunade, observing that Jiming was nearing her limits, swiftly called for a halt and gestured for Shizen, who was standing nearby, to bring the boy back. Before the next contender could step forward, Shizen approached her, speaking softly, "Come on, Jiming, let's go have a meal." "All right." Jiming was overwhelmed with joy, clinging to Shizen and playfully demanding a hug before she would let go. If Shizen refused to embrace her, she would stubbornly remain there. Shizen found herself at a loss and ultimately carried her on her back, making their way back to the office. Upon returning to the office, The three of them indulged in a delectable lunch prepared by Karuro. Tsunade, watching Jiming enjoy her meal, couldn't help but smile. Little Ji, after facing so many opponents. How do you feel? A bit fatigued, but their movements seemed somewhat slow in my eyes. Jiming replied with a bright sparkle in her eyes, unable to resist teasing, hee hee. Master, could it be that I am a genius? Tsunade raised an eyebrow. Not bad, not bad. It appears your Sharingan is beginning to awaken. That is quite promising. Once little Jiming sleeps, I shall assist in fully unleashing the Sharingan. Thus, little Jiming's abilities would ascend to a new level, providing her with an additional means of self-preservation. Tsunade genuinely feared that this fragile little apprentice might meet her end if she were not vigilant. Much like the close call she had with Gaara just a few days prior. This was unacceptable, so she dedicated herself to enhancing Jiming's capacity for survival. Naturally, Jiming possessed an innate ability to read the room. Observing Tsunade's expression, it seemed that she was somewhat pleased with her performance, suggesting that her physical prowess was commendable. Fortunately, she had inherited a modicum of talent from her two fathers, at least in terms of her physical skills, which had not faltered. After a hearty lunch and a tower respite, however, Jiming felt utterly drained, as though her vitality had been siphoned away. Her energy diminished with each moment of slumber, leaving her to ponder whether this was the feared aftermath of an afternoon nap. In hindsight, she should never have indulged in such a rest. The outcome was indeed dire. Standing upon the competition stage, she found herself stifling yawns. The number of participants in the afternoon trials had dwindled considerably, which was understandable, as the three challenges were not easily surmountable. It required not just genius, but a hint of talent to succeed. Just as she was on the verge of dozing off against a pillar, she was roused by the sound of approaching footsteps. Raising her gaze, she beheld a boy of approximately 15 years, adorned with tattoos and clad in a ninja uniform, complete with a forehead protector. He greeted her with a cheerful smile, extending a warm invitation for her guidance. Jiming let out a hollow laugh, realizing the gravity of the situation. The boy's smile was undeniably sinister. She pondered if he might unleash an unexpected surprise upon her. Taking heed, she immediately became alert. For the thought of being unexpectedly taken out by a mere passerby was simply too ludicrous to bear. Jiming could not fathom such a fate, nor could the dealer, who would find it utterly disgraceful. The dealer remarked, "Dear Jiming, should this individual eliminate you, I must say, I would hold you in contempt." Jiming fell silent. Given her meager skills, it seemed quite natural for her to be defeated. Why did one or two individuals harbor such lofty expectations regarding her techniques? Chapter 7. Teacher, have you been gambling recently? The competition commences. Jiming contemplated a moment of idleness, yet unexpectedly, upon hearing the referee's voice, the youth lunged forward like a rabid dog. What is this, Yeri? Does this individual harbor a grudge against her? With no time to ponder further, Jiming immersed herself entirely in the battle. Aware that she could not employ ninjutsu or ocular techniques, the absence of these two formidable skills placed her at a distinct disadvantage. The boy clearly bore the weight of several lives on his shoulders, leaving this child with little hope of victory. How frustrating. Why? After having ascended to the status of a ninja, must one still seek out trouble here? Jiming continuously evaded his attacks, yet his speed was comparable to hers, even surpassing it. Although she could discern his movements, she found herself unable to react in time. Another left hook came her way. Jiming tilted her head, but it still grazed her cheek. Just as she prepared to counter, she heard the words, "Secret technique, poison palm." A ferocious gust from his palm surged towards her abdomen, leaving Jiming no time to evade, forcing her to endure the blow. This scoundrel was resorting to underhanded tactics, intent on bringing her down right here on the stage. Damn. And it's poisoned? Jiming felt her entire body go limp, her legs uncontrollably collapsing to the ground. Gasping for breath as if her lower abdomen were being tugged by countless insects, each pang of pain sharp and relentless, the youth appeared intent on causing her demise. A second gust of force already directed at the side of her face, grains of sand and gold flying from the stands, forcibly pulling the young man away. Before Gaara could even voice his objection, Karura intervened, shaking her head. "Gaara, that's not permissible. Allow your father to handle this. You should check on little Jiming." Gaara collected the sand and joined the Kazekage at the arena. Tsunade, infuriated, smashed her fist onto the table, instantly teleporting to the contest ground. Time and again, what did they truly perceive her as? They all rushed to attack her disciple, utterly fearless. Tsunade seized the instigator with great force, gripping his neck with one hand, demanding, "Speak. Who sent you?" The tardy Shizen was taken aback. Tsunade had already erupted in fury, with even the slightest exertion. This boy would surely meet his end at her hands. At that juncture, the collaboration between the two nations could easily devolve into war. Lady Tsunade, please, remain calm. Shizen implored urgently. You should first check on Jiming. It seems she has been poisoned. Tsunade cast a glance at the pale Jiming lying in Gaara's arms. Realizing that poison had been used, how insidious. Kazekage, you best provide me with an explanation. Tsunade forcefully hurled the assailant to the ground. If he can poison my disciple this year, tomorrow Konoha may very well declare war on the Sand Shinobi. The youth, inexplicably, burst into laughter. The Uchiha brat deserves to die. How did he know Jiming was of the Uchiha clan? Tsunade and Shizen exchanged glances, and in an instant, Shizen charged forward, pulling out the boy's tongue before the eyes of the crowd. Those who speak recklessly must pay the price. Jiming gazed at her teacher and sister, who were tirelessly seeking a venue on her behalf, and could not help but shed tears of gratitude. It was truly the first time in her life that someone stood up for her. As her sobs intensified, she felt a growing pain in her stomach, causing her to cry even more fervently. Do not be afraid, my dear, her master reassured her. Tsunade looked at Jiming's tear-streaked face with a heavy heart. How could they allow the child they had tenderly nurtured, like a little princess, to be bullied by others? Jiming shook her head in tears, wishing to express her profound pain, yet found herself unable to articulate a single word. This truly validated the persona of the little mute. She opened her mouth to utter cries, but no coherent statement emerged. The medical team, bearing a stretcher, arrived belatedly, and Tsunade gently placed Jiming onto it, causing her to faint from the agony. Subsequently, the young boy faced retribution from the Wind Shadow, who made an example of him, issuing another announcement that clarified the relationship between Konoha and Tsunade. Only after this incident had settled did Jiming learn of it from Gaara's lips, 2 days after her slumber. Jiming sighed. She truly considered herself unfortunate. Since her arrival, she had encountered nothing but misfortune, whether being attacked or on the way to being attacked. She had even narrowly escaped being poisoned. Could it be that the denizens of the sand-hidden village were all adept in the art of toxins? Henceforth, she must remain vigilant, for if she were to fall victim again, it would be utterly humiliating. Are you all right, Jiming? The voice of Gaara brought her back to reality. Aren't you supposed to be training today? Gaara paused for a moment. Aren't we supposed to go together? Oh, right. But wait. Did I imply that Gaara never trained before I mentioned it? How could he be so powerful then? However, how are you faring with your own strength? Jiming inquired. If Gaara could forge a friendship with Shikaku, perhaps he would cease to harm others. Gaara's expression darkened as he shook his head. It's too noisy. It keeps me awake at night. I don't wish to coexist with it. Jiming. All right. Both of them are quite awkward. What else can she do? She cannot just barge into their romantic space and give Shoha a thrashing. Noticing Jiming's prolonged silence, Gaara assumed he had misspoken and lowered his head in a state of distress, too timid to utter a word. However, such matters cannot be rushed. Jiming believed Gaara was feeling dejected and offered words of comfort, stating that such formidable power is undoubtedly challenging to tame. Nevertheless, Gaara, I have faith in you. Jiming smiled at Gaara. Taken aback, Gaara left the hospital room in a hurried manner, without even a farewell. Why is Gaara running so fast? Tsunade pushed open the hospital door and glanced down the corridor at Gaara, who was sprinting away. How peculiar. There must be something between these two. Gaara, who is usually distant from others, is getting along so well with Jiming. From that day when he came to her rescue to these past few days of vigil at her bedside, he has been more diligent than even his own master. Hee. Could it be that Tsunade, lost in her thoughts, was daydreaming? Sensing Jiming's bewildered gaze, she quickly composed herself, sat on the bed, and inquired, Little Ji, do you feel any better today? After 2 days of sleep, she felt as if her body was falling apart. Jiming shrugged helplessly. This body is quite strange. Once she falls asleep, it feels like 2 days have passed. She looked at Tsunade, who was peeling an apple. Would Tsunade know anything? Master, why do I feel like I have to sleep for 2 or 3 days every time I rest? Tsunade paused for a moment, then continued to peel the apple, removing the skin meticulously before handing it to Jiming, stating seriously, you've been overexerting yourself these past few days. Sleep is the best form of healing. Is that truly the reason? It sounds rather mystical. Jiming raised her head skeptically to look at Tsunade, who was gazing back at her. Yet their eyes seemed to lack true connection. What could Tsunade be pondering? Never mind, some questions are better left unasked. The less one knows, the longer one may live. Master, may I join the training tomorrow? Changing the topic, Jiming's primary concern was her own improvement, particularly in medical ninjutsu. It would be best to receive the 100 healings mark soon, so that she could avoid being ambushed by that old trickster and land herself back in the hospital. Counting the previous occasions, this would be her third time. She should have gotten a hospital card during her last visit. This time, it might save her some money. Tsunade is a significant target in the gambling world. If she doesn't manage her finances well, she might starve before even starting to save the world. No way, no way. Jiming shook her head vigorously. Starving is absolutely not an acceptable fate. To be cautious, she tentatively asked, Master, have you been gambling recently? Chapter 8. Too soft, right? Master, have you been gambling recently? Tsunade? There's a killing intent. In an instant. Chiming felt deflated as he watched Tsunade about to crush an innocent apple with her hand. He quickly interjected, damn it. Why didn't you learn the art of conversation while you were alive? However, the taverns in the Sand Village were exceedingly rare, and his master seldom had the leisure to enjoy a drink. Tsunade continued peeling the apple, lamenting her lack of time lately. She had 2 newly assigned students to oversee and a certain little ancestor who fainted daily to attend to, leaving her utterly swamped. Her complaints seemed endless. And Chiming cautiously navigated the conversation, fearful that she might unleash her wrath upon him at any moment. Master, who are the 2 individuals you have selected? He attempted to shift the topic yet again, relieved to sense the absence of hostility. Will I be training alongside them? Well, the basics still require group practice, she replied. The following day, Chiming accompanied Tsunade to the training grounds, and unsurprisingly, they found themselves at the hospital. Though this time it was not in the wards, but rather in the library. 2 individuals, close to his age, awaited their arrival. Through Tsunade's introduction, he met a girl named Ahararina and a boy named Akasaka Aki. They were new characters, yet this was to be expected, as the story of Naruto primarily revolves around Konoha, with little elaboration on the Land of Wind. From now on, the 3 of you shall be partners, trained diligently. Tsunade declared as she settled onto a bench, crossing her legs and gazing intently at Chiming. Little Chiming, you do possess some medical ninjutsu talent, do you not? Jiming gazed around, taking in the new locale, where numerous bookshelves lined the walls, brimming with tomes. Opposite the shelves stood 3 tables accompanied by stools, while the entrance loomed behind him. The Sand Ninja Village certainly had an affinity for situating training grounds in such a dreary and cramped environment, rivaling even the puppet workshop of Scorpion. Silence, please, the teacher addressed the class. I have a question for you. Attracted by Tsunade's voice, Jiming sat upright, resembling an exemplary student. What do you believe is the most essential duty of a medical ninja? The lively girl named Akihararina was the first to raise her hand and boldly declared, I believe that the ultimate goal of a medical ninja is to save lives. We study medical ninjutsu precisely to rescue our injured comrades, don't we? Not quite. Jiming smiled faintly, though most would likely agree with her. Fortunately, she held the script and was aware of the 3 principles of medical ninjas established by Tsunade. Indeed, little Jiming, please share your thoughts. Tsunade had been observing Jiming from the very beginning. Unlike Akihararina, who was boisterous, or Akazaka Aki, who seemed anxious and hesitant to raise her hand, Jiming quietly surveyed the room and was the first to take her seat. Such composure at her age was rare. In truth, she was merely feigning it. Having anticipated being called upon, Jiming stood and responded, I believe that the foremost duty of a medical ninja is to ensure their own safety, as all healing endeavors must occur in a secure environment. Moreover, a living medical ninja offers their teammates a greater hope of survival. Tsunade nodded in agreement, appreciating her perspective. At the very least, she demonstrated the potential for a promising mindset. Jiming resumed her seat, acutely aware of the intense gazes from the 3 individuals, causing her to lower her head in mild embarrassment, her cheeks flushed with a hint of crimson. Why were they all staring at her? Did they think her countenance could somehow facilitate the learning of medical ninjutsu? She merely possessed the script's endorsement. They needn't focus so intensely on her. Jiming was indeed correct. For us medical ninjas, the paramount concern is our own survival. After a moment of verbal instruction, we finally transitioned into practical application. Tsunade produced 3 scrolls from seemingly nowhere, distributing 1 to each of us. Our task was to revive a creature that had entered a state of apparent death. The conventional method involves stimulating the heart or brain with chakra. An octopus possesses a singular ordinary heart along with 2 branchial hearts, and each of its 8 limbs houses a secondary brain distinct from the main one, totaling 8 vital organs. The abundance of essential organs implies numerous avenues for revival. Thus we shall commence our efforts by attempting to revive the octopus. Jiming unfurled the scroll, revealing a small octopus, motionless upon its surface. with the word hands inscribed on either side. Allow me to demonstrate first, Tsunade instructed, standing before Jiming's desk, her hands emanating a radiant green orb. The technique, reminiscent of the medical ninjutsu seen in the anime, captivated Jiming, who could hardly contain his excitement, eager to partake. As a child, he had often fantasized about wielding ninjutsu alongside the characters on screen, yearning for the day his dreams might materialize. Sensing Jiming's enthusiasm, Tsunade swiftly closed the scroll, only to unveil another one for him. Let us begin. Jiming concentrated intensely, channeling her chakra into her hands, which glimmered with a radiant green light. Strangely, she possessed a clear awareness of the internal structure of the octopus's body, directing her chakra evenly towards its heart. Suddenly, the octopus leapt up, startling Jiming, who stumbled back 2 paces, struggling to regain her balance. This was dire. Jiming found herself stumbling over her ineffectual right leg, causing her entire body to tilt downward. Could it be that on the very first day of class, she was destined to kiss the earth? As her head struck the ground, she thought, what a dismal way to meet her end. Yet, moments later, she fell into a warm embrace, her back pressed uncomfortably. Suddenly, a thought crossed her mind, and her cheeks flushed crimson. How could she be so foolish? Tsunade sighed, relieved that she had caught her in time. This fall might not have contributed significantly to the hospital's finances, but what if that little head of hers had been harmed? She was already quite foolish. If she became any more so, who knew if she could survive in this world? I'm sorry, master. Jiming was gently placed on the ground, her head bowed, her ears flushed with embarrassment. How incredibly soft. She secretly measured herself with a glance, only to shake her head in disbelief, questioning her own actions. What was she doing? Chapter 9. Children of the Senju clan never shy away from battle. Next time, be more careful. You look like a complete fool. Tsunade remarked disdainfully as she playfully ruffled Jiming's hair. The weight of her hand pressed down on the girl, which inadvertently recalled the sensations from earlier, causing Jiming's face to redden even more. Her voice was barely a whisper, akin to that of an ant. Thank you, master. I will certainly be more vigilant in the future. With that, she swiftly broke free from Tsunade's grasp and ran away. If she lingered any longer, she might just evaporate. Jiming stood once more before his desk, his hands cradling his cheeks in an attempt to cool himself. Beside him, 2 classmates were still engaged in their endeavors. Akiyama Rina, having hastily channeled her chakra, had met with disaster. The octopus had perished, leaving her with a look of utter defeat as she gazed at the lifeless creature, then glanced at Tsunade. Teacher, I followed your instructions, yet the octopus still succumbed to fate. In contrast, the 3rd student, Akasaka Aki, exhibited a meticulous control over his chakra, albeit excessively cautious. The octopus remained alive, albeit at the cost of considerable time. In light of this comparison, Jiming felt a sense of latent talent within himself. Akiyama, your chakra control is far too crude, Tsunade remarked, her demeanor shifting to one of seriousness, her voice no longer the gentle tone it had been. Akasaka and Little G have displayed commendable chakra control. There is room for further improvement. She then instructed, Akiyama, continue your octopus training. Little G and Akasaka, proceed to the bookshelf at the back and find some texts to study. Master, which book should we focus on? Jiming asked, overwhelmed by the plethora of tomes lining the walls. Surely we are not expected to read them all. Is my life destined to be consumed by the pursuit of knowledge? Upon arriving here, he was met with the daunting task of poring over such an extensive collection. And this is merely a fraction, Tsunade replied with a smile that, to Jiming, felt somewhat unsettling, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Upon our return to Konoha, there lies an entire wall more to explore. Make the most of it. Jiming, could you send her a memory bread pendant? Dealer? Dealer. Jiming, my dear, I do not particularly encourage such actions. If fortune favors you, perhaps you might draw one. Dealer, it would be wiser for you to focus on your studies. With a heart as desolate as ashes, Jiming pulled over a stool and casually selected a book, opening its pages. After all, it was merely reading. Having perused countless volumes throughout his life, what harm could there be in indulging in a few more? He had lingered for nearly an entire day, yet the octopus belonging to Xiong Yuanli Nai showed no signs of revival. Jiming's eyes were on the verge of fatigue, and in this dimly lit space, he refrained from even lighting a few candles. At this rate, he would lose his sight before awakening his Sharingan. Very well, that shall suffice for today. He would return at the same time tomorrow. Tsunade had finally granted him leave. Salvation at last. Jiming returned the book and stool to their original places. Master, I am off to play with Gaara, he declared, and without waiting for Tsunade's response, He dashed out the door, showing his eagerness. At the training ground, Gaara leaned casually against a pillar, half asleep, counting down the time until others would arrive. Gaara. Indeed. As if summoned, Gaara opened his eyes to see a girl clad in a kimono running towards him, stopping breathlessly at his feet. Jimmy felt utterly exhausted. She had not anticipated how fragile the original owner was. After merely a few strides, she began to gasp for breath. And her fondness for wearing a kimono made movement rather cumbersome, rendering it quite arduous even to quicken her pace. How did today's training go? Gaara inquired as he approached her, gently patting her back to help her regain her breath. He recalled how, in his own youth, his mother would assist him in a similar manner when he was fatigued. Jimmy stiffened at his gesture, pondering his intentions. Was he unaware of the propriety regarding physical contact between men and women? However, reflecting on her past interactions with Gaara, she realized she held no such reservations herself. It's manageable, though there are quite a few books to read, she replied, seizing the opportunity to stretch her limbs. Shall we commence now? She straightened her posture, clasping her left hand behind her back while raising her right hand to her chest, reminiscent of the way Might Guy would position himself. Jimmy believed her stance was adequate. In contrast, Gaara remained motionless, arms crossed, as sand inexplicably swirled around him, causing a nuisance for Jimmy. As Jimmy sought to evade the sand, she simultaneously sought an opportunity to approach Gaara. Observing his calm demeanor, she indignantly muttered to herself, how is it that he can fight without moving? Redirecting her focus to the sand, she recalled that Gaara's sand was not particularly swift in its initial phase. Thus she merely needed to be faster than it to reach him. Concentrate. Focus. Channel the chakra to her feet. However, the constraints of her skirt hindered her strides, preventing her from moving freely. The sound of fabric tearing echoed as Gaara's eyes widened in astonishment, witnessing the young girl resolutely rip her skirt from the hem, transforming it into a daringly slit garment. As Jimin tore open her skirt, the sense of constraint diminished significantly, and she felt considerably more at ease. Once again, she resumed running, her speed notably improved, though still somewhat lacking against Gaara's sand. As night descended, the stars clustered beautifully in the dark sky. The two walked home side by side, and just as she became lost in thought, her stomach emitted a rumbling sound reminiscent of thunder. Coincidentally, Gaara's gaze turned towards her, causing her to blush and murmur softly, I haven't eaten in a while. I'm a bit hungry. Mother should have dinner prepared by now. Indeed. Amidst the vastness of the world, nothing surpasses the importance of a meal. They quickened their pace, parting ways at the intersection, their homes connected. Upon entering, they found that Jingin had already prepared dinner, laid out on the table. Seeing Jimin return, she raised a ladle, announcing that dinner was ready and urging Tsunade to come down. The prospect of a warm meal upon returning home brought a mist to Jimin's eyes. She exclaimed, all right, I will call master. This was a novel experience, unlike anything she had known in her previous life, after 4 continuous months of training. Jimin's physique has remarkably improved with each passing day, brimming with boundless vigor. He rises at 5 to engage in fundamental training, then by 7. He visits a breakfast stall to procure 3 servings, returning home to share the meal with Tsunade and Shizen. After breakfast, they proceed to the hospital. And upon concluding their training there, Jimin's final visit is to Gaara. Today unfolds like any other, yet Tsunade's expression appears more grave than usual. Jimin cautiously consumes his meal, stealing glances at the two women's countenances. Shizen seldom exhibits such a demeanor. What troubles you, master? Jimin inquired directly, unafraid to speak his mind. Although he is a bit of a mute, he believes in voicing every necessary thought. Is something amiss? Tsunade sighed deeply. Is it war once again between the land of wind and the land of earth? This harkens back to the tumultuous times of the Great Ninja War, an era marked by the explosive ninjutsu of the Wind Country's shinobi. No wonder she has noticed a significant decrease in patients at the hospital, despite the influx of new ones. Even Tsunade, who usually remains observant, has been summoned elsewhere. Then, master, should we remain here to assist? Jimin harbored a profound curiosity regarding the newfound alliance between Konoha and Tsunade. This partnership seemingly began after Sasuke's defection, a stark contrast to their previous animosity. Chio, in particular, must have harbored disdain for Konoha due to the infamous White Fang. Yet now, they are not only collaborating on medical training, but occasionally sharing tea with Tsunade as well. Assist, Tsunade affirmed. But, little Ji, you may also need to accompany your master. No, Tsunade-sama. Upon hearing this, Shizen became agitated. How could they send a mere child to the battlefield? This is not even our nation's conflict. Shizun, little Ji, as the child we have nurtured, He will inevitably need to stand on his own one day. Tsunade's unexpected calmness in addressing Shizune was striking. While we still possess the strength to protect him, we must take him along. It will enhance his experience, ensuring he has a greater chance of survival in places we cannot shield him. Children of the Senju clan are not exempt from the battlefield. Chapter 10. Zeming obtains the Gaara card. The two women found themselves at an impasse, prompting Tsunade to storm out. Zeming exchanged a glance with Shizune before trailing after Tsunade to the hospital. Little Ji, what are your thoughts? Tsunade slowed her pace, recognizing that ultimately it was Zeming's perspective that mattered most. Zeming found himself somewhat uncertain. The battlefield was ever-changing, and the probability of survival diminished significantly. An untimely demise was unpredictable, yet to perish in battle could be regarded as a noble departure. Master, I shall proceed, Zeming resolved firmly. A healer's duty is to save lives, and through the continuous act of saving others, one accumulates experience and grows. Furthermore, this war may serve as a crucible for testing one's mettle. Conflict is an inevitable facet of the ninja world. Nations pursue their own interests, and war remains the most straightforward and direct means to that end. Tsunade nodded in approval, for this was indeed her disciple and the progeny of the Senju clan. Shizune, Akira, and Aki would accompany us as well. However, little Ji need not worry. As medical ninjas stationed at the rear of the battlefield, Master would ensure your safety. Tsunade smiled. Master, may I inquire about something? Zeming could not suppress his curiosity regarding the reasons that led to the early establishment of diplomatic relations between Konoha and Suna a decade ahead of schedule. Tsunade continued to lead Zeming toward the hospital, feeling reassured by the presence of the child who had grown up by her side. Yet she remained uncertain about the two young Suna ninjas. Alas, this was their nation's conflict. It would be unthinkable for her and Zeming to attend while the two Suna children did not. What prompted our alliance with the Suna ninjas? On Zeming's face, beads of cold sweat appeared as she anxiously awaited Tsunade's response. If only Tsunade could provide clarity at this moment. If not, she merely hoped that Tsunade could temper her wrath. Having rushed to the hospital, Tsunade initially intended to return to the library for a leisurely discussion, but was summoned again by the hospital staff, leaving Zeming restless throughout the day. Akasaka Aki was the first to notice her unease. As class was nearing its end, he leaned over and quietly inquired, "You seem a bit unwell today. Has something happened?" "What?" Akasaka Aki, already speaking softly, lowered his voice even further, rendering Zeming unable to catch his words. His face flushed with embarrassment. He dared not meet her gaze. Throughout their 4 months of acquaintance, the girl seated beside him had always been strikingly beautiful, with an approachable demeanor and exceptional medical talent, and she shared a close bond with Lord Gaara, the son of the Wind Shadow. He could only watch her from afar, too intimidated to engage her in conversation. However, today she was markedly different, and mustering his courage, he finally asked a question. Yet, she had not heard him, which was utterly exasperating. No, he had to seize this opportunity to speak. "Is something troubling you?" As soon as the words left his mouth, Aki's classmate, Sayaka Rina, who was previously engaged in a struggle with a fish, jumped in surprise and stared at Aki, before nodding in understanding and eagerly resuming her gossiping. Sayaka Rina exclaimed, "Go for it, Akasaka. After 4 months, you finally dare to speak up." "Zeming, why are you shouting so loudly? Have you eaten too much?" Zeming initially kept his head lowered, but upon being called, he instinctively raised it. Soon, he adjusted his expression to a flawless smile, accompanied by a gentle tone. "It's nothing, just a bit anxious as the battlefield approaches." Akasaka Aki's demeanor turned serious. His strength paled in comparison to Zeming's. Any words of reassurance he might offer, such as "I will protect you," would certainly fall flat. Nevertheless, he dismissed that thought. If it seemed inadequate, so be it. "Zeming, I will protect you well. Please do not be afraid." The more he spoke, the redder Akasaka Aki's face grew, yet his words remained succinct. "Let us strive together." Zeming's radiant smile left Akasaka Aki momentarily spellbound, rendering him oblivious to his surroundings. It was only when Ahara Rina called him back to reality that he regained his senses. She had witnessed the entire exchange, casually resting her right hand on Akasaka Aki's shoulder, exuding commendable courage. "Snap out of it. Zeming has been gone for quite some time." "Oh, I'm so sorry." The training ground. Today, Zeming arrived early and coincidentally encountered Gaara. She gazed at Gaara with a peculiar sensation. After all, Gaara was a war weapon cultivated by the 4th Kazekage. Would he, too, be affected by the impending conflict? Gaara almost instantly sensed Zeming's unease and stepped beside her, The once bright depths of his black eyes dimmed considerably as they met hers. Was there a hint of pity reflected in her gaze? How should she broach the topic of war with him? Jiming sighed, pondering that perhaps his daily proximity to the Kazekage had allowed him to overhear whispers of the looming turmoil. Starting tomorrow, I shall cease my training, she declared. I am to embark on a mission with my master. The return date remains uncertain. Gaara displayed little change in expression, merely inquiring, will we meet again? Of course. Jiming replied without a moment's hesitation. We shall reunite for the CHNIN exams. By then, I will introduce you to a friend of mine. You are bound to appreciate him. The friend in question could only be Naruto Uzumaki, protagonist of the Naruto saga, dubbed the god of Taknojutsu. He was the son of the fourth Hokage. His parents had sealed the Nine Tails within him, intending for Naruto to become a hero's child. However, he became known as the son of the despised Demon Fox. Yet, the narrative had taken a different turn, as both Minato Namikaze and Kushina Uzumaki were alive. As the son of the fourth Hokage, perhaps his fate would diverge from the original tale. Thinking of Naruto, Jiming could not help but recall the secondary protagonist, Sasuke Uchiha. Sasuke, inheritor of the Uchiha clan's Sharingan, was known as the Avenger. He had witnessed his brother slaughter their kin and, overnight, transformed into a vengeful spirit. Severing bonds with all, forging ahead in solitude. How tragic it seemed for Sasuke, who had once possessed everything only to lose it all, yet he continued to strive forward. Jiming was inherently sensitive to the struggles of others, embodying a spirit akin to that of Du Gongbu, though her own life was hardly enviable. Jiming? Gaara's voice broke through her reverie. She turned her attention back to him, reflecting that Gaara's life was also fraught with challenges. Yet this time, he had been reunited with his mother, allowing them to coexist, resulting in the semblance of a more normal Gaara. Today marked the final training session. Unlike her usual demeanor, Jiming steeled herself, determined to treat this last session with utmost seriousness. Gaara mused, does she truly come to see me solely for training? He sighed helplessly, crossing his arms. As grains of sand began to rise. How impatient. It was time for her 4 months of effort to be put to the test. With the great war on the horizon, Gaara's eyes sharpened, and he raised his arm. The sand surged forward towards Jiming as if guided by an unseen force. Jiming had long been acquainted with sand. She let out a cold snort and ran forward without hesitation. Over the past 4 months, whenever she felt a surge of enthusiasm and a hint of recklessness, she would indulge in a sand bath courtesy of Gaara. Perhaps it was the result of practice. But her dynamic vision had significantly improved. The faster she ran, the more her speed surpassed that of the sand. A look of astonishment crossed Gaara's face. He had deliberately chosen lighter sand, which was less dense and swifter, yet lacked lethality. However, for children of their age, outpacing sand was no small feat naturally. Jiming was no ordinary individual, and Gaara never regarded her as such. Thus, he swallowed his pride and sought counsel from his father, resulting in a remarkable increase in the sand's speed. Yet, this seemed rather extraordinary. Just as he was grappling with his astonishment, Jiming's figure, like a wisp of smoke, breezed past the formidable defenses of the sand and suddenly appeared before Gaara. In a crouching posture, Jiming brandished a shuriken, aimed directly at Gaara's throat. The outcome was already predetermined. Gaara swallowed hard. Had he not possessed the shield of sand, it was conceivable that his head and body might have been severed. Astonishingly, within a mere 4 months, his strength had escalated to such terrifying heights. At this level, Gaara felt a sense of reassurance. He understood that this farewell was due to Jiming's impending departure for the battlefield, where she would lend her aid to the Sand Ninja Alliance. Anyone capable of holding a weapon to his throat on the battlefield would surely survive. Elated by her victory, Jiming leaped forward, enveloping Gaara in a jubilant embrace, exclaiming, I actually won, as she bounced around with uncontainable joy. For the first time in 4 months, she had breached Gaara's protective sands, standing before him. Gaara, taken aback, was unsure of how to respond, his arms instinctively holding her tightly, maintaining his previous stance. The rapid thumping of his heart felt oddly foreign. Upon sensing Gaara's rigidity, Jiming's mind suddenly cleared. She regretted the impulsive act of embracing him. She realized she had not yet fully immersed herself in the sands, and before she could even reach the battlefield, she might be engulfed by them. Jiming awkwardly retracted his hand, stepping back 2 paces. Bowing his head, he spoke with a hint of apology. I am sorry for my rudeness. It is nothing, Gaara replied, his expression unchanged. Yet the tremor in his voice betrayed his true feelings. Jiming, I truly feel remorseful for having frightened them. Thus, today's training comes to a close. Jiming decisively shifted the topic, for if the conversation continued, he might squander the goodwill he had just cultivated. Suddenly, the dealer, who had long been absent, made a reappearance, bearing delightful news. Congratulations, you have won a card of Gara. Jiming. What? So soon? Dealer. It's not that quick. It's been 4 months. Dealer. Let me check the skills of my Yarrow cards for you. Jiming. Do you truly believe that this is merely a game of teamfight tactics? Jimin was astonished. She had truly managed to obtain an authentic card. Sandstorm Gara's card abilities are as follows. Passive. Whenever Gara inflicts damage upon an enemy, he automatically generates a shield. Active. When Gara utilizes sand, he unleashes a binding attack upon his foes. The dealer kindly explained, Jimin, the rewards drawn from our reward pool will solely enhance card abilities. To ensure Jimin comprehended, the considerate dealer elaborated once more. For instance, to augment Gara's prowess, one can only increase the strength of his shield and the corresponding ceiling capabilities. Jiming seems to have grasped the concept. It closely resembles the Hextech champions introduced after S8. Consequently, she can enhance the card levels of her team according to her needs, thus altering the narrative's conclusion based on her team's capabilities. Dealer. Indeed, Jiming, your perspective is quite astute. However, during these past 4 months, Jiming's relationship with Gara has primarily revolved around companionship, training together daily. Could it be that feelings have blossomed over time? The card she has drawn does evoke a sense of unease, yet perhaps it serves a beneficial purpose. Gara, bewildered, gazes at the incessantly laughing Jiming. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead. That laughter is rather unsettling. Jiming, are you all right? I'm fine. Let's head home for dinner. As Jiming gently caressed her abdomen, it emitted a rather timely growl, prompting her to promptly decide to return home for a meal. This also provided an opportunity to discuss specific matters regarding the battlefield with Tsunade. However, she couldn't help but feel slightly concerned that Tsunade had yet to respond to the question she posed that morning. Nevertheless, Jiming could surmise some of the reasons. The collaboration between the two nations ultimately revolved around self-interest. On her way back, she noticed that, having returned earlier than usual, the streets were bustling with pedestrians. Without a doubt, the passers-by unleashed harsh words towards Jiming and her companion. Look, isn't that the child of the raccoon? Who is that little girl beside him? How dare she associate with him? Ah, I've seen her before. Bumped into her at the hospital. Such a sweet girl. But that's not the child of the raccoon. It's Lord Gara. They say he is the son of the Kazekage, and the danger that lurks within him is that of the raccoon. Who knows why Lord Kazekage keeps such a threat around? These individuals were merely idle gossipers, speaking of Gara without realizing that he would one day be the very cornerstone of their village. It is fortunate that Gara harbors no grudges and is not yet consumed by hatred. Otherwise, these people would have long since met their demise. Jiming cast a piercing glance at the group that had just lost something, startling them into covering their mouths, yet they continued to whisper amongst themselves. When she looked their way, they hurriedly scurried off. Before long, they arrived at the doorstep of her home. Gara stood still. A stark contrast to the usual scenario where Jiming would see him off. This time, it was he who would bid her farewell. Aren't you coming in? Jiming gazed at Gara with a look of bewilderment, halting at his doorstep. Could it be that he wished to invite him inside for a moment of companionship? You may go in first. I shall return once you have entered, Gara stated. Jiming was left in a state of confusion by his actions, yet her stomach growled with hunger, prompting her to cease the back and forth. With a wave of her hand, she made her way home. To her delight, dinner was already prepared upon her arrival. Tsunade and Shizune were seated at the dining table, and as soon as she walked in, both of them lifted their gazes in near unison. Jiming, somewhat perplexed, settled into her seat, contemplating whether she had erred in recent days. Could it be related to the incident this morning? She hesitated to fully occupy the chair, prepared to flee at any moment. There had been a prior occasion when she inadvertently angered Tsunade, resulting in her being sent flying several meters by a single punch. Fortunately, being a member of the Senju clan, she recovered quickly. Had it been someone else, they might have required a 2-day hospital stay. However, that was a solitary incident. Little Ji, we must depart before dawn, Tsunade announced with unwavering resolve, discussing the task at hand. This mission was classified as S rank, with the objective of survival and the content focused on rescue. After 4 months of training, it was time to showcase some results. Undoubtedly, Jiming possessed exceptional talent compared to her other 2 students, and it was the responsibility of her master to cultivate this gift. Noticing Tsunade's earnest demeanor, Jiming straightened her posture, refraining from any frivolous behavior. By the way, Akiyama has remained at the hospital to assist, We shall proceed with Akasaka. Indeed. As for the question you posed to your master this morning, we shall discuss it once the war concludes. Jiming, naturally, dared not voice any dissent. She had never truly grasped the concept of war. In her previous life, she was born into a peaceful and formidable nation, far removed from the ravages of conflict. Yet now, she was on the brink of experiencing war firsthand. To claim she felt no fear would be disingenuous. But there was little choice. Surviving this ordeal would be an accomplishment in itself. The three of them lingered over dinner for quite some time. After the meal, Jiming assisted Jeanine in clearing the dishes while Tsunade busied herself with preparations for the journey ahead. No one could predict how long this war would last. In the summer of the 54th year of Konoha, she was barely over 6 years old and was about to partake in her very first battle. Before dawn broke, Jiming and her companions awaited at the village gate, where Karura and the Kazekage came to see them off. The Kazekage offered a few token words, which Jiming paid little heed. Instead, she discreetly pulled Karura aside. "Aunt Karura, could I trouble you to deliver this to Gaara for me?" she inquired, handing over a small note. Karura nodded, accepting the note, and once again scrutinized the young girl before her, suddenly smiling. "How wonderful it is that Gaara has a friend like you. Let us move out," Tsunade commanded, and as per yesterday's arrangement, Jeanine took the lead, followed closely by Jiming. Akazuki and Tsunade, advancing swiftly in a single file toward their destination at the border of the Land of Wind. On the first night, they encountered a sandstorm and sought refuge in a sheltered spot. Jeanine summoned a pile of firewood from a scroll and called out to Jiming, who was about to rest. "This task of kindling the fire falls to you." "Me?" Although Jiming was raised in a rural setting in his past life, he now finds himself with only firewood and no lighter. How can he ignite a flame? By utilizing fire release, of course, you fool. "Jiming, is this how fire release is used?" Jiming found himself at a loss, idly stacking firewood. As he continued, he noticed a young boy across from him. Akasaka Aki had been observing, waiting for the opportune moment to offer assistance, even though he lacked the skill to ignite a fire. However, he could certainly help with the wood stacking. "Akasaka, stand back," Jiming instructed, crouching down and gesturing for Akasaka to maintain some distance. Drawing inspiration from an ancestor he had never met, Pillar Sinshu, he clapped his hands together and bellowed, "Fire release, great fireball technique." The flames leapt eagerly from the wood, roaring to life. Akasaka stood by, utterly mesmerized. With a mere clap of his hands, Jiming conjured a fireball. He secretly joined his hands, murmuring, "Fire release, great fireball technique." Yet, not even a flicker of flame emerged. Akasaka felt disheartened. She was extraordinarily powerful, leaving him with no chance to play the hero. Tsunade had been observing for quite some time, and witnessing Jiming effortlessly execute a jutsu reminded her of her grandfather. However, she pushed such thoughts aside. The priority was survival in this war. She gathered everyone around, urging them to come closer. The four of them huddled by the fire, with Shizune holding a map. While Tsunade explained, the destination lies beyond that bridge, where the camp is situated. Beyond the bridge is the front line of battle. Yet, we must also be wary of potential infiltrators from a Wagakure who may target our medical unit. Therefore, we must exercise caution during our approach tomorrow and stay closely aligned. After a brief meeting, the group took a moment to rest. Once the sandstorm subsided, they prepared to set out again. As they drew nearer to the camp, Jiming felt an overwhelming surge of sorrow, wailing, and rage flood his heart, pressing down upon him with unbearable weight. They had arrived. Jiming could no longer endure the mounting pressure. With a muffled groan, she collapsed onto the ground, clutching her heart in anguish. The exertion of recent days should not have rendered her so fatigued. What could possibly be the cause? In an attempt to seek clarity, she endeavored to connect with the dealer in her mind, albeit without harboring high hopes. After all, it was a connection, and it might yield some insight. "Dealer, I regret to inform you, dear Jiming, that during our initial encounter, I candidly warned you of your vulnerability to demise. This is but one of the contributing factors. Dealer, however, I am unable to divulge more at this moment. Your choice to surrender to despair necessitates a corresponding response from me." Just as the flicker of hope had yet to extinguish, the dealer doused her with a deluge of cold reality. Upon hearing a resounding thud, Akasaka Aki instinctively reached out to assist her, yet was a moment too late. She remained hunched over, utterly still. Realizing the gravity of the situation, he hurriedly approached her, saying, "Jiming, allow me to help you inside. My apologies for the trouble." As night fell, the camp became lively, filled with sounds of moans, laughter, cries, and greetings, all echoing distinctly in Jiming's ears. The pain in her heart subsided somewhat, yet she still felt reluctant to move. Since the arrangement had been made, she thought it best to linger a while longer. Just as she contemplated turning over to continue her slumber, a piercing cry shattered her tranquility, followed closely by the hurried footsteps and calls of the medical ninjas. Jiming hastily leapt from the bed, following the sound of weeping. Upon entering, she beheld a striking woman with golden hair styled in twin ponytails, kneeling on the ground, her face buried in her hands, trembling uncontrollably. "Master!" Jiming rushed forward, her gaze landing on the pool of blood on the floor and the splatters that marred the woman's face. In an instant, she comprehended the situation. Tsunade was afflicted by hemophobia, and the crisis was far from resolution. How could this be? A wave of anger and compassion surged within Jiming. She could only produce a clean handkerchief, delicately wiping the blood from Tsunade's face while softly reassuring her, "Master, it will be all right. The patient is still receiving treatment." As she spoke, Jiming attempted to guide Tsunade to her feet. "Master, let us rise. We must not delay in aiding the patient." Unfortunately, a 6-year-old child was hardly capable of supporting an adult, and Tsunade continued to shiver, her eyes brimming with terror. In the meantime, Kurenai had noticed the two figures beside her. She removed her medical gloves and approached them. "Jiming, I entrust this minor procedure to you." "What? Kurenai, are you certain of what you're saying?" Jiming's face was a canvas of confusion as she glanced at Tsunade, her eyes filled with disbelief. Had she truly been entrusted with a surgical procedure after merely 4 months of training? Even the Tsunade of yesteryears would have been hesitant to undertake such a task. "I believe in you, sister," Kurenai declared, before cradling Tsunade and departing, leaving Jiming alone in her astonishment. How could she possibly trust herself with such a responsibility? The groans of the patient interrupted her burgeoning frustration, compelling her to abandon her hesitation. With no choice but to embrace the challenge, she resolved to give her all in this unexpected endeavor. Jiming swiftly donned his attire, positioning himself beside the patient, his hands hovering above their form. A translucent green luminescence oscillated rhythmically. The 2 wounds revealed a chaotic chakra flow, presenting quite a challenge. It was unexpected that his first patient would be so difficult. Beads of cold sweat trickled down Jiming's forehead as he concentrated chakra into his palms, resolute in his determination to save him. Once the final drop of blood was staunched, Jiming exhaled in relief, removing his medical gloves. He approached the entrance, lifted the tent flap, and addressed the 2 sentinels stationed at the door. "Please send someone to tidy up inside. This patient can be transferred to a regular ward now." After delivering his message, Jiming swiftly returned to the resting tent, where he found Tsunade reclining within, while Shizen had seemingly vanished. "Ah, it's little Ji," Tsunade remarked, lifting her gaze upon his arrival. As Jiming was about to speak, a sharp pain surged through her lower abdomen, causing her to clutch it and kneel on the ground. "What is wrong?" Tsunade rushed forward, and upon seeing Jiming in distress, she recalled her own condition, instantly realizing that Jiming was suffering because of her. This sealing technique must be undone in Konoha. She could not allow Jiming to become her hostage. "I will treat you immediately," she declared. Gently, Tsunade laid Jiming upon the bed, her hands hovering over the troubled area, warmth emanating in waves. Overwhelmed by the strange sensations that persisted, Jiming could no longer contain herself and erupted in a torrent of expletives. "Jiming, dealer, how utterly useless you are. Let's set aside whether I have any issues. Have you considered whether you have any problems yourself?" Dealer. 6. Chapter 12. Almost suffocated by Tsunade's weapon, the pain in Jiming's abdomen was significantly alleviated under Tsunade's medical ninjutsu. She found herself tightly embraced in Tsunade's arms, feeling somewhat breathless. "Master, I can hardly breathe." Jiming attempted to struggle free from Tsunade's embrace, yet she could sense the fear emanating from her. Was it due to the loss of Rope Tree and Dan? The 2 individuals Tsunade cherished most had perished before her eyes. Furthermore, with the subsequent loss of the 3rd Hokage, Orochimaru, Jiraiya, and one dear companion after another, she found herself utterly alone. "Master." Jilin gently embraced Tsunade from behind, softly patting her shoulder as she tenderly spoke. "Master, do not be afraid. I shall not leave you." After uttering those words, Jilin couldn't help but internally mock herself, questioning what kind of absurd idle drama she was enacting, asserting that she would not depart. After a considerable pause, Tsunade regained her composure, crystalline tears adorning her cheeks. Jilin inadvertently raised her hand and delicately brushed away the tears with her fingertip. Their eyes met, and both were momentarily taken aback. This sensation was so warm, akin to the comforting touch of a gentle hand. Tsunade grasped Jilin's hand in return, her face illuminated by a radiant smile as she gazed at her. In her heart, Tsunade mused that her great-grandfather had indeed rescued her once more, bestowing upon her this child to nurture. Jiming, what on earth? Why did the teacher suddenly laugh and hold her hand? Jiming had contemplated retracting her hand several times, yet to no avail. Ultimately, it was the timely intervention of Shizune, who had stolen a moment to rest, that rescued her. Upon witnessing the tender scene of camaraderie between the two, Shizune could no longer contain herself. Lady Tsunade, Jiming, you too, cease your idleness. With a face full of indignation, Shizune glared at them both, forcefully separating the pair. Folding her arms, she sat on the bed, exasperated. There are so many injured outside, and you two are here slacking off. Akasaka and I are overwhelmed with work. Jiming immediately recognized the gravity of the situation and hurriedly approached, resting a hand on Jingyin's shoulder, poking her gently, and then again. Sister, we acknowledge our mistakes. Please do not be angry. The art of coaxing. Jingyin, with her eyes closed and brows slightly furrowed, found it increasingly difficult to maintain her composure. After all, she had finally caught these two in a vulnerable moment and could not be swayed by such simple antics. Humph. Jingyin huffed, attempting to regain her authority. Otherwise, both of them seemed oblivious to the fact that she was the one tirelessly working. Jingyin, it's all right. You should rest for a bit. I will take over your duties with Shi. In the past, Tsunade would have indulged Jingyin's whims, but now, amidst the battlefield, the injured awaited their care. Jingyin lamented silently, feeling burdened yet refraining from voicing her struggles. Indeed, in the infirmary, Tsunade occupied the main seat, while Jiming and Akasaka stood by as assistants. Of course, if surgery were necessary, it would be Jiming who took the lead. The next casualty was brought in, bloodied, with a deep gash across the chest, staining the clothing crimson. Upon witnessing the scene, Jiming promptly covered Tsunade's eyes and exchanged a glance with Akasaka Aki, who nodded in agreement, indicating that they should first carry the individual to the infirmary bed. Master, please wait outside for a moment. Jiming was not as tall as Tsunade and could not cover her eyes for long. Once she stood up, Jiming could only gently urge her to leave the room. Tsunade felt a warmth in her heart. In truth, she had sensed the metallic scent of blood the moment the injured entered. Yet she had not had the chance to lift her gaze before this considerate little apprentice shielded her eyes and guided her out of the ward. It was indeed a thoughtful gesture on his part. Perfectly, she decided to continue the charade, using another injured person to observe just how much her little apprentice had matured. What would unfold next? After Jiming bid farewell to Tsunade and returned, she glanced at the grave expression of Akasaka Aki. Was the situation dire? Before she could utter another word, Akasaka Aki covered her mouth and rushed out, followed swiftly by the sound of retching. Jiming? Jiming stepped forward. And before his eyes lay a harrowing scene. The wounded individual reclined upon the hospital bed, their chest grotesquely opened, exposing the innards in a ghastly display. The right hand lay severed, blood pooling abundantly around the bed. It was akin to a gruesome disembowelment. Jiming covered his mouth, his stomach churning incessantly as he fought against the urge to vomit. After donning a pair of medical gloves, he employed his healing technique, revitalizing the cells of the wound, and gradually, the blood from his right hand began to cease flowing. The next step was to perform surgery. The thoracic cavity required suturing, and the arm needed to be reattached. Akasaka, prepare the operating room and summon Sister Jingyin, he instructed. Upon seeing Akasaka lift the curtain to enter, Jiming hastily added his request. Akasaka acknowledged with a quick response and hurriedly exited once more. In the dead of night, under a cloudless sky, the four individuals in the operating room collectively exhaled a sigh of relief, particularly the long-haired girl in the center, who collapsed onto the floor, utterly spent. At last, it was over. Indeed, this was their first experience participating in a major surgical procedure. Jingyin, too, felt exhausted. Yet she couldn't help but feel a sense of pride witnessing the remarkable abilities of the two younger ones. I am so hungry, she remarked. Jiming, with an unrefined demeanor, clutched her stomach and called out loudly. To be candid, she lacked any semblance of decorum even in the presence of Jingyin, at home. She undoubtedly displayed this boisterous side of herself. However, this was the first time Akasaka Aki had witnessed Jiming speak so loudly. A stark contrast to her usual gentle and soft-spoken self. Come on, let us go eat, Jingyin suggested. Rising to her feet and walking over to take Jiming by the hand, playfully tousling her hair. You truly are adorable, little Jiming. Jiming, I fear I shall cease to grow taller. With little strength to speak of, Jiming could only silently resist such behavior with a fierce glare. The following days mirrored today, leaving Jiming perpetually occupied. Fortunately, after 4 months of diligent training, her body was somewhat resilient. Otherwise, it was uncertain who would save whom in this fragile state. Jiming encountered a myriad of injured souls and their anguished families. The intermittent sounds of wailing and screams enveloping her like a suffocating weight. In the depths of midnight, she often dreamt of becoming the protagonist of those cries or a mere bystander, both scenarios casting an unbearable shadow upon her heart. The pressure became so intense that it felt as though she could scarcely draw breath, despite her unwavering commitment to optimism. The relentless torment she endured would drive anyone to the brink of madness. Yet Jiming, a mute kind of madwoman, confined her emotions within, adhering to this method of emotional coping for far too long. On this particular night, fate bestowed upon her a moment of tranquility. The camp lay in serene silence. Retreating to a stone atop the mountain behind the campsite, she sat, pressing her hand against her chest. Why was her capacity to perceive emotions so profound? These individuals had no direct connection to her, yet she could dream of them and, even more perplexingly, feel their suffering in every waking moment. How strange it was. Could this be the essence of the Uchiha clan? Jiming, what are you doing here? A sudden youthful voice shattered her reverie. It was Akazaka Aki, who, like her, enjoyed a night off. He approached, seeking to share the breeze beside her. May I sit next to you? He inquired cautiously, having quietly followed her without her noticing. Given Jiming's perceptive abilities, it was unlikely she was unaware of his presence. Perhaps she had been lost in her contemplations. If there was something she could learn from him, she might indeed regard him with newfound respect. Of course, Jiming, why don't I just refuse? I truly struggle with conversation. Akasaka Aki, once again. I have made progress with Jiming. Chapter 13. Crisis. The camp intruder Akasaka Aki sat beside her, seemingly there to enjoy the breeze, remaining silent for quite some time. The moon hung high in the sky, and Jiming felt her eyes stirring with a peculiar sensation. Could this be the feeling of awakening? Having activated her Sharingan at the tender age of 6, she had already surpassed 99% of the Uchiha clan. Reflecting on this, Jiming couldn't help but feel a swell of pride in her heart. Moreover, the Sharingan represented a significant enhancement for her, granting her a sustainable life-preserving skill. Jiming, where's your hometown? Akasaka Aki finally mustered a bit of courage and spoke again. Following the advice of her classmate Ehara to build rapport through conversation before advancing to the next strategic step. Well, it is a beautiful place, with mountains and rivers. Jiming has, in truth, selectively forgotten the memories of her homeland. Born amidst the towering mountains, she struggled through her childhood, relying on the hospitality of many to stumble her way into junior high school. Through sheer perseverance, she managed to attend high school, thanks to a scholarship from the institution, which provided her the opportunity to escape the mountains. Alas, her life was tragically cut short. I, Shushu, have traversed a lifetime, finally emerging from the tumultuous peaks. Yet I find myself unable to savor the comforts of old age. Akasaka Aki, naturally assuming that Jiming's mention of her homeland referred to Konoha, could not help but feel a sense of longing. How delightful it must be to have both mountains and water. The land of wind is predominantly sandy, with much of its territory engulfed in desert, leading to a scarcity of resources and frequent conflicts with neighboring nations, all driven by the struggle for survival. Thankfully, in recent years, a peace has been forged with Konoha, halting the wars, and the land of wind is fervently undergoing development, even inviting the renowned sage of medicine to impart their knowledge. If only there could be a lasting peace. Yet, who could foresee that war would once again erupt between the land of wind and the land of earth? The land of wind, too, has its merits. Jiming fell silent, uncertain of how to proceed. She had intended to comfort him by expressing the need to cherish one's homeland. Yet she could hardly claim to hold a deep affection for her own, having fought tirelessly to escape it. Jiming, when do you think this war will come to an end? When will all wars cease? She posed 2 questions in quick succession. Akasaka sighed, then hastily added, It's all right. You needn't feel obligated to answer. Just consider my words as a misstep. Ehara had once mentioned that discussing matters of war with women would surely lead to dislike. He still wished to forge a friendship with Jiming. There would come a time when a person would bring peace to the ninja world, and the nations would no longer be embroiled in conflict. With a smile, Jiming declared herself a woman in possession of the script. Though she lacked the finesse to console children, she would exert every effort to do so. The cost of succumbing to darkness was far too great, especially in this world of Naruto, where those who fell into darkness often faced dire consequences. She sincerely hoped her comrades would survive. Really? Of course. Suddenly, the camp erupted into chaos. Jiming exchanged a glance with Akasaka Aki and nodded. Akasaka Aki took the lead, with Jiming following closely behind. The descent down the mountain proved treacherous. Be careful, Akasaka. Jiming called out as a shuriken unexpectedly whizzed past. She swiftly tackled Akasaka to the ground, pulling him into the nearby bushes for cover. It appeared they were under attack. The land of Earth would ambush medical units. This was an anticipated development. Hiding amongst the grass, Jiming pondered their course of action. If the camp was assaulted and Tsunade discovered their absence, she would undoubtedly come searching for them. Thus, before Tsunade found them, Jiming's priority was to ensure her and Akasaka's safety. Don't be afraid. Observing Akasaka trembling, Jiming offered a few words of comfort. Now is not the time for fear. A moment's carelessness could spell doom for both of them. Let us hide and wait for our master. If they find us, you should hide first while I draw them away. She reiterated her warning, concerned Akasaka might act rashly. I will protect you, Jiming. Despite his fear, Akasaka resolutely declared. Akasaka, run. Just as Jiming was about to respond, a dagger was thrust before them, prompting her to swiftly draw a kunai to parry the blow. Due to her crouched position, she was unable to exert much force. She heard the ninja from the land of Earth softly murmur as he touched his ear, "There are two here." This was dire. It must be a communicator. If more ninjas were summoned, it would spell disaster. Although she could barely hold her own against Gaara, she knew that facing multiple opponents would diminish her chances of victory. She had to eliminate this threat first. With a sudden intensity in his gaze, Jiming steadied his sword with his right hand, while his left hand conjured a surge of blue chakra, directed straight towards his chest. It failed to inflict a mortal wound. The ninja from the land of Earth let out a pained cry and collapsed to the ground, lamenting, "You have yet to finish your words," before losing consciousness. Without delay, she seized Akasaka Chio and fled swiftly, seeking refuge among the grass as they made their way towards the camp. It would be prudent for them to regroup with the main forces. Should they encounter other ninjas, she could not guarantee the safety of both lives. Having not ventured far, Jiming raised a hand, halting their progress, and cast a glance at Akasaka Chio, instructing her to remain hidden. With that, she leapt from behind the grass stack. Observing the newcomers, 3 individuals in total, including the one she had just incapacitated, that made 4. A quartet, the standard formation for a mission dispatched by the Hokage, typically led by a jonin, with the remainder being lower-ranked ninjas. The question now lingered. Who among them was the jonin? Jiming stood still, biding her time, pondering the unlikely possibility that her assailants might choose not to kill her. How absurd. Another shuriken flew through the air, hurtling directly towards her face. With a series of agile backward flips, Jiming narrowly evaded the deadly projectile. With a resigned sigh, she concluded that she had no choice but to fight. With a swift motion, Zimiang appeared before the last female ninja, gripping her neck with a single hand. The female ninja struggled and screamed in desperation. Zimiang leaned close to her ear, whispering softly, "Please, quiet down. I have no desire to end your life, but I would appreciate your cooperation. Will you fall down for me?" The female ninja stiffened in her embrace, her eyes widening in shock, and she nodded in acquiescence. "Then let us commence." As Jimin released her grip, the female ninja gracefully collapsed to the ground, revealing that not everyone engaged in this conflict was wholly willing. Now, only 2 individuals remained. "Teacher, there is still someone concealed in the bushes," remarked one of the younger ninjas. "Shall I take care of him?" "Not so fast. Let us first engage with this young lady," replied the man referred to as teacher. He stood resolutely at the forefront, his piercing gaze fixed upon the lethal scene, radiating an aura of menace. Jimin sighed once more, pondering her purpose in coming to the Hidden Leaf Village. In less than 4 months, she had faced death on numerous occasions. It seemed some individuals were merely striving to survive, yet the dealer showed no signs of easing their plight. "Dealer, let the game begin." Jiming, "Very well, sir. Since you insist on taking action, do not blame me for being impolite. I must put on a show," she thought, as she steadied herself, contemplating how best to overcome this man. Drawing from her experience with the script she had watched, creating a shadow clone as a decoy was undoubtedly a solid plan. How does one form the seal for the shadow clone again? In the depths of Jiming's mind, there was not a trace of knowledge regarding the shadow clone technique. With a swift clap of his hands, he proclaimed, "Fire release, Phoenix flower technique." As if propelled by an unseen force, flames erupted from his mouth, scattering in all directions to assault the man opposite him. The battlefield was shrouded in a thick veil of smoke. Jiming, of course, refrained from uttering the phrase. Did it succeed? Instead, he pondered his next move. As the smoke began to dissipate, the man beheld the youthful girl before him. Undoubtedly, she was a vision of innocence, her long, straight black hair secured in a low ponytail with a red ribbon. What stood out even more was her exquisite black kimono, leading him to question what extraordinary skills a girl in such attire could possess to inflict harm. Most striking was her flawless visage. He found no words adequate to describe it. If such a girl were to be taken as a captive, she would undoubtedly be fiercely sought after. Do you really think a mere ninjutsu can vanquish me? The man taunted. A young lady like you ought to remain at home, awaiting marriage. What brings you to the front lines? Jimin sneered coldly, her mood quite foul. She had nothing to say to someone who was already dead. What business is it of yours? The young lady still had her temper. The man continued speaking, his hands leisurely forming seals. Jimin, with such a sluggish speed in forming hand seals, have you considered what you are doing? Of course, she must not underestimate her opponent. As the adage goes, one should never take their adversaries lightly, regardless of their nature. The man is a ninja from the land of Earth, proficient in earth techniques. It is plausible that he might employ clay, much like a certain explosive artist. Within the chakra elements, lightning overcomes earth, earth surpasses water, water extinguishes fire, fire conquers wind, and wind defeats lightning. Thus, employing lightning techniques would be the most judicious choice. However, she only possesses the ability to wield fire techniques. Suddenly, a flash of inspiration struck Jimin as she recalled Kakashi Hatake, the renowned ninja of the shinobi world, often referred to as the internet celebrity of ninjas. She realized she could similarly counter the man's techniques. Given his lethargic speed, keeping pace should pose no significant challenge. Moreover, as a descendant of Hashirama and Madara, she likely possesses all 5 elemental affinities. Well, it's time to take a gamble. She implores her illustrious ancestors to lend their power. Earth-style, rock pillar prison. Earth-style, rock pillar prison. The two incantations echoed simultaneously. For rock pillars rose, encircling Jimin, while the man found himself similarly confined. The man appeared visibly startled by this maneuver. Seizing the moment, Jimin swiftly formed the necessary hand seals. Fire-style, great fireball technique. Chakra gathered at the back of her throat as she unleashed a massive fireball, directing it towards her foe, intent on roasting him alive. With a resounding crash, the enormous stone figure came tumbling down. It was a mere rock clone technique. But where was the true body? Jimin, not particularly adept at sensing abilities, found it curious that she heard a familiar voice. Help me, Jimin. It was Akasaka's voice. This was untenable. Such a formidable ninja was beyond their capability to contend with. If he were to be sacrificed in a sudden surge of panic, Jimin rummaged through the previous refuge of the haystack, yet found naught but emptiness. Please, do not perish. Akasaka. An unwelcome wave of pain assaulted her eyes, akin to a force constraining her visual nerves. She shielded her eyes, surveying her surroundings, incessantly reminding herself to remain composed. The 2 rock ninjas had vanished without a trace, their scent meticulously concealed. A piercing scream echoed from the nearby haystack, prompting Jimin to dart forward. There, she beheld a man's kunai firmly embedded in Akasaka Aki's abdomen, blood flowing downwards from the wound inflicted by the weapon. Akasaka Aki's previously rosy complexion had turned increasingly pallid. Upon noticing her arrival, he managed a faint smile, saying, Jimin, I have once again caused you trouble. Damn it, you scoundrel. The pain in her eyes intensified as she clutched them, desperately shouting at the man, release the one in your grasp, or I shall end you. The man appeared undeterred, dismissing her as a mere nuisance, leisurely continuing to press the kunai deeper, wearing an expression that seemed to challenge her to approach. So you underestimate me. With a fierce determination, she opened her eyes, her crimson gaze fixed intently upon the man. In an instant, she appeared before him, seizing his hand. Sharingan. Akasaka Aki watched as Jimin's eyes transformed, shifting from black to red, adorned with 2 swirling patterns resembling tomo. Almost immediately, Jimin stood before him, her scarlet eyes more vivid than ever. In a mere glance, the man before her froze, rendered motionless. Was this an illusion? Jimin concentrated her chakra in her right hand, gripping the man's head firmly as she thrust it directly into his chest. Blood stained her hand as she withdrew, and the man fell to his knees in pain. Akasaka, are you all right? Jimin kicked the man aside and hurriedly approached Akasaka, draping his arm over her shoulder as they made their way back to the camp to tend to his wounds. Upon their return, Tsunade, noticing their arrival, intended to offer a few words of admonition. However, in the midst of the busyness, the person she sought was nowhere to be found. Fortunately, they had returned, but wait. A sudden darkness enveloped her vision, and thereafter, her memory faded. Was it blood loss? Jiming felt a wave of numbness wash over her, casting a pleading glance towards Shizen. Jiming, what on earth is the teacher doing? Jingyin, do I strike you as someone who knows? Let's bring Akasaka in first. I shall tend to his wounds. Ignoring the unconscious Tsunade on the ground, Jingyin steps forward to assist Akasaka. The trio remains silent. Jiming sits to the side, head bowed, uttering not a word. Nor does he attempt to clean up. As Jingyin tends to Akasaka's injuries, she casts glances at Jiming, who is at a loss for words in such a situation. Engulfed in profound self-reproach. If only he were stronger, strong enough not to require Jiming's protection. Jiming, come here. Once Jingyin finishes bandaging Akasaka's wounds, she hurriedly calls over the still and silent little cat. Let me see your injury. Ah. Jiming snaps back to reality, explaining, this isn't my blood. It's the invader's blood. Invader? There are no invaders. Gio, what is the commotion about? What do you make of the ninja from the land of Earth that I encountered? By the way, Akasaka, where did you get that wound? Shizen was puzzled. 2 children went out for some fresh air, and one returned with a knife wound to the waist while the other was covered in blood. It couldn't possibly be. Shizen quickly shook her head, dismissing the thought. There was no way Gio could be that kind of person. No intruders? How strange. We clearly encountered a squad of a Wagakure back in the mountains. Gio sensed something was amiss. The medical corps belonged to a secure area, and there should have been sensory ninjas to detect any intrusions. How could they have infiltrated without any response? This injury was inflicted by one of the Wagakure ninjas. Akasaka detailed the recent encounter, recounting the incident regarding Gio's eyes. Upon hearing about the change in her eyes, Gio nearly burst into laughter. What a situation! Has she awakened the Sharingan? Shizen, however, did not share their amusement and wore a grave expression. I will report this to Lady Tsunade. Akasaka, you should rest, and Gio, clean yourself up and come help. Has she truly awakened the Sharingan? Shizen sighed. Chapter 15. Gio heads to the front line for Gaara's sake. The awakening of the Sharingan is of paramount importance to the Uchiha clan, as it not only enhances chakra but also sharpens dynamic vision. Coupled with her physical prowess, it is akin to adding wings to a tiger. Possessing the Sharingan signifies the potential to mimic others' jutsu, much like Kakashi. Who knows, she might even become a sensation in the ninja world, dubbed Mimic Ninja Gio. Akasaka was deeply concerned about Gio's condition. Those crimson eyes were not a promising omen. Gio, are you feeling unwell? He inquired. No, not at all. You, on the other hand, ought to rest well, Gio cheerfully replied, her heart brimming with joy at the thought of the myriad possibilities that awaited her after awakening the Sharingan. However, her elated mood was swiftly shattered by the incessant stream of injured individuals. With Tsunade and Akasaka recuperating, she and Shizen were so busy they barely had time to drink water. In this era, which has yet to see the widespread presence of medical ninjas, even in a great nation like the Land of Wind, the number of medical ninjas deployed to the front lines is woefully inadequate. The patients far outnumber the doctors, with a ratio of at least 10 to 1. Alas, when will this war come to a conclusion? In Tsunade, Gaara stood helplessly against the wall outside his parents' room, grappling with a cruelty far too harsh for a 6-year-old child. Temari peeked out from the room, her heart racing with fear, instinctively wishing to close the door. However, upon meeting Gaara's clear, innocent gaze, filled with confusion and vulnerability, she suppressed her trepidation. She gently opened the door, stepped forward, and took Gaara's hand. Her other hand pressed against the wall to steady herself. He was just a child, her brother, and as his sister, she could not abandon him. Finally, their parents' door opened. Gaara saw Karura with red-rimmed eyes and rushed to embrace her, a smile adorning her face. Are you hungry, Gaara? It's all Mom's fault for losing track of time. Gaara, unable to comprehend the true nature of his mother's smile, assumed it was genuine. Seeing her joy lightened his spirits, and he returned her embrace, thinking that he could never blame her. She was the best mother. Yet Temari, having matured slightly, understood some of the adult deceptions. She glanced at Karura holding Gaara and then at their silent, brooding father. This conversation was unlikely to be lighthearted. Was Gaara truly being sent to the front lines? Father, let me go to the front lines, she insisted. If a child of the Kazekage must go, then as Gaara and Kankaro's sister, she too should go. She had learned many ninjutsu techniques and was diligently studying. She could be of assistance. The Kazekage merely cast a glance at the timid Gaara hiding in Karura's embrace, said nothing, and departed from their home. That night, Gaara sat on the rooftop, feeling the chill of the evening breeze. The village was serene, with laughter and chatter echoing, seemingly untouched by the turmoil of war. Gaara. He heard his father's voice without needing to turn. He harbored a disdain for his father, who perpetually wore a cold demeanor and was indifferent to their lives, consumed by the affairs of the village day and night. However, since their mother held him in high regard, Gaara reluctantly exchanged a few words with the man. If only they could coexist harmoniously, it would surely please their mother. Father, go to the front lines, for the sake of mother, for your children. No. Gaara found this illogical request uninteresting and continued to gaze into the night. He had no desire to leave his mother or the confines of their home, which served as a cage for the power within him. He could not fathom why his father, as the Kazekage, would insist on sending a mere 6-year-old child to the battlefield. If you do not go, then mother must. If Jiming were to overhear the threats made by the Kazekage towards Gaara, she would undoubtedly leap to her feet and strike his knee, delivering a most civilized tirade. At 6 years old, a child should be chasing butterflies and frolicking with friends, yet Gaara is being compelled by his father to enter the battlefield. I shall go, but please do not let mother know. Jiming learned of Gaara's impending participation in the war while conversing with an injured soldier. She could hardly believe that the Kazekage could bear to send his own son to such a perilous place, suppressing his fury all the while. Doctor, please be gentle. That hurts a bit. The injured man winced as Jiming finished the final stitch, maintaining her gentle demeanor in front of others. There, all done. You'll feel better soon. The pain will subside shortly. After sending off the last patient of the day, Tsunade lifted the curtain and entered, taking a seat across from her. The war is likely nearing its conclusion, little G. We must prepare to return to Konoha. Gaara's involvement has undoubtedly bolstered the strength of the Sand Ninjas, who have claimed victory in several battles. However, there exists a downside to having Gaara. He often cannot distinguish between friend and foe. In recent days, many of the injured brought to them bore wounds reminiscent of her own initial injuries, mingled with grains of sand. Master, I have a request. Jiming was not inclined to sit idly by. After painstakingly nurturing Gaara, she was unwilling to let the influence of the Wind Shadow ruin him. The impact of his family, particularly the Wind Shadow, had been profoundly detrimental to Gaara, leading him toward an increasingly pathological obsession. Absolutely not. She had to meet Gaara. You may go. Tsunade's words caught Jiming off guard. Master, you know what I intend to do? Keep your distance. Just meet him and return swiftly. Tsunade was indeed aware of Jiming's intentions. She had heard ample news regarding Gaara's arrival on the battlefield. Tsunade had always encouraged Jiming to forge friendships, and the thought of Gaara, a friend of hers, being sent into the fray as a mere weapon of war weighed heavily on her heart. She would not deter Jiming from checking on her friend, hoping to spare him from a fate like her own. All right. Love you, teacher. Jiming exclaimed as she leaped into Tsunade's embrace, her head nuzzling against her chest, relishing the soft, bouncy sensation. Naturally, while Jiming harbored such desires, acting upon them was another matter entirely. She feared that a single punch from Tsunade could send her back to Konoha, leaving her bedridden for 3 months. Gather your things and set off. You'll be all right alone, won't you? Tsunade affectionately ruffled Jiming's hair, marveling at how lively the child had become, so different from the previously silent and volatile Jiming. She much preferred this radiant version of her. No problem. I promise to return safe and sound, with unwavering confidence. Jiming readily agreed and lingered for a while before tending to her belongings. Observing her preparations, Akasaka Aki approached with curiosity and inquired, Jiming, are you heading somewhere? Yes. I have a mission to attend to, she replied, deliberately withholding the truth about her clandestine journey to the front lines to meet Gaara. Naturally, she felt it was unnecessary to disclose this to her colleague, Akasaka. Isn't it too dangerous for you to go alone? I will speak to the teacher and accompany you. Akasaka Aki suggested, his voice losing conviction as he spoke. He vividly recalled their last encounter with the enemy, where he had been of no assistance and had instead hindered the situation. There's no need for that. Focus on gaining experience here. You will undoubtedly become a capable medical ninja in the future. Jiming gently patted his shoulder, offering him a few words of solace. As time was slipping away, she waved goodbye and set off alone towards the front lines between the land of earth and the land of wind. Jiming, a part-time psychologist, Chapter 16. I shall forever be your friend. After a long day of running, Jiming finally reached the front lines. However, how could he arrange a meeting with Gaara without arousing suspicion among the Sand Shinobi? Jiming pondered deeply for a considerable time, realizing the predicament he was in. Logically speaking, Gaara, as a vital asset in battle, would undoubtedly be well guarded. To meet him, Jiming would need to infiltrate the innermost sanctum of the Sand Shinobi's encampment. Unfortunately, Jiming's skills in stealth were rather lacking, as he had never undergone any relevant training. Thus, the path of infiltration was rendered impossible. The only viable option left was to stake out at the battlefield, albeit with some inherent risks. It appeared to be the sole course of action available. The following day, Jiming carefully chose her vantage point, fully alert to the sounds around her. She was acutely aware that if someone were to suddenly appear before her, mistaking her for an enemy, it could spell her doom. She certainly did not wish to meet her end in such a manner. Gradually, the sound of footsteps approached, and she peered out from her hiding place among the mountains. Clad in red ninja garb, the newcomers bore the forehead protector of the Iwagakure village. There were a total of 30 individuals, and the stench of blood was overpowering. Turning her gaze to the opposing sand ninja, Jiming noticed that, as the smoke cleared, only a child stood there, a boy with striking red hair, his arms crossed in a trademark pose. What could the sand ninja be contemplating, sending only Gaara into battle? Was this a ploy to see him perish in this conflict? Jiming felt exasperated. While Gaara's prowess as a leader was undeniable, his shortcomings as a father were glaring. Did he truly wish for Gaara to meet his demise? The Iwagakure ninjas, upon spotting only a child, initially assumed he had merely lost his way and, retaining a flicker of kindness, urged him to return home. "Little one, are you lost? It's dangerous here. You must hurry back." Just then, one of the Iwagakure ninjas hesitantly suggested, "Could this be the infamous Gaara of the sandstorm?" His voice trembled with fear. For the name of Gaara had spread like wildfire across the battlefield, a 6-year-old capable of taking lives without a hint of hesitation. A collective desire to retreat began to stir among them, and one voiced, "Let us withdraw and await reinforcements." "What could we possibly fear from a 6-year-old? Another countered, "Indeed. Let us confront him together." As they spoke, the ninja at the forefront hurled a few shuriken, but, predictably, they were thwarted by the sand and deflected back toward them. Scatter. The Iwagakure ninjas dispersed to hidden locations, while Gaara remained motionless, his hands shielding his face as he crouched down. Why, oh why must they provoke him? Why must he be thrust into battle? He harbored no desire to harm any of them. He simply did not want to. In a moment of despair, Gaara felt the ominous stirrings of the tailed beast within him. Jiming realized there was no time to waste if she did not intervene. Shikako might very well consume Gaara entirely. With a determined leap, Jiming landed before Gaara, attempting to restore his sanity through her voice. "Gaara, Gaara," she called out. Witnessing him clutching his head in agony, his face obscured by sand, 2 raccoon-like ears sprouting atop his head. If this continued, his entire visage would transform into that of a raccoon. Damn it, this wretched raccoon, always bullying the elderly and children. As Jiming grappled with uncertainty, she recalled the reunion of Naruto and Sasuke, where Sasuke had entered the realm of the Nine Tails to assist Naruto in suppressing the beast within him. Could she not similarly employ her Sharingan to enter Shikaku's domain? After all, she had awakened her Sharingan at the tender age of 6. Her ocular prowess was formidable. Resolute in her strategy, Jiming had always been one of action. Upon activating her Sharingan, she fixed her gaze upon Gaara's eyes, and in an instant, she found herself standing upon the water. The figure before her was Gaara, a small entity ensconced in Shikaku's sand. As Shikaku prepared to seize Gaara, it caught sight of an intruder, the red eyes belonging to a Uchiha child. That foolish fox was once manipulated by the Uchiha clan, Shikaku mused, unable to contain its laughter. "Release Gaara, and I shall grant you a favor." Jiming attempted to entice the troublesome raccoon with her words, urging it to relinquish Gaara. Ideally, they could resolve this through dialogue, but if that proved futile, she was more than capable of fighting back. Was she? No. I finally managed to venture out and enjoy myself. Shikaku's feline eyes narrowed. This diminutive human was aware of its name. It would not acquiesce. After waiting so long for an opportunity to wreak havoc, it would seize this chance. Moreover, it could not submit to those Sharingan eyes, for it considered itself far superior to that foolish fox. The small Sharingan was not to be feared. It intended to eliminate anyone who knew its name. "I will not heed your words, human." "Very well, wretched raccoon. Since you have chosen a path of hostility, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy." Jiming raised her gaze, the tomo within her pupils swirling. Shikaku felt the world spin around it, ensnared within an illusionary realm, while its tail was pricked by countless needles. It could not help but scream, though it sought to maintain composure with a disdainful huff. "Uchiha's little brat, remember your favor." Jiming gazed at Gaara. who was on the verge of collapsing to the ground. With a swift body flicker technique, he positioned himself before him and caught him with steady hands. Gently, he patted Gaara's face and called out, "Gaara, Gaara, awaken." Gaara opened his eyes, only to find himself in an unfamiliar place. Puzzled by how he had arrived there and how he had fallen asleep. Wait, is that the sin of Jiming? Ah, I am awake. As Jiming felt a surge of joy within, she was relieved to have awakened. Otherwise, that foul raccoon would have taken advantage of her vulnerability. Jiming, how did you end up here? Gaara inquired as he rose from her embrace, surveying their surroundings. This was one of the ambush points. He then turned his gaze back to Jiming, puzzled as to how someone from the medical rear could possibly find herself on the front lines. Was this not a reckless endeavor? What would occur should they encounter a ninja from the Rock Village? I came to see you, Jiming intended to elaborate. But the whereabouts of the Rock ninjas remained uncertain. She resolved to escort Gaara to a relatively safe location. We should leave here. The enemy could be lurking anywhere. What? You came to see me? Gaara was momentarily taken aback, astonished that Jiming had ventured to the front lines specifically to meet him. He had presumed they would not cross paths for some time, yet here they were. Thus, he was led in a daze to a concealed cave. Jiming took stock of her surroundings. There was a small exit at the back, suitable for an escape. While other skills may elude her, fleeing was undoubtedly her forte. She settled back beside Gaara, her heart aching at the sight of his bloodied hands. Gently, she grasped his hands to tend to his wounds. Raza, you seem more suited to being a solitary figure, was Jiming's solitary thought. Perhaps her first priority should be to eliminate Raza altogether. Ensuring Gaara ascended to the position of Kazekage, thus preventing Raza from incessantly scheming against him. Yet, such thoughts remained just that, thoughts. After all, she was not the embodiment of the mighty Susanoo nor the progenitor of the Four Nations Annihilation, but merely a descendant of those legendary figures. What did you mean when you said you came to see me? He queried. Did I not mention it? We will undoubtedly meet again. As his wounds gradually healed, Jiming's medical ninjutsu had seen remarkable improvement through the countless patients she had treated. Healing such minor injuries posed little challenge. She withdrew her hands, letting out a quiet sigh, realizing that she was not particularly adept at articulating her thoughts. How was she to convey her feelings to Gaara? Jiming tugged at her hair in frustration, wishing fervently that Naruto were present at that moment. Meanwhile, Naruto, blissfully slurping ramen, sneezed, rubbed his nose, and exclaimed, "Hey, old man. Another bowl, please. Gaara, no matter where you are, I will always be your friend." Jiming spoke from the depths of her heart after 4 months of companionship. It would be disingenuous to claim there were no feelings involved. Coupled with the emotional connections forged from watching dramas in her previous life, one could reasonably consider them friends. After all, she had received a teddy bear from Gaara, a possession even Naruto lacked. It was precisely for this reason that she could not allow Gaara to become a heartless weapon wrought with bloodshed and devoid of compassion. Why did my father compel me to enter the battlefield? Chapter 17. Let us become friends with Shikaku. Why did my father compel me to enter the battlefield? Why do they insist on attacking me when I harbor no desire to fight them? Why can't I sleep at night? A series of 3 questions bubbled forth as Jiming gazed at the pitiful expression on Gaara's face. Even at the tender age of 6, despite his maturity, Gaara could not fathom why Raza incessantly wished for his demise. Gaara, do you dislike your current situation? Jiming resolved to withhold Raza's intentions from him, opting instead for a different approach. She had never subscribed to the notion of fate. She yearned for Gaara to recognize that he could alter his destiny through his own efforts. Resorting to violence to elevate him to the position of Kazekage was not an option. She had to offer him choices. Even if he were to eventually encounter that man, he could gradually embark on a journey of self-transformation. All right, let me elucidate the reasons. Firstly, war is an inevitable reality, as each nation strives for its own interests. Conflicts arise, and countries resort to warfare to seize what they covet. Jiming continued, pondering whether this 6-year-old child could comprehend his words. War, even in the 21st century, remains an unavoidable reality, especially within the realm of ninjas. Firstly, why do others strike at you? It is due to the divergent allegiances you both represent. You stand for the Sand Ninja, while those who attack you represent the Rock Hidden Village. As these 2 nations engage in fierce conflict, it naturally leads to a brutal clash between their respective ninjas. Secondly, regarding the matter of sleep, it is likely the mischief of the raccoon's spirit residing within you. Gaara, in a state of confusion, nodded slightly, brushing his hand across his abdomen. Shikaku had been sealed within him since childhood, regarded as the ultimate weapon. Yet, It was precisely due to Shikaku's presence that he had been devoid of friends and unable to enjoy restful slumber from an early age. His feelings towards Shikaku were complex. He could neither claim to like nor to hate the spirit. Despite his solitude, Shikaku's power had offered him considerable protection, and on occasion, the spirit would engage him in conversation, albeit with frightening words. "Gaara, I have heard from my master of someone in the land of lightning who is akin to you." However, he forged a friendship with the Eight Tails, the beast within him. Given Shikaku's temperament, Ji-Ming surmised that Shikaku likely possessed a somewhat tsundere disposition, comparable to the Nine Tails. Yet ultimately, Gaara had managed to soften its heart. Shikaku, confined within your being and unable to play with friends, must surely feel quite unhappy. Perhaps we could also endeavor to befriend Shikaku? In that way, Gaara would gain another companion, and during my absence from the Sand Ninja Village, Shikaku could keep you company. After Ji-Ming finished speaking, he felt utterly unconvincing. Who would choose to befriend someone who deprives them of sleep? Furthermore, with Shohei's temperament, it would be no easy task to win him over. However, I understand. I shall strive to coexist with Shohei. Gaara nodded, undoubtedly. Shohei felt as isolated as he did, residing alone in that watery abode, devoid of companionship. If he failed to engage with Shohei, then no one else would. Thus, Gaara yearned to attempt friendship with Shohei, also to reassure Ji-Ming. Gaara, if you genuinely wish to alter your circumstances, then first, strengthen yourself. Surpass your father and become the mightiest in the land of wind. In due time, Ji-Ming contemplated, Gaara could commence shaping the Sand Village into the vision he desires. I will strive, Gaara responded. From this brief dialogue, he had discerned the disparity between himself and Ji-Ming, a testament to Ji-Ming's relentless pursuit of knowledge. Upon his return, he too would dedicate himself to training, hastening to match Ji-Ming's progress. Time was of the essence, he could not linger much longer. Ji-Ming noted that it was getting late. The war between the two nations had reached its final stages, and an agreement was imminent. She needed to return to Tsunade swiftly, for then she could head back to Konoha. Shall we bid farewell? Gaara said reluctantly, acutely aware that their next encounter might be far off. My master awaits me. I shall write to you upon my return to Konoha. We shall meet again at the Chunin exams. With that, Ji-Ming accompanied Gaara back to the vicinity of the camp before embarking on her journey alone. This marked the third time Gaara watched Ji-Ming's figure recede. Little did he know, every subsequent parting would find him gazing after her silhouette. In the year 54 of Konoha, with autumn just beginning, the Land of Earth and the Land of Wind signed a ceasefire agreement. Gaara returned to the village to continue his training, while Ji-Ming and her companions made their way back to Konoha. Upon entering the gates of Konoha, Ji-Ming felt a wave of nostalgia, recalling how she used to allocate a portion of her weekly allowance to visit internet CAFS and watch Naruto. Now, she stood at the threshold of Konoha, the scenes from the anime vividly replaying before her eyes. This journey through time had proven to be a fortuitous event. Let us go. To drink, Shizen. Tsunade exclaimed upon entering Konoha, eagerly declaring her desire to visit a tavern. Shizen hastily interjected, Lady Tsunade. We must first report our findings to Lord Hokage. Oh, you can take Ji-Ming along. I am determined to drink. Tsunade dismissed. Having spent 4 months in the Sand Village, plus a month of travel, without a single drink. Finally back home, she felt compelled to indulge in a night of revelry. Ji-Ming cast a glance at Shizune, who, despite the passing years, still exuded such a lack of authority in the presence of Tsunade. Ji-Ming, what should we do? Jing-in, what else can we do? Naturally, we must report our work. Jing-in led Ji-Ming to the Hokage's office building. After politely knocking on the door and hearing an invitation to enter, she pushed the door open. Hokage-sama. The figure known as Hokage was a man with a head of golden hair, clad in a green ninja outfit and a Hokage cloak. His hands clasped together on the desk, radiating a warm smile. Welcome back, Jing-in, little Ji-Ming. This was Minato Namikaze, the 4th Hokage of the Land of Fire, who had earned the title of the Yellow Flash even before his ascent to Hokage. He was known for his charm with the ladies, his prowess in battle, and his gentle demeanor. A white-haired elder climbed in through the window, scanning the room for a particular person. Where is Tsunade? Jing-in awkwardly chuckled and, mustering her courage, replied. Tsunade-sama is too exhausted and has gone to rest. Tsundere-sama, I despise you. Under the scrutinizing gazes of the two esteemed figures, Jing-in was drenched in cold sweat, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Who could rescue her? Could they not inquire about work first? She merely wished to finish her report and return to slumber. Perhaps Tsunade-senpai has gone drinking again. It seems she has been pent up during these 4 months in the Sand Ninja Village, Minato remarked with a smile. Jingyin, you may stay home and submit your work report tomorrow. Relieved by the order, Jingyin sighed and promptly sought to whisk Jiming back home for a much-needed rest. The next time, she vowed never to drag Tsunade-sama along for work reports again. Wait. Jiraiya, noticing the young girl, recalled having heard from Tsunade about Jiming awakening her Sharingan. This indicated that the seal had weakened. What should he do? Should he guide her toward the right path, or eliminate her? Chapter 18. Uchiha Ibito? Upon hearing wait, Jingyin's smile faded, and she turned, lowering her head, weakly asking, "Is there anything else, Jiraiya-sama? How old is this child?" Jiraiya scrutinized the little girl before him, observing her features. If he had to describe her, he could only use 4 words, akin to Tsunade. Tsunade was vibrant and strikingly beautiful, while Jiming exuded an aura of cold, unattainable beauty. Yet, the lovely girl continued to smile at him, making it difficult for Jiraiya to act harshly, though he was uncertain how Minato and Tsunade had decided. "She is over 6 years old now," Jingyin replied, maintaining a calm exterior, although inwardly she had cursed Jiraiya 1,000,000 times for asking, knowing full well it would delay her sleep. Jiming found herself somewhat perplexed by the enigmatic game these individuals were playing, yet she deemed it prudent to remain silent, for asking questions could jeopardize her own fragile existence. Thus, she maintained a flawless smile throughout the encounter. However, as time dragged on, her mind began to wander, drifting towards her blood relative, Uchiha Sasuke. She wondered how he fared in solitude at home. To be candid, in her previous life, the person she felt most deeply for was Sasuke. The reason was simple. He had witnessed the massacre of his clan at a tender age, burdened by hatred, and thereafter had not truly lived for himself. In those years filled with animosity, Sasuke was convinced that the sole purpose of his existence was to avenge his beloved brother by ending his life. Forever ensnared in the web of Itachi's deceit. After Itachi's demise and the revelation of the truth, one could only imagine the profound sorrow that engulfed Sasuke. Jiming remained unaware, having never endured the equivalent anguish that Sasuke had experienced, rendering her incapable of empathizing with his plight. She could only wish, with fervent hope, that this time he might attain a happy ending. She pondered, if the Namikaze family thrived in good health, why must Sasuke alone suffer such misfortune? Who, then, would stand steadfastly by his side, offering eternal love? "Lord Hokage is addressing you, Jiming." A gentle voice interrupted her reverie as Shizen lightly patted her shoulder. It was astonishing that this child could lose herself in thoughts before the esteemed Hokage. Huh? Jiming abruptly snapped back to reality, her eyes widening in surprise as she gazed blankly at the 3 figures before her. Jiming exclaimed, "Oh no. I got caught daydreaming. What should I do? I'm waiting for help. It's quite urgent." The Hokage inquired if he would like to visit his home. Shizune, adopting a parental demeanor, couldn't help but raise her voice slightly. "Going to the Hokage's house. That means I could meet Naruto." Jiming nodded eagerly, resembling a chick pecking at grain, and quickly replied, "I want to go. I want to go." "Then, Hokage-sama, I shall trouble you to take care of Jiming," Shizen declared. This time, she opted not to exit through the door but instead utilized a body flicker technique, transforming into a wisp of smoke, leaving them no chance to call her back. She was off to get some sleep. After Shizen departed, only Jiming, Minato, and Jiraiya remained in the office. Noticing there was little more to discuss, Jiraiya formed a hand seal and made his escape. Ultimately, only Minato and Jiming were left. Minato glanced at the pile of paperwork and sheepishly scratched his head. "I'm afraid I must trouble young Jiming to wait a moment. I need to finish this before I can return home." "Oh, Teacher Minato." Just then, a white-haired youth climbed through the window. Minato sighed, rubbing his temples. "Kakashi, can't you enter through the front door? I wonder what you learned from Jiraiya-sensei." "Teacher, isn't this more convenient?" Kakashi replied, standing upright and handing over a stack of papers, saying, "Here is the report for this mission." All right, I understand." Minato waved his hand dismissively. "Now I have more work to do. What time will it be before I can return home to see my lovely wife and obedient son?" "Kakashi, could you do me a favor and pick Naruto up from the ninja school?" Minato added, noticing a young girl standing nearby. "And please bring this little one back home. Kushina will take care of her." "Yes, teacher." Kakashi finally turned his attention to the girl, approached her, took her hand gently, and said softly, "Let us go, Jiming." Jiming was being led by Kakashi, and to be honest, she found herself somewhat bewildered by the current situation. However, it was essential for her to establish a good rapport with Kakashi. If she wished to learn more ninjutsu, Kakashi was indeed an excellent choice, after all. He was renowned as the copy ninja. His prowess was largely attributed to that Sharingan, which she happened to possess as well. The two of them arrived near the ninja academy, where a group of children frolicked on the steps, while a black-haired boy sat by the riverbank. In an instant, Jiming recognized the young boy, Uchiha Sasuke. She hadn't anticipated their meeting would occur so soon. Gently tugging at Kakashi's sleeve, she pointed towards Sasuke's position. "Brother, may I go over there and speak with him?" Kakashi paused for a brief moment, taken aback by her sweetly innocent call of brother. He crouched down before Jiming and affectionately ruffled her hair. "Go ahead. I'll call for you when it's time to return." What an undeniably adorable little girl she was. After Kakashi playfully tousled her hair into disarray, Jiming tidied her locks and gradually approached Sasuke, taking a seat beside him while maintaining a slight distance. Sasuke clicked his tongue in annoyance, pondering the source of this child's presence so close to him, disrupting his mood. He wondered just how long that Naruto fellow intended to play. How bothersome. Jiming stealthily cast a glance at Sasuke, catching sight of his visibly impatient expression. She couldn't help but think how annoying it was to have such an insensible person seated beside her. However, Jiming had no intention of initiating a conversation. She merely wished to keep him company. The lively atmosphere on the steps made her solitary presence seem rather desolate. Ultimately, she couldn't bear the thought and chose to sit beside him. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Kakashi glanced at the time, realizing that Kushina, his mentor's wife, must have prepared dinner by now. If he delayed any longer, he would surely face another round of admonishment. The mere thought of Kushina's displeased expression prompted Kakashi to shake his head, deciding that this good fortune was better suited for his teacher, Minato. "Naruto, it's time to go home," Kakashi called out. "Oh, Kakashi-sensei," Naruto exclaimed upon hearing the call. He joyfully bid farewell to his friends and sprinted towards Kakashi. Leaping onto him and mumbled, "Kakashi-sensei, you didn't come to find me. I must tell you, I've made tremendous progress in my training lately. You have to train with me when we get home." Kakashi, feeling a mix of amusement and resignation, held Naruto with one arm and replied, all right. I'll train with you later." "Yay. Kakashi-sensei is the best," Naruto exclaimed with sheer delight, nearly forgetting that Sasuke was still waiting for him by the riverbank. If Kakashi hadn't wandered over, he might have completely overlooked him. "Let us go, little Jiming," Kakashi said, setting Naruto down and taking his hand before reaching for Jiming's hand as well. "Jiming?" Naruto asked, looking puzzled. "Wait, why is Kakashi-sensei calling her by a name I've never heard before instead of Sasuke?" He turned to the little girl whom Kakashi was holding, his eyes widening in surprise. Goodness, what a beautifully chiseled little figure. Her cherubic face is so adorable. I just want to pinch her cheeks. Moreover, she bears an uncanny resemblance to Sasuke. Naruto felt a rush of warmth as he stared intently at Jiming. This startled her, and as she had anticipated, Naruto was unable to tear his gaze away from a girl who resembled Sasuke. Instinctively, she hid behind Kakashi, appearing quite frightened. "Sasuke, let us go," a male voice called from a distance. The group turned their attention in that direction, and Naruto was the first to react, joyfully dashing towards the man. "Obito-sensei, you're back too." Jiming gazed from behind Kakashi, momentarily stunned by the sight of the masked youth. Uchiha Obito? What could he possibly be doing here? Shouldn't he be with the venerable Madara? "Jiming, what on earth is this plot? I am truly on the brink of madness." Chapter 19. I shall become the swiftest woman in the ninja world. Just as she was still in shock, Obito cradled Naruto in one arm and approached the three of them. Sasuke, with a rather awkward expression, took hold of Obito's other hand, his words dripping with sarcasm. "Obito, could you possibly arrive a bit earlier next time?" Sasuke added, "That guy Naruto always gets ahead of me. What an annoying brat." Obito playfully placed a large hand on Sasuke's head, asserting their familial bond. "I am your uncle, you know." "Humph." A certain child huffed in response, turning his gaze away. Unwilling to look at him, Jime observed the interaction between the two, noting their apparent familiarity. She glanced up at Kakashi, who wore a maternal smile as he regarded the trio. What a peculiar situation this was, with such a significant alteration in the narrative. Her soul plot tether seemed rendered useless, her survival now hinged on mere fortune, and that dealer was likely unreliable as well. "Kakashi, who is this child?" Obito inquired. Noticing a little girl standing beside Kakashi, who appeared to be of a similar age to Naruto and Sasuke, he glanced at Sasuke, then back at the girl, increasingly convinced that they bore a striking resemblance. Could she possibly be Sasuke's sister, or perhaps a younger sibling? "This is Tsunade-sama's apprentice, Jime," Kakashi introduced. Observing the encroaching dusk, he chose to interrupt Obito's burgeoning questions, stating, I know you have inquiries, but let us hold them for now. We should head home. If we delay any longer, our teacher will surely be displeased. Obito shuddered at the thought of Kushina's displeasure. Swiftly taking the hand of each child and hastening towards Minato's home. Upon entering, Jime peeked out from beside Kakashi's leg, spotting a stunning red-haired woman approaching with a ladle in hand, exuding an air of authority. Kakashi, Obito, she called out, and the two, instinctively taking a step back, could not suppress a shiver. Kakashi, oh, Obito, oh. The fiery-haired woman then broke into a broad smile, welcoming them home. Exchanging glances, Obito and Kakashi felt a sense of relief, and Kakashi seized the moment to present Jime. Teacher, this is Tsunade-sama's apprentice. My mentor asked me to bring her home to play. Indeed, Kushina was drawn to Jime, kneeling before her. Welcome, little Jime. Jiming responded sweetly, hello, auntie. Little did she know, this innocent demeanor completely captured Kushina's heart. She stepped forward, took Jiming's small hand, and led her inside. However, before they had taken 3 steps, the 2 boys behind them began to stir again, prompting a wistful thought. How wonderful it would be if she had a daughter. As dinner commenced, Minato, who had been at the Hokage building, swiftly returned home using the Flying Thunder God technique, perfectly timing his arrival with the mealtime. Everyone took their seats. To Jiming's left was Kakashi, and to her right was Kushina. Gazing at the sumptuous spread before her, Jiming couldn't help but swallow hard, wondering how she had managed to survive the past month at the camp. Yet, as the host had not yet picked up her chopsticks, Jiming knew she had to wait. The table manners she had learned in her previous life were impeccably ingrained in her, and unexpectedly, the opportunity to apply them had arisen here. Kushina, looking at the table filled with people, felt a deep sense of joy. Just as she was about to say, let's eat, a sudden knock echoed from the door. This time, Obito was particularly eager, before anyone else could move. He had already reached the door and opened it. Jiming curiously glanced towards the entrance, pondering who else might visit the Swayman household at this hour. Lin, welcome back. It was Yawahara Lin. Jiming turned to the woman with shoulder-length hair, who approached with a smile, her face adorned with 2 striking camouflage markings. Indeed, it was Lin, the very embodiment of the world he aspired to create with her. Now, with both protagonists, Obito and Lin, present, he wondered how they would confront the forthcoming adversary and whom they would face next. Jiming now finds himself in a state of bewilderment, gazing around with a sword drawn. After a round of pleasantries, he finally begins to eat. Jiming quietly indulged in his meal, listening to their casual exchanges. Lin, you've been working so late again today. Asked Obito, there seems to be an endless stream of tasks at this hospital. It's not a time of war. Why are there so many patients? Why haven't you come to see him? It's not too bad, really, Lin replied. Teacher Minato asked me to bring a few medical ninjas and I just finished teaching them. She was well aware of Obito's sensitive nature and offered some words of comfort, suggesting that once the busy period passed and he returned from his next mission, she would have time for him. The implication was clear, Obito, you should take the opportunity to pursue Lin. Jiming pondered why Obito did not seize the moment to express his feelings, instead allowing Minato to divert the conversation. Obito, look at yourself. Are you even useful? Minato remarked. Kakashi, why don't you consider becoming a teaching jonin starting next term? The Umbu has reorganized and recruited new members. So Kakashi doesn't need to remain in the Umbu indefinitely. It's too dark for him there, not to mention Might Guy's request, for both public and private reasons. It's time to relieve Kakashi of his Umbu captain role. All right, Kakashi replied without much elaboration. However, Obito felt emboldened to tease, Kakashi, look at you. Not working properly and now being sidelined. Kakashi chose not to engage, prioritizing his meal. As the conversation progressed, Jiming found himself unexpectedly in the spotlight, with Minato introducing him. This is Jiming, Tsunade's apprentice. He'll be staying at our home for the next few days. The 2 individuals he addressed were naturally Sasuke and Naruto. Naruto had no objections, even feeling particularly thrilled that a lovely young girl would be residing in his home, providing a splendid opportunity to get to know her better. Sasuke, on the other hand, wore a discontented expression, scoffing, no way, I'm staying with Obito for the next few days. He had no desire to share space with this peculiar girl, especially since her face was even cuter than his, akin to that annoying Naruto. I'm too busy for your concerns, Obito interjected. I have a mission tomorrow. Why don't you see if Kakashi has room for you? Kakashi, maintaining a stoic expression, declined. I'm busy too. I have a lot of handover work these days. You should just stay at the teacher's house, Sasuke. With both options rejected, Sasuke sulkily lowered his head, continuing to eat his meal in silence. After dinner, Naruto dragged Kakashi to the training ground to showcase his progress. While Sasuke sat on the sofa, restless, casting glances at Obito, seemingly asking why he wasn't included in the training. Meanwhile, little Jiming was in the kitchen, assisting Kushina and Lin with the dishes. Little Jiming, are you going to attend the Ninja Academy next? Jaishurnai inquired with curiosity, although she was a disciple of Tsunade. Now that she had returned to Konoha, she ought to register her ninja status. However, this required her to graduate from the Ninja Academy first. She declined to do so. Jiming would undoubtedly refrain from squandering her time at the Ninja Academy. Instead, she would prefer to seek a suitable instructor in ninjutsu. For instance, Kakashi, or, more preferably, Minato. In truth, she is more inclined towards Minato, who is proficient in space-time ninjutsu and sealing techniques, both of which demand extensive training. However, should she master the Flying Thunder God technique, she would undoubtedly become the Black Flash of Konoha. Jiming, I aspire to become the fastest woman in the ninja world. Chapter 20, Eliminate her. Kushina refrained from saying much. Given the child's unique circumstances, her matters were beyond her purview, resting solely in the hands of the higher-ups. Although they had just met, Kushina felt an inexplicable fondness for her. The only thing she could do was to care for the little girl diligently over the next few days. All right, let Sister Rin take you out to play. You can leave the rest to me, Kushina urged as she noticed that the area was nearly tidied up, hastening the two to depart. After washing her hands, Jiming was led by Lin into the living room. It was no small feat, as she was seated beside Sasuke. The moment he laid eyes on her, he reacted as if he were a startled cat, his entire being radiating resistance. Jiming, what on earth is wrong with this child? Am I truly so detestable? Jiming let out a sigh and shifted slightly to sit beside Rin. Obito, who was seated nearby, seemed to gaze intently at her, as if his eyes were almost affixed to her being. She couldn't help but sigh again, thinking, Obito, can't you just come over on your own? Must you rely on the girl to take the initiative? When Kakashi and Naruto returned home, Obito finally mustered the courage to approach Rin and asked, Rin, may I escort you home? What about Kakashi? Rin inquired, glancing around. It was as if Kakashi had never been there. He had simply returned Naruto and vanished without a trace. Isn't he coming back with us? Kakashi will find his own way home. Let's leave now, it's getting late. With Obito's newfound determination bolstering him, Rin was finally led away from the Namake's household by Obito. Jiming observed the scene before her, a satisfied nod escaping her lips. Indeed, the youth is worthy of instruction, and with such promise, it would not be long before Obito would find himself enamored with Rin. Jiming, my sister, Mother has asked me to take you to your room. Naruto suddenly appeared, startling Jiming, whose expression morphed into one of sheer astonishment. Before she could fully comprehend the situation, Naruto grasped her hand and led her up to the second floor. The second floor housed 5 rooms, and Jiming was assigned to the innermost one, which was adorned with a neatly laid tatami mat. Naruto, seemingly intrigued by her presence, lingered at the threshold, his wide eyes fixed upon her, showing no intention of departing. Jiming felt a slight warmth on her face under the fervent gaze and quietly inquired, Is there something else you need? Nothing much, I shall take a rest, came the reply. Is it really that simple? Jiming pondered as she observed Naruto's retreating figure, sensing that this little rascal harbored some ulterior motives. Once the door was closed, she reclined on her bed, contemplating her forthcoming plans. She had successfully completed 2 preliminary objectives, refining her physical combat skills and acquiring the Gaara card, as well as awakening her Sharingan. Now that she had returned to Konoha, it signified the impending commencement of the main storyline. However, the emergence of Obito and Rin had somewhat unsettled her composure. For her, the paramount focus was to enhance her own capabilities. Having already seen initial success with her medical ninjutsu and practiced her physical techniques, she realized that she had yet to embark on the paths of ninjutsu and genjutsu. The challenge now lay in finding instructors for these 2 disciplines. Jiming let out a sigh, fatigue enveloping her entire being, and before long, she succumbed to a deep slumber. Meanwhile, in a private room of the tavern, 6 individuals were engaged in a discussion regarding her future. The 2 leading advisors of Konoha, Mito Gate-in and Tsunade Koharu, the 2 legendary Sannin, Tsunade and Jiraiya, and the 4th Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen, along with Namake's Minato, were present. It was Tsunade Koharu who first spoke, her expression perpetually serious, uttering words that left others speechless. Since she has awakened her eyes, we ought to eliminate her. I concur. It would be for the best, added Mito Gaiden. To awaken Tsutomu at the age of 6 is alarming. Without a seal, her eyes could pose unimaginable threats. Saratobi Hiruzen, puffing on his pipe, refrained from expressing his dissent, silently disapproving of his contemporaries' words, yet reluctant to undermine their authority in the presence of the younger generation. As Minato prepared to voice his thoughts, Tsunade's cold scoff interrupted him. Though slightly inebriated, her mind was remarkably clear. Those two old men, plotting to kill my disciple in front of me, are utterly revolting. The princess of the Senju clan shall not be so easily condemned, Tsunade declared. I refuse to allow it. Jiming's talent is among the finest in Konoha, particularly in the realm of medical ninjutsu. Her contemporaries, such as Aoyuin and Akasaka, pale in comparison, and even her top disciple, Shizen, fall short. Even if it were not for Jiming, I must ensure that such talent contributes to the advancement of medical ninjutsu. Do you recall how you initially agreed to our terms? We have yielded time and again. Do not push your luck, Tsunade Heim, Mito Gaiden warned, his voice laced with restrained anger. If you wish to kill her, then you must first eliminate me, Tsunade retorted, unwilling to engage further with the two antiquated minds. It was evident that they were clinging to their positions in this new era. Why not retire peacefully instead of inciting disdain? Enough, Tsunade. Saratobi Hiruzen finally set his pipe down after a lengthy smoke, calling for her to cease. Let her remain for now. Nothing untoward shall come of keeping her close. Hiruzen, do you understand the implications of this? Tsunade Kahara persisted. The Uchiha clan has the potential to control the Nine Tails. Have you forgotten the events from 6 years ago? There are only 3 Uchiha left. Must we continue this relentless pursuit? Saratobi Hiruzen countered, refusing to yield. The village has only just stabilized. Why not spare a mere child of 5 or 6? He pondered deeply, bewildered by the rigidity with which his closest friends clung to their outdated beliefs. Minato observed that the moment to intervene had arrived. Clearing his throat, he attempted to halt the fruitless argument. Since you both harbor concerns for Jiming, why not allow her to stay in my home? I, along with Kushina, shall oversee your care. They had already taken in one Uchiha child. Accommodating another would not pose much difficulty. However, he feared that Lady Tsunade might not be in agreement. Very well, do as you wish, she acquiesced. As the gentle spring breeze swept through the air, Chushuin waved her hand dismissively, choosing to disengage and rising to depart. Mito Minyan followed suit in silence, while Saratobi Hizashi lingered for a moment longer to exchange a few words before taking his leave. Mindful that Lake Biwa awaited him for a restful slumber. Had it not been for the insistence of his two contemporaries, he might have remained absent. Watergate understood that. In this drawn-out contest, their side had emerged victorious. Once the others had departed, Tsunade, her demeanor suggestive of inebriation, swayed her glass and turned her gaze toward the young man seated beside Jiraiya. Might you be able to teach Chiharu ninjutsu? She inquired. She felt compelled to find a suitable instructor for the young princess. Although she herself was well-versed in medical ninjutsu and physical techniques, her knowledge of ninjutsu was somewhat lacking. In this regard, Watergate was undoubtedly the most fitting choice. While she had considered Jiraiya, his carefree nature raised concerns about the potential misdirection of the young princess's training. Watergate, without question, stood as Konoha's most formidable ninja. His mastery encompassed the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, the second Hokage's space-time ninjutsu, and superior wind nature techniques. If Chiharu were to study under him, mastering any of these skills would serve as invaluable assets for her survival. Eh? Lord Tsunade, are you not planning to take her under your wing? Watergate asked in astonishment. With a hint of humor, he added, another disciple to add to the gathering. Chapter 21. Chiharu's initial experimentation. On the evening of the following day, Jiming learned the news that she had become the apprentice of Namikaze Minato, just as she had wished. Her master, Tsunade, took a brief respite of 2 days before preparing to embark on a medical development mission alongside Shizen. Before their departure, Jiming was taken to the village gate to bid farewell to Tsunade. The two had long been ready for their journey, and this time, they were joined by Jiraiya, who claimed to accompany them under the pretext of gathering inspiration for his writing. Jiming, however, remained skeptical, observing Jiraiya's beaming smile. She was well aware of the ulterior motives concealed beneath it. Yet, upon contemplating Tsunade's extraordinary strength, she could only pray for Jiraiya's safe return. Little Ji, focus on your studies with Minato for now, Tsunade said, enveloping Jiming in her embrace. Jiming's body stiffened, her hands at a loss for where to rest. As she found herself helplessly held by Tsunade, in a softened tone, Tsunade leaned closer and whispered, You must keep your Sharingan well hidden. Jiming was cautious, always heeding advice. Since she had been told to conceal herself, she would undoubtedly exercise utmost care. However, she could also surmise who coveted the Sharingan. Shimura Danzo. It seemed she would need to find an opportunity to confront this old man. The Sharingan of Uchiha Shisui was still in his possession, if she could reclaim Shisui's eyes. Her own abilities would surely experience a significant enhancement. All right, let us depart, Tsunade said, releasing Jiming. She had imparted all necessary instructions, and she could not remain by the child's side indefinitely. Placing her near Minato was the best solution. The journey could not be halted. As part of the ceasefire agreement, Konoha would provide medical assistance to allied nations, and as the person responsible for this endeavor, she could not afford to be negligent. The war had already cost her dearly, and if her contributions could lessen the toll of death, it would fulfill the wishes of both Dan and Shinsuke. Master, I will eat well and diligently train, so you need not worry about me. Take care of yourself, drink less, gamble less, and worry less. Watching the figure gradually recede, Jiming fell silent. Separation was always a bitter experience, whether in the past or the present. It was likely to remain so in the future, as a life adrift without a fixed home seemed to be her destined path, much like in her previous life. Let us return, little Jiming. Minato's gentle voice beckoned her. She looked up at the man before her, took his hand willingly, and offered a smile. I look forward to your guidance, Minato-sensei. The adorable little bundle smiled up at Minato, causing him to feel a dizzying warmth. His hand instinctively rested on her head, gently ruffling her hair. Let us go. The day after Tsunade's departure, Minato found a moment to return home early, seeking out Jiming, who had been engrossed in medical texts in her room. He promptly urged her to rise. Come, little Jiming, your teacher will take you to train. Jiming emerged from the sea of books, finding the room still illuminated. She gazed at the figure of Minato standing before her, bemused by the unusual sight. Is the workload of a Hokage truly so light? The sun had yet to set, and Minato was already off duty. Indeed. However, one must still attend to their training. She found herself afflicted with a peculiar ailment, a desire to indulge, yet a reluctance to do so. The training ground. Jiming gazed at Kakashi, Obito, and the two brothers, Naruto and Sasuke, who had arrived early at the training ground to observe them. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment at the thought of why they had chosen to personally witness her training session. Ah, Jiming, you've arrived. Naruto was always the first to initiate conversation with her. She felt a deep sense of gratitude towards him. Her social anxiety, which had once seemed overwhelming, was alleviated by his friendly approach, allowing her to somewhat integrate into this unfamiliar familial circle, though he might perceive her as a mere assistant. She was willing to embrace that role. What are you two up to? Minato sighed, exasperated, as he observed their lack of enthusiasm for training. They were quick to join in the festivities, but hesitated when it came to their responsibilities. Have you both completed your assignments? How is your training progressing? Minato's tone towards Naruto and Sasuke was noticeably gentler. The four, chastised, exchanged glances, hesitant to speak. Why is Dad so grumpy? Naruto whispered. Why are you asking me about him? Sasuke retorted. Their eyes shifted back to the adults. Kakashi, with an expression of bewilderment, responded. Do I look like I have the answers? Obito mirrored his confusion. Observing the silent exchange among the four, Minato resolved to focus on Jiming's training, as he had promised Tsunade to guide her diligently. Has Lady Tsunade taught you the fundamental 3 techniques? Minato decided to start from the basics, uncertain of Jiming's proficiency. What are the basic 3 techniques? Jiming inquired with innocent curiosity. Although she held the script in her hands, the details eluded her, as her memories of Naruto were faint, dating back to her junior high school days. Dad, I can do this, Naruto asserted with unwavering confidence, demonstrating as he spoke. Jiming, observe this, and then this. Suddenly, with a resounding poof, Naruto transformed into Sasuke, proclaiming, this is the transformation technique. To think you could even transform into Sasuke, Naruto, is truly impressive, she remarked. However, she mused that if she were to activate the Sharingan, mastering it might indeed be a formidable challenge. Mimicking his actions, she exclaimed, poof, and transformed into Sasuke as well. Next, Naruto positioned his fingers vertically and declared, Shadow Clone Technique. The training ground became filled with countless Narutos, their voices merging into a cacophony. Jiming, give it a try. Shadow Clone Technique. Jiming cast a glance to her side, managing to conjure a mere 5 shadow clones. A wave of despondency washed over her. She was uncertain whether her chakra reserves even amounted to 2 cards. Indeed, Naruto was quite pleased with himself. relishing the moment as he eagerly commenced the instruction of yet another technique. "Kakashi-sensei, throw a shuriken at me," he called out. A shuriken hurtled toward him, seemingly poised to pierce Naruto. In an instant, he transformed into a block of wood, collapsing to the ground. The real Naruto emerged from behind a tree, exclaiming, "This is the body replacement technique. Now, let me toss a shuriken your way. Prepare yourself." As Jiming observed the shuriken hurtling towards her, she instinctively performed a body flicker technique, teleporting behind Naruto and grasping his neck with a single hand. Realizing her actions only after the fact, she quickly released him, apologizing with a hint of embarrassment. "My apologies. My body reacted on its own." She scratched her head, recalling the lengthy training sessions with Gaara. Whenever she encountered aggressive sand projectiles, her body would instinctively evade. For even the slightest delay could result in being ensnared by Gaara's sand, instilling in her a profound fear of it. "That truly startled me," she admitted. Naruto, oblivious to the unusual tension, remained carefree. In contrast, Sasuke, a peer, keenly observed everything, particularly with his concealed Sharingan. Although her disguise was sophisticated, he could see through it distinctly. If he wasn't mistaken, she had awakened the double tomo at such a young age, an astonishing feat, while he himself had yet to achieve such prowess. Furthermore, her speed was remarkable. If he were to compete with her, he would undoubtedly fall short. Sasuke silently clenched his teeth, pondering when his own slow training pace would allow him to eliminate that man. Minato was equally astonished, recognizing that her talent surpassed his expectations. Given Naruto's teaching methods, her ability to learn so swiftly was likely attributed to her Sharingan. Obito, also of the Uchiha clan, did not miss this scene. Exchanging glances with Kakashi, Kakashi remarked, "This child has awakened her eyes at such an early age. What is her background?" Obito replied, "How should I know? I want to ask why my eyes awakened so late." Kakashi countered, "Aren't you from the same clan? Why are you so unfamiliar with your own lineage?" Obito responded with wide eyes. Oh, Chapter 22. Sasuke's probe. Jiming felt a pang of regret as she sensed the scrutinizing gazes of those around her, as though she had revealed too much of herself. Since awakening her Sharingan, she had experienced a remarkable acceleration in her learning abilities. Could it be that her Sharingan possessed an innate proficiency for acquiring knowledge? No. Jiming chastised herself for such a foolish notion. The idea of a learning-enhancing Sharingan was utterly absurd, even within the illustrious Uchiha clan. It would be far more beneficial if she were granted skills for self-preservation. After all, if she could not safeguard her own life, mastering ninjutsu would be altogether futile. "Jiming, hurry, you haven't yet learned the body replacement technique." Naruto persisted in his efforts to instruct her. Though this technique was executed swiftly, it was not one of the 3 fundamental ninjutsu. He felt a pressing need to ensure that Jiming grasped it today. The other 5 observed, "Shouldn't you consider how much more Jiming still needs to learn?" All right. With renewed determination, Jiming observed the shuriken flying towards her. With a resounding thud, it struck the ground, while her essence instantaneously shifted to the rear of Naruto. She couldn't help but nod in approval. It appeared that combining 2 techniques was indeed feasible. "Wow, you are truly impressive," Naruto exclaimed without reservation, astonished that she could master it after just one demonstration. "It's all thanks to Naruto's excellent teaching," Jiming replied, though her conscience was less than clear, as she hesitated to commend his instructional abilities. Turning her gaze towards Minato, she anticipated her next lesson in ninjutsu. Techniques such as the Flying Thunder God and Rasengan would certainly require a degree of swiftness. Minato stepped forward, momentarily perplexed. He had initially assumed that the foundational 3 ninjutsu would take at least a week or 2 to learn. When he taught Naruto, it had taken considerable effort, taking nearly a month for him to grasp the basics. The proficiency displayed now was the result of several months of practice. Yet this young girl had mastered it after a single demonstration. Her talent likely surpassed even that of the man he had in mind. "Perhaps we should commence with fire release," Minato suggested. Given her Uchiha lineage, she possessed the chakra affinity for fire. With 2 Uchiha present, he promptly directed her towards Obito. Since Sasuke also needs to learn fire release, having one more person should pose no problem. Though Minato wore a smile, his tone left no room for dissent. Obito, after a moment of silence, muttered under his breath, "Why must I teach my own apprentice when the teacher is simply passing her off to me?" He huffed, knowing that he was not particularly adept at fire release techniques. Obito was the most skilled in that area. Having known Obito for many years, Minato understood his temperament well. A gentle coaxing would suffice, perhaps even more effectively than with Kakashi. Kakashi interjected, "Is there a possibility that I excel in lightning release?" Obito, clearly flattered, felt his spirits lift, albeit he reluctantly agreed. Very well. I shall begrudgingly assist the teacher in instructing this young girl. All right then, I must return to my work now. I entrust these 3 little ones to you both, Minato declared, leaving behind a custom kunai where he had stood, already back at home. Seizing this opportunity, he intended to spend quality time with Kushina. Back at the training ground, Naruto remained exuberant, thrilled to have another friend join their training. In contrast, Sasuke appeared less enthusiastic, even somewhat glum, as he harbored a dislike for this clan member named Jiming. Kakashi-sensei, may I also practice fire release with them? Naruto dashed to Kakashi's side. Noticing that Kakashi was once again engrossed in that book titled Make Out Paradise, he clicked his tongue in disdain, thinking that reading was far less enjoyable than training with him. Not permissible, Kakashi replied, stowing away his book and ruffling Naruto's hair. You lack the fire affinity in your chakra. Thus, let us continue our training in taijutsu for today. First, complete 500 push-ups. Kakashi issued the command, and Naruto, filled with enthusiasm, promptly began his exercise routine beside him while he read. Kakashi continued to indulge in his book, relishing Naruto's spirited and endearing nature. He was far more agreeable than Obito's 2 children. On Obito's side, although he had quickly agreed, he found himself momentarily perplexed by the 2 chubby youngsters who bore striking resemblance to one another. If not for the slightly longer hair of one, he would genuinely struggle to differentiate between Sasuke and Izumi. Kakashi, come here for a moment. With no other option, Obito called upon his good friend Kakashi. What? Can't hear you. Kakashi replied, though he nonetheless tucked his book away into his ninja pouch and ambled over to Obito's side, maintaining his characteristic laid-back demeanor. Which fire release technique should I begin teaching? He pondered aloud, as the 2 children whispered to each other, deliberating for quite some time without arriving at a conclusion. Jiming stood, feeling a bit fatigued. She adjusted her skirt, intending to sit on the ground and rest for a while until their discussion concluded. Just as she was about to lower herself, Sasuke, who stood nearby, interrupted her movement, asking, Who exactly are you? Jiming found herself at a loss for words, her skepticism regarding her original identity lingering persistently. One thing she could ascertain was that she was indeed a disciple of Tsunade, a descendant of both the Uchiha and Senju clans. Yet, she had not introduced herself properly. I am Senju Jiming. It was evident that Sasuke was unconvinced and intended to extract the truth through force. However, the overt aggression directed at her proved ineffective. A feigned attack was necessary. How about this? Fire release, great fireball technique. Almost simultaneously, Sasuke and Jiming unleashed their great fireball techniques, the 2 fiery orbs colliding fiercely. Jiming sighed inwardly, opting to learn and apply her skills in real time, allowing Sasuke's fireball to approach her unimpeded. Had she succeeded? Sasuke watched as his fireball drew ever closer to Jiming, a flicker of delight crossing his face. Suddenly, a figure appeared behind him, and as Sasuke reached for his kunai in defense, he found himself ensnared by the person-esque grip around his neck, the kunai perilously close to his abdomen. With a mere thought, she could end his life in that moment. Obito and Kakashi remained spectators, showing no inclination to intervene, as they both believed that Sasuke's current capabilities were inadequate to contend with Jiming, who harbored no intention of taking a life. A gentle conclusion would be the outcome of their confrontation. Obito remarked, This child seems to possess extraordinary potential. The revival of the Uchiha clan is neither yesterday nor tomorrow, but today. Kakashi replied, Indeed. Have you decided what exactly you wish to teach? It appears she has nearly mastered the great fireball technique. As an additional note, Jiming is from the Senju clan. Obito exclaimed, What more can I teach her? Why did Sensei Minato run off secretly? And why does she not bear the Uchiha surname? Kakashi, overwhelmed by the multitude of questions, chose to remain silent, continuing to idly watch the unfolding spectacle. Jiming gazed in silence at the 2 individuals engrossed in animated conversation, her impatience evident as she ran her fingers through her hair. Approaching Obito, she inquired, Brother Obito, may I learn ninjutsu from you now? The term brother rendered Obito momentarily speechless. Who could withstand such a sweet, innocent voice? Moreover, she referred to him as brother. Of course, I will teach you everything I know. Obito's expression brightened instantly. After all, if she could master the great fireball technique, it mattered little what he imparted. Sasuke, come over and join us, he called out to Sasuke, who stood nearby, questioning his existence. Chapter 23. I will surpass Uchiha Madara. At last, it was time to commence. Jiming noted that it was nearly 5 o'clock. If they continued for much longer, it would be time to conclude for the day. She grumbled inwardly about Kakashi and Obito, who seemed to linger together for no reason, thus encroaching on her practice time. Kakashi, bewildered by her glare, simply smiled, attributing it to the whims of a child. Now, watch closely. First, gather your chakra, Obito instructed, deliberately slowing his hand signs. Zien Su Chomaoin. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Flames erupted from Obito's mouth, scattering in all directions like seeds from a flower when touched. With his hands on his hips, Obito regarded the two youngsters as if challenging them to replicate his feat. Fire release. Phoenix fire technique. Jiming executed the technique effortlessly. The reason for her ease lay in her prior encounter with a ninja from the land of Earth, where she had witnessed the technique being performed and had captured it with her Sharingan. This time, her serious hand signs ensured success. However, Sasuke faced considerable difficulty, producing only a few small flames that dispersed ineffectually. Frustrated, he thought, how is this person so strong? Obito was equally astonished. He had only just demonstrated the technique, yet she mastered it so swiftly. Surely, even a genius could not grasp it in a single attempt. Jiming noticed their astonished gazes and felt compelled to explain her remarkable ability to learn so quickly. I had seen this technique performed before, so I recorded it with my Sharingan. She fabricated an excuse, having practiced extensively to achieve such an effect. Obito retorted, do you think I believe that? Sasuke echoed, do you think I believe that? Jiming scratched her head, observing the expressions of the two individuals, which seemed to convey a sense of disbelief. Brother Dato, could you teach me 2 more ninjutsu techniques? Without hesitation, Jiming decided to disregard any implications of her being labeled a genius. After all, it was not necessarily a disadvantage. She had to seize the opportunity presented today, for who knew when she might require these skills in a life-and-death situation in the future. Then Sasuke, you should practice the Phoenix Fire technique and the Great Fireball technique for now, Dato suggested, recognizing that the two children were not on the same level of comprehension. He opted for a method of separate instruction. Little Jiming, come with me. Dato retrieved shurikens from his ninja pouch and began to explain to Jiming. This is based on the practice of the Phoenix Fire technique. Like this, and then this. Fire release. Phoenix Flower Jutsu. As flames erupted forth from his mouth, Dato simultaneously ignited the shurikens, causing them to scatter like the fiery petals of a phoenix flower, radiating in all directions. The key point is to release the shuriken and the flames simultaneously. Concerned that Jiming might not fully grasp the concept, he elaborated once more. This time, she surely could not fail to learn it at a single attempt. Ziyuan nodded and approached Obito, extending her hand towards him. Please, hand me the shuriken. The proximity rendered Obito momentarily rigid, and in a daze, he placed the shuriken into her palm, instinctively retreating a few steps. The first step was to gather the chakra. The second was to form the seals for the Phoenix Fire technique. The third involved flawlessly merging the flames with the shuriken. Ziyuan leapt into the air, her left hand poised near her mouth while her right grasped the shuriken. Activating her Sharingan, she timed the expulsion of the flames perfectly, launching the shuriken with precision. From an observer's perspective, it appeared nearly indistinguishable from Obito's own technique. As she landed gracefully, she clasped her hands before her abdomen and gazed at Obito. He cleared his throat, bewildered. Have you mastered it again? How on earth was he supposed to teach her? Who could come to his aid? He rifled through his memories of fire-style ninjutsu, contemplating whether he truly needed to teach that particular technique, which was perhaps a bit more complex. Obito moved closer to Ziyuan once more, aware that the technique's potency would intensify in accordance with the magnitude of one's chakra. Jiming could not suppress a surge of joy. Could it be that technique? The one belonging to Grandpa Ban? With a series of hand seals, she concentrated her chakra at the back of her throat and unleashed a torrent of flames, reminiscent of the sea. The intense heat of the flames left her slightly dazed. The power of this technique was indeed formidable. Fire release, great fire annihilation. It truly was Grandpa Ban's technique, and its might was undeniable. With just one breath of fire, it would take both Mei and her water techniques to extinguish it. Jiming felt a thrill of excitement. If she could master this, she would be able to impress others in the future. Breathing heavily, Obito steadied himself. This technique had indeed consumed a significant portion of his chakra. Observing Jiming's enthusiastic gaze, he couldn't help but smile. It seemed his technique was quite effective. Brother Obito, may I begin? Following the hand seals taught by Obito, Jiming gathered her chakra at the back of her throat and released a wave of flames. However, the extent of her flames was still considerably smaller compared to Obito's, and even more so compared to Uchiha Ban's. All right, I can see the beginnings of it. Fearing that the child might suddenly lose her spirit, Abito hurriedly reassured her. When I first learned this, my fire was much smaller than yours. Not enough. Jiming sealed the hand signs once more. This level was still far from sufficient. Upon waking that morning, she had clearly defined her goal, to surpass Grandpa Ban. She aspired to become stronger than even the Uchiha, ensuring that if a great ninja war were to erupt, she could survive perfectly until the end, and perhaps even spar with Grandpa Ban. Fire release, great fire annihilation. The range of the flames expanded slightly, and Jiming couldn't help but feel elated. It seemed that practice was indeed rewarding. After countless attempts at the great fire annihilation, she noticed her surroundings becoming increasingly blurred until she suddenly found herself cradled in an embrace. Struggling to keep her eyes open, she realized it was Kakashi. Abito, is teaching this technique too much of a burden for little Jiming? Kakashi couldn't help but lecture. At just over 6 years of age, is it really appropriate for her to learn the great fire annihilation? It seems rather demanding. Abito shrugged, equally helpless. This child has aced the great fireball technique, the Phoenix fire technique, and even the newly encountered Phoenix Talon technique. What else do you think I can teach her? Deciding to abandon the discussion, Kakashi said, I'll take Jiming to see Rin. You remember to bring the 2 children back for dinner. He then hurriedly carried the little girl toward the hospital. On the way, he encountered a dashing young man in green, who jogged behind him all the way to the hospital. After handing the girl over to Rin, he approached Kakashi with a curious expression. Isn't she a bit too young for this? Kakashi replied. Kai, what on earth are you thinking? Kakashi was at a loss for words, having to painstakingly explain to this single-minded individual that this was Tsunade's apprentice, who had been staying at Minato-sensei's home for the past few days and training with us at the training ground. Then, quite unexpectedly, she fainted. Kai adopted an expression of understanding, patting Kakashi on the shoulder, believing that Kakashi's words would surely suffice. Chapter 24, The Mark of Reconciliation. I maintained my facade of understanding, patting Kakashi's shoulder again, convinced that he could handle this. Eventually, Kakashi resigned, realizing there was little point in conversing with someone so stubborn. Perhaps he hadn't even recognized the innocent face. Kakashi. Rin emerged from the ward, glancing over the examination results. Young Shiharu seemed to be fine. According to the information provided by Tsunade, her body was not suited for excessive strain. The reason for her sudden fainting was attributed to the overconsumption of chakra. Did you train Shiharu today? Rin speculated, adding that future training sessions should be approached with caution, as her chakra was still sealed and suppressed, necessitating careful usage. I'll inform Minato-sensei about these results later, so we can reinforce the seal. As she spoke, Kakashi tried several times to interject, but ultimately chose to let Rin finish before slowly inquiring, how long will she need to sleep? At least 2 days. When Shiharu regained consciousness, she surveyed her surroundings and realized she had unlocked yet another new environment. Gazing at the white ceiling, the white sheets, and the white curtains, it became evident that she was in the Konoha hospital. Regarding her memories prior to fainting, she could only recall feeling physically drained, followed by Kakashi coming to her aid, presumably bringing her to the hospital. You're awake, Rin remarked, having just completed her rounds and intending to check in on her, surprised to find her indeed awake. Do you feel any discomfort? Jiming took a moment to assess his physical condition. Aside from having overslept, he seemed to be in decent shape. There were no apparent issues. Lin nodded thoughtfully, indicating that she would summon Kakashi to take him home later. She surmised that Kakashi was likely preoccupied with organizing documents for Teacher Minato that day. Thank you, Sister Lin, Jiming expressed gratefully. Suddenly, a loud rumble emanated from his stomach, causing his smile to falter. He shyly placed a hand on his belly and said, Sister, could you please get me something to eat? I'm so hungry. I shall fetch you something right away, Lin replied, internally lamenting that she had almost forgotten that this young child had been asleep for nearly 3 days, surviving solely on nutritional fluids. Now that he was awake and his bodily functions had resumed, he must be ravenous. A quarter of an hour later, Jiming gazed at the 2 large bowls of rice before her, now emptied, and contentedly caressed her belly. She reclined on her bed, a wave of drowsiness enveloping her. This slumber was unlike any she had experienced before. It felt as though she had been transported into a dream. Before her lay a battlefield, strewn with corpses for miles around, crimson blood flowing like a river to lower grounds. She stood frozen, watching as a man wielding a long knife advanced towards her. Yet her body refused to move. The blade pierced her heart with unerring precision, and she let out a muffled groan, attempting to lift her gaze to confront her assailant. In the blink of an eye, Jiming found herself before a grand wooden gate, the night cloaked in darkness, rendering her nearly blind to her surroundings. Her body felt alarmingly weak. Strangely, she could hear the wails of despair echoing from kilometers away. Her father's voice, a heart-wrenching cry of a tender boy, filled her ears. Laden with an unshakable fear, was it fear of the Ninetales? Arika, run. Run far away. I do not wish for you to be harmed. But protecting the village is a ninja's duty. Thus, father must press on. Arika, I am sorry. Jimin clutched her chest. As a myriad of emotions surged over her like a tidal wave, she pressed her hands to her eyes, crying out in anguish. The creature seemed to respond to her lament, echoing her cries. An overwhelming tide of emotions flooded her mind, as if she had experienced them all firsthand. Gasping for breath, she was overwhelmed and collapsed to the ground. Someone called out to her, Jimin, Jimin, who are you? Jimin shut her eyes tightly, and when she opened them again, she found herself back in the pristine hospital room, exhaling in relief, realizing that it had all been a dream. What was happening? Jimin gazed at the man speaking before her, her expression imbued with concern as she gently called out to her. This time, she was fortunate to have him by her side. Otherwise, she might have perished within that nightmare. It's nothing, just a bad dream. Jimin managed to smile, though her pale face bore no trace of color. To Kakashi, this smile seemed little more than a facade of resilience. Unsure of what to say, he simply ruffled her hair affectionately. Come, let us return home. Kakashi noted that it was nearly time. Rin had just finished her work, and it was the perfect opportunity for them to accompany her to Lord Minato's house for a delightful dinner. Jimin was led back to the home of Minato by Kakashi and Rin, each holding one of his hands. Before they even crossed the threshold, the familiar sounds of daily bickering between Sasuke and Naruto reached their ears. Sasuke exclaimed, "Just look at your bed. It's a complete mess. Can you please tidy up your socks?" Naruto retorted, "I'll do it later. I just finished training and I'm exhausted." Sasuke shot back, "Then don't lie on the bed. You reek of sweat." Naruto replied, "Why are you being so particular? Mom will be cooking soon, and after we eat, I'll clean up." The sounds of commotion continued, and Jimin guessed that the two had resumed their playful scuffle, using items from their room as makeshift weapons. Naruto, Sasuke, Kushina stormed up the stairs, her voice brimming with irritation. "What on earth are you two doing?" Observing the defiant expressions on their faces, she took a moment to gather them both in her embrace, gently pressing their heads together. "Aren't you two supposed to be the closest of brothers? How can brothers quarrel every day? Your antics make things difficult for your mother. I'm busy preparing dinner downstairs, and little Jiming will be back soon. If the food burns, he won't want to eat it. And then what will we do if he has to return to the hospital?" Kushina continued, "There are better ways to communicate. How have I taught you both? If you can't resolve it yourselves, you can always talk to Obito-sensei, or Kakashi-sensei, or even me. We're here to help. But the condition is that you must not fight. We don't like children who argue." Both Naruto and Sasuke hung their heads, silently reflecting on their behavior. Naruto mused. "If only I had asked Sasuke to help me clean when he suggested it." Sasuke thought, "I should have been more considerate of Naruto. He just ran 5 laps around the village and must be really tired. I shouldn't have made it harder for him." "All right. Let us seal our reconciliation with a promise," Kushina said, releasing them. "Once you've made up, you mustn't argue anymore." The two boys, shyly avoiding each other's gaze, awkwardly extended their small hands and clasped them together. Once Kushina left, Naruto touched his nose and shyly said, "Sasuke, can I clean my room after dinner? I want to rest a bit. I'm really tired from running." "Just remember to clean up next time," Sasuke replied, equally awkward. Secretly promising himself that he would never argue with Naruto again, he didn't want to upset Aunt Kushina. Downstairs, the three of them listened intently to the entire exchange. Jiming felt that this was how Naruto's childhood should be, filled with the warmth of a loving family, the presence of caring teachers, and the occasional gatherings with friends from the class, rather than a lonely existence shunned by everyone. "Oh my, you three are back." Kushina descended from the stairs, her face lighting up at the sight of the trio on the sofa. "Jiming, are you feeling all right?" "I'm fine, Aunt Kushina," he replied, unconsciously. Jimin ran to Kushina's side, wrapping her arms around Kushina's waist. "Auntie, what delicious food did you prepare today? Can I go with you to see?" The sudden affection from the child took Kushina by surprise, yet it brought her joy, for at least the child was willing to draw near her. If only Issei could rely on them a little more. All right. Chapter 25. Ignite the Flames of Youth. Upon returning from the hospital, Jimin spent the next 2 days lounging at home, nestled in her room with medical books in hand. Though she longed to commence her training in ninjutsu without delay, Her frail little body simply could not endure it. Thus, the immediate priority was to nurture her physical condition. On the third day, Jimin awoke at dawn. The sky outside was just beginning to brighten. She donned a more comfortable outfit and quietly slipped out of the house. Her goal for the day was to run 2 laps around Konoha. The Namikaze's residence was not far from the Hokage building. She recalled her route while managing her speed. After completing a lap, Jimin spotted a tall man clad in green ahead of her, and her heart leaped with joy. She had indeed encountered him. Initially intending to test her luck, she had unexpectedly come across the Azure Beast of Konoha, Might Guy. Gathering chakra beneath her feet, she increased her pace, gliding past Guy with calm composure. Guy, still in a sleepy haze, squinted as he noticed a small child darting past him, a figure that seemed eerily familiar. More astonishingly, he had been overtaken by a child. No, this could not stand. Guy instantly ignited the fires of youth within him. The second gate, open. Jiming had been pondering why Kai had not yet caught up, but upon turning around, she was taken aback by a streak of blue light swiftly approaching her. If her memory served her correctly, this was the 8 gates of might. Ah, little sister, Kai exclaimed as he halted before her, revealing a dazzling smile that showcased his pearly white teeth. I perceive your remarkable talent. Would you care to become my disciple? The brilliance of his smile momentarily dazzled Jiming. Although she intended to inquire about his methods of physical training, she mused that if she encountered such exuberance daily, it could prove overwhelming. I already have a teacher, she replied after a moment of contemplation, ultimately declining Kai's offer. Who might your teacher be? Might Guy? Kai could not help but ask. Curious about the man who had seemingly stolen his beloved pupil, it was likely that scoundrel Kakashi. Minato-sensei, Jiming answered candidly. To her surprise, Kai's enthusiasm waned instantly. Oh, the 4th Hokage, he exclaimed. Indeed, little sister, your teacher is far superior to me. Lord Minato is undoubtedly the finest ninja in the Hidden Leaf Village. This declaration left Jiming a bit perplexed. One would expect him to utter something more spirited about youth at this moment. Then let us run together, Kai declared. Assuming a running stance, let us charge forth into the essence of youth. After being forcibly led through 4 laps by Kai, Jiming felt as if she could no longer glimpse the visage of youth. Upon returning to the Hokage building, she waved her hand, breathless. I can't do it anymore. I've reached my limit. Nonsense, little Jiming. Your youth has yet to ignite. Kai, unperturbed and still brimming with energy, sought to further motivate the young girl before him. Jiming, what compels one to provoke teacher Kai? Jiming resolutely sat in front of the Hokage building, indifferent to anything Kai had to say about youth. Finally, in the early dawn light, she spotted a striking white-haired gentleman. Instantly invigorated, she dashed towards him, clasping his arm. Kakashi and I, save me. Kakashi, with a vigilant expression, positioned Jiming behind him with his left hand while his right hand adjusted his forehead protector, revealing his Sharingan. He cautiously advanced, pondering what manner of foe could infiltrate Konoha so silently, daring to make a move right before the Hokage building. What if such an adversary posed a genuine threat? Oh. Kakashi, Kai finally recognized the white-haired man and greeted him. Kai. Kakashi was at a loss for words, covering his left eye with the forehead protector once more. What are you doing here so early in the morning? You frightened the child. Jiming, trembling in response to Kakashi's accusations, sought refuge behind Kakashi's leg, peeking out timidly. Fear not, little Jiming. He is not a villain, Kakashi reassured her, noticing her palpable fear. This is my comrade from the same generation, Might Guy. A formidable master of taijutsu. Jiming was certainly aware that Kai was not a villain. However, she yearned to escape the trials of youth. The mere mention of youth compelled her to run 4 laps, nearly exhausting her. This little sister, Jiming, was a pupil of Watergate-sensei. Kakashi reintroduced Jiming to Kai, intentionally reminding him that they had met at the hospital previously, hoping he might retain this memory. Kai appeared bewildered, his gaze fixed on the little girl behind Kakashi, suddenly recalling Kakashi's visit to the hospital 2 days prior. Ah, you are the girl he brought to the hospital that day, right? Indeed. Observing their friendly exchange, Jiming's thoughts began to drift. She wondered if Kushina had risen to prepare breakfast, as her stomach was growling with hunger. If breakfast was absent, she feared she might faint from starvation, leading her back to the hospital for another 2-day stay. The mere thought prompted her to shake her head vigorously. This was unacceptable. Absolutely not. She had no desire to return to the hospital. Well then, I shall continue my run. Kai, eager to conclude this meaningless conversation, suggested, little Jiming. Let us run together next time and ignite our youth. The mere mention of youth caused Ji-Ming to instinctively grasp Kakashi's pants a little tighter, timidly nodding in agreement. All right, Brother Kai. Finally relieved to see him depart, Ji-Ming exhaled. Thankfully Kakashi had arrived, for she was unsure how to decline Kai's enthusiastic invitations to continue running. This inability to refuse others was a trait that seemed to have transcended lifetimes. Little Ji-Ming, why are you up so early? Kakashi had intended to wander about in the early morning, only to stumble upon a delicate little figure, a truly rare sight. The other two of her age were likely still in deep slumber, only to be roused by Kushina's calls. I wanted to go for a run, Ji-Ming explained. My health is rather poor, and I wish to exercise. Coincidentally, she encountered Brother Kai, who invited her to run together. Little did she know that they would end up running 4 laps, including the initial lap she had run. This morning, she had surpassed 4 laps. Was her body truly capable of enduring this? Then let us run together at 5 tomorrow, Kakashi suggested with ease. You are still unfamiliar with Konoha. Should you stray into an area you ought not to venture, neither I nor Watergate-sensei would be able to reach you in time. This statement resonated in Ji-Ming's ears, as it implied she was still a child in need of protection. All right, Ji-Ming huffed softly, at this moment. She did indeed require safeguarding. Yet, she soon believed that her potential and determination would soon render that unnecessary. Thank you, Brother Kakashi. Ji-Ming obediently acquiesced. Little did she know that Kakashi effortlessly took hold of her hand, his warm body heat flowing steadily into her palm. She was momentarily taken aback, her cheeks flushing slightly. As Kakashi firmly led her home, Kakashi and I, have you had any missions lately? Ji-Ming inquired. Well, I am still in the process of handing over my duties, mostly paperwork. He replied. Then, brother, could we spar this afternoon? Kakashi was momentarily speechless. Chapter 26. The composed Kakashi. Before Kakashi could respond, he was interrupted by Naruto and Sasuke, who came rushing out of the house, bickering as they headed to the ninja academy. Most of the time, it was Naruto chattering away, with Sasuke occasionally replying. Shortly thereafter, Minato, donned in the 4th Hokage's cloak, emerged and, upon seeing Kakashi and Ji-Ming at the door, promptly asked, Kakashi, have you completed your handover paperwork? Kakashi realized that he had intended to submit the documents that morning, but had been sidetracked by little Ji-Ming. I'll go home and fetch it now, he replied. Just as he was about to leave, he felt a tug on his sleeve and turned to see Ji-Ming blinking up at him. The reason she had grasped his sleeve was clear. Kakashi had yet to accept her proposal. With the exclusion of Gai-sensei's taijutsu lessons, she had no choice but to select Kakashi, his lifelong rival. Let us meet at the training grounds at 4 this afternoon, she declared. After a moment's contemplation, Kakashi agreed, primarily because he had little else to occupy his time. The Umbu was still in transition, and new missions had not yet come his way. Boredom had become his constant companion. Having a child to spar with seemed quite entertaining, and it would be an excellent opportunity to gauge the abilities of this young girl from his clan. All right, I'll be waiting for you, Kakashi and I, she exclaimed. Ji-Ming offered a smile, loosening the cuffs of his garment, and obediently stood at the doorway, bidding farewell to his departing companion. Minato felt somewhat perplexed regarding the nature of the transaction between the two, yet he saw no need for concern while in Kakashi's company. Reflecting on their prior training activities, Minato deemed it necessary to inform Ji-Ming of his recent availability, so she could better manage her schedule. Little Ji-Ming, I may not have much free time this week, he mentioned. As for the training content, if you are interested in the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan, you might seek guidance from Aunt Kushina. Sealing techniques. This was precisely aligned with her aspirations. During the impending Ninja World War, such skills would be of paramount importance, and she was determined to learn them. It could even safeguard her very life. All right, Teacher Minato, please go on with your work. After watching Minato depart once more, Ji-Ming leisurely returned home, where Kushina had left a warm breakfast awaiting her. A note accompanied it. Little Ji-Ming, remember to eat breakfast after your morning exercise. Auntie will visit the Konoha hospital and will return by noon, so do not worry. Ji-Ming carefully tucked away the note and sat at the dining table, savoring each bite of Kushina's heartfelt breakfast. It seemed that her whimsical dreams for the morning would remain unfulfilled. She must take good care of her health and avoid another trip to the hospital. At 4 o'clock in the afternoon, the training grounds awaited. Ji-Ming arrived at the training ground as promised, having changed into a new outfit, replacing her usual dress with a form-fitting black ensemble. She sought refuge in a shaded area, anticipating Kakashi's habitual tardiness, which often began at a minimum of half an hour. As she sat idly, boredom soon crept in. prompting her to rise once more and practice the still unrefined great fire extinguishing technique. This attempt produced a blaze far grander than any prior, taking on a considerable scale. When Kakashi arrived at the training ground, he was greeted by the sight of the little one puffing her cheeks, unleashing a vast sea of flames that spread ever more swiftly. He wondered if a water release technique could possibly quell such a fierce inferno. Wait, after all, he was on the verge of adulthood, renowned as a prodigious talent. How could he doubt his ability to best a mere child? Thus, he resumed his usual languid demeanor and appeared at the training ground, calling out to the still fire-spouting Jiming, little Jiming. Jiming extinguished the flames and resumed her stance, gazing at the languid Kakashi. Did this man possess any sense of time? Brother, you are dreadfully late, she remarked with a teasing tone. Kakashi had a penchant for tardiness, and despite the passing year, Obito had not changed either. What on earth was the reason for his delay? If he didn't arrive soon, my great fire extinguishing technique would be perfected, and this forest would be left barren. Kakashi chuckled softly, taken aback by this intriguing side of little Jiming. She was indeed becoming increasingly fascinating. Are you ready? Jiming pouted, her breath coming in quick gasps, yet she was afforded no respite. May I have just 2 minutes to rest? The consumption of her fire technique was indeed substantial, and she sensed that her chakra reserves were rather limited. After unleashing flames a few times, she had nearly reached her threshold. Moreover, her physical constitution was somewhat weaker than that of an average person. It was entirely possible that in a real battle, using her technique just twice could lead to her downfall, which was utterly unacceptable. She needed to devise a method to enhance her chakra. However, before that, she resolved to engage in a skirmish with Kakashi, who remained blissfully absorbed in his own world. A mischievous thought crossed her mind. What if she took advantage of his distraction and executed a surprise attack? Surely, it would prove successful. Jiming contemplated the limits of her instantaneous movement technique, her hand discreetly positioned behind her back as she feigned gazing at the sky in a daze. In reality, her concealed hand swiftly formed a series of intricate seals. Instantaneous movement technique. In an instant, Jiming found herself behind Kakashi, ready to execute a surprise attack. As such maneuvers required positioning oneself at the rear. With her right hand gripping a kunai, she aimed directly at Kakashi's waist. Kakashi, brother, here we go, she taunted. Yet, to her astonishment, Kakashi remained utterly unperturbed. Did he not fear that she might strike at his vulnerable side? Jiming thrust forward with determination. With a resounding thud, the figure before her transformed into a block of wood. Indeed, this confirmed her suspicion. How could Kakashi remain so composed if he were not aware of the imminent danger? Where, then, was the real Kakashi? Activating her Sharingan, Jiming recalled Tsunade's prior warning and had taken measures to disguise herself, carefully concealing the hint of red that could betray her identity. To the outside world, she appeared to possess ordinary black eyes. Suddenly, she perceived a faint sound. Her instinct sharpened as she scanned her surroundings, finding no one in front, behind, or above her. Thus, the threat must lie below. Jiming leaped a few steps away, her vision sharpening as she discerned the fluctuations of chakra in the earth. The earth release technique was indeed one of Kakashi's specialties. If she were caught now, she would meet the same fate as Sasuke, pressed into the ground. Kakashi and I stop hiding, Jiming called out, attempting to provoke him with her words. We're not merely engaging in taijutsu, are we? If you keep lurking, how can we fight? Surely, you aren't secretly observing Ica Paradise from beneath the soil, are you? As if on cue, Kakashi emerged, stepping forth from behind the forest, still clutching Ica Paradise. The figure on the ground was merely Kakashi's shadow clone. One had to wonder when he had conjured 2 clones and concealed his true self within the woods. All right, let us commence, Kakashi stated, showing no intention of relinquishing his book. Engaging in a small skirmish while reading would surely not hinder their progress. They needed a swift resolution, especially since they had to fetch Naruto and Sasuke by 5 o'clock. Even with Ica Paradise in hand, Jiming felt a profound disrespect towards her abilities. She charged forward, executing left jabs and right hooks, repeating the motion hundreds of times, yet each strike was deftly parried by Kakashi. Truly, he was the undisputed master of taijutsu. A worthy opponent. After exchanging blows for what felt like an eternity, Jiming was left breathless, while Kakashi remained unfazed, casually flipping through the pages of his book. Jiming, I am so frustrated. How can he remain so composed? All right, that should suffice. As Jiming's next punch came swinging towards him, Kakashi deftly grasped her soft fist with his palm, signaling that today's training had reached its limit. It was time to take a break and go pick up Naruto and Sasuke. Chapter 27. Sasuke vs. Naruto. Even though Ximing yearned to continue fighting, she found herself utterly drained of energy. With a sense of resignation, she simply sat down on the ground and lay back on the grass, gazing up at the azure sky, momentarily overwhelmed by a sense of tranquility. Kakashi followed suit, reclining beside her, a playful expression veiled over his face. It was unclear whether he had drifted into slumber or was merely lost in thought. The sunlight was perfect, and the crisp autumn air enveloped her, lulling her into a peaceful sleep. Ximing felt as though she had slumbered for an eternity. Upon her awakening, she discovered that Naruto and Sasuke had already arrived at the training ground, where Kakashi was diligently instructing them. She had been relocated to a shaded area, and a small blanket had been thoughtfully draped over her. Without a doubt, this was Kakashi's handiwork. How could such a gentle and considerate man have remained without a girlfriend all these years? Could it be that Kakashi truly harbors an affinity for men? Ximing hastily dismissed that notion, recognizing that such matters were beyond her capacity for judgment. Oh, you're awake? Kakashi, whom she had been contemplating, had appeared before her, their faces mere inches apart. Ximing quickly averted her gaze, her hand instinctively brushing the back of her head. Kakashi, why didn't you wake me? The two children had made their way to the training ground on their own. Kakashi, however, had no intention of rousing her. He had inadvertently overheard Kushina mention that Ximing did not take afternoon naps, having immersed herself in medical texts from morning until dusk, coupled with an early rise. He surmised that Ximing had not slept for long. Yet how could a child grow without sufficient rest? Then I shall continue training, lest I fall behind the two of you. Seeing her companions so diligently engaged, Ximing felt compelled to exert herself. Otherwise, she might risk being left behind. Kakashi observed the suddenly vibrant Ximing and couldn't help but question whether he had been too indulgent in his own lethargy. With the recent days consumed by transitions, he noticed a slight protrusion at his abdomen. This won't he do? I must also keep pace with the training, he declared. Come, for today you shall remain my opponent. Humph, Kakashi, you better unleash your full strength, or I shall surely bring you down. Ximing has always been capable of making bold declarations, perhaps inheriting the unyielding pride from his grandfather. Regardless of whether he can prevail in a confrontation, he must first don a facade of bravado. Naturally, the consequence of such arrogance is often a severe beating. This time, however, Kakashi seemed to be genuinely serious. He disregarded all distractions, revealing his Sharingan. After numerous exchanges, it became evident that Ximing's reflexes were not as swift as before, and Kakashi seized upon the opening. With a decisive punch aimed at Ximing's face, she instinctively closed her eyes, bracing for the anticipated blow. Yet, contrary to her expectations, the man's hand merely rested upon her head, playfully tousling her hair. Child, you have lost, he remarked. Ximing, I deserve to lose. Naruto had fulfilled Kakashi's request to climb the tree, and to his surprise, when he looked down from the treetop, he saw Ximing engaged in a spar with Kakashi-sensei. Moreover, Kakashi was holding nothing back. Naturally, he could not allow Kakashi to bully this adorable little sister. So he hurriedly descended and approached Kakashi, exclaiming, Kakashi-sensei, why are you only watching Ximing train? You never accompany me and Sasuke in our matches. How unreasonable. Naruto placed his hands on his hips, tilted his head, and huffed. Sasuke, observing from the tree, was aware of Kakashi's strength, but was astounded that a child of Ximing's age could exchange so many blows with Kakashi, especially the one with the Sharingan. What sort of prodigy was she? However, it was truly excessive for Kakashi to go so hard on a little girl. No matter how talented one might be, it was implausible to surpass a fully powered Jonin. Kakashi, Obito asked you to guide my training, Sasuke added, joining the crusade against Kakashi. Very well then. Kakashi certainly had ways to deal with these two children. Since Naruto's birth, he had been accompanying Sasuke, and with Obito's temperament, he could undoubtedly handle them. Currently, in terms of strength rankings, the teacher was undoubtedly first, followed by Ximing, yet these two children. Kakashi paused, feeling that Sasuke might be slightly superior. No. Kakashi-sensei, I am much stronger than Sasuke. Naruto protested vehemently. He accepted that Ximing and Kakashi were stronger than him, but Sasuke absolutely was not. It is evident that I am stronger than you, Naruto, Sasuke replied, determined not only to surpass Naruto but also to exceed Ximing and ultimately to outshine Kakashi, to possess sufficient strength to confront that individual. All right, there is still some time before dinner. Kakashi intervened to halt their pointless argument and proposed a constructive suggestion. Why not have a little competition while we wait? The rule is that you may only use taijutsu. With a sense of youthful embarrassment, Zyme realized that these two brothers truly needed to be sparred with from a young age, as neither acknowledged the other. However, her curiosity was piqued regarding how Sasuke and Naruto had developed under the guidance of their teachers and uncles. Thus, Zyme sought a suitable vantage point from which to observe the spectacle, ensuring it was devoid of sunlight. The only shortcoming was the absence of sunflower seeds. As the competition commenced, Kakashi issued a command, causing the participants to disperse immediately. In the center of the arena stood the two young boys, trading blows in a display that revealed a near-equal contest of strength. Yet, Naruto occasionally faltered, perhaps due to Sasuke's Sharingan. Once activated, the Sharingan provided a significant enhancement to one's senses, allowing Sasuke ample time to strategize his next offensive move amidst the fleeting moments. Naruto found himself retreating repeatedly under the onslaught, and Sasuke executed a sweeping kick that sent Naruto crashing to the ground, having been caught unawares. Though he attempted to retaliate with a kick of his own, Naruto narrowly evaded the strike. A smile flickered across Naruto's face. The disadvantage posed by Sasuke's eyes was considerable, as Sasuke consistently anticipated his every move. Thus, Naruto resolved that as long as he completed his previous attack, while predicting Sasuke's next strike towards his blind spot, he could swiftly mount a defense, rendering Sasuke's advantage moot. As Sasuke's right hook approached, Naruto crouched to evade it, anticipating the subsequent sweeping kick. He sidestepped deftly, avoiding the attack, and, while Sasuke was still regaining his footing, launched a right hook at him from the side. He was nearly successful. Sasuke, observing the punch hurtling toward him, couldn't help but smile. He had anticipated Naruto's reliance on his Sharingan, but remained a step ahead. Intentionally feigning a lack of balance to create an opening, he awaited the moment the punch drew near. With a swift motion, Sasuke seized Naruto's wrist with one hand, exerting force with a decisive snap. Chapter 28. I only consider you my eternal rival. Naruto grimaced in pain as he withdrew his hand, glaring furiously at Sasuke. It was clear that he had held back, yet Sasuke had genuinely sought to incapacitate him. Such behavior was truly excessive. Jimin could not help but nod. Sasuke's martial prowess and combat techniques undoubtedly surpassed Naruto's. Furthermore, the enhancement provided by his Sharingan allowed for the execution of numerous tactical opportunities. Nonetheless, it was impressive that Naruto had the foresight to utilize Sasuke's Sharingan to create opportunities. Such awareness indicated that he had already matured into a competent genin. They had performed remarkably well, and perhaps someday, she too could employ similar strategies. Just then, Kakashi's arrival brought their spirited exchange to an abrupt halt. He gazed at the two children, a smile gracing his lips, acknowledging their commendable efforts in this bout. Now, let us perform the reconciliation seal, he suggested. For the first time, Sasuke willingly extended his hand to initiate the seal, and Naruto slowly grasped it in return. Sasuke, next time, I shall be the victor. Very well. Next time I shall disarm you of your other hand, Sasuke replied, a rare smile illuminating his face as he playfully tapped Naruto's right hand. Naruto yelped in pain. Ouch. That hurts. Do you even consider me your brother? No, Naruto. I regard you as my eternal rival. They had lived together for nearly a year, sharing countless nights, attending ninja school, training, and dining side by side. Yet, Sasuke refrained from labeling this bond as friendship. The burdens he carried forbade him from having a friend, particularly one with whom he had grown up alongside. Thus, he placed Naruto in the role of a rival. Albeit one distinct from the adversary he had faced before, this rival was one with whom he could battle and afterward perform the reconciliation seal. Ah, Sasuke, next time, I shall undoubtedly emerge victorious. Jimin cast a glance at the two individuals still engrossed in their heartfelt declarations and could not help but softly murmur. Why don't you two pause for a moment? Allow me to tend to Naruto's wounds first. Sasuke's face instantly flushed with a hue of crimson as he huffed. Just hurry up and treat him. Otherwise, if his hand becomes unusable, I shall have to take care of him. Jimin gazed at Sasuke, inwardly clicking his tongue. Sasuke, why are you blushing like a bubble tea? With that, Jimin adjusted Naruto's bones and employed medical ninjutsu to alleviate his pain. Coupled with the healing powers of the Nine Tails and the Uzumaki clan, it was likely that in less than 2 days, Naruto's hand would be just fine. The four of them finally returned home before sunset, just in time for Kushina to have dinner ready. The two children, for reasons unknown, decided to compete even during their meal. Naruto swiftly finished a bowl, shouting to Kushina, Mom, another bowl, please. Almost instantly, Sasuke echoed, Auntie, I want a bowl too. Meanwhile, Jimin and Kakashi, who were eating at a leisurely pace, had barely finished half of their meals and showed no desire to hasten. continuing to savor their food in small bites. Jiming, it is futile to argue over trivial matters with the two little ones. Kakashi, you should eat less, otherwise your little belly will start to bulge again. As Naruto's birthday quietly approached, Minato and the esteemed elders resolved to designate this day as the Autumn Festival, symbolizing rebirth and bountiful harvests in commemoration of the resolution of the Nine-Tails incident. Jiming, as usual, rose early at the break of dawn, precisely at 5 o'clock. She met Kakashi at the entrance, and together they embarked on their morning run. This time, they were joined by a long-absent Obito, who yawned repeatedly, sluggishly trailing behind them. Brother Kakashi, why does Obito, despite being clearly exhausted, still insist on joining our run? Jiming whispered conspiratorially to Kakashi. After all, Obito had recently returned from a mission and had not taken any time to rest before hastening to join their morning exercise. It seemed rather excessive, did it not? Pay him no mind. Kakashi understood the reason behind Obito's presence, but since Obito had retired early the previous night, he had simply allowed him to accompany them. Had he been fatigued, Kakashi would certainly have opposed such a one-sided competition. By the way, Kakashi, what gift do you intend to present to Naruto this year? Obito inquired, his eyelids drooping as he jogged closer. I have already prepared it, Kakashi replied, retrieving a stack of 30 complimentary vouchers for Ichiraku ramen from his ninja pouch, which had cost him a considerable portion of his salary. What should I give him then? Obito lamented, throwing his head back in exasperation. He truly had no idea how to select an appropriate gift. Yet, he was aware that he must offer something for Naruto's birthday. Is Naruto's birthday approaching? Jiming possessed a rather tenuous grasp of the concept of time. Her sole perception was that the streets of Konohagakure seemed to be enveloped in a festive atmosphere, as if preparing for a grand celebration. However, as she listened to the conversation between the two adults, a sudden thought illuminated her mind. Perhaps she could be the catalyst for bringing Rin and Obito together. She proposed to Obito, why not invite Rin to join you in selecting a gift? Coincidentally, I visited her at the hospital a couple of days ago, and she mentioned she has the day off today. Upon hearing this, Obito's demeanor visibly brightened, his previously drooping eyes now wide with excitement. You two take your time. I shall go find Rin, he declared. Be careful on your way, Obito. With a cheerful smile, Jiming watched as Obito departed. However, upon turning around, she caught Kakashi casting her a glance filled with a mix of exasperation and amusement. Kakashi, when is Naruto's birthday? Jiming playfully stuck out her tongue, seamlessly redirecting the conversation back to Naruto. Tomorrow, Kakashi replied. Today marks the Autumn Festival, and the second day of the festival is Naruto's birthday. He proceeded to elucidate the origins of the Autumn Festival to this mischievous child, sharing the delightful activities that awaited them. Upon hearing about the fireworks festival, Jiming was filled with immense excitement. In her previous life, she had always yearned to witness a fireworks display in Japan, and to her astonishment, before that dream could be realized, she found herself in this very place. Remarkably, there was a fireworks festival here as well. Brother Kakashi, let us attend the fireworks festival together. With youthful exuberance, Jiming exclaimed, I may not be available today. I must assist teacher Minato in organizing the evening's autumn festival activities and security arrangements. Kakashi declined Jiming's invitation, as he was indeed preoccupied. Although he had been promoted to Jonin, his responsibilities had multiplied far beyond those of his time in Umbu. It was precisely due to teacher Minato's trust in him that he felt compelled to uphold that faith. Jiming felt a tinge of disappointment. Yet she swiftly regained her composure. It was perfectly acceptable. Kakashi had his duties, and she could not expect him to forego his responsibilities to play with her. This evening, Kushina would take them out for some fun. Kakashi, observing her dejected expression, couldn't help but chuckle. She truly was a child, her emotions laid bare. If your brother finishes his work, would you like him to come find you? Yes. I must prepare a thoughtful birthday gift for Naruto when I return. I wonder what he would like. Kakashi mused. It seems I am assisting Lady Tsunade in raising a child. Chapter 29. Let us engage in a duel. After bidding farewell to Kakashi, Jiming returned home. Following a delightful breakfast meticulously prepared by Kushina, she intended to retreat to her room to continue her studies. However, her peripheral vision caught a probing gaze. The color of the hair was unmistakable. Was it Sasuke? Was there no school at the Ninja Academy today? A sense of confusion enveloped Jiming as she lured Sasuke to accompany her to the study. Sasuke believed he was being sufficiently cautious, yet upon entering the study, he found Jiming, a mere child, had vanished like a wisp of smoke within the house. Could something have gone awry? Panic surged through him as he turned to seek out an adult for assistance. Before he could take a step, He was forcibly pulled into the study. The door clicked shut behind them. Before him sat Jiming, who had seemingly reappeared, perched on a stool. Now dressed in her customary home attire, her legs crossed and her gaze fixed on Sasuke with keen interest, though he was often the object of scrutiny. The intensity of her gaze felt peculiar. "Why are you following me?" she inquired. Jiming, opting for a direct approach, inquired without any preamble. Indeed. It was quite fortunate that Sasuke could form a bond with her, possessing the goodwill of both Sasuke and Naruto, two esteemed individuals, would undoubtedly safeguard her against any dire consequences in her future endeavors. "No, I am not following you," Sasuke replied, maintaining a facade of indifference, though he secretly harbored a curiosity about what this young clan member was up to, despite harboring a slight aversion towards her. There were only 3 Uchiha left in the world. Obito treated her with kindness, and she was also commendable to herself. Thus, out of kinship and reason, he felt compelled to show some concern for her. "Yes, indeed, as a fellow clansman, I should check on her. Aren't you supposed to be at the Ninja Academy today?" With the truth eluding him, Jiming had no choice but to continue her inquiries. She distinctly recalled that today was neither a holiday nor a break, making Sasuke's presence at home during this time rather peculiar. What was he truly up to? "My shadow clone is attending classes at school," Sasuke replied nonchalantly, for he had long since mastered the knowledge imparted there. If he wished, graduating directly to Genin would pose no challenge. However, Naruto's grasp of the foundational concepts was not as proficient as his own. Very well. Jiming could only respond with a 6-character retort. Upon closer inspection, it becomes evident that the two brothers, Sasuke and Itachi, share striking similarities, even employing shadow clones in their lessons with remarkable uniformity. It is a pity that Naruto likely still believes he is conversing with the real Sasuke, chattering away with him incessantly each day. "Is there anything else you wish to discuss?" As the time drew near, Jiming realized that if their conversation continued, she would not have sufficient time left for her reading. Despite her desire to grow closer to Sasuke, she understood the importance of not impeding her study schedule or disrupting her plans. After a moment of silence, Sasuke, his face flushed, finally mustered the courage to voice a request. "What is it?" Jiming inquired. "If I can assist you, I shall." It was a rare occurrence for Sasuke to openly express such a request, and Jiming set her book aside, resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at him intently. "Let us engage in a contest of skill." "Jiming, this statement sounds remarkably familiar. Why is it that, given your current abilities, you could never hope to surpass me?" Jiming could not comprehend why Sasuke would utter such a request, considering the extent of his training. Defeating her would indeed pose a considerable challenge. Just in terms of ocular techniques, she could easily outmatch Sasuke. "I understand. I know I cannot defeat you at present," he replied reluctantly, yet it was indeed a truth. "I wish to test the fruits of my training. If it were you, I assume you would give it your all. Wouldn't you?" Jiming found herself perplexed by the peculiar thoughts of this young child. Could it be that he viewed her as a target to surpass in the near future? Thus, he yearned for a decisive duel. "Very well, I accept the challenge." Nonetheless, Jiming acquiesced to Sasuke's request, uncertain of her own motivations. To prevent the possibility of Sasuke being inadvertently harmed by her, she stipulated a condition: our contest must be observed by an adult. "Excellent." Sasuke's voice rose with enthusiasm. Since that day, he finally had a second opportunity to engage her in combat. This time, if he were only a bit more meticulous and calculating, he would undoubtedly have a chance to triumph over Jiming. "For now, I shall immerse myself in my books." Jiming gazed at the delightfully cheerful Sasuke, unable to suppress a smile. Was it truly a source of joy to battle against her? As she uttered words to hasten their departure, she resumed her perusal of the medical tome in her hands. During dinner, Kushina announced the plans for an evening outing. Naruto, filled with excitement, devoured 2 large bowls of rice, while Sasuke, in contrast, ate far less, savoring his meal at a leisurely pace. After the meal, Jiming returned to her room first, took a refreshing shower, and donned the yukata that Kushina had specially purchased for her. The yukata, a serene shade of water blue, reached just to her ankles. Slipping into traditional wooden sandals and grasping a small handbag, she descended the stairs, lifting her skirt gently. Sasuke and Naruto had already changed into their new yukatas. Naruto's was sleeveless, adorned with subtle orange accents against a black backdrop, while Sasuke's was deep blue, enveloping him entirely, akin to hers. Kushina, arriving fashionably late, wore a yukata that mirrored the crimson hue of her hair, perfectly reflecting her vivacious character. "Are we ready, Mama?" Naruto could hardly contain his excitement for him. The annual autumn festival was the highlight of the year. The significance of this day lay in the commemoration of his father's triumph over the Nine Tails. The day his father was once again hailed as a hero of the village, with everyone extolling his father's virtues. He felt an overwhelming sense of pride as his father's son. Here we go. Kushina had meticulously checked the household utilities and glanced at the entrance. Perplexed by the absence of Obito and Rin, could it be that those two children had clandestinely embarked on a date without her knowledge? With a resigned sigh, Kushina acknowledged that Minato would undoubtedly be occupied that evening, leaving her to manage 3 children alone, a considerable undertaking. Mom, hurry up. If we don't leave soon, we'll miss the fireworks, Naruto urged once more. Observing Naruto's impatience, Sasuke quietly remarked, Naruto. In response, Naruto sulked, adopting a petulant demeanor as he settled into a nearby seat, which seemed to quell his restlessness somewhat. All right, let's go. Kushina emerged from the kitchen, standing between Naruto and Sasuke, taking each of their hands. Sasuke, please hold Jiming's hand tightly. We mustn't lose each other. With her repeated emphasis, they finally made their way outside. The streets, unlike any ordinary night illuminated only by a few street lamps, were aglow with vibrant lights, as if it were daytime. Passers-by donned similar yukatas, their faces radiating joy. While the nearby food stalls buzzed with activity, surrounded by eager patrons, Jiming constantly gazed around, a smile unconsciously gracing her lips. How lively it was. It had been quite some time since she had immersed herself in such exuberance. Chapter 30, The Autumn Festival. As Jiming strolled along, she unexpectedly came across a mask shop. On the display rack, her gaze was drawn to a mask resembling a raccoon. After a brief pause, she freed herself from Sasuke's grasp and ventured into the store. Pointing at the raccoon mask, she addressed the owner. Sir, I would like this mask. Perhaps the owner was in good spirits that day, for he smiled warmly as he took it down and handed it to her, saying, Be careful with it, little sister. Thank you, sir, she replied, producing the money she had saved from her part-time job at the hospital. After a moment of contemplation, she added, Could I come back for it later? She rummaged through her belongings, realizing that even her small bag could not accommodate the mask. If she were to carry it openly now, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted attention. Thus, she decided to return discreetly later. Of course, I won't take your money just yet. Just remember to come back for it, the owner replied, returning her the money and placing the mask into a paper bag. Go and enjoy yourself for now, little sister. Jiming expressed her gratitude several times before hastily catching up with the larger group. In a moment unnoticed by others, she discreetly took Sasuke's hand, sensing his questioning gaze. She merely offered a smile and explained that she had seen something she wished to purchase but found it rather too expensive and thus refrained from buying it. Sasuke, half convinced, nodded. He had observed her pausing at the entrance of a mask shop, where she had picked up a mask only to return it moments later. Was it a matter of insufficient funds? He reached into his pocket to feel the small wallet he had saved since childhood, along with the pocket money given by Obito. Surely it would suffice for Jiming to acquire a mask. Kushina, accompanied by 3 children, purchased some snacks and led them to sit on the grass. Nearby, many families, much like theirs, had spread picnic blankets adorned with various delicacies, engaging in animated conversation. This year's fireworks would once again commence from the mountains behind Hokage Rock, a prime location for viewing the spectacle. Mom, that girl over there looks like Sakura, Naruto exclaimed, pointing excitedly at a pink-haired girl seated not far away. Shikamaru and Choji are there too. Can I go over? Go ahead. But be careful and remember to greet the uncles and aunts, Kushina readily agreed. She always encouraged Naruto to make friends, as these companions would eventually become his fellow ninjas, sharing examinations, missions, and experiences together. However, the 2 Uchiha children remained silent. Jiming savored a sip of the clear tea that Kushina had just poured, then bit into a sweet dango, the sugary flavor flooding her mouth. She grimaced slightly, taking another sip of tea to alleviate the cloying taste. Meanwhile, Sasuke sat quietly, cradling his cup of tea, his gaze fixed intently on Naruto, lost in thought. Kushina sighed softly, reflecting on how Sasuke bore no resemblance to you, Mikoto. I remain oblivious to his thoughts, just as I was once unaware of yours. Unwilling to share anything with me. Jiming, Sasuke, won't you join in the fun? Jiming bit into the second colorful dumpling, chewing thoughtfully as she mumbled, I won't go. I'll stay here with my aunt. Following that, she took a sip of clear tea, gazing at the last dumpling. After a prolonged moment of hesitation, she finally took a bite. Meanwhile, Sasuke remained silent for a while before haughtily declaring, I have no interest in playing games with them. They are a bunch of childish fools. Childish fools. Jiming glanced over at Naruto, who was animatedly chatting with his friends. She then turned her gaze back to Sasuke, whose expression betrayed his true feelings. It was evident that he wished to join them. This proud boy, clearly still at an age meant for play, was pretending to be an adult. Come on, let us go over together. As Shikamaru's mother approached, Jiming forcibly tugged Sasuke along towards Naruto's group. Sasuke wore an entirely unwilling expression, and once they were seated, Ino and Sakura's eyes sparkled with excitement, their attention heavily fixed on Sasuke. Oh, and her too. Shikamaru gently nudged Naruto, whispering, "Who is this girl? She looks so much like Sasuke. I thought he didn't have a sister." Naruto, unsure of the situation, nonetheless took the opportunity to introduce Jiming. "This is Jiming, a disciple of Granny Tsunade, currently staying at my house and training alongside us." Following Naruto's lead, Jiming stood up, adjusted her skirt, and performed a slight bow. "I am Jiming. I look forward to your guidance." After everyone introduced themselves, they settled back down. Yet an unusual silence enveloped the group of children, their first meeting oddly stifled. Even the usually lively Naruto found himself at a loss for how to alleviate the awkward atmosphere, particularly with two individuals who bore a striking resemblance, one silent and aloof, the other beaming. "Naruto, tomorrow is your birthday. This is a gift for you." At last, Sakura stepped forward, presenting a gift she had prepared in advance. Naruto, filled with excitement, accepted it, unable to believe that it was a present from Sakura. He stuffed it into his pocket, covering his mouth and bouncing around like a frog, exclaiming, "I can't believe Sakura actually gave me a gift." Sakura retorted, "If I had known, I wouldn't have given it." Ino chimed in, "What a silly thing to do." Sakura. Shikamaru sighed, "How troublesome. I almost forgot to prepare a gift." Adhering to his desire to avoid further complications, Shikamaru produced his own gift, calling Naruto back from his exuberance. "This is for you." True to his nature, Shikamaru had not wrapped it, and it was immediately clear that it was a customized shuriken. "I spotted this while out shopping for weapons with my dad and thought it was quite nice, so I got it for you." Naruto eagerly accepted the gift, attempting to leap forward for a hug, only to be firmly rebuffed by Shikamaru. "All right, stand still." In the next moment, Ino presented a splendid bouquet of flowers to Naruto, exclaiming, "Happy birthday, Naruto. I gathered these today. They are so vibrant and full of life. I hope you will always remain as energetic as these blossoms." Naruto, deeply touched, felt tears welling up in his eyes as he accepted the flowers. Although his birthday was still a day away, his friends chose to celebrate with him on this day, showering him with gifts. "Naruto, this is from me," CHG said cheerfully, pulling a note from his pocket. Upon receiving it, Naruto discovered it read, "Enjoy a complimentary barbecue meal with CHG." The thought of sharing his favorite food with his friend overwhelmed him with emotion, though Kiba arrived a little late. He brought a present as well. "Naruto, this is my gift for you. I heard you've been training hard lately, so I learned how to make these military rations for my sister just for you." Akamaru barked happily, circling Naruto as if to celebrate his birthday. Embracing a pile of presents, Naruto found himself at a loss for words, finally managing to say a heartfelt, "Thank you, everyone." Suddenly, someone shouted, "Look, fireworks!" While the others turned to gaze at the dazzling display, Naruto, with teary eyes, felt a surge of emotion, not from solitude, but from the warmth of friendship surrounding him. How wonderful it is in this world of Hokage. Chapter 31. The cat masked the fireworks illuminated the night sky for quite some time. After sitting with Sasuke for a while, Shizen found an excuse to leave, perhaps not wanting to intrude upon the cherished moments shared among friends. She did not wander far, first visiting a mask shop where she purchased not only Naruto's mask but also a cat mask, which she donned on her face. Step by step, she distanced herself from the lively autumn festival, arriving at the very spot where she first encountered Sasuke on her return to Konoha. Jiming sat by the lakeside, gazing at the fireworks that blossomed in the sky. Sasuke had followed her ever since she walked away, but the throngs of people made it difficult, and she lost sight of her several times while navigating against the current of the crowd. Ultimately, she spotted Jiming's figure in front of a mask shop, where she generously purchased 2 masks, indicating that her reluctance to buy them was not due to a lack of funds. Initially, it was presumed that Jiming would return after her purchase, but to Sasuke's surprise, she continued to walk against the tide, moving deeper into the thinning crowd. She eventually arrived near the Ninja Academy and took a seat by the lake. Sasuke recognized this place. It was where they had first met. For reasons unknown, he felt compelled to sit beside Jiming, just as she had done earlier. However, questioning the appropriateness of his decision, He resolved to cast aside his awkward thoughts and plopped down heavily next to her. The sudden noise startled Jiming, prompting her to turn and face him, her expression stern, exuding an aura that clearly stated she was merely passing through. Jiming couldn't help but chuckle at his aloof demeanor. He truly was at Tsundere. If he were merely passing by, why had he followed her all the way to this spot? Sasuke couldn't discern Jiming's expression beneath the mask, and he attempted to steal glances at her, but all he caught was a profile obscured by the cat mask. Sasuke muttered, "What a bothersome day with cats." As the fireworks finally concluded, the village of Konoha grew even livelier, with people engaging in the final revelries of the autumn festival, chatting, drinking, shopping, and releasing lanterns into the night. Jiming rose to her feet and removed the mask from her face, pressing it firmly against Sasuke's visage with a mischievous remark, "A little gift for you." Without further ado, she hastily retraced her steps, while Sasuke adjusted the mask on his face and swiftly pursued her. Alas, the throngs of people proved too numerous, and once more, he lost her in the crowd. As he touched the mask, he could faintly discern a delicate scent of medicine lingering upon it, standing there in a daze for quite some time. He eventually recalled the need to return and rendezvous with Naruto. It is impossible for Jiming to keep pace with Sasuke. She secretly utilized chakra to mask her scent, seamlessly making her way back to the grassy area. Naruto was still engaged in playful activities with his friends, while Kushina conversed with the other mothers. After careful consideration, she chose to return to Kushina's side. "Where have you been?" Upon finally spotting Jiming, Kushina recalled how the child had vanished alongside Sasuke, leaving her curious about their whereabouts. "I went to buy a birthday gift for Naruto," Jiming replied with a smile, lifting the fox mask that hung from her waist by a string, playfully showcasing it to Kushina, uncertain whether Naruto would appreciate it. However, deep down, she knew he would undoubtedly love it. The inspiration for purchasing the mask stemmed from a scene she had watched where little Naruto encountered a rather hostile shopkeeper while buying masks. Feeling empathetic, she decided to gift him this mask as a token for his 7th birthday. "How adorable!" Kushina exclaimed, taking a glance at the mask and affectionately ruffling Jiming's hair. "You are truly thoughtful, little Jiming. Naruto will surely cherish it." "Really? That is wonderful to hear." With a gentle smile, Jiming looked on as Naruto bid farewell to his friends, returning to the comforting embrace of Kushina. Nestling into her arms, he gleefully exclaimed, "Mom, I am so happy. My friends gifted me so many wonderful birthday presents." As he spoke, he eagerly showcased the treasures he had received that day. "Look. This kunai was a custom gift from Shikamaru, and this bouquet of flowers is from Ino. And this little box? It's the bento that Kiba specially prepared for me." Kushina chuckled warmly, replying, "Well, Naruto, we must cherish our friends." She then picked up a mask that had been set aside and carefully placed it on Naruto's face, saying, "This is the mask that Jiming chose for you." In an instant, Naruto sprang up in delight. Upon removing it, he discovered a white fox mask, one he had long desired but had never saved enough pocket money to purchase. His eyes glistened with emotion as he turned to Jiming, who wished him, "Happy birthday, Naruto." Jiming resolutely refrained from indulging in sentimentality, her small face set in a stern expression as she wished a happy birthday. She despised sentimentality, loathed the tears it often precipitated, and abhorred the overwhelming negativity that followed. Thanking Naruto, who beamed like a little son, she remarked, "I truly appreciate this mask. All right, it's getting late. Let us return home." Kushina, noticing Sasuke in the distance, curtailed the children's desire to continue their chatter, gathering the picnic blanket and clutching the half-eaten snacks as she led the two children home. In an unusual display of initiative, Sasuke approached and took Jiming's hand. Glancing at Naruto, who was laden with gifts, he hesitantly tugged at his shirt. Naruto was clumsy. If he wandered off, they would have to spend time searching for him, so a gentle pull would suffice. In the dead of night, having finished work, Kakashi passed by Minato's home, leaping onto the second-floor windowsill. The curtains remained undrawn, and he turned his head to gaze at the small figure on the tatami mat, face hidden beneath a blanket, and couldn't help but chuckle. He had indeed broken his promise. "I'll make it up during the New Year's festival," Kakashi thought, resolving to forego work and spend quality time with this little bundle. The following day, Jiming rose promptly at 5. After freshening up, she tiptoed downstairs, finding not Kakashi, but Guy instead. Guy greeted her enthusiastically. "Good morning, little Jiming. Today, I shall accompany you for your run." "Where is Kakashi and I?" she inquired. Jiming could not help but inquire, as Kakashi had not appeared last night and was also absent this morning. Was something amiss? "Kakashi had barely settled into slumber when he entrusted me with the task of running alongside you." I am no longer a child. I am capable of running on my own and do not wish to trouble Brother Kai to come over. Jiming murmured softly, momentarily dismissing the matter at hand. Let me witness the vigor of your youthful spirit, exclaimed Kai with fervor. After sprinting 3 intense laps, Jiming, breathless, clutched the pillar in front of the Hokage building, resolutely refusing to budge despite Kai's encouragement. Youth, how could your vitality extinguish so soon? Jiming, in this youthful season, one can choose whom to love. Yet I yearn to escape the confines of youth for a lifetime. Chapter 32, A Letter to Gaara. Ultimately, Jiming was deeply moved by Kai's exuberance, willingly running alongside him for 2 more laps. This time, the pace slowed significantly, and Jiming found himself less fatigued. Upon returning home, Jiming resembled a ravenous wolf, devouring his meal voraciously in front of everyone for the first time. This sight astonished Sasuke and Naruto, leaving them agape, unable to even take a bite of their own food. Just as Kushina was about to urge them to head to school, they hastily stuffed their mouths with bread and gulped down all the milk in one go. Both emitted a satisfied belch, and in a flash, they darted out of the house. Jiming was still savoring her breakfast. At last, she finished the final spoonful of congee, leaning back comfortably while caressing her round belly. That was a close call. She nearly faced starvation. Henceforth, she resolved never to run with Kai again, as it was too strenuous for her body. Nai tidied up the dishes and, with her handbag in hand, prepared to venture out for a stroll. Observing Jiming sitting alone on the chair, she felt that the child was perhaps too fond of staying indoors, rarely stepping outside except for training. Fortuitously, with some free time today, she thought it would be delightful to invite her out to bask in the sun and explore the surroundings. Jiming, would you care to join me? I need to go to the post office to send a letter. Jiming recalled that the letter she had written to Gaara the previous night had yet to be sent. She hurriedly exclaimed, Auntie, could you please wait a moment? I need to change into another outfit. After donning a traditional black kimono, her demeanor became more reserved. Holding a tin envelope, she approached Kushina and gently took her hand. Together, they left the house and made their way to the Konoha post office. Once there, she meticulously inspected the envelope, ensuring all was in order before solemnly handing it over to the attendant. After calculating the time, she felt that Gaara's letter should have arrived as well. When the attendant returned, Jiming inquired, Good day, have there been any letters for me recently? The attendant, already familiar with her due to her frequent visits, handed her a pristine envelope, stating, This has been here for 2 days, waiting for you to come. I was considering delivering it to your home if you hadn't arrived today. Thank you, she replied. Jiming delicately took the envelope, cherishing it as a treasured gem, and tucked it away within the sleeve of her garment before once again grasping Kushina's hand. Is this a letter from a friend? Kushina pondered, having noted Jiming's frequent correspondence with Tsunade. The higher-ups often discussed this matter, but fortunately, Minato had intervened, inspecting the letters and deeming them innocuous before permitting the exchanges. Seizing this opportunity, she resolved to inquire further, intending to inform Minato upon his return. This is a letter for Gaara, my first friend made in Tsunade alongside my master. Jiming replied, nodding. Gaara was indeed her inaugural companion in this world, and he held the first good person card in her heart. She maintained a promise to write to him weekly. Yet such frequent communication between the 2 nations would likely raise suspicions. Thus, it seemed Minato had tasked Aunt Kushina with probing into the matter. In an effort to avert unnecessary complications, Jiming candidly divulged Gaara's identity. He was the youngest son of the 4th Kazekage, roughly the same age as Naruto. However, the phrase roughly the same sounded a bit peculiar to Kushina's ears, as if she had begun to suspect Gaara's true identity. The content of their correspondence would certainly need scrutiny. Kushina's trust in Jiming alone was insufficient. The higher-ups in Konoha had long harbored intentions to eliminate Jiming, yet Tsunade had protected her. With Tsunade absent now, those in power might be waiting for the opportunity to exploit Jiming's vulnerabilities and employ nefarious means to dispose of her. What was to be done? Kushina felt a sense of bewilderment, especially given that the person she was communicating with was from the land of wind, and moreover, the son of the Kazekage. Jiming has disclosed all that needed to be revealed. The remaining matters must now be entrusted to Kushina. She has faith in Kushina, believing that Naruto's mother will safeguard her ears diligently. The aunt is aware of this. With a serious expression, Kushina spoke, lowering her voice. You must not mention this to anyone, not even to Naruto or Sasuke. Do you understand, little Jiming? Jiming nodded obediently, always compliant, aware of her aunt's presence. Subsequently, Nai took Jiming to the hospital to lend a hand. However, the tasks at the hospital were rather few, primarily consisting of 2 surgeries. Lin, lacking available personnel, turned her attention to Goxin Nai and Jiming. Shermu, Jiming, Lin called, clad in a pristine white coat, holding a medical record in her hands. The timing was impeccable. The surgeries were about to commence, so she urged them to prepare. Oh, Jiming recalled this matter, realizing that had it not been for Goxin Nai bringing her along, she might have completely forgotten. Assisting in the surgery was something Jiming was more than willing to undertake, particularly since it came with a part-time remuneration. Although the Senju and Uchiha clans were quite affluent, she harbored concerns regarding Tsunade's gambling tendencies, fearing she might squander the family fortune one day. Thus, she sought a part-time position at the hospital, viewing it as an opportunity to hone her medical ninjutsu skills. Jiming, having changed into her attire, entered the operating room, expecting to emerge shortly. However, the procedure extended well into the afternoon. She clutched her painfully empty stomach, sprawled on the floor, unwilling to move, lamenting, "Auntie, I am so hungry, so very hungry." She lacked the strength to rise. This moment of indulgence was indeed crucial for Jiming. Fortunately, Kushina, ever perceptive, reached out and lifted Jiming into her arms, declaring, "Auntie will carry you back." Kushina was the first person to embrace her in such a manner. Initially, Jiming intended to linger a bit longer before getting up, but to her surprise, Kushina lifted her effortlessly, evoking an unfamiliar yet comforting sensation. The fragrant warmth of Kushina enveloped her, reminiscent of a mother's embrace. She nuzzled against Kushina's neck, whispering, "So warm. Come on. Auntie will take you for some Ichiraka ramen to fill your stomach," said Kushina. The affectionate gesture warmed Kushina's heart. Jiming's soft, warm face against her neck tickled slightly. Yet it signified Jiming's growing dependency on her. This was indeed a significant step forward. They meandered to Ichiraku Ramen, where Kushina carefully placed Jiming on a chair and called out to the proprietor, "2 bowls of tonkatsu ramen, please." Coming right up, Kushina-san, the cheerful owner, with a beaming smile, instantly recognized the red-haired woman as the wife of the Hokage, famously known as the fiery red pepper of the ninja world. Jiming rested his entire head upon the table, feeling rather peculiar. Ever since his discharge from the hospital, a persistent pain had taken residence in his chest, accompanied by fleeting moments when he could hear the thoughts of others. For instance, today he sensed the weariness of a colleague lamenting, "I am so exhausted from work. I wish I were dead." Another voice expressed frustration. "A new mission is upon us, a B-level task. How tiresome. I long to be at home, cherishing moments with my wife and children." He also caught whispers from children. "Father, why do you never acknowledge my efforts?" Jiming initially believed his own troubles to be burdensome enough, yet now he found himself inundated with the grievances of others. Why was this happening? Could the dealer, who had been absent for months, possibly shed light on the underlying principle of this phenomenon? The summoned dealer replied, "I cannot articulate it, dear Jiming. I implore you to embark on your own journey of discovery." The dealer continued, "Do not forget that the card you have chosen is one of surrender. I must reiterate the specific conditions tied to this card." Jiming, who remembers? Chapter 33, The 4 Symbols Seal. Concerned that Jiming might forget, the dealer kindly reminded, "Listen closely. For the next 3 years, you shall be unable to alter the course of the narrative. After this period, you will receive a fortune bag. Additionally, I am your system, thus an integral part of you. In other words, I too will be unable to take any action for the next 3 years. You must navigate this journey on your own, and should any violations of the rules occur, I will intervene to halt you. Dear Jiming." Jiming, well? It seems rather unwise to choose to slack off. No wonder this technique appears somewhat inadequate. It turns out she has inadvertently locked it herself. During her conversation with the dealer, a bowl of steaming Ichiraka ramen was served. As Jiming gazed at the delightful dish, images of Naruto frequently dining here flashed through her mind. At that time, she thought to herself how wonderful it would be to savor Ichiraka ramen just once. Indeed, her wish was fulfilled today, accompanied by Naruto's mother. "Eat up. After we finish, we must go confront that brat. Sasuke was quite insistent about challenging you yesterday, and we need to be well fed to give him a solid thrashing." Kushina gently handed her a pair of chopsticks, her gaze warm and encouraging. "All right, I'm diving in." Jiming devoured the noodles voraciously, her hunger overwhelming. In less than 5 minutes, the entire bowl was consumed. In the afternoon, at the training ground, Kushina intended to assess Jiming's suitability for learning sealing techniques, so she brought her to the training venue. The Uzumaki clan is renowned for their remarkable vitality and sealing arts. Yet due to the fear that other clans harbored towards their techniques, many nations and groups launched assaults on the land of whirlpools, leading to its devastating downfall. The surviving members of the clan concealed their identities, scattering across the world. Consequently, the sealing techniques of the Uzumaki clan have nearly been lost in this region. With only herself, Minato, and a high priest managing the Uzumaki Nakano-Sato retaining knowledge of these arts, Kushina unfurled a pristine white scroll upon the ground and said to Jiming, "Now, Auntie will teach you your first sealing technique, the four-symbol seal." The four-symbol seal? Jiming recalled that this was indeed the technique used to seal the nine tails. If she were to master it, perhaps the next time she encountered Gaara, she could construct a dwelling for Shikaku, ensuring he remains more subdued. This thought ignited her enthusiasm. Although there had been no precedents of Uchiha clan members mastering the Uzumaki sealing techniques, she resolved to become that precedent. "All right, I'm ready." Kushina slowed her hand seals, and Jiming followed suit beside her. Soon, the scroll revealed a swirling sealing pattern, the four-symbol seal. Glancing at Jiming's scroll, she noted it was taking shape. Albeit the swirling design lacked the intricacy and firmness of her own. "It appears this child possesses potential for learning sealing arts," she mused. "Auntie, did I succeed?" Jiming compared their scrolls, noticing her own design was rather loose and unkempt. "Can this truly seal the nine tails?" Your chakra control is still somewhat rough. It requires more refinement," Kushina nodded. "Moreover, given your chakra expenditure today, this seal appears less stable. It seems that this is yet another lengthy training endeavor." Young Naruto merely complained for a while before resuming his training for the next four-symbol seal. His aunt decided to go fetch the two boys, leaving young Naruto to diligently train here. Kushina, noticing that the time was appropriate, allowed Naruto to continue his practice independently. This area has been designated as the territory of the Namikaze clan, the domain of the Hokage, and has been secured with a barrier that prevents ordinary individuals from intruding. Jiming responded with a soft acknowledgement before immersing herself once more in her rigorous training. After countless minutes, as she noticed the increasing resemblance of her sealing technique to that of Goxin Nai, a smile involuntarily graced her lips. Success was imminent. The remaining efforts could be left for tomorrow's training. Jiming contemplated the necessity of conserving some chakra, for she remained uncertain whether she could withstand a genuine confrontation with Sasuke. Thus, she sought a shaded spot, seated herself upon the ground, and began to meditate, awaiting Sasuke's arrival. Today, Sasuke was particularly exhilarated. If one were to inquire about the cause, it was the long-anticipated match that was set to occur today. The previous evening, he had made a special visit to Aunt Goxin Nai, initially fearing she would disapprove. To his surprise, not only did she consent, but she also encouraged him with a warm smile. He was determined to showcase his skills in this upcoming contest. However, upon arriving at the training ground, Sasuke was taken aback to find his opponent, the little girl, sprawled out in a heap, concealed beneath a large tree, her eyes closed and utterly still. Was she asleep? "Sasuke, it seems Jiming is dozed off. Perhaps you should practice the ninjutsu that Obito entrusted to you," Goxin Nai observed, her voice softening as she looked at the slumbering Jiming. "Auntie is here watching over you." "Mom, what about me?" Naruto pouted, feeling quite dissatisfied with his mother's apparent favoritism. After all, today was her turn to oversee their training, yet she seemed solely focused on Sasuke, neglecting him entirely. "Mom is watching you too," Goxin Nai reassured him, playfully pinching Naruto's cheek. "Now, go complete the task that Kakashi assigned to you." "All right," Naruto exclaimed, inadvertently raising his voice. Sasuke swiftly hurled a shuriken in his direction, imparting a quiet admonition. "Naruto, keep it down." Okay, Naruto replied, his expression crestfallen as he trudged to the previous training area to commence his exercises. He gazed enviously at Sasuke, who was effortlessly unleashing flames, wondering when he might be able to master ninjutsu in the same manner. Day after day, he was relegated to training in taijutsu and chakra control, which felt decidedly unexciting. Though he understood that this training regimen had been meticulously devised by Kakashi and his father, he yearned for the allure of impressive ninjutsu. Goxin Nai couldn't help but chuckle at Naruto's plight. "Oh, you silly boy, you surely think that Sasuke's ninjutsu is far more impressive. However, Naruto, the power within you, inherited from your mother, is formidable. One day you will harness this strength, and when that time comes, you will undoubtedly surpass Sasuke in grace and prowess." Jiming reclined beside Kushina, and what struck her as even more peculiar was her ability to clearly perceive the inner thoughts of Kushina. It turned out that the Nine Tails had once again been summoned, sealed within both Kushina and Naruto. She found herself somewhat perplexed by her own abilities, as she had not even noticed when her Sharingan had manifested. As the young child, Jiming, feigned awakening, she opened her eyes and prepared to rise. Kushina, noticing the sound, turned to her, and her smile faltered, her eyes transforming into the mesmerizing three-tomo Sharingan. Chapter 34. The illusion of the Sharingan in that fleeting moment of rigidity. Jiming caught the shift. It was rare for her to witness Kushina express such a change. Was there something amiss on her countenance? Little Jiming, you have finally awakened. Sasuke has been waiting for you for quite some time. Kushina maintained her smile. Yet the sight of her three-tomo Sharingan at such a tender age of 6 was undeniably astonishing. This evening, I must discuss this matter thoroughly with Minato. I don't even know how I fell asleep, Jiming said, sheepishly rubbing her head. Sasuke, come over here. Kushina called to the still training Sasuke. Once the two stood properly, she grasped their hands and declared, let the contest begin. In an instant, Kushina had swiftly distanced herself from between them. Jiming stood still, awaiting Sasuke's first move. Sasuke had already noticed the change in her eyes. In such a brief span of time, had she truly transformed from the two-tomo to the three-tomo? What had she experienced? He knew he could not surpass her with the Sharingan, so he would have to rely on strategy instead. Fire style, fireball jutsu. Fire style, fireball jutsu. The two fireballs collided, yet this was merely a temporary measure. Jiming could likely surmise Sasuke's intentions, remaining steadfast in her position. Once the grand fireball technique dissipated, she widened her eyes, gazing at Sasuke as he leaped down from above, still unsteady. Sasuke, confronted with a shuriken mere inches away, quickly retreated a few steps, drawing a kunai from his right pocket and charging forward. Jiming deflected several attacks, while Sasuke found himself momentarily frozen, enveloped in fiery red feathers as flames ignited along their lengths, climbing higher and higher. It was then that Sasuke realized he had fallen victim to an illusion. As a member of the Sharingan clan renowned for their mastery of genjutsu, he had been ensnared by a trick of the mind. Jiming gazed at Sasuke, who was kneeling on the ground, and deftly inserted several shurikens into the edges of his clothing, rendering him immobile. Mom, why are they so still? At that moment, Naruto, having just finished his training, rushed over to witness this fierce confrontation. However, aside from the initial two fireballs, Sasuke appeared as if he were frozen in time, kneeling silently. This is because they are engaged in a battle of illusions, Kushina elucidated. Illusions disrupt the opponent's 5 senses using chakra, distorting their chakra flow and ensnaring them in a phantasm. Both Jiming and Sasuke wielded the power of illusion solely through their Sharingan. Then, Mom, if I encounter an adversary wielding such formidable illusions in the future, what should I do? Naruto inquired. In essence, it is a countermeasure against Sasuke's Sharingan. If the illusions are not of the Sharingan's caliber, you can disrupt your own chakra to break free. However, if it is an ocular illusion like Sasuke's, assistance from another is required for liberation, Kushina responded. Naturally, as a Jinchuriki, if you ever forge a friendship with Kurama, you would be immune to illusions. At this, Naruto gently touched his abdomen, pondering whether he and the Nine-Tails could truly become friends. The scene shifted back to Sasuke, who had become aware that he was ensnared in an illusion. Yet, possessing only a one-tomo Sharingan, he found himself utterly incapable of breaking free from the three-tomo Sharingan's enchantment. Forced to relive the same harrowing scene repeatedly until he met his demise once more in flames. As Jiming observed that the time was ripe, she dispelled the genjutsu of the Sharingan. Upon awakening once more, Sasuke found himself ensnared by a shuriken, forcefully pinned to the ground, utterly unable to move. General, Jiming half-squatted, smiling at the defiant expression on Sasuke's face. Focus on your training. You've merely activated your first tomo. How could a single tomo possibly compete with a three-tomo Sharingan? She is not Itachi, and truly, the Manjiki Sharingan cannot surpass a three-tomo. Jiming retrieved the shuriken, placing it back into her ninja pouch, and extended her hand toward Sasuke. He grasped her hand, rising to his feet and adjusting his attire. You are formidable. However, in the future, I will surpass you. All right, Jiming replied noncommittally. It was inevitable that Sasuke would grow stronger than her, especially considering he was the reincarnation of Indra, personally bestowed by the Sage of Six Paths. She certainly could not rival him. Let us go. Tonight, we shall feast on barbecued meat. Kushina called the two children over, taking one by each hand, while Sasuke held Jiming's hand, and the four of them strolled towards the barbecue under the setting sun. Days passed, and after the autumn festival, the time for the New Year festival arrived. Minato finally embarked on a 7-day New Year holiday, 3 days before the new year and 4 days after. Once he concluded his final tasks at the Hokage building, he felt a sense of joy and prepared to visit the training ground to see how his 3 children were faring in their training. Recently, he had been frequently hearing from Kushina about the remarkable progress these children had made, particularly little Jiming, whose talent was truly extraordinary, perhaps even surpassing that of the legendary figure from the past. She had not only mastered fire release techniques, but also sealing techniques with remarkable proficiency. Even her Sharingan, without any formal instruction, was employed with impressive skill in Genjutsu. Under the direct tutelage of Kakashi, she was able to push him to utilize his Sharingan during their training sessions. Such immense talent, if nurtured closely, would likely quell the concerns of the higher-ups. With a swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique, he arrived at the training ground where the 3 children were diligently engaged in their respective tasks. Jiming was focused on further enhancing her sealing techniques, while Sasuke's fire techniques were beginning to take shape, and Naruto continued his physical training. Minato couldn't help but nod in approval. The youth were indeed impressive. Teacher Minato. Jiming was the first to notice Minato's presence. She waved and hurried over, taking his hand, eager to showcase her recent achievements in sealing techniques. After a series of demonstrations, she gazed at Minato with an expression that pleaded for praise. Minato chuckled, ruffling Jiming's hair. Remarkable. Our little Jiming is truly exceptional. He found himself compelled to agree with Kushina's words. This child was indeed a natural talent, quick to grasp any skill. Now, what about that technique? Would you like to learn a new jutsu, little Jiming? Without a moment's hesitation, he offered the Flying Thunder God technique. The Flying Thunder God technique. Jiming's eyes sparkled with excitement. To become the second fastest in the ninja world, not yesterday, nor tomorrow, but today. She nodded eagerly, much like a chick pecking at grains, expressing her desire to learn. In the future, should any danger arise, she would be the first to flee. The Flying Thunder God technique is a form of space-time ninjutsu, a type of body flicker technique that enables instantaneous movement. Minato explained, producing his custom kunai, the sword of ninja love, and placing it in his palm to demonstrate. This is the Flying Thunder God technique, he said, tossing the kunai. Before it even touched the ground, Minato had already appeared above it. Chapter 35, The Chosen One. Jiming, however, there is no rush. I will merely demonstrate it for you, Minato said, returning swiftly. Your mastery of the body flicker technique is commendable, but we shall see if you possess the talent for space-time ninjutsu. With a flourish, Minato produced a scroll, placing his hand upon it, and instantly, an enormous shuriken materialized. Now, give it a try. Simply press your hand on the scroll. Jiming was uncertain whether she possessed the gift of summoning. With a sense of trepidation, she pressed her hand upon the scroll, and a shuriken materialized in her grasp. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. It seemed she did indeed have the potential, which meant an opportunity to learn the Flying Thunder God technique lay before her. Quite splendid. Minato nodded approvingly, biting his thumb until it bled, and then smeared the crimson fluid across the palm of his other hand. He meticulously formed the seals of the boar, dog, rooster, monkey, and sheep, pressing his hand against the ground, whereupon a summoning formation emerged. Almost immediately, an enormous toad appeared in the training grounds. Jiming recognized this summoning beast as Gamabunta from Mount Myaboku. This was the essence of summoning technique, which could only be executed after the signing of a blood contract. Minato was about to impart some precautions, but little Jiming had yet to finalize the contract, rendering her unable to utilize it. Summoning technique. Jiming initially intended to merely experiment. Yet unexpectedly, she was forcibly transported to an unfamiliar realm. Where is this place? As she gazed around, she beheld a landscape adorned with gold and precious jade nestled amidst verdant foliage, with water cascading down the mountains, flowing towards the depths below. Moreover, she felt a warmth within her abdomen, as if resonating with some potent force inherent to this place. Little Z. Suddenly, a creature resembling a chicken soared from the sky, its body resplendent with iridescent feathers. It flapped its wings and landed beside her, showering her face with vibrant plumage, as if her being was merging with an endless stream of energy. Who are you? Jiming exclaimed, taken aback by this magnificent being. Could it be that this world harbors flying chickens? I am Sanson, the creature declared. Sanson? Jiming racked her brain, searching her meager memories, but found no recollection of a flying chicken. What is this place? How did I suddenly arrive here? This is Danshua Mountain, Sanson explained. You invoked the spirit summoning technique, and I was compelled to bring you here. Are you my spirit beast? Jiming asked, her eyes widening in astonishment as she muttered. How did I end up being bound to a flying chicken? Indeed, Sanson replied, slightly miffed. Possessing senses sharper than the average being, it overheard Jimin's whispered remarks. And upon hearing her refer to it as a chicken, it couldn't help but feel a pang of annoyance. I am a phoenix, not a chicken, Sanson retorted indignantly. Zimiang, alas, my disparaging remarks were overheard at the very moment they were uttered. Jiming awkwardly touched his face and, with a hint of apology, remarked, please understand. I am merely a 6-year-old child, and it is quite normal for me not to have encountered many things. Before he could continue, Sanson interrupted, saying, get on my back. I will take you to a special place. Jiming gazed at the magnificent phoenix, uncertain of where to place her feet. After much hesitation, she ultimately found herself hoisted onto its back by Sanson, who extended a feathered tail to assist her. With a resonant cry, the phoenix soared over the mountain gates and ascended to a higher range. This area was shrouded in mist, and Sanson explained that the fog lingered year-round, allowing them to sense its presence upon entry. Is this mist a form of technique, perhaps akin to the art of concealment? Upon reaching the palace, Sanson gently set her down, shrinking considerably in size, leaving Jiming astonished. It was remarkable to discover that this phoenix possessed the ability to alter its size, showcasing a degree of sophistication. Let us first deepen our contract at the temple, Sanson suggested, for in your current state, summoning me when needed would be impossible. Why? Jiming felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation, for this mountain was rife with countless mysteries unknown to her. It was her first encounter with fear since arriving in this world, a dread of the unknown. From Sanson's words, she inferred that this was its habitat and that its power surpassed her own. If it wished to harm her, it could do so effortlessly. Firstly, your Sharingan has only awakened to 3 tomo, and considering your age, you are barely 7 years old, Sanson noted, sensing Jiming's naivety. Once more, it elucidated. The Uchiha clan's fire originates from Danchiue Mountain. The deity of the temple, Shikei, was aided by members of the Uchiha clan in the past. And as a gesture of gratitude, we, the Phoenix clan, who are the offspring of the main deity, shall forge a contract with you, becoming your summoning beast. However, not every Uchiha has the opportunity to establish such a bond with us. Those fortunate enough will be summoned here through our reverse summoning technique upon their first use of the summoning art to sign the contract. Jiming nodded in a daze. Thus, she had once again become the chosen one of the Uchiha clan, forging a bond with the Phoenix tribe. It seems that the original owner carried quite a burden. No wonder the system initially refrained from granting her any advantages. May we now proceed to formalize our pact? Sanson did not expect Jiming to comprehend hastily. Nearly a century had elapsed since the last Uchiha had graced this place, and the previous one had long since passed away, rendering it entirely natural for the new Uchiha child to be unaware of this fact. Very well. One person and one phoenix entered the temple. The vermilion bird resided above in the main hall, flanked by a screen depicting the sun and moon, which Jiming estimated to number around 11, rarely standing on the ground. Sanson respectfully announced, Great deity, the new host has arrived. Is it that child? The voice of the vermilion bird possessed a certain age quality, as if it had been buried within the annals of time. Indeed, it is Jiming of the Uchiha clan, a descendant of that esteemed lineage. Then, let us forge a contract under the sun and moon, with this deity as witness. Jiming was perplexed, her expression filled with questions. Why did the conversation sound so convoluted? Could they not speak plainly? In the blink of an eye, she felt a sharp pain at the nape of her neck, as if it were being seared by fire, causing her to nearly shed tears. What was happening? Confused, she glanced towards Sanson. Child, do not worry, Juke reassured her. This phoenix mark is a symbol of your contract. The vivid phoenix design had been forcibly etched onto the lower part of Jiming's nape, conveniently concealed by her clothing. After the contract was signed, Sanson swiftly yet politely led Jiming out, leaping into the air to carry her away from the temple, the abode of the deity. While their clan resided halfway up the mountain, suddenly, Jiming pondered whether this mountain was akin to the places of celestial cultivation found in various mountains, caves, and forests. Could she also practice celestial arts here? Indeed, you can, Sanson explained. But not just yet. If you do not return to Konoha soon, your teacher will come looking for you. At that time, you can explain the circumstances to your teacher and find a suitable time to return. I will train with you. Before Jiming could respond, she vanished, and upon reappearing, she found herself at the gates of Konoha. Chapter 36. Flying Thunder God Technique at the Training Ground. Minato furrowed his brow as he observed Jiming's prolonged absence. If Jiming were still in Konoha, his Flying Thunder God technique would surely reach her. Should he take a chance? Clenching a stone in his hand, he released it, and in an instant, Minato was no longer at the training ground but standing before the gates of Konoha, where he spotted a dazed Jiming. Little Jiming. Minato rushed over, enveloping the child in his arms. Where have you been off adventuring? Your summoning technique teacher, Minato, Jiming stammered, momentarily taken aback by his presence. The pain at her nape reminded her of the events that had just transpired, and she instinctively touched the spot. I was summoned by my summoning beast. Summoning beast? Minato exclaimed, astonished. Having a summoning beast at your age seems rather premature. Moreover, forming a contract with a summoning beast requires immense opportunity, or perhaps a direct inheritance from one's master. Could it be a slug? Was it Tsunade's slug? No. It was a brilliantly colored phoenix, Jiming replied. They informed me that the Phoenix clan only forms contracts with those of the Uchiha clan who are fated. This opportunity arose when I first utilized the summoning technique and was transported to their realm, marking me as their chosen one. Minato fell silent. Though this was not entirely unprecedented, Jiraiya-sensei had experienced something similar, being brought to Mount Myaboku through reverse summoning and subsequently forming a contract there. Well then, let us return, he suggested. Konoha's fourth Hokage had no intention of further pursuing the matter. In this world, myriad wonders exist, and it is upon oneself to unravel these opportunities. As his role as a teacher does not permit him to interfere, the two returned to the training grounds. With the temporal ninjutsu for summoning weapons and the spirit summoning technique nearly mastered, it was time to impart the Flying Thunder God technique. Let us continue our study of the Flying Thunder God technique, he declared. The essence of this technique lies in its unique formula. This formula can resemble the script of a master such as myself, or take the form of a design akin to that of the second Hokage. The prerequisite for utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique is to inscribe the formula upon the intended target before launching an attack. He further elucidated the underlying principles and demonstrated the technique. Following his lead, the young pupil mimicked his actions, crafting a straightforward formula in the shape of a phoenix etched onto her kunai. With a swift throw of a shuriken, she found herself instantaneously transported beside her kunai, which remained a short distance away. Impressive, the fourth Hokage exclaimed. Next, we shall focus on enhancing your speed and the precision of your landing. Jiming found it quite astonishing. After she cast aside the kunai once more and returned to Minato's side, she was still amazed that such a rare and elusive technique as the Flying Thunder God could be mastered by her. Could it be that she was destined for greatness? Regardless, it mattered little. Learning this skill was preferable to failing to grasp it. The more knowledge she acquired, the better. Who knew when she might find herself in a life-or-death situation where the Flying Thunder God technique could be her salvation? All right, practice on your own for a while, Minato said, affectionately ruffling Jiming's hair. He was uncertain why he found such joy in tousling the little one's head. It was soft and undeniably adorable. If he and Kushina were to have a daughter, she would likely be just as charming. In the following days, Jiming dedicated herself to marking various locations around Konoha with her Flying Thunder God technique, practicing diligently until her proficiency grew. A significant change was also taking place in the village. The streets began to sparkle with decorations, adorned with red silk and lanterns. Moreover, Obito and Rin returned from their mission to temporarily stay at Minato's home, and Kakashi also moved in. This arrangement was a mutual agreement among the trio, for the ravages of war and the loss of their families had left them without kin. Thus, Kushina resolved that the three children would gather every year to celebrate the new year together. The only advantage of having many people around was that cleaning became considerably easier. Although their home was not particularly large, being a two-story building, it would indeed be exhausting for Kushina to tidy up all by herself. Today marked the eve of the New Year festival, and instead of continuing her practice of the Flying Thunder God technique, Jiming obediently stayed home to assist Kushina with the cleaning. Unfortunately, she found herself assigned to the cluttered study, where Kakashi, the other unfortunate soul, also toiled. The bookshelves were overflowing with tomes, their contents scattered haphazardly, and the floor was littered with more books, dust coating their covers, making the task all the more daunting. Jiming let out a sigh, pondering how long this task would endure. Kakashi and I, will we truly be able to finish organizing all these books? She glanced at Kakashi, who appeared equally despondent. Nonetheless, he maintained a composed demeanor in front of the child and, with a forced smile, reassured her, "It's all right. I'll summon a few helpers." Helpers? Jiming looked around the vast room, sensing no presence of a third party. Where could these helpers possibly come from? Just as her confusion deepened, Kakashi bit his finger and softly intoned, "Summoning jutsu." In the blink of an eye, 8 small dogs of various shapes materialized within the study. Kakashi. Why have you summoned me? Barked the lead dog, named Pakin, who bore a similarly lackluster expression as his summoner. Kakashi pondered how best to entice the group of canines. My teacher has assigned us a task. We must organize these books by category. Pakin was left speechless, as esteemed tracking mean dogs. Being summoned to tidy up a study seemed rather misaligned with their skills. Once we complete this, Kushina-sensei has prepared a feast, Kakashi added as an incentive. Upon hearing this, Pakin's eyes sparkled. The dog food prepared by that fiery-haired girl was known to be delectable enough to satisfy their appetites, making it a worthy reward. Very well. Let us commence, Kakashi commanded, and with that, the canine team sprang into action, each taking up their assigned tasks. Ji-Ming gazed in wonder, yet remained diligent in her tasks. She swiftly wiped down the bookshelf and the dusty tomes behind the Paw Patrol, simultaneously directing them to separate the medical texts for her future reference. Meanwhile, Kakashi lounged on the sofa, nonchalantly crossing his legs and indulging in intimate paradise, seemingly devoid of any inclination to assist. Kakashi, Ji-Ming called sharply, startling him from his reverie as he peered out from his distraction. Hurry and help. Do not be idle. If you dare to slack off, I shall inform Andy, and you shall go without dinner tonight. This threat, while lacking genuine weight, curiously compelled Kakashi's body to respond to her commands, and he began to quietly organize the books. Chapter 37. Who doesn't he adore a silver-haired handsome man? After a bustling afternoon, Ji-Ming collapsed onto the sofa in the study, while the Paw Patrol, led by Parker, sprawled beside her, exhausted and panting. The only one remaining active was Kakashi, who emerged from the kitchen bearing the wagashi crafted by Kushina, accompanied by 2 cups of tea. Kakashi, I am utterly at a loss for words regarding your laziness, Ji-Ming lamented. In this world, neither Tsuya nor Lin seemed to exhibit such carelessness. Yet Kakashi persisted in his nonchalant demeanor. Thank you for remembering to return and collect our 9 fallen comrades. Have a piece of cake, Kakashi offered, spearing a matcha wagashi with his fork and presenting it to her lips. Ji-Ming obligingly opened her mouth, savoring the still warm treat. The bitter matcha harmonized strangely yet pleasantly with the sweetness of the red bean paste. While Ji-Ming chewed, Kakashi extended the cup of tea in his hand, taking a sakura-colored wagashi for himself. Observing the humans indulging in their treats, the Paw Patrol, as the primary workers, voiced their discontent with barks of protest. Before Kakashi could calm them, Kushina's voice thundered through the house. Kakashi, did you bring your dogs home again? I will count to 3. Kakashi's face paled, nearly spilling the tea he held for Ji-Ming as he hurriedly formed a hand seal, causing the little dog sprawled on the sofa to vanish completely. Kakashi, you truly are incorrigible, Ji-Ming remarked, exasperated. The Paw Patrol had worked hard yet received nothing in return, raising questions about their demanding owner. Sit up and eat, Kakashi insisted, forcibly lifting Ji-Ming. He had already dismissed the Paw Patrol's concerns, but allowing this little bundle to recline while eating was unacceptable. Surely, it would lead to indigestion, and soon she would be lamenting a stomachache. Ji-Ming pursed her lips, shifting from a prone position to a seated one. She took a bite of a cherry blossom-colored wagashi, and as she sank her teeth into it, the sweetness of the red bean paste overwhelmed her senses, prompting her to frown. How sweet. Enjoying tea. Konoha, 55 years, New Year Festival. As the innocent and youthful Ji-Ming rose at the break of dawn, still cloaked in the remnants of sleep, she descended the stairs only to discover that both Kushina and Minato had already risen to prepare breakfast. Upon noticing her arrival, Kushina approached with gentle affection, playfully pinching her little cheeks, and assigned her a task. Dear Ji-Ming, kindly awaken your brothers. Ji-Ming, bearing such a considerable burden, approached Lin's room with a resolute expression, embodying a spirit of fearless determination. She gently turned the doorknob and entered, making her way to the bedside where she carefully prodded the figure beneath the covers. Sister Lin, it's time to rise, she softly urged. A faint reply of acknowledgement was heard, prompting Ji-Ming to retreat quietly. She then shifted her attention to Kakashi's room, this time with less subtlety. The door creaked open with a heavy turn, the sound of wooden clogs striking the floor resonating sharply as the bed stirred with movement. As the youthful and vengeful Ji-Ming approached the bedside, he delivered a resounding strike reminiscent of the Buddha's palm onto the bed. Kakashi and I, rise and shine, he exclaimed. Ah, who's there? A voice protested from beneath the covers. Ji-Ming pondered, could that voice belong to Kakashi? Suddenly, Obito's face emerged, bearing a pained expression as he gazed at the little bundle before him. Though he longed to admonish him, he restrained himself, mustering a smile as he inquired. What's the matter, little Jiming? What brings you to seek out your brother so early in the morning? Jiming was at a loss for words upon witnessing the peculiar scene of Obito sprawled upon Kakashi's bed. With a cool demeanor, she remarked, "Annie asked you to rise promptly." Having delivered her message, she swiftly vacated the premises, eventually finding herself at Naruto's door. Out of courtesy, she gently knocked. Apprehensive of encountering a sight akin to Sasuke nestled in Naruto's bed. Hearing a response from within, she called out, "Annie urges you to get up quickly." At last, Jiming exhaled in relief and descended the stairs, collapsing onto the sofa. After a brief interlude, everyone gathered at the dining table. Kushina poured the ceremonial sake, with Jiming designated to take the first sip. As for the reason behind this choice, Jiming was uncertain. However, the rich aroma of the alcohol filled her senses. Despite her reluctance, she acquiesced under Kushina's expectant gaze and took a sip, the bitter taste invoking a peculiar familiarity. Goodness, could this possibly be crafted from black coffee? Following her, Naruto and Sasuke, from the youngest to the oldest, took their turns savoring the drink. Breakfast had deviated from its usual simplicity, presenting a dish of mixed mackerel roe and black beans, accompanied by a slightly sweet soy sauce used to prepare small dried fish. Jiming gazed at the rather insipid fare before him, momentarily lost in thought. Shouldn't the new year be celebrated with sumptuous feasts? Was it possible that in this modest abode, they preferred such bland offerings? "Come on, eat up," urged Kushina. "After this, we shall indulge in the main course. These dishes are merely for good fortune. May we all enjoy health in the coming year." Upon hearing these words, Jiming felt invigorated and managed to consume a modest amount. Soon after, Kushina emerged from the kitchen bearing daifuku and mochi soup, which instantly brightened Jiming's eyes and made him swallow in anticipation. It must be said, Kushina possessed a remarkable talent for cooking. Any ingredient in her hands could be transformed into a delightful creation. After breakfast, Minato took the four boys outside to tie a straw rope, referred to as a shimekazari, symbolizing a prayer for peace. Meanwhile, Kushina and Rin nestled back into the kitchen to prepare the ceremonial mirror cake for honoring their ancestors, crafted in a shape reminiscent of a samurai's armor. Ultimately, Kushina adorned the mirror cake with an orange and a fan, completing the offering. "All right, time to change clothes," announced Kushina. With that command, everyone except Jiming retreated to their rooms to prepare, leaving him still puzzled about what to do, so he followed suit. As fate would have it, he collided with Kakashi, who had donned a black kimono. The ninja headband no longer restrained his silver hair, and his striking black and red eyes, coupled with his ever-present mask, created an impressive visage. Jiming couldn't help but think how dashing he looked. After all, who could resist a handsome man with silver hair? "Kakashi, what are we going to do later?" he inquired. Dressed in a black kimono, Jiming approached Kakashi, and the two appeared as though they were clad in matching outfits. Dismissing the bizarre notion of a couple's attire, Jiming thought it was merely a coincidence of clothing. They were heading to the temple north of Konoha to offer their prayers. Kakashi observed Jiming's crooked collar and sighed inwardly. She was still just a child, unable to wear a kimono properly. He crouched down to meet her gaze, causing Jiming's heart to race with surprise. Yet, her legs felt as though they were ensnared, rendering her immobile. Kakashi raised his hands to adjust her collar, and once satisfied, he proceeded to address the unsightly bow at her waist. Unable to endure its inelegance any longer, Kakashi untied the bow, retightened it, and ensured the fit was adequate before fashioning a perfect bow at her waist. "There we go," he declared, brushing the dust from his knees as he stood upright. "At your age, you should know how to dress properly." He then took Jiming's hand, leading her downstairs to wait for the others to finish changing. Meanwhile, Jiming stood frozen, bewildered, pondering whether Kakashi was aware of what he was doing. Chapter 38. New Year Festival. Once dressed, the two young boys, Naruto and Sasuke, eagerly vied to assist Kushina with the box containing the mirror cakes. Naruto, standing to Kushina's left, looked up and said, "Mom, let me carry that for you. You worked so hard cooking for us this morning." Sasuke, on Kushina's right, blushed deeply, finally managing to muster the courage to speak. "Auntie, I can help you too." Kushina smiled and gently declined their offers, saying, No, I can manage this myself." Despite her refusal, the two boys continued to chatter excitedly, surrounding Kushina and bringing her endless delight. Meanwhile, Minato led the way, with Kakashi following closely beside his teacher, and Jiming joining the front ranks of the group. Obito and Rin stealthily slipped into the third tier, seemingly engrossed in their own conversation while remaining inseparable. As they walked, many villagers who recognized Minato greeted his family warmly, accompanying them towards the temple. Some villagers even spoke to Minato about last year's harvest, expressing gratitude for his influence, stating, "Thanks to Lord Minato, my little shop has seen some earnings during this peaceful time, enabling me to send my child to the Ninja Academy. I tell him to aspire to be as exceptional a ninja as Lord Minato," one villager remarked. "How old is your child now?" Minato replied with a smile. "Our 2 children are also attending the Ninja Academy. They might even be classmates. Over 7 years old now," the villager responded. "I recall Naruto just turned 7 not long ago." "Indeed," Minato replied, as their conversation flowed seamlessly, accompanied by a steady stream of villagers following along. Jiming was witnessing such a scene for the very first time and couldn't help but exclaim, "This is the true essence of a commoner Hokage. One who has genuinely earned the recognition of everyone in the village." Fortunately, Minato was alive, providing Naruto with a cherished childhood and ensuring a stable life for Konoha. Upon arriving at the temple, a serene silence enveloped the families gathered there. Jiming followed Kakashi closely, kneeling on the mat, clasping her hands together and softly striking them 3 times, silently wishing for world peace in the coming year. It is during times of tranquility that the best opportunities for training arise. Coincidentally, this also meant it was time to consider the journey to Danchiue Mountain. However, it would be prudent to discuss the timing with her master upon his return. After the worship, Jiming was led to a side hall where she queued to receive a white slip of paper, sitting obediently before the monk. She was taken aback when he merely glanced at her, his expression shifting from benign to fierce in an instant. Yet, Jiming could hear his inner thoughts. He mused, "This individual does not belong to this era, whether human or ghost. If she is a spirit, then, as a holy monk, I must eliminate her." Jiming was utterly perplexed. Indeed, she did not belong to this era, but what was the matter with this monk? Such an extraordinary oracle, why not invite him to the Konoha Institution for Divination? My fortune, Jiming timidly interjected. The monk finally retrieved a white slip of paper, inscribed with words that would enlighten her about the events awaiting her in the coming year. After reading it, she was instructed to hang it on the adjacent tree. Jiming stood up, taking the note in hand, and upon unfolding it, she discovered it was entirely blank. She decided against inquiring further and chose to wait for Kakashi to arrive, so they could hang the note on the tree together. Kakashi appeared to have drawn a favorable fortune, his eyes sparkling with delight as he approached Jiming's side, assisting her in hanging her note alongside his on the tree. The 2 white papers fluttered in the breeze, initially adhering to one another before being scattered once more by the wind. "Let us proceed outside and await our teachers," she suggested. Jiming found a shaded spot to stand, contemplating the New Year festivities that had proven rather exhausting. Considering the time, it was still early, with the sun having only just risen, yet they had already completed the entire ritual of offerings and meals. "Brother, what shall we do when we return home?" This was Jiming's first time celebrating the New Year here, and she was not entirely familiar with the customs. If there were no pressing matters, she could begin formulating her subsequent training regimen in her mind. Should she pursue the Flying Thunder God technique, or perhaps the Sealing technique, or even practice physical techniques alongside Kakashi? Before she could finalize her thoughts, Kakashi interjected, "We will be visiting the 3rd Hokage's residence to pay our New Year respects." Jiming cursed the New Year greetings. Nothing irks her more during this festive season than the obligatory visits to relatives, engaging in superficial pleasantries with a host of distant relatives she hardly knows. Forced to wear a smile, she dreads the possibility of being lectured upon failing to recall their names. Is this tiresome routine about to resume? She let out a sigh, feeling utterly dejected. "What is it? Are you feeling particularly fatigued today?" Kakashi speculated that Jiming had not rested well the previous night, and having risen early today, she had been occupied for quite some time, leaving her utterly exhausted. Jiming would not utter another word to Kakashi, who had never endured the trials imposed by a multitude of aunts and uncles. After a prolonged wait, Minato finally extricated himself from the throngs of villagers, panting as he made his way to Kushina's side. The villagers were indeed fervent. This was precisely what Minato deserved. Overcome with emotion, he was about to leap into Kushina's embrace, but upon remembering the presence of the children nearby, his enthusiasm waned. He cleared his throat and said, "Let us proceed to the residence of the 3rd Hokage. Hooray!" To Grandpa's house. The most exhilarated was Naruto, who had not seen his grandparents in quite some time. With a beaming smile, he began to dash forward. Meanwhile, the somewhat oblivious Sasuke mistook Naruto's eagerness for a head start and swiftly followed, declaring, "I shall be the first to arrive. It will be me, Sasuke. Let us engage in a true contest of strength between men." The adults trailing behind exchanged glances at the two boys who had disappeared in the blink of an eye, then turned their attention to the even younger Jiming. They unanimously agreed that the little girl would be less troublesome. "Come, let us go," they said, with a mix of urgency and leisure. Jiming and her companions finally arrived at the entrance of the third Hokage's abode. Upon stepping into the courtyard, they beheld Hiruzen Sarutobi, playfully engaging with Naruto and Sasuke. Resembling a youthful spirit in an elderly guise. With a hint of embarrassment, the young and innocent Chiming addressed the third generation. "Could you possibly exhibit a bit more decorum?" In the household, there was yet another lady present. Upon noticing her, Rin hurried over, offering a respectful greeting. "Lady Biwako, how have you been of late?" Chiming, feeling the weight of the hierarchical encounter, dared not look further, instead clutching tightly to Kakashi's sleeve, resolutely determined not to let him slip away. After Kakashi approached to offer his greetings, she would follow suit, hoping to avoid any missteps. "Ah, is that Tsunade's young apprentice?" Biwako, with her keen eyes, spotted the timid Chiming concealed behind Kakashi's sleeve. She approached with a benevolent smile, saying, "Why, I held you in my arms when you were but a child." Chiming, still gripping Kakashi's sleeve, pondered whether she could truly escape such inquiries in this new environment. She timidly peeked out, softly uttering, "Good day, Grandma." Jiming, I detest grandmothers who lack a sense of boundaries. Chapter 39. Perhaps she is a descendant of Izuna. Lake Biwa seemed to have discovered an intriguing toy, persistently following closely behind Jiming. Always assuming that a 6-year-old girl would be enamored with beautiful things, it brought Jiming to sit in front of a mirror. Jiming, with a face full of reluctant acceptance, found himself positioned before the mirror by Peepa Lake, watching as she deftly combed her hair with a wooden brush. To his astonishment, 2 black hair ties materialized from seemingly nowhere. Her hair was divided into 2 sections, and he could not help but think, surely, she was not intending to style it into pigtails. Internally, Jiming was filled with resistance, casting several pleading glances at Kakashi outside the window, only to be met with Kakashi's amused rejection, who simply continued to peruse the pages of a book titled Intimate Paradise. Jiming fiercely noted down a score against Kakashi, vowing that should she have the opportunity, she would set ablaze Kakashi's paradise of intimacy. Ah, our little Jiming is truly charming. Just as Jiming was contemplating how to incinerate Kakashi's haven, Biwa Lake deftly styled her hair into twin ponytails, intricately braiding them with just the right amount of tension. Jiming gazed into the mirror, observing a hairstyle she had never before attempted now adorning her head. Strangely enough, paired with her delicate features, it appeared quite charming. Before she could fully appreciate her reflection, her spirited grandmother, Peepa Lake, took her hand and led her toward the courtyard. A few adults were seated on the moon-viewing platform, where a small brazier stood at the center, upon which a teapot simmered, the tea still brewing. Jiming was seated beside Sarutobi Hiruzen, with Lake Biwa also by her side. As the group engaged in conversation, Jiming couldn't shake the feeling that multiple gazes were fixed upon her. Among them was Kakashi, who had previously been engrossed in his own little paradise. When Jiming was led away, Kakashi set aside his distractions, his gaze irresistibly drawn to the petite girl with twin braided pigtails and a cherubic face that exuded a certain delicacy, accentuated by her adorably styled hair. She appeared even more endearing. Kakashi chuckled softly, resting his chin in his hand as he listened to the third Hokage and Minato discuss some mundane political matters. Whenever the third Hokage spoke, he could openly steal glances at the little one, who seemed to be pouting her head, likely critiquing her undeniably charming hairstyle. Then there was Sasuke, who happened to catch sight of Jiming while playing in the courtyard. She sat demurely on the moon-viewing platform, her eyes sparkling, perhaps captivated by the beauty of the sky. She had also donned a new, adorable hairstyle. How to describe it? Sasuke pondered for a moment, concluding that it was simply perfect. The twin tails matched Jiming flawlessly. Tsunade had sent word a few days prior, announcing her return in a month's time. For some reason, Sarutobi Hiruzen began to speak of Tsunade. Each of his 3 beloved disciples had carved their own paths. Orochimaru had become a rogue ninja. Jiraiya continued his travels afar. And only Tsunade would often return to the village to spend time with this old man. Alas, how things have changed. Sarutobi sighed as he took a deep drag from his pipe, exhaling a thick cloud of smoke. Not only would Lady Tsunade return, but a messenger from the Land of Lightning would also arrive. Minato added that a new peace treaty was already being drafted by Rikuju. Very well, carry on, Minato. Sarutobi took another puff. I believe in you. You will safeguard Konoha. This statement left Minato startled. Was all the power truly to be entrusted to him? The weight of responsibility settled more heavily upon his shoulders. Yet, this was indeed the duty of a Hokage. Little Jiming, go and play with Sasuke and the others. Sarutobi smiled warmly at her. Just then, Naruto appeared at an opportune moment, calling out, Jiming, let us embark on an adventure together. Jiming is no fool. Her response merely serves to distance her from the situation. She obediently followed behind Naruto, chasing after butterflies. Sasuke watched the two childish figures with disdain, yet could not help but cast his gaze towards the two innocent souls. While such behavior might seem immature for children of 6 or 7, it was perfectly fitting for Jiming, a former university student. She had never had the opportunity to chase butterflies in her childhood. Even merely catching a glimpse of one was a luxury. She was burdened by endless farm work and household chores, always striving to carve out a fragment of time to study. In a way, she felt grateful for arriving in this world, as it not only provided Naruto with a complete childhood but also granted her one. Meanwhile, on the Tsukimi platform, Minato poured tea and spoke gravely, indicating that higher-ups had begun to take an interest in Jiming. Recently, he had noticed someone monitoring her movements. Is it the work of Danzo? Sarutobi sighed, lamenting that Konoha already owed the Uchiha clan enough. Why did Danzo insist on eradicating them? Minato could not deny it, suggesting that it might be the root organization. Perhaps we should wait until Lady Tsunade returns and have her take Jiming with her. I disagree, Kushina interjected, rare in her rebuttal of Minato's words. If we encounter them on the road, wouldn't that only provide them with more opportunities to harm Jiming? Now that both Jiming and Sasuke are living with us, they are likely too fearful to act against Minato. I concur with what the sensei's wife has stated, Kakashi chimed in, unusually vocal in such discussions. I have recently stepped down from my position in the Umbu and can keep an eye on Jiming's safety. Additionally, our hospital is in need of personnel. We have yet to train new medical ninjas, and someone like Jiming, with battlefield experience, would be invaluable. Rin added, expressing regret that Jiming was unwilling to join the hospital due to her age, thus relegating her to a non-staff role. Moreover, Jiming's eyes have already manifested the 3 tomo, Kushina declared, causing the group to gasp in shock and turn their gazes towards Obito. It was evident that Obito had awakened his 2 tomo at the age of 13. During the Battle of Kamizukabashi. Now, Jiming had achieved the 3 tomo at just over 6 years old, and in an era of peace, no less. Has the seal been broken? Sarutobi inquired. Impossible. The day after Jiming returned to Konoha, I reinforced the seal alongside Lady Tsunade, Minato remarked, puzzled. The seal had suppressed Jiming's ocular power to some extent, yet she had still managed to awaken the 3 tomo. Could it be that Lady Tsunade had intervened? There was no denying her brilliance. Obito reflected, I previously searched through the clan records but found no file on Jiming. I have no knowledge of her parents or siblings. However, that pair of Sharingan can only belong to the Uchiha clan. However, there is an unexpected detail. The elder's younger brother, Izuna, has a twin sister. And it is rumored that Izuna shares an extraordinary bond with Sasuke, but the veracity of this claim remains uncertain. Perhaps Chiharu is a descendant of Izuna. Chapter 40, All Rogue Ninjas, Depart. This is a matter I am somewhat familiar with. Hiruzen Sarutobi mentioned that Chiharu was initially rescued from the clutches of Tsunade and Danzo. The internal records are largely devoid of names, making them impossible to trace. Matters from the era of Lord Hashirama are equally elusive, leaving the lineage of Izuna's descendants shrouded in mystery. For now, it is prudent to observe further. Minato sighed, acknowledging that the child is indeed a good one. Yet he is constantly under scrutiny, akin to a ticking time bomb, ready to explode at any moment. Kakashi, you should have no missions this year. Your responsibility will be to ensure Chiharu's safety. Once the June ninja school graduation occurs, you may proceed to mentor the lower-ranked ninjas. As a vital member of the village, Kakashi should have no difficulty safeguarding a young girl. Minato also contemplated assigning him tasks promptly, lest he become rusty from idleness, confined to the home, engrossed in the latest romantic dramas. Very well, sensei, Kakashi replied, genuinely prepared to assist Lady Tsunade with the child. After enjoying some rice cake soup at the 3rd Hokage's residence, they leisurely returned home. However, upon their arrival, Kushina and Minato resumed their busyness. As they were expecting friends to visit shortly, Chiharu seized the opportunity to slip away to the study under the pretense of reading. Unbeknownst to her, the 2 playful children, Sasuke accompanied her, while Naruto retreated to his room for a nap. Chiharu found it quite astonishing that Sasuke would join her in the study. She had never before witnessed such a scene. Curiosity piqued, she approached to see what he was reading. As she drew near, Sasuke, with a vigilant expression, hastily concealed his book. "What are you doing?" he inquired. "I'm not doing anything," Chiharu replied, deliberately withholding her intentions. She leaned slightly against him, attempting to retrieve a book from the shelf behind him, explaining, "There's a book on the shelf behind you that I wish to take." Sasuke, glancing up, only noted the black collar of her attire, and a faint scent of medicine wafted from her petite frame, causing his cheeks to flush slightly. He awkwardly responded, "Then be quick about it. I don't want to be distracted from my reading." All right, she assured him. Jiming finally acquired the book he had long desired. He settled onto the opposite sofa, curling his legs together, resembling a figure caught in a half-reclined state, idly perusing the pages of the book. Moments later, Kakashi unexpectedly entered, bearing tea and snacks, which he placed upon the small table in the center. "The mistress asked me to bring you some refreshments," he remarked before taking a seat on Jiming's sofa, crossing his legs with a relaxed demeanor, seemingly emerging from a realm of intimacy, leisurely flipping through the pages. Jiming took a wagashi and exclaimed that its sweetness was rather excessive. Originally, there were 3 wagashi strung together, but after consuming one, she placed it back and directed her attention to the tea. The flavor of the tea was not particularly strong. It was neither bitter nor astringent, aligning perfectly with her preferences. Kakashi carefully stored the intimate paradise, glancing at the little girl beside him who had already fallen asleep, a gentle smile gracing his lips. He tiptoed out to the adjoining room to fetch 2 blankets. One he delicately draped over Jiming, cautious not to disturb her slumber, while the other he casually laid over Sasuke. Sasuke, feeling the weight of the blanket, let out a muffled grunt, half opening his eyes to see it was Kakashi, and then rolled over to continue his sleep, reassured. Having completed this task, Kakashi exited the study and made his way downstairs. The Nara, Akimichi, and Yamanaka families were already seated in the living room, enjoying tea. As Kakashi descended, he greeted them and naturally took a seat beside Obito. CHG. Noticing Kakashi's arrival from upstairs, couldn't help but inquire, "Kakashi-sensei, are Naruto and the others asleep?" CHG had hoped to invite Naruto out to play, especially with the village bustling with lively activities near the temple. It would surely be entertaining to go together. Yes, they should be waking up soon, Kakashi speculated, estimating that Naruto's nap time was nearly over. Just wait a bit, Naruto will come down shortly. CHG, undeterred by the delay, picked up a wagashi and praised Kushina. "And Kushina, this wagashi is delicious, almost as good as the ones bought outside. Then eat as many as you like." CHG, Kushina replied with a warm smile, prompting him to indulge in several more wagashi. After a while, Kakashi gathered that they were discussing the diplomatic relations with the Land of Lightning. Being Hokage was indeed a busy endeavor. Even during the New Year's festival, discussions about work persisted. Kakashi shook his head, vowing never to engage in such a hectic lifestyle again. CHG, Shikamaru, Ino, Naruto, who had been half awake, suddenly brightened at the sight of his friends, his voice rising with enthusiasm as he dashed into the living room. "Hello, uncles and aunts." After greeting the adults, he joyfully huddled with his companions. "Shall we go to the temple? When I went to pay my respects today, they said there would be performances by geisha." Yes. CHG was eager to see this. However, Shikamaru seemed entirely disinterested, not even bothering to feign enthusiasm. What a hassle, having to walk to the temple, whatever. Ino, curious about the outing, felt a bit out of place being the only girl among the boys and chose not to voice her feelings. Instead, she asked, "Where are Sasuke and Jiming?" It seemed to be in the study, though Naruto was rather unclear about it. He was entirely preoccupied with sleeping, oblivious to what the 2 individuals were engaged in. "They are sleeping," Kakashi suddenly interjected, startling the 4 children. They exchanged several glances involuntarily, bewildered at how their teacher could hear them despite their distance and hushed conversation. "How about we all go together?" Ino proposed. "Isn't there a fireworks festival tonight? We could invite Sakura to join us for the fireworks later." The thought of Sakura having someone to accompany her, while also providing an opportunity to get closer to Sasuke, filled Ino with delight, making it a 2-fold advantage. All right then, Naruto and Choji reluctantly agreed, while Shikamaru remained indifferent, merely finding it bothersome. As the sun dipped below the horizon, Chimi finally awoke. She struggled to rise, only to discover a blanket had been placed over her at some point. Scanning her surroundings, she noticed that Sasuke had one as well, and an answer formed in her mind. It must have been brought by Kakashi. Jiming stretched lazily and lit an oil lamp to finish the book she had not completed earlier that day. Moments later, Sasuke awoke. His expression dazed as he gazed at her. Their eyes met unexpectedly, and in that fleeting moment, Jiming found the young Uchiha Sasuke to be quite adorable. Such a cherubic child, she thought. All the rebellious ninjas could step aside. What's wrong? Sasuke, feeling perplexed by her gaze, hurriedly averted his eyes. What time was it? Anyway? Chapter 41. What is Kakashi's true identity? The sun had just set. Jiming withdrew her gaze, closed the book, and finally completed her reading. Should we head down? Kakashi had come up earlier to tell us it was time for dinner. Not wanting to disturb your slumber, I refrained from waking you. Sasuke had not anticipated sleeping so soundly. He quickly rose, adjusted his kimono, neatly folded the blanket, returned the book to its place, and then departed from the study. Jiming remarked, what a discerning individual. Once again, a bowl of irreplaceable rice cake soup graced the table, despite Kushina's culinary prowess. The incessant servings of rice cake soup were proving to be rather overwhelming for Jiming. Furthermore, having trained less today, her appetite had diminished considerably. Kakashi, seemingly oblivious to her feelings, occasionally added more to her bowl. Jiming shot a glare at Kakashi, her cheeks puffed in frustration, before begrudgingly finishing the vegetables in her bowl. As she continued to eat, the desire to indulge further waned, prompting her to slide her bowl towards Kakashi, giving him a meaningful glance. Jiming, brother. You serve yourself and eat. Kakashi remained silent, merely smiling as he picked up the bowl pushed towards him by Jiming and finished the remaining dishes. After dinner, the children gathered together to deliberate for a while and ultimately decided to send Naruto along with 2 children from the Uchiha clan for diplomacy. Naruto settled between Sasuke and Jiming, casually draping an arm around each as he cheerfully inquired, "Shall we go out together to watch the fireworks festival?" "Boring," Sasuke retorted dismissively, leaving Naruto at a loss for words, as they had enjoyed the previous autumn festival immensely. "Come on, Sasuke," Jiming urged. Jiming disregarded Sasuke's small mood and stood up, grabbing him and leading the group towards the door. Really, at their age, why stay at home instead of enjoying the fireworks with good friends? It was already abnormal for him to be like this, and yet he didn't interact with others. Jiming silently lamented Sasuke, this restless child, who clearly wished to go yet chose to remain silent. After Naruto informed the adults one by one, he rejoined his friends. Their first stop was Sakura's house to pick her up before heading to the temple in the north to witness the fireworks festival. Jiming quietly followed at the back, listening to the children's chatter. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew, stirring up the sand. And Jiming couldn't help but wonder how Gaara from the sand village was spending the new year. "Let us sit here," Sakura suggested, pointing to an open patch of grass in front of the temple where several people were already seated. She chose a spot that offered a good view of the fireworks and beckoned everyone to sit. The children formed a circle, with Sakura on Jiming's right and Sasuke on her left. Sasuke sat like a statue, reluctantly listening and responding only when asked. But whenever Naruto teased him, he would react like a prickly cat, swatting at Naruto playfully. Surprisingly, Sakura leaned in to whisper, "Are you Sasuke's sister? You look so much like him." Before Jiming could respond, Ino leaned in to listen, shaking her head. "No, but I don't even know who I really am." Seeing the hesitant expressions on their faces, it was clear that this answer was not what they were hoping for. The question of identity was too complex to unravel. Jiming had no intention of seeking an answer, nor did she feel it was necessary. Maintaining the bonds she had was sufficient. "Ah," Sakura murmured, exchanging a glance with Ino. The two fell into a thoughtful silence until Ino broke the tension. "Then come play with us, Jiming. We can be your friends. If you need anything, let us know. Though our strength is limited, we will do our best to help you." Sakura echoed her sentiment, feeling an inexplicable fondness for this girl who resembled Sasuke. Could it be because of her affection for Sasuke? "All right, Ino, Sakura," Jiming replied with a smile, her eyes slightly misty as she looked up at the sky, trying to hold back her tears. Such heartfelt words had never been spoken to her before. In her previous life, she had no friends, walking alone towards her passions. Fortunately, she had encountered some fans who enjoyed her live streams, and she had naively considered them friends. Sadly, that didn't last long before she found herself here. "Everyone, this is the sweet tea that Choji and I bought," Naruto announced, returning with several cups of tea that he distributed among them. "We can drink while we chat." Naruto's suggestion was undoubtedly valuable. The young boys rarely settled down in their seats, while the girls formed a small circle. Upon hearing Naruto's call, they returned to their places. Although they were uncertain about what to discuss, the innocent chatter proved to be quite amusing to the young ones. For instance, Naruto inquired if anyone had ever seen what lay beneath Kakashi-sensei's mask. Shikamaru, for the first time, felt a flicker of interest. Surely Kakashi-sensei could not be that unpresentable. As a temporary, loyal disciple of Kakashi, Sasuke countered, "No." "Oh? Sasuke, have you seen Kakashi-sensei?" Naruto seized this rare opportunity to elicit a response from Sasuke, convinced that there must be some knowledge behind his statement. "I don't know," Sasuke replied. He recalled seeing the legendary Konoha White Fang in Obito's room, and suddenly realized that others might not know who Konoha White Fang was. He elaborated. "Konoha White Fang is Kakashi's father. He was quite handsome, wasn't he? Kakashi can't be that bad. Are you not curious about what Kakashi-sensei really looks like?" Naruto, ever the jokester, ignited the curiosity of everyone present except for one. As the only one aware of Kakashi's true appearance, Chiyaming merely shook her head, declaring, "Kakashi is ugly." This was the funniest joke she had ever heard. Kakashi had once captured the hearts of countless admirers with merely a quarter of his face visible. "Wait a minute. Kakashi eats with you all. How do you not know what he looks like?" Ino found it quite strange, reasoning that Naruto and Sasuke should at least have some notion of Kakashi's appearance. "He can't possibly eat with his mask on, can he?" Naruto and Sasuke exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of embarrassment. Naruto remarked, "Who pays attention to Kakashi-sensei while eating?" Sasuke added, "Yeah, who really notices Kakashi when we eat?" Their seemingly obvious remarks left everyone speechless. The most strategic among them, Shikamaru, suggested, "How about when Kakashi-sensei comes over later, we offer him some sweet soup? And I can use the shadow imitation technique to compel him to remove his mask?" "That sounds great." The group enthusiastically agreed. With a joyful smile, Jimin lifted the sweet soup and took a sip. Kakashi had likely listened to the entire conversation, and it seemed he would not appear here shortly. What if, however, Kakashi-sensei chose not to come? It appeared that there was indeed a clever individual within the team. Jimin glanced toward the pink-haired girl beside her. All of this hinged on the assumption that Kakashi would arrive. If he did not, our plans would be in vain. "Oh, I hear you have been searching for me?" Kakashi unexpectedly materialized behind Jimin, causing everyone to flinch and greet him with a nervous demeanor. They collectively wondered if Kakashi-sensei had overheard their plans. "Wait," Naruto exclaimed. "What with Kakashi-sensei not wearing his mask?" The group immediately lifted their heads to look at Kakashi, and even Jimin found herself gazing up at him. Her eyes were drawn to a conspicuous beauty mark at the corner of his mouth. Before she could divert her gaze elsewhere, she felt as though she had been compelled to turn entirely, finding herself face to face with Kakashi's striking visage. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." A faint blush inadvertently graced Jimin's face as she awkwardly turned her head to gaze at an indeterminate object nearby. Not only was Jimin captivated, but so were the others. Sasuke appeared somewhat composed, having previously seen photographs of Konoha's White Fang. Kakashi's visage bore a striking resemblance to that of the legendary figure. Conversely, Naruto, Shikamaru, Choji, and the two young girls, Ino and Sakura, who encountered Kakashi for the first time, widened their eyes in astonishment, unable to fathom the scene before them. Kakashi, however, did not wait for them to process the moment. He donned a dog mask he had just purchased from a nearby mask shop. "Kakashi, are you not a bit childish?" Obito arrived fashionably late, chiding him for amusing children at his age. "And what about you? We left at the same time. What have you been dilly-dallying about?" Kakashi shot Obito a silent glare, exasperated by his habitual tardiness, wondering what he could possibly have been doing on the way. "I was helping an elderly lady cross the street," Obito retorted defiantly. "Is it not commendable to be helpful?" All right, Kakashi conceded, deciding it was futile to argue with this juvenile. He found it amusing that he, who often accused Obito of immaturity, was perhaps even more juvenile himself, always needing to win their banter. "Honestly, you're like a child. Not even as composed as young Jimin here." Should Obito have heard this, he would undoubtedly have protested. "That is clearly one of our Uchiha children." As Jimin composed herself again, she noticed that Kakashi had settled beside her, his dog mask fitting him surprisingly well. Sensing her gaze, Kakashi turned to her and gently inquired, "What is it?" Caught in the act, Jimin replied nonchalantly, "Oh, nothing." "Is this your first time attending the fireworks festival, Kakashi and I?" "Well, I suppose it is," Kakashi mused briefly, recalling his past. Before meeting Sensei Minato, he had spent New Year's with the old man, devoid of any festivities. Given the wartime context, who had the inclination to partake in such celebrations? After meeting Minato, Kakashi had officially joined the conflict. Watching fireworks was a luxury he could not afford, as even the sight of smoke would put him on high alert. Following the war's conclusion and the revision of the peace treaty, Kakashi was assigned to the Umbu, where the workload was relentless, leaving little time for leisure. Then you must enjoy it thoroughly, Jimin said with a smile. When the fireworks rise and bloom, they are truly beautiful. As the words of Jimin faded, a resounding crack echoed, and fireworks burst forth, captivating everyone's gaze towards the resplendent sky. Yet, Jimin's attention was drawn to Kakashi beside her. It was the first time she had heard Kakashi's innermost thoughts. How wonderful it would be if his father could witness this moment alongside him. Kakashi, is your heart yearning for your father? Jimin was at a loss on how to console him. She had long understood that the passing of a loved one is not akin to a torrential downpour, but rather a lifetime of lingering dampness. In the years following her grandmother's departure, the intermittent recollections of those she could never see again brought her profound anguish. Once more, a sound echoed, and she heard Kakashi's innermost thoughts, so beautiful, yet tragically fleeting. With a flicker of determination, Jimin, amidst the cacophony of the crowd, discreetly extended her hand towards Kakashi's right hand, briefly touching it before hastily retracting. A warm flush spread across her cheeks. Uncertain of the source of her newfound courage, she boldly leaned in, resting her left hand on Kakashi's right, and whispered softly by his ear, Kakashi and I, Uncle Shomu is still here with you. Just look up. Kakashi, momentarily taken aback as if ensnared by a shadow clone technique, followed Jimin's lead and gazed upwards at the dazzling fireworks. Shortly thereafter, he heard the little one utter, the brightest star is the one that represents your beloved. It remained a mystery whether Kakashi believed her words. Nonetheless, Jimin did. Unable to come to terms with her grandmother's passing, she spun a web of lies to comfort herself. This notion of a star was one of her fabrications. Kakashi's signature crescent moon smile graced his face, yet Jimin could not discern whether it was genuine or feigned, so she mirrored his smile. As the gathering came to a close, everyone returned to their respective homes. The adults distributed small red envelopes to the three children, although the amounts were modest. Jimin felt grateful, thinking that having something was better than having nothing. She tucked the money away and prepared for bed. Chapter 43. The dealer's New Year gift, however. Sleep eluded Jimin, for today marked the first day of her new year. She was determined to seek out the dealer for her little red envelope. Under the cloak of night, she stealthily conspired with the dealer. Jimin, dealer, where is my New Year's gift? Dealer, oh dear, do not be in such a hurry. After all, you have been busy all day. I was just about to take a break and prepare to draw your cards. As soon as the dealer finished speaking, a luminous screen appeared before Jimin, displaying several question-marked orbs. Were these not the spoils from each match of Teamfight Tactics? She attempted to click on the first question-mark orb, which revealed several coins that accumulated in the small pouch at the bottom right corner, totaling 8. Jimin clicked her tongue. This was not the actual Teamfight Tactics. So what use did she have for the economy? Continuing to click on the remaining orbs, she uncovered 2 chain mails, a giant S-blade, and a cloak of magic resistance, along with 4 small coins. What was this all about? What purpose did these Teamfight Tactics items serve her? Dealer, these items can be combined in pairs to form corresponding equipment, quite similar to Teamfight Tactics, but their effects are adjusted according to the Naruto world. Dealer, the coin system allows you to utilize the coins you acquire to purchase desired items in our shop, such as ninja coins, for instance. Dealer, by the way, these items can be placed upon the cards you obtain. Dealer, so, dear Jimin, would you like to synthesize now? Jimin pondered for a moment, realizing that her system bore a striking resemblance to the mechanics of Teamfight Tactics. The synthesis of equipment offered merely 2 options. One could be affixed to her own character or bestowed upon a favorite card. Presently, she possessed 2 chain vests, a giant sword, and a cloak. The most life-preserving item available was the Spring Brothers armor. However, one must consider the current version of Teamfight Tactics. If it were the S8 version, the combination of a chain vest and a giant sword would yield the Blade of the Night. Nonetheless, both remain commendable choices. She resolved to synthesize one of them first. Jimin maneuvered the chain mail and the Storm Greatsword into alignment, as the luminous screen before him unveiled 2 choices. Night's Edge. With each battle, it grants a fleeting escape from all negative effects and enhances physical prowess by 15%. Guardian Angel. When life hangs by a thread, it induces a state of apparent death for 5 seconds, after which it dispels all negative effects, allowing for rebirth. Jimin gazed at the 2 objects before him, and it was evident to anyone what choice to make. Indeed, believing in the guidance of Chun-Gu ensures eternal life. He selected the Guardian Angel and deftly dragged it onto his card. Jimin, does this mean I possess such abilities now? Dealer, indeed. With a resurrection armor. Jiming pondered that he should no longer be so easily defeated. At the very least, he could face attacks without as many concerns. Dealer, why does our dear Jiming always wish to shield others from harm? Jimin sighed, remarking that in critical situations, even with an arsenal of jutsu at his disposal, instinct would drive him to save others. The dealer fell silent, prompting the question of whether Jimin had shielded him from danger for the same reason. On the eve of their return to work, Minato received an invitation from the Kazakage couple of Tsunade, urging him to join them for a meal. After deliberation with Kushina, they resolved to accept the invitation. As for the underlying motive, whether it was merely for the sake of dining remains a mystery. The meal was scheduled for 3 days hence, at a banquet-level restaurant located in the Land of Rivers, at the border between the Land of Wind and the Land of Fire. Upon their departure, the household erupted into chaos, particularly driven by Naruto and another child, who stirred commotion from home to school and back again. They spent the day shouting, "Sasuke, come, let us duel," and the other would echo, "Naruto." After a bout of playful wrestling, it was ultimately Jimin who had to intervene. On the 3rd day following Minato's departure, as the ninja school commenced its 2nd day, Naruto returned home clamoring for Kakashi. "What's the matter?" Kakashi responded, busy in the kitchen preparing dinner, while Rin and Obito were occupied with their own missions, leaving him to shoulder the responsibility of the 3 children. "Kakashi-sensei, we have a parent-teacher meeting tomorrow. You must attend," Naruto exclaimed. No sooner had he finished than Sasuke rushed in, panting and declaring, "No? Kakashi, you promised me." Kakashi, preoccupied with preparing fish, offered perfunctory responses. When he finally emerged, he discovered that the 2 children had engaged in a scuffle, with one having landed a punch on the other, while the victor sat serenely on the couch, sipping a cup of hot tea with deliberate grace. "Time to eat," he announced. Jiming was the first to rise, taking her seat and gazing at the unchanging fish. Unable to suppress a sigh, having consumed fish for 3 consecutive days was quite enough. She was not a mere kitten, after all, to subsist solely on fish. "As for the parent-teacher meeting for the 2 of you, I shall attend based on the circumstances." After finishing his meal, Kakashi made ample assurances to pacify the 2 youngsters. Naturally, the worst-case scenario would involve both him and little Jiming attending together. The 2 children, feeling a sense of indignation, cast a timid glance at the silent Jiming, but ultimately resolved to settle their rivalry through the act of dining. The following afternoon, Kakashi donned his ninja attire and prepared to depart with Obito, who had just returned from a mission. As he stepped halfway out the door, Kakashi suddenly realized that he seemed to have forgotten something. "Obito, did we overlook anything?" The overlooked Jiming stood silently before Kakashi, wondering if he could not lower his noble head just this once. "Where's little Jiming?" Obito, appearing fatigued and with heavy eyelids, glanced around but still failed to notice Jiming standing in front of him. Jiming, in a fit of righteous indignation, exclaimed, "If one does not need their eyes, they could be donated to those in need, dear brothers." With that, he flung the door open and strode ahead. The trio made their way to the Ninja Academy, where Kakashi attended as Naruto's guardian, while Obito represented Sasuke. Jiming was merely a charming accessory brought along by the 2 adults. Once seated, Irika, the mentor, effortlessly orchestrated the parent-teacher meeting, leaving the parents in high spirits. Before concluding, Irika glanced at Kakashi and Obito, calling for Naruto and Sasuke's parents to remain behind. Instantly, Kakashi and Obito felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them as all eyes turned in their direction. Kakashi could only respond with his signature crescent smile, while Obito feigned ignorance, pretending not to notice the attention. Jiming, in her charmingly unpretentious manner, remained unaffected by the attention directed towards her, as she was merely a delightful embellishment in the scene. Once the crowd dispersed, Kakashi and Obito approached. Irika, holding Naruto's report card with a mix of disappointment and determination, earnestly addressed Kakashi, stating, "I understand that Lord Minato is exceedingly busy, yet Kakashi-san, you were on leave recently, are you not? Please take a look at Naruto's grades." Chapter 44. She was actually abducted as a hostage. Kakashi found himself at a loss for words, and after a moment of silence, he could only lower his head and respond, "Very well. I shall provide Naruto with proper guidance." However, Irika felt this was insufficient. He glanced at Obito, sighed deeply, and continued, "Since Sasuke and Naruto reside together, it would be beneficial for Naruto to learn from Sasuke and enhance his studies further. Yet, why has this child not been enrolled in the Ninja Academy?" Irika finally noticed the small Jiming, who was of similar age to Naruto and Sasuke, and pondered why she had not been sent to the academy. Kakashi interjected with an ah and explained, This child is the esteemed apprentice of Lady Tsunade and Lord Minato, and there are no current plans to enroll her in the Ninja Academy. With this clarification, Irika refrained from further inquiries and shifted his focus back to Naruto, stating, "I trust the two of you will take good care of Naruto's studies." "Understood," Kakashi replied, feeling somewhat deflated as he exited the Ninja Academy. He wondered if he had faltered in his role as a mentor, despite the fact that both children were under his tutelage. Jiming strolled leisurely, hand in hand with Kakashi. Today marked her inaugural visit to the Ninja Academy, where the title of ninja appeared to hold considerable significance. Yet, she pondered whether there might be an alternative path to becoming a chunin or jonin without attending the academy. Kakashi and Obito and Must I graduate from the Ninja Academy to achieve the rank of chunin or jonin? Jiming was somewhat perplexed by the intricacies of this world and realized that she must take her time to validate everything step by step. Thus, she hurried to enroll in the Ninja Academy to commence her studies. Indeed, one would typically need to graduate from the ninja school. After a moment of contemplation, Obito remarked that, of course, there are opportunities for exceptional advancement, contingent upon how teacher Minato chooses to arrange matters at that time. What prompted this newfound desire in Jiming to become a ninja? Obito pondered, given that he had previously inquired about her interest in joining the Ninja Academy, only to be met with a firm refusal. Yet, her extraordinary talent indeed made it a pity for her not to pursue the path of a ninja. "If I become a ninja, I could embark on missions alongside my brothers," Jiming expressed with a sense of longing, though this was not her true intention. A few days after Jiming posed her question, the Watergate couple returned, and the group gathered to confer. They bestowed upon Jiming her ninja number and headband. Kushina assisted her in fastening the headband across her forehead, her long, straight black hair tied back in a low ponytail. She gazed at her reflection in the mirror, nodding in satisfaction. Due to the day's significance, Kushina had summoned a photographer to their home well in advance. Newly appointed as a ninja, Jiming stood in the midst of the group, flanked by Sasuke and Naruto, while several adults stood behind them. As the photographer counted down, Jiming felt a weight on her head at the moment the shutter clicked, yet she maintained her smile toward the camera. After the photo was taken, she shot an indignant glare at the culprit, Kakashi. "What are you doing?" she demanded. "Nothing," he replied, producing a short blade from seemingly nowhere and presenting it to her. "Consider this your gift as a genin." Jiming recognized the blade as a family heirloom of the Hatake clan and accepted it solemnly, declaring, "I will use it well." Although her swordsmanship was lacking, she was determined to learn. Kakashi, unsure of what else to give, offered her a scroll. Obito, at a loss for ideas, handed her a fire-style scroll from the Uchiha clan, saying, "I don't know what's inside. Consider it like a mystery box." As everyone else presented their gifts, only Sasuke remained. Jiming naturally extended her hand toward him, her eyes clearly asking, "What about my gift?" Sasuke turned crimson and waved his hand dismissively. "I'm not ready yet. I'll give it to you once you become a nin." The group erupted in playful teasing, and overwhelmed, Sasuke dashed back to his room, his face still flushed. After becoming a genin, Jiming received few missions, mostly trivial tasks like finding lost cats and dogs, while opportunities for more significant assignments eluded her. However, she was not anxious. She awaited the opportune moment. Tsunade was scheduled to return to the village with the envoy from the Cloud Village in the coming days. If she could glean a hint or two, perhaps she could save Hinata Hyuga's life, potentially preventing Niji from becoming so extreme. According to the limitations of her circumstances, she was not permitted to alter the course of events. However, she could manipulate the narrative through the hands of others, which should pose no issue in exploiting a bug. Thus, during one of the training sessions, when both Minato and Kakashi were present, Jiming seized this rare opportunity to gather the two. Both of them appeared quite bewildered as they huddled beneath a large tree, whispering their scheming. Over the years, the Hidden Cloud Village had primarily enhanced its national strength by seizing advanced ninjutsu from other villages. Upon arriving at Konoha, Jiming paused for a moment. Observing the expressions of the two, which had shifted from frivolity to gravity, indicating that they had taken her words to heart, rather than dismissing them as mere childish chatter. The most crucial ocular powers of Konoha, the Sharingan and Byakugan, belonged to the three major clans. Where would the Hidden Cloud direct its attention? With such guidance, she felt certain Minato would deduce whom the Hidden Cloud would target. With only 2 pairs of Sharingan remaining, both residing within the Hokage's household, they were not ideal targets. Moreover, the forbidden techniques of the Inuzuka, Nara, and Akimichi clans would not provide them with significant qualitative enhancement. Thus, the final focus could only rest upon the Hyuga clan. residing at the edge of the village. Could it be the Hyuga clan? Minato pondered for a moment. Recalling the two standout children of the clan, Hinata from the main house and Niji from the branch house, Kakashi added his analysis. Noting that the Byakugan of the branch family had a certain blind spot, while the main family possessed a flawless mastery. Hence, it must be Hinata, then. In his heart, Jiming fervently nodded. It was indeed Hinata Hyuga. It would be prudent to directly dispatch a small team to guard the area, lest they fall prey to the schemes of the Cloud Village. Of course, this could potentially be a trap set by the Cloud Village, for the defenses of the Hyuga clan would not easily allow intruders to breach their sanctum. Jiming continued to guide the conversation. What if the Cloud Village was intentionally revealing their movements to the members of the Hyuga clan, seeking to leverage this for greater diplomatic advantage? Kakashi, as astute as she deemed him to be, swiftly grasped the essence of her thoughts. In a moment of uncontainable admiration, Jiming fervently applauded Kakashi in her heart, eagerly anticipating how Minato would orchestrate the forthcoming tasks. However, a perplexed Minato pondered how his 6-year-old child, who was still incessantly calling out for Sasuke, could already comprehend the intricacies of diplomatic maneuvers. The answer was evident. She possessed the script. Jiming, feeling somewhat guilty, brandished Tsunade as a shield, recalling her observations during their travels together. It turned out that Lady Tsunade had previously visited the Land of Lightning. Minato's realization dawned upon him. If these circumstances were placed under Tsunade's influence, everything began to make sense. Furthermore, this young Jiming was undoubtedly precocious. Many years ago, there was another gifted child from the Uchiha clan, yet he was unable to navigate the complexities between the Uchiha and the village, ultimately bearing an overwhelming burden. Seeing that Minato was convinced, Jiming exhaled in relief, believing she had successfully altered Hinata's fate of becoming a scapegoat. Indeed, the following day, she discovered that 2 elite Umbu squads were stationed near the Hyuga estate. Moreover, the Hyuga clan had fabricated a narrative suggesting that the 2 clan heads were on a vacation with their children. Everything was in place, awaiting the arrival of the Cloud Village operatives to ensnare themselves in this trap. Upon Tsunade's return to the village, aside from a few close acquaintances, no one was aware of her arrival. However, the visit from the Cloud Village to Konoha stirred quite a commotion. Jiming first sought out Tsunade and Shizune, but found the house deserted. Were they at the izakaya once more? In a flash of the Flying Thunder God technique, she landed at the izakaya in Konoha. She intended to boldly lift the curtain and stride inside, but before she could act, the proprietor stopped her at the threshold, apologizing that minors under the age of 18 were not permitted to consume alcohol. With an innocent and endearing expression, Jiming replied, "I'm here to find my master. My master is that beautiful woman with blonde hair, accompanied by a black-haired woman in her 20s. I'm not here to drink." The shopkeeper, evidently charmed by Jiming's naive and harmless demeanor, smiled and nodded. "All right, young lady, you may go in." Jiming continued to embrace the role of an innocent young girl, trailing behind the shopkeeper, her curious gaze flitting from side to side as she marveled at her surroundings. Eventually, she discovered Tsunade in a small private room. "All right, your master is inside," the shopkeeper announced, opening the door for Jiming. She first closed the door behind her and, upon entering, immediately beheld Tsunade with flushed cheeks, alongside a slumped-in-sleep Shizune at the table. It appeared they had indulged in too much drink. "Master," Jiming called softly as she approached Tsunade's side. "Welcome back." "Oh, little Ji," Tsunade replied, her eyes hazy yet revealing a glimmer of clarity. After so many years, returning to Konoha, no one had ever welcomed her back in such a manner. Friends from her generation had either perished or wandered off, and her family was no more. She never expected that a child from the Uchiha clan would hold her in such regard. After all these years, perhaps she had done something right. "Do you miss your master, little Ji?" Tsunade, buoyed by her intoxication, pulled Jiming tightly into her embrace, savoring the warmth of this familial bond. "I brought back many delightful trinkets from the Land of Lightning just for you. I hear you've become quite the formidable kunoichi. Our little princess is truly impressive." Jiming reciprocated with her small arms wrapped around Tsunade, for to her, Tsunade was the most significant person in her world. Later, Jiming summoned a few Umbu ninjas, responsible for Tsunade's safety, requesting their assistance in escorting her home while she clutched a small pink pig and returned to the Namikaze residence. In the dead of night, as Jiming drifted between dreams, she was suddenly alerted by the sound of footsteps. Instinctively, she became vigilant, her drowsiness evaporating. She remained still, awaiting the arrival of whoever approached. At the far end of the second floor, connected to a window, before she could hear the door creak open. She was suddenly lifted and whisked away from the end of the corridor. Stealing a glance at her abductor, she noted their dark skin and tattooed shoulders, deducing they were likely from the hidden Cloud Village. These intruders were audacious indeed, breaching the Hokage's residence with apparent intent directed at Sasuke, not her. Yet, a sense of relief washed over her. It was she who had been taken. Had it been Sasuke, another scar would be etched upon his already fractured spirit, an unbearable pain. They continued to carry her further away, traversing the outskirts of Konoha. Jimin contemplated her escape, but sensed Kakashi's chakra nearby. Perhaps he was on his way to rescue her. Jimin devised a cunning plan, for as the saying goes, a hero rescuing a damsel in distress is a timeless tale. The fluttering of hearts is not solely reserved for the beauty. The hero too evokes a stir. This might serve as an effective means to elevate Kakashi's affections towards her. And thus, Kakashi's card would be within reach. Yet, the circumstances on the Hinata side remain uncertain. One of the Cloud Ninjas expressed his concerns, while his companion, a taciturn individual, urged vigilance against the enemy, cautioning against distraction. This is the Sharingan. Another sensory ninja? Jimin was astonished. How could she perceive Kakashi's chakra even faster than this Cloud Ninja? We have pursuers, the Cloud Ninja stated. With the two of us, along with the hostage, he wouldn't dare to act against us. Indeed, this quiet ninja displayed a degree of cleverness. Yet the approaching figure was none other than the renowned Kakashi Hatake, famed for his Sharingan. In the face of absolute power, all other factors seemed trivial. Ah, you two are looking for me? Kakashi perched upon a tree, the moonlight illuminating his face, rendering his right Sharingan even more pronounced. He gazed at Jimin, who had been carelessly placed upon a tree by the enemy, and could not help but smirk. It has been a while since I last took a life. I wonder if I still possess the skill. You are Kakashi Hatake, wielder of the Sharingan. The visibly anxious Cloud Ninja stammered. The composed Cloud Ninja admonished him sternly. Cast aside your cowardice. Do you not recall your vow before Lord Raikage? Chapter 45. I firmly believe my brother will come to rescue me. The composed Cloud Ninja admonished him sternly. Cast aside your cowardice. Do you not recall your vow before Lord Raikage? Jimin could only hear the clattering sounds of shurikens clashing, surmising that it was the sound of a fierce confrontation. In a 2-on-1 scenario, Kakashi showed no sign of weakness, and in fact, seemed to hold a slight advantage. In each previous battle, he would meticulously analyze his opponents, using the initial exchanges merely to gather information. However, on this occasion, Kakashi was at a loss. The thread of rationality had snapped, and he charged forward, intent on making the two adversaries before him pay dearly. Suddenly, a jarring crackle of electricity pierced Jimin's ears, and before she could react, she was forcibly seized. A shuriken pressed against her throat. Lower your weapons at once, or I shall take her life. Jimin was compelled to open her eyes, gazing at Kakashi, who was inevitably brandishing his raikiri with his right hand. Her unwavering faith in him prompted a smile. Behind her, the man collapsed with a resounding thud, and she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. Brother. Jimin couldn't help but ponder when he had intervened. The Cloud Ninja had not bled. Was it the result of that Sharingan's genjutsu? Do not be afraid, it is all over now, Kakashi murmured, holding her tightly. His negligence had nearly resulted in Jimin being taken as a hostage to the Land of Lightning, as his thoughts were consumed by the Hyuga clan. It's all right, brother. Jimin reassured as she patted Kakashi's shoulder. I believe you would never let your comrades come to harm. Thus, I have always held steadfast in my conviction that you would come to rescue me. Jimin distinctly sensed Kakashi's body stiffen. After a prolonged silence, he finally uttered, let us proceed and escort these individuals back to Lord Minato. Observing Kakashi as he secured the two captives with handcuffs, linking them together by a chain, he prepared to lead them back to the village. Jimin was indeed apprehensive. She had witnessed individuals capable of forming seals with their feet and others who could do so with their eyes. Merely binding their hands would not strip the two of their ability to flee. This situation presented an opportune moment for her to hone the ocular techniques of her Sharingan. Brother, wait. Jimin grasped Kakashi's hand and stood before the two Cloud Village ninjas. As she reopened her eyes, they now gleamed with the three-tomo Sharingan. The two Cloud ninjas were caught unprepared, forced to confront the Sharingan head-on, and in an instant, they found themselves autonomously making their way towards the village of Konoha. They walked until they reached the brightly lit Hokage building, indicating that matters concerning the Hyuga clan had also come to light. Upon entering, they beheld Hinata Hazashi and Hinata Hayashi engaged in negotiations with Minato, with a Cloud Ninja kneeling between them. Kakashi, little Jimin, Minato remarked. a hint of confusion crossing his face. Logically, these two should have been resting at home. Then, he noticed the cloud ninja walking in like a puppet and immediately comprehended the situation. They displayed a blatant disregard for him, audaciously infiltrating the Hokage's residence to abduct individuals. "Shikaku, please summon the envoys from the cloud," Minato said, his usual warmth replaced with a gravity-laden expression. He had always adhered to a policy of peace and diplomacy. Yet the blatant bullying from the land of lightning warranted a demonstration of Konoha's true strength. Shortly thereafter, the cloud envoys arrived, 2 gentlemen in total. Upon seeing their 3 subordinates forcibly kneeling on the ground, they grasped the entirety of the situation. The plot had been laid bare. "Speak. What is the purpose of your visit?" Jiming stood amidst the 3 cloud ninjas, her Sharingan blazing crimson. One of the cloud ninjas replied, "I intended to head to the Hyuga clan, but it seemed their defenses were almost a jest, allowing me to breach them without effort. I thought my endeavor would end in failure, yet upon entering, I captured a child from the Hyuga clan. If I could return with the Byakugan to the land of lightning, our power would surely ascend to new heights. Just as I was about to make my escape, I encountered 2 entire teams of masked men, who assaulted me relentlessly. Having heard enough, the 2 cloud envoys' expressions turned grave. They were about to speak when another cloud ninja interjected. My target was Uchiha Sasuke, the only living Uchiha aside from Uchiha Obito, whom I have no means to confront. However, Uchiha Sasuke, a mere child, should have been easy prey. Everything proceeded smoothly until I crossed paths with Hitaki Kakashi. After a few exchanges, I believed we held the upper hand. But to my astonishment, that individual was like a cheat in a game. One glare, and I was done for. Perhaps you could provide an explanation, Minato said, transferring the floor to the 2 cloud envoys. The cloud envoys found themselves at a loss for words. It was as if they had sealed their own fates in this courtroom. To utter anything further would only render their words feeble. "We apologize. We will handle this matter appropriately." Only a single apology was offered, which lowered the diplomatic standing of the hidden clouds. Taking advantage of the moment, Minato continued, expressing his desire to avoid war between the 2 nations. If matters were not handled appropriately, the Uchiha and Hyuga clans would not receive a satisfactory explanation. The tension between the land of lightning and the land of fire hung in the air, and Minato left his words unfinished, indicating that he would anticipate their sincerity in 3 days. "Could you please see our guests out?" he instructed. Naturally, Kuju wore a stern expression, particularly accentuated by the scars on his face, which lent him an air of ferocity as he escorted them back to the embassy station. "Is this the young girl you mentioned, Lord Hokage?" Hinata Hayashi inquired, his gaze fixed on the little girl from the Uchiha clan standing in the center. For some reason, she appeared familiar to him, yet he could not recall where he had seen her before. "Hello, Uncle Hayashi, my name is Chiming," the girl greeted him warmly. Hinata Hayashi and Hayashi exchanged glances, perplexed by how this young girl recognized them, considering that even the Hokage occasionally failed to do so. "I truly appreciate your assistance in sparing my nephew Niji from an unwarranted disaster," Hizashi remarked. Chiming glanced at him, noting the striking resemblance. Were it not for her citing the man's dark combat attire, she might have struggled to distinguish between them. However, why was it Niji this time? Shouldn't it have been Hinata? Had her actions altered the narrative? Moreover, Sasuke was not even their intended target. Would new, unforeseen plot lines emerge? As the group exchanged a few more pleasantries, the Hinata brothers persistently invited her to visit the Hyuga household in the future, hoping to express their gratitude. Jiming found herself unable to refuse, and thus acquiesced. Initially, she believed this matter had reached a conclusion, but upon her arrival at the Hokage building the following day, she was taken aback to discover that the wall on the 2nd floor had been reduced to rubble, revealing a gaping hole. Her heart raced with alarm. Could it be that the Cloud Village had launched a direct assault on the Hokage building, engaging in a fierce battle with Master Minato? What could be the current state of Master Minato? Jiming attempted to sense Minato's chakra. To her dismay, she realized she could not detect his chakra in the vicinity. This was troubling. Could it be that Minato had fallen? With this thought racing through her mind, Jiming hurriedly ascended the stairs. Upon entering the room, she found Tsunade seated on the sofa, legs crossed, wearing a grim expression. She searched for Minato, but where could he be? Just as she was about to inquire, a custom kunai suddenly appeared before her, and in an instant, Minato materialized right in front of her, startling her profoundly. "Master Minato, what has transpired?" Jiming gazed at the disarray, realizing that the enemy had even compelled Minato to utilize the Flying Thunder God technique for a hasty retreat. They must be formidable foes. "This is quite a tale," Minato said, scratching his head as he guided Jiming to sit beside Tsunade. He then addressed her. See, little Jiming is perfectly fine, isn't she? Tsunade let out a cold huff, wrapping her arm around Jiming while maintaining her stern demeanor. Jiming, taken aback by the situation, looked up at Minato with wide, questioning eyes. Jiming, what on earth is happening, Sensei? Watergate. Watergate. It concerns the incident from yesterday when you were abducted. If Lady Tsunade truly intends to take action against the two envoys, I shall not stand in your way. Watergate urged once more, should war truly erupt. It would not only involve Lady Tsunade, but also myself, and even young Jiming would find herself on the battlefield. For her sake. Must my master wage war against the hidden cloud? Jiming was momentarily stunned, recalling the time in the Sand Ninja Village when she was ambushed. Her master had fiercely protected her then, ready to confront the hidden sand for her justice. Being unconditionally shielded like this made Jiming chuckle softly, her eyes inadvertently reddening as she plunged into Tsunade's embrace, concealing her tears. Master, I do not want you to go to war with the hidden cloud, nor do I wish for you to fight on the battlefield. I cannot bear the thought of you leaving me. Tsunade's body stiffened, her hands rigidly pressing against the sofa, a dampness forming in her chest. After a long pause, she sighed helplessly, gently stroking Jiming's little head. All right, my dear, I will not go to war. Nor will I leave you. Tsunade would always watch over Jiming as she grew from a mere genin, step by step. Tsunade felt somewhat powerless against Jiming. This child had blossomed under her guidance, evolving from one who could only tug at her clothes in silence to a vibrant young girl. As she grew older, her speech remained limited, yet every time Tsunade returned home from work or after a night of drinking, she would hear the soft, welcoming words, welcome back. Just those words made Tsunade feel that the day had not been so arduous after all. Now, at her current age, Jiming had become much more lively and was an excellent candidate for learning medical ninjutsu, someone worthy of inheriting her legacy. The child would always think of her. Even while Tsunade traveled far in the land of clouds, sending letters detailing her mundane training, always concluding with, Master, please take care of yourself. I await your return. Please send my regards to Sister Ino. Tsunade often found these letters bothersome and dull, yet she eagerly anticipated their arrival. Although it was a promise made by her second grandfather, Tsunade had unwittingly become ensnared by this bond. She could not bear to part with it. She wished to stand by Jiming's side, watching over this flower blooming amidst darkness. Watergate, let Jiming stay by my side from now on. Tsunade's thoughts returned, speaking to Watergate. Watergate, of course, was more than agreeable. Absolutely, I have already arranged for the Sinja family estate. She can move in at any time. Jiming was initially immersed in her emotions. Yet how could it be that so soon, her fate was already decided? Moreover, she had yet to complete her ninjutsu training with Watergate. How could she possibly depart at this juncture? Jiming timidly inquired, Master Mizunoto, may I continue my training at the training grounds in the future? Of course, replied Mizunoto with a smile. You are always welcome to stay occasionally, and a room will forever be reserved for you. Jiming's face brightened with joy, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes. She gently wiped away the tears with her fingertip and regained her vibrant demeanor. I shall first head to the Ninja Service Center to collect today's assignments. Jiming, Tsunade, and Shizune have taken up residence in the Senju clan's estate. As Jiming stood at the entrance, she could not help but remark on the remarkable wealth of her ancestors. No wonder Tsunade could indulge in gambling without the fear of destitution. She could even repay her debts. Jiming was allocated a small courtyard adjacent to the main residence. Furthermore, Minato had arranged for a slightly older lady to assist in their daily needs. Although Shizune was capable of cooking, she was often preoccupied. Most of the time, the vast estate was inhabited solely by Jiming and the caretaker. And there was another addition to her training, an endeavor focused on mastering the 100 healings mark. This necessitated a division of her already limited chakra into 3 parts, one for consolidating the mark, another for general training, and the last for emergencies. Initially, Jiming felt that this training was premature, yet Tsunade had nearly forced her to learn the 100 healings mark. What choice did Jiming have but to comply? Once this process commenced, she had to temporarily halt her other ninjutsu training. Otherwise, she risked finding herself in the hospital from overexertion. Jiming harbors no desire to become a frequent visitor to the hospital wards, for it not only depletes her finances but also burdens those around her with concern. Miss, are you planning to go out? The aunt inquired, observing Jiming, who was impeccably dressed. Jiming adjusted the collar of her kimono once more in front of the mirror, donned her ninja shoes, and carefully picked up the beautifully prepared wagashi that her aunt had made early in the morning. She smiled at her aunt and said, Yes, Aunt, I am going to the Hyuga household. If Master returns tonight and I have not yet arrived, please inform him. Be careful on your way, miss. Her aunt's voice faded into the distance. Jiming initially contemplated using the Flying Thunder God technique to reach her destination instantly, but then recalled her current state of being someone with exceedingly limited chakra reserves. Thus, she opted for the most rudimentary method, making her way there on foot. She encountered no obstacles along the way and soon arrived at the entrance of the Hyuga residence. One cannot help but remark on the affluence of the Hyuga family. Jiming politely rapped 3 times on the grand door and stood patiently at the entrance, awaiting the emergence of the person within. The individual who finally opened the door was a stranger to her, who respectfully addressed her. Miss Jiming, please follow me. As she traversed the front courtyard, Jiming was led into the main hall, where the grand doors stood wide open. There, she immediately noticed a little girl with purple hair stumbling backward, while an adult nearby made no move to rescue her. Disregarding the conventions of decorum, Jiming placed the box of fruit on the ground and, with a swift movement, appeared behind the little girl, enveloping her in a protective embrace. Hinata, surprised by the sudden presence of the girl who had taken hold of her, looked up to see Jiming. Chapter 47. Hinata's unyielding spirit. With Jiming's force aiding her, Hinata steadied herself, casting a timid glance at her father, instinctively lowering her gaze. Her demeanor surely displeased her father once more. As Jiming perceived Hinata's inner thoughts, she couldn't help but let out a quiet sigh. Living perpetually overshadowed by her father's sternness and Niji's prodigious talent, it was evident that Hinata had endured considerable hardships during her youth. Guided by the principle of offering assistance whenever possible, Jiming's mind began to whirl, and she concocted a plan that, while not entirely flawless, held promise. After all, wasn't her role to rewrite the narrative of regret? The matters concerning Hinata and Hayashi merely required open communication. Taking Hinata's hand, Jiming led her before Hayashi, adopting the demeanor of a dutiful and adept child. Uncle Hayashi, I must apologize for intruding without your consent, she said, her voice gentle. The initial severity in Hayashi's expression softened, transforming him into a warm and welcoming uncle. Not at all, little Jiming. We are delighted to have you here, he replied, pulling Hinata closer and introducing her. This is my daughter, Hinata Hyuga, of similar age to little Jiming. Hello, Hinata. I am Jiming, she declared, extending her hand of friendship, her smile radiating encouragement. Hinata, seemingly bolstered by the warmth in Jiming's gaze, finally took her hand in return. Hello, Jiming. Shortly thereafter, Hayashi introduced the young man standing on the other side. This is Niji Hyuga, the son of Hayashi. Jiming gazed at Niji, his youthful visage reminiscent of a child, and a piercing pain struck her heart as though it had been pierced. Memories of the ninja world war flooded her mind, recalling the moment Niji sacrificed himself to save Naruto. This time, she vowed to safeguard Konoha's 12 little strong and hoped that Niji could alter the fate of the branch family, rather than remain forever a caged bird. Hello, Niji-kun. She addressed him with a respectful honorific, a rarity for him, as few from the main family held him in esteem, viewing him merely as a servant. Yet, this young member of the Uchiha clan, whom he had just met, honored him with such respect. All right, today's training concludes here, Hinata's father, Hayashi Hyuga, declared, eliciting a sigh of relief from Hinata. However, Jiming was reluctant to end the session, saying, Uncle Hayashi, please do not let my presence interfere with their training. I am fine. I would like to observe how my peers train. With her words weighing heavily, Hayashi had no choice but to acquiesce. The 2 children stood at the center, and with a command, Hinata immediately launched an attack on Niji. This time, she was determined to perform well. Unfortunately, her physical capabilities fell short. Despite Niji's attempts to hold back, Hinata was steadily pushed back until a decisive strike landed on her right hand, prompting a muffled groan as she collapsed to the ground. No, she could not concede defeat so easily. This time, without hesitation, Hinata summoned her resolve. Rising once more and addressing Niji, Brother Niji, I can still continue. As Jiming observed the fierce duel between the members of the Hyuga clan, he caught a glimpse of Hinata's brother, Hisashi. Despite his typically stoic demeanor, there was a flicker of astonishment in his eyes when Hinata rose again after being knocked down. Yet, within moments, his expression shifted back to one of seriousness. Truly, he was a tough exterior with a tender heart. Jiming tilted his head and softly addressed Hisashi. Uncle Hisashi, do you know what I most long to hear after my daily training? Hisashi found the question rather peculiar, but understanding that children often possess whimsical thoughts, he patiently inquired, what is it? It's the words of encouragement from teacher Minato and my master, telling me that I've worked hard and performed admirably today, Jimin continued, pondering whether Hisashi would grasp the essence of his message. When those close to me offer words of encouragement, it fuels my determination to train even harder. I believe Hinata feels the same way. I understand you hold high hopes for her, but perhaps a few words of encouragement from time to time could yield remarkable results. For a considerable while, Hisashi remained silent, his gaze fixed on his daughter. Indeed, Hinata's natural talent was not exceptionally high. However, her unwavering commitment to daily training, devoid of complaints, was commendable. Today, she demonstrated an extraordinary fighting spirit, a testament to her determination to improve. Perhaps, as Jimin suggested, it was time to embrace the approach of Lord Minato and Lady Tsunade and offer more encouragement to his child. Watching Hinata, who had once again been knocked to the ground yet resolutely rose with unwavering determination to face Niji, Hisashi finally spoke. All right, let us conclude today's training, he declared. Stepping between the two. Taking Hinata's hand, he stiffly remarked, well done, Hinata. Today's training was commendable. Hinata's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to process her father's words. After a prolonged moment, a faint blush adorned her cheeks as she timidly responded, Father, I will continue to strive tomorrow. I will work hard. And even if my talent does not match that of Brother Niji, I will persevere so that you may praise me each day, and in turn, you will grow to cherish me even more. As Jimin listened to Hinata's heartfelt thoughts, a smile involuntarily spread across his face. Such determination is indeed commendable. Very well. I shall go and see how the preparations in the kitchen are progressing. In this moment, Hyuga Hayashi had never wished to escape the scene more than he did now, especially upon seeing his daughter's sparkling eyes. You two may enjoy some time with Jimin, he suggested. Jimin nodded in satisfaction, although her plan was not flawless. Her approach was rooted in sincerity. Hinata and Niji were not antiquated souls. They were receptive to counsel. She retrieved the wagashi she had brought from home, removed the lid, and placed it between Hinata and Niji, saying, These are wagashi made by my family. Would you care to try some? The bonds of friendship among girls are truly peculiar. Hinata, touched by a single embrace and a piece of wagashi, instinctively categorized Jimin as a friend. Thank you, Jimin, for both the treat and your words to my father. It's nothing, Jimin replied, presenting a piece of wagashi to Hinata's lips. Seeing her accept it with eagerness, Jimin couldn't help but smile. Hinata, I recognize your determination. I understand your desire to prove yourself and to surpass Niji. Thus, you must have faith in your efforts. In this world, only hard work is devoid of deceit. The relentless training will reveal the answers through each battle you face. Of course, when you confront Niji, don't approach it blindly. He is a genius, after all. With a playful spark, Jimin leaned closer to whisper a few words into Hinata's ear. Hinata could not restrain her laughter, her eyes sparkling as she glanced at Niji. As for what Jimin had divulged, it was undoubtedly advice on how to be cunning. Niji was not significantly stronger than Hinata at this point. Although she still could not defeat him, they could employ clever tactics. After all, cunning can be a strategy too. Chapter 48. The Chunin exam approaches. Kakashi surprisingly becomes her guiding jonin. July, the season of sweltering heat, saw a new cohort of Genin graduate from the Ninja Academy. And Kakashi was assigned 3 Genin to mentor. Regrettably, none of them had undergone the initial trials. Thus, Kakashi found himself idly at home, occasionally serving as Jimin's task leader, accompanying her on missions. Meanwhile, the Chunin exam commenced in full fervor. As Chiming emerged from the training grounds of the Namikaze household, she encountered her mentor, Minato, who had just finished his workday. Good evening, Sensei. Have you completed your tasks? She inquired. Not quite. There's still a bit left. Riku is in the office keeping an eye on things, Minato replied, his face reflecting fatigue. He gazed at Chiming, adorned with her ninja headband, and couldn't help but notice how much she had matured. He had received numerous reports regarding her missions, and though Kakashi occasionally led the teams, she consistently performed with remarkable efficiency and speed. By the way, I have something to discuss with you, Minato said, contemplating that this opportunity should be bestowed upon Chiming. He led her back to their home. The Chunin exams are approaching, and I think it would be beneficial for you to team up with Shizen and a lower-ranked ninja to participate. Chiming appeared somewhat bewildered. With whom? Sister Shizen? Isn't she still a Chunin? That's quite unusual, she mused. Shizen has been traveling with Lady Tsunade and has always missed the Chunin exams. Minato chuckled lightly, acknowledging the circumstances. It's a matter of protocol. Even if I wished to promote her, it wouldn't align with the rules. He paused, recalling the absent Jainin who was likely at home, Kakashi. Naturally, Jiming had no objections. The Chunin exam seemed quite enjoyable, and she was eager to assess the level of her training over the past few days. Upon returning to the Senju clan, Jiming shared this with Tsunade and Shizen. Shizen could not help but feel a sense of defeat, sighing. I'm paired with a 7-year-old child. Oh dear, Jiming chimed in, but I am quite strong. Assuming Shizen was concerned about her abilities, she patted her chest confidently, assuring her, you need not worry. I will surely protect you. All right, Shizen replied, who understands? I have to participate in the Chunin exam with a 7-year-old. Tsunade, hearing Jiming's enthusiasm, refrained from dampening her spirits. If that old coot dared to covet their little princess, she would shatter his lair with a single punch. Little Ji, you represent the Senju clan and the legacy of Minato. Do make sure to perform well, Tsunade jested. I will do my utmost, master, Jiming replied earnestly. The comrades were to meet the following day when the squad officially assembled. Jiming spotted a handsome figure with long black hair, donning green sunglasses and a blue tight-fitting outfit, and fell momentarily silent. Isn't that Yamashiro Aoi? He hasn't even become a Chunin yet? Aoi, over here. Shizen waved at Yamashiro Aoi, who approached them. Upon noticing the presence of such a diminutive child in their squad, he appeared momentarily stunned and blurted out, is this child Shizen's little sister? Shizen smiled and formally introduced. This is Jiming, the third member of our team. Yamashiro Aoi responded with surprise. Are you kidding? A 7- or 8-year-old child participating in the Chunin exam. Shizen was pleased with Aoi's astonishment, recalling her own initial reaction. There was no choice. Soon a 6-year-old who had already become a Chunin would be their guiding jonin. A quarter of an hour later, Kakashi arrived late, looking somewhat apologetic as he addressed the trio. My apologies. I encountered an elderly lady on the way and assisted her across the street, which delayed me. The three exchanged skeptical glances at Kakashi, silently questioning his excuse. Kakashi laughed heartily. Whether you believe it or not, let us get straight to business. The higher-ups have issued orders for the three of you to form a team and participate in the Chunin exam. Any objections? None, they replied in unison. The exam was scheduled for 7 days later. This time, not only would Konoha's ninjas participate, but also those from allied nations, making it uncertain what kind of ninjas they would encounter. Kakashi continued to elaborate on the numerous considerations for the Chunin exam. As Jiming listened, he had already dozed off against the silent figure, lulled into slumber by Kakashi's remarkably gentle voice, perfectly suited for listening to before bedtime, undoubtedly ensuring a restful night. In order for the three of you to become better acquainted, Kakashi gazed at the sleeping child nestled in silence and exchanged a knowing glance with her, urging her to awaken him. As Jiming lifted his head, Kakashi continued, in the days to come, we shall train within this forest, and your only opponent will be me. Jiming suddenly jolted, nearly colliding with Mother Earth in a sweet embrace. Fortunately, Jingyin swiftly wrapped her arms around Jiming's waist, and as she gazed at the imposing figure of Mother Earth so near, she couldn't help but exhale in relief, having been saved. Now, let us commence, Kakashi commanded. And the three immediately dispersed, leaving Jiming alone in the center, perplexed by the turn of events. With no alternative, Jingyin stepped out once more, gathering the child back into her arms and leading her into hiding. The trio ran several kilometers, with the verdant mountain town of Qingye witnessing a few crows perched atop the treetops, yet no irregularities were observed. After a silent exchange of gestures with Jingyin, who nodded in acknowledgement, she gently placed Jiming on the ground. Jiming has finally regained his composure. Just after waking, he was whisked away by Jingyin, racing several miles, almost causing him to lose his lunch. Now, let us deliberate on our strategy. My crow is on watch, and this place is secure, Yamashiro Aoi remarked, unable to resist stealing another glance at Jiming, sighing deeply. Can this child truly manage? What strategy are we discussing? Jiming, a beat behind, inquired with wide, sparkling eyes, embodying the principle of asking when one is unsure, filled with innocent curiosity. We will be practicing our coordination under the guidance of Kakashi-senpai this week, training in the forest. With him as our adversary, Yamashiro Aoi explained, observing Jiming's innocent demeanor. Any lingering complaints transformed into gentle explanations. We are now preparing to strategize on how to confront Kakashi-senpai and survive in this forest. Jiming felt a spark of enthusiasm and took the initiative to devise a strategy. Everyone was well aware of Kakashi's formidable abilities, particularly his Sharingan, Taijutsu, and lightning release, coupled with his extensive combat experience that surpassed ours. Our team comprised 2 medical ninjas, Undoubtedly, guerrilla warfare represented the optimal solution. There was no need to engage Kakashi in a direct confrontation. If we were to encounter him by chance, we could exhaust his chakra, replenishing our resources while awaiting the next opportunity to strike. Although this plan was not entirely flawless, Aoyama from Yamashiro had already cast an appreciative glance in her direction, and Shizen unconditionally placed her trust in her. Jiming continued, Brother Chingya primarily serves as our shield. You are our illusion ninja. Should we fall victim to the Sharingan, we shall rely on you to dispel it. Sister Jeanine, as a medical ninja, must not expose herself too much. Her life is paramount, hence she will follow Brother Chingya closely. So, who shall be our primary attacker? I shall. Chapter 49, Brother. This time I shall prevail. No way. Both opposed vehemently. What folly it would be to designate a 7-year-old as the main attacker. They were not so feeble as to resort to such measures. Allow me to explain. Jiming was well aware that these two would not readily acquiesce. Yet she was indeed the most suitable candidate. Firstly, my physical prowess has been honed under Kakashi's tutelage, and I possess a Sharingan capable of countering other Sharingan. Furthermore, my Flying Thunder God technique allows for instantaneous retreat. Thus, I am undoubtedly the most fitting choice for the role of primary attacker. Indeed. Jeanine found herself at a loss for words. Perhaps Jiming had already surpassed her in strength. It was time to cease regarding this child merely as a ward and instead view her as an ally. They must complete their mission together, fostering trust in one another. I concur, Jeanine declared. Her agreement left Yinxingxingye without grounds to refute, and he conceded, Very well, I shall also agree. But I reserve the right to modify our plans should the need arise. Agreed. Thus, the plan was set. Jiming and her companions did not rush to seek out Kakashi. Instead, they prioritized the immediate task of foraging for food. She had also discovered a new ability. She could sense the presence of anyone familiar who came close to her. As night fell peacefully, they dined on fish grilled by Jeanine. Jiming conjured a small blanket from her scroll, preparing to cover herself and drift into slumber. The night watch was entrusted to Yinxingxingye and Jeanine. Jiming had intended to take her turn at watch, but as soon as she voiced her desire, both swiftly dismissed her, insisting that a child ought to rest more. Jimmy found herself in a predicament, primarily due to her overwhelming fatigue. Within mere minutes, she peacefully succumbed to slumber. This time, however, it did not resemble her usual dreams. Upon opening her eyes, she discovered herself ensconced in a dimly lit chamber, devoid of sunlight, rendering her surroundings invisible. The approaching footsteps and the sound of a torch clattering to the ground illuminated her vision. It was an entirely unfamiliar scene. As if she were immobilized, no matter how she struggled, she could not rise. The flames crept closer, and as they enveloped her, she curled up. Overwhelmed by the searing and painful sensation that was inescapable, almost instinctively, she cried out in anguish and opened her eyes once more. Finding herself in yet another scene that was entirely absent from her memories, she surveyed her surroundings, which still resembled a traditional Japanese courtyard, albeit with an antiquated aura. Could it be that she had traversed back to the Warring States period? Jimmy hesitated to draw any conclusions, still pondering the nature of her surroundings. Suddenly, she heard a voice call out, Little Jimmy. Before she could respond, she jolted upright, the commotion startling Jingyin, who had been dozing nearby. Jingyin hurried over to ascertain the situation. What is the matter, Jimmy? Realizing it had all been a dream, Jimmy felt an unusual itch in her arm. Akin to the sensation of a burn healing, and seeing Jingyin's concerned expression, she replied with a smile, It's nothing, Sister Jingyin. What time is it? Just past midnight, came the reply. Jiming nodded slightly, remaining silent, feigning sleep as she lay back down. However, the dream felt exceedingly vivid. She occasionally raised her hand to scratch her arm, alleviating the persistent itch. A sleepless night ensued. On the second, third, and fourth days, Kakashi seemed to have vanished entirely, making no appearance whatsoever, and even his chakra was imperceptible. Jiming could not help but wonder if Kakashi had returned home to indulge in a 3-day slumber, only to reappear in the last 2 days, as the other 3 were oblivious to the situation. Soon, night descended, after finishing dinner. Jiming perused a medical book for a while before preparing a blanket to retire for the evening. As he drifted in and out of slumber, Jiming suddenly sensed Kakashi's chakra, prompting him to sit upright with a start. He swiftly drew the short blade strapped to his leg, deflecting Kakashi's strike. With a playful smile, Jiming remarked, Brother, you truly are impressive, managing to evade Chingya's perception. Kakashi chuckled and stepped back a couple of paces. The commotion soon attracted the attention of Yamakai, Chingya, and Shizun, who approached the scene. Jimin, wielding his blade, stifled a yawn, his eyes narrowing as a stone had yet to touch the ground when he swiftly leaped behind Kakashi. Brother. I am right behind you, he teased. Is that so? Jimin thrust her blade directly at Kakashi, only to discover that the figure before her was merely a lightning clone. The short blade conducted electricity, redirecting the current towards Jimin from behind. A lightning clone technique. As expected, this cunning individual would not present his true self at the outset. Jimin had anticipated this, for she too was utilizing a clone. However, employing a clone to execute the Flying Thunder God technique proved to be somewhat taxing. The chakra at her disposal was already dwindling, and soon, she would bear the brunt of the depletion. If this was indeed a lightning clone, then where was the original? Jimin remained unperturbed, waiting for Kakashi to reveal himself, although she harbored doubts about his emergence. Suddenly, she felt a force beneath her feet. With a powerful shove, she was pressed into the earth. With a sense of regret, Jimin lamented that he should have shown more respect to Kakashi and utilized his Sharingan. Perhaps he would not have found himself buried in the earth. Upon observing this, Konoha's Aoi immediately summoned a flock of crows, intending to use their presence as a distraction to rescue Jimin, who was trapped by the earth. Unfortunately, in the blink of an eye, as the crows surged forth, a sudden flash of lightning appeared before him. Kakashi had already launched a surprise attack. Such swiftness, could this truly be a ninja from the Umbu? Kakashi did not strike immediately but instead changed direction, the cacophony of 1,000 birds piercing the night, illuminating the darkness. You learn quickly, young Jimin. Kakashi mused upon seeing the crimson Sharingan, sighing inwardly, this eye was as formidable as he himself. Your brother taught you well. Jimin was staggered by the force of the encounter, and, as Kakashi charged, he swiftly drew his blade, his Sharingan spinning incessantly. The clash of metal became the sole sound in the tranquil night. Aoi was utterly bewildered. What sort of individual was this? A mere 7-year-old child was matching Kakashi. A seasoned veteran, blow for blow. Aoi, allow me to tend to your wounds, Shizen said, seizing the moment while Jimin fought valiantly. Shizen, who exactly is this child? He is from Lady Tsunade's household, Shizen replied, withholding further details. In the village, Jimin's Sharingan remained a well-guarded secret, known only to a select few, to the outside world. He was merely a child of the Senju clan. Could it be that the Senju family harbored a ninja capable of awakening the Sharingan? Aoi dared not voice his thoughts, choosing instead to keep them to himself. The child's identity was undoubtedly confidential, and any further inquiry could lead to dire consequences. Seizing an opportunity, Jimin noticed Kakashi's left eye had opened, revealing the Sharingan. Kakashi found himself in an entirely unfamiliar realm, bound to a cross and unable to move. Before him stood Jimin, a look of innocence on his face as he declared, Brother, this time I will win. Chapter 50. Do you truly wish to defeat me? Flames engulfed the entire space, and Kakashi gazed at the ashes of Jimin, a tremor coursing through him. The words lodged in his throat remained unspoken. Indeed, you are a master of the Sharingan. Young Jimin, even the illusionary realm you constructed suits my tastes. Perhaps it was futile. Regaining his composure, Kakashi deftly caught the collapsing Jimin, noting his pallid complexion. Undoubtedly, he had exhausted his chakra once more. So, you truly wish to vanquish me? Kakashi murmured to himself. Jimin clearly heard Kakashi's words and smiled weakly, saying, Of course. Brother is a well-rounded opponent. It's just a pity that this time, he fell just short. Kakashi, however, did not share this sentiment. Had Jimin been able to maintain the illusionary space, he might have found himself confined to a hospital bed for 2 or 3 months. Shizen. Kakashi called to the two figures, Shizen and Aoi, who were lingering at a distance, deliberately approaching him. The training has concluded. Please come over and tend to Jimin's injuries. Upon hearing this, Shizen rushed over like the wind, employing her medical ninjutsu to assess Jimin's condition, her brow furrowing in concern. Jimin, if you act so recklessly again, do not blame your sister for informing Lady Tsunade. Jimin blinked playfully and said, I'm merely trying to protect my sister and brother Chingya, you know. I assure you it won't happen again. Enough with the banter. Jingyan is not swayed by such antics. This child is still cultivating the 100 treasures seal, and his chakra reserves are already limited. A moment of carelessness could invite death, and even Tsunade may not be able to rescue him in such a dire situation. Now, quickly return home to rest. You have been engaged in the Chunin exams for too long, and I will keep a watchful eye on you. With a light-hearted laugh, Jimin reluctantly accepted the arrangement, for at present, her frail condition rendered her vulnerable. However, following her recent bout against Kakashi, she gained a clearer understanding of her limitations. It became apparent that she should refrain from employing chakra-intensive techniques like the Flying Thunder God technique, as her ocular resources must also be conserved. If she were to activate her Meijiki Sharingan without locating her family's eyes, she would inevitably succumb to blindness, a fate she wished to avoid. After Kakashi carried her back to the Senju clan's territory, he inexplicably decided to remain there, accompanied by Yamashiro Chinya, under the pretense of furthering their mutual understanding. Jiming, indifferent to the trivialities, returned to his courtyard and fell into a deep slumber. 2 days later, the Chunin exam commenced in earnest. The 3 young ones, holding their entrance tickets for the Chunin exam, arrived at the designated examination venue. Surprisingly, Kakashi accompanied them, and the 4 stood at the entrance, waiting for the time to enter. Suddenly, an unsettling sensation washed over them. Chiharu felt a potent malice directed at her. She scanned the surroundings, but found no suspicious individuals. Could it be that spies had infiltrated this Chunin exam as well? Adhering to the principle of being cautious, she tugged at Kakashi's sleeve, signaling him to lower his head. To her astonishment, Kakashi merely crouched down, bringing them to eye level. Leaning closer to his ear, she whispered, "Kakashi, do you sense anyone out of place here? I feel a strong malevolence watching me." Jiming shivered involuntarily, instinctively leaning against Kakashi. After all, it was that perverse individual who had been secretly watching her. If he had any guts, he should confront her directly. Nevertheless, engaging him head-on might not guarantee her victory, so it was wiser to develop her abilities discreetly. With half an hour remaining until the examination commenced, the proctor announced that all candidates should ensure they had their admission tickets ready and enter in an orderly fashion. As the crowd began to flow into the building, Jiming found herself next in line. Kakashi gently tousled her hair and reassured her, "Don't worry, focus on your exam. Leave the rest to your brother." "All right." After watching Jiming enter the examination hall, Kakashi turned and made his way to the umbu. Knowing that the most effective method to identify suspicious individuals was through surveillance. Although somewhat cumbersome, it remained the most reliable approach. Accompanied by the guidance of the staff, Chiming and her companions entered a spacious classroom, where they dispersed to different corners according to the numbers they had drawn. Chiming found herself seated in the center, glancing around to spot Silent near the door and Aoba at the back of the room. The seating arrangement was quite scattered. She cast another look at her ninja identification, which bore the name Senju Chiming, reminding herself not to make a mistake when answering the exam questions later. During her registration as a ninja, Minato had sent a message to Tsunade to discuss whether to adopt the Uchiha surname or retain the Senju name. Ultimately, they decided on the latter, and her village identification was also changed to Senju Chiming. After a while, the chief examiner entered the room. Standing on the stage was a man with golden hair. Wasn't that Ino's father, Yamanaka Inoichi? The examination content was rather straightforward. We will distribute a paper containing 9 questions. With the 10th question posed by me in the final 10 minutes, Yamanaka Inoichi announced, "Be advised, if we catch you cheating, we will issue a warning. Should you accumulate 3 warnings, we will kindly ask you to leave, indicating your disqualification from this Chunin exam." Jiming listened to these regulations, which were on par with the rules of Naruto's Nin exam, suggesting that the difficulty of the test papers would be quite similar, and not something they could easily tackle. Thus, several ninjas with correct answers were strategically embedded within, allowing candidates to obtain the accurate responses through their own means, provided they remained undetected by the examiners for any act of deception. Jiming crossed her arms, seemingly unfazed by the first challenge. As the exam papers were distributed, she glanced briefly at the content, realizing that she could barely comprehend even the questions, let alone respond to them. Discreetly activating her Sharingan, she began to scrutinize the writing habits of those around her, meticulously noting their progress. It was likely that those who were writing had the correct answers. Now, all that remained was to await the announcement of the 10th question. Jiming decided to seize the moment and catch up on some much-needed rest. Last night, she was unaware of what Kakashi was up to in the courtyard, but his antics had kept her awake until the early hours. Now, fatigue had set in. Without hesitation, she flipped her exam paper over, leaned down onto her desk, and concealed her work meticulously beneath it, preparing to drift into a pleasant slumber during this serene moment. Meanwhile, Shizen, who was diligently scribbling away, intended to glance at Jiming's condition, only to find that the child had already succumbed to sleep on her desk. It was uncertain whether Jiming had completed her exam. For students like them, who perennially engaged with their books, this test posed no significant challenge. However, to fall asleep less than half an hour into the examination seemed rather excessive. Chapter 51. constructing a house for Shikaku upon awakening. Jiming noticed that many of her peers had already departed. A quick glance at the clock revealed that it was nearly time for the final question to be announced. Standing at the center of the podium, Yamashita cleared his throat and stated, "I will not reveal the last question just yet. I will ask once more. Is there anyone who wishes to withdraw? If you cannot answer question 10, you will forfeit your opportunity to participate in the Chunin exams permanently. Furthermore, if even one member of your trio opts to withdraw, it signifies the disqualification of your entire team. We welcome you to try again in the future." At these words, a murmur spread among the crowd, and several timid individuals raised their hands, further diminishing the number of candidates in the examination hall. Jiming remained completely composed. Knowing that neither Jingyin nor Qingye, both individuals far more knowledgeable than herself, would withdraw from the Chunin exam. Within their team, the only one who might consider exiting was her. Thus, from the very beginning, she sat steadfastly, harboring no intention of rising. Jingyin and Qingye exchanged covert glances. Jingyin remarked, "Jiming will not withdraw, rest assured." To which Qingye concurred, "I believe so as well." After spending a few days with Jiming, Yamaguchi Qingye had come to understand the child's capabilities. By virtue of her strength, she was already at the level of a jonin. Moreover, given her character, the notion of giving up was unlikely to appear in her lexicon, hence Qingye's faith in her. "Is there anyone else who wishes to withdraw?" Yamashiro Hachi inquired once more. "If not, I shall commence with the questions." The crowd swallowed hard, awaiting the 10th question. Suddenly, Yamashiro Hachi smiled warmly at the candidates and said, "Congratulations. You have successfully advanced to the second round of the Chunin exam." Observing the bewildered expressions around him, he elaborated, "The 10th question was to make this choice. As long as you choose yes, you may remain to partake in the second Chunin exam. You are now free to leave this place and return to your supervising jonin." Upon hearing this, Jiming stood, stretched lazily, and was the first to step outside, waiting for Qingye and Jingyin to join her. As she anticipated their arrival, she exclaimed, "Why are they taking so long?" However, the voice that responded was not feminine, but rather that of a youthful boy, and it sounded oddly familiar. She looked up, her eyes widening in surprise at the sight of the boy before her. "Gaara, you really came to participate in the Chunin exam." It had been nearly a year since they last met, and Jiming noted that Gaara had grown significantly. What was once a comparable height now found him towering over her slightly. Yet, the dark circles under his eyes remained, suggesting he had yet to forge a solid friendship with Shikaku. "Hi, Jiming." Not only Gaara, but Temari approached with a fan in hand. Playfully draping an arm over her shoulder, her smile bright. Kankuro, burdened with his puppets, sauntered over slowly. "Aren't these three from Naruto's cohort participating in the Chunin exam? How have they arrived so early?" Temari ne, Kankuro Onaizen, Jiming momentarily cast aside her confusion, greeting them joyfully and engaging in conversation about their recent experiences. Meanwhile, Gaara, who had been overlooked, stood silently to the side, arms crossed, an air of gloom surrounding him, uttering not a single word. Jiming. As Jingyin passed by Gaara, she couldn't help but be startled, glancing at his face and pondering whether this child had been entirely assimilated by Shikaku, finding him rather intimidating. "Jingyin ne? Gaara and the others are also here for the Chunin exam." Jingyin felt a flush of embarrassment. Surely, she could see that for herself. She politely inquired if they would like to join her family for dinner that evening, suggesting it would be a splendid opportunity for them to reminisce with Jimin. Upon hearing the invitation, Jimin's eyes sparkled with excitement as she regarded Gaara, as she had her own intentions to engage him in various matters. Given her current capabilities, she believed she would likely succeed. "Very well, I am grateful for your hospitality, Sister Jingyin," Hanamaru replied cheerfully, her words echoing the sentiments of her two younger brothers. Thus, the group set forth towards the Senju clan's abode. Upon arrival, Jimin led Gaara into her private courtyard, ensuring no one followed them. If anyone were to discover her intentions towards the son of the Wind Shadow, it could escalate from mere playful antics to a conflict between two nations. "Gaara, please, have a seat," Jimin said as she warmed the tea and poured a cup for him. They sat side by side, facing the courtyard. "How have you been getting along with Shikaku?" she cautiously asked, wanting to ascertain the nature of Gaara's relationship with the tailed beast. If their bond had indeed strengthened, her curiosity could remain unvoiced. Gaara's expression darkened instantly, for the creature was proving to be quite bothersome. Whenever he sought rest at night, it would disturb him incessantly. Jiming pressed her forehead in contemplation, realizing that subduing Shohya would not be an effortless endeavor. For the sake of Gaara's grand plan for slumber, she unilaterally resolved to construct a door for Shoha, presenting it as a gift. Gaara, Behold my eyes, Jiming said, her Sharingan activated. Once Gaara gazed into them, he would inevitably succumb to her hypnotic influence. Oblivious to Jiming's intentions, Gaara merely turned his head, captivated by her dark orbs. If he were to ponder what he cherished most about Jiming, he might conclude it was indeed her eyes, those very eyes that reflected no fear, treating him as an ordinary being. Gotcha, Jiming smirked, promptly retrieving the 8 trigram seal from her scroll and placing Gaara at its center. Standing outside the ceiling platform, she formed a series of hand seals and softly intoned, 8 trigram seal. Shoha, who had been languidly staring into space, suddenly found himself in a room. Startled by the presence of the young girl standing upon the water-s surface. Those crimson eyes, could she be a child of the Uchiha clan? She seemed familiar. I'm here to present you with a gift, Shoha, Jiming remarked with a smile. Do you like your new little house? Before Shoha could utter a curse, the red wooden door locked itself, the lock spinning round and round, as Jiming affixed a sealing talisman, a delightful contraption designed to muffle sound. Thus, Gaara would be able to enjoy a peaceful slumber. When he awakened, Gaara found himself in an unfamiliar environment, immediately on guard. However, upon noticing Jiming sleeping beside him, he relaxed. Had he really dozed off while conversing with her? Outside, darkness enveloped the surroundings, and the room was shrouded in shadow, illuminated only by a few lights from the courtyard, casting a soft glow that allowed him to see Jiming's profile clearly. With her plump, cherubic face, Gaara was at a loss regarding his own feelings. As he regained his composure, his hand inadvertently brushed against Jiming's cheek. So soft, he thought, marveling silently. Just then, her crimson gaze met his. Chapter 52. The Forest of Death. Gaara instinctively staggered backward, feeling as though he had been caught in an indiscretion. Should he offer some explanation for his current actions? Time for dinner, Jiming. Gaara. Before he could voice his thoughts, he was interrupted by S.H. Maru's booming voice. He remained seated for a moment, gathering himself before rising to his feet. Approaching Jiming, he extended his hand. Let us go. S.H. Maru is calling us to dine. Jiming, still lost in a dreamlike state, lifted her head to gaze blankly at Gaara, then shifted her attention to his fair hand, which she took hold of without hesitation. With Gaara's support, she stood up and was led by him to the kitchen in the front courtyard. Tsunade had sent word that she would not be home for dinner, leaving only the 6 of them at the table. Halfway through the meal, Kakashi arrived fashionably late, requesting an extra set of chopsticks from the aunt, and naturally took a seat beside Jiming, swiftly snatching a piece of meat from her bowl. What are you doing? Jiming protested vehemently, feeling indignant that Kakashi could devour her fragrant meat before she had even had a taste. I've been busy all afternoon, and I'm famished. I'll just have one piece first, Kakashi replied, employing a strategy of emotional manipulation aimed at children, speaking in a tone only they could hear. I've been watching surveillance from the Umbu all afternoon. My eyes are blurry, but I finally managed to identify that suspicious individual around little Jiming. What a sin! What a sin! Truly, what a sin! Jiming couldn't help but chastise herself. Kakashi was helping her so much, and yet she had snapped at him. How utterly despicable. Go ahead. Eat. You should eat. Jiming insisted, placing the meat directly in front of Kakashi, earnestly urging him to indulge. After this brief interlude, they shifted to the tea room for tea. Jiming began to understand that the little ones had an affinity for tea that rivaled that of their great nation, Huaxia. Now, allow me to explain the rules for the second exam, Kakashi said, taking a sip of tea and surveying the 6 genin before him. Since they were all participating in the Chunin exams, he decided to address them collectively. The second exam will take place in the Forest of Death, where there are a total of 10 heaven and earth scrolls distributed among 20 teams. Each team must obtain a pair of scrolls and reach the central tower within 5 days to pass. Another survival battle, Jiming sighed, feeling disheartened. She had no desire for rations, as it was hardly different from not eating at all. However, given the capabilities of your 2 teams, navigating the Forest of Death should pose little difficulty. Kakashi glanced at Jiming, emphasizing. But one particular child must learn to temper her strength and refrain from recklessly engaging in life and death struggles. There was no need to listen. This was merely another lecture directed at Jiming. As she contemplated a retort, she noticed 5 approving gazes directed her way. Well, she was clearly at a disadvantage now. Best to speak less. The second exam commenced in sweltering heat as Jiming and her companions ventured into the Forest of Death. This time, the examiners were the enchanting Yujido and her rumored beau, Asuma. Observing the striking couple before her, she couldn't help but exclaim, Haydn, you truly deserve to be damned. Candidates, I trust your supervising Jonin has informed you of the exam rules, Yujito announced. In half an hour, the Forest of Death will be opened. Please heed the bell and follow the staff to the designated entry point. Jiming and her companions were taken to a rather secluded location, the exact nature of which remained unclear to her. In any case, the next 5 days promised to be far from pleasant. The thought of sleepless nights and inadequate meals caused Jiming to sulk, exhaling a heavy sigh. What is the matter? Jingyin inquired, her concern for Jiming's demeanor evident. It's nothing, Jiming replied, shaking her head. I should focus my energy on this examination. We have acquired the axis of Earth. We only need the axis of Heaven. Let me utilize my perception abilities to locate the enemy. Jiming contemplated the optimal scenario, to spot the individual possessing the axis of Heaven within mere steps of entering. Seize it directly, and proceed towards the tower's center. Know your eyes. You cannot overexert them any further. Jingyin and Yamashiro Aoi vehemently opposed her plan. They were all too aware of the consequences of excessive use of her ocular technique during the last encounter. This was a genuine tug-of-war. There was no need to utilize Jiming's eyes right from the outset. Observing their resolute attitudes, Jiming felt as though any hint of her Sharingan would lead them to bind her and take her home. She took a couple of steps back, feigning obedience, and declared, I promise I want to use them. With Jiming's assurance, Jingyin let out a quiet sigh. Lady Tsunade, is it truly a blessing that Jiming has awakened the 3 Tomo? The examination begins. As the bell tolled, Jiming and her fellow ninjas dashed into the Forest of Death. After running for a while, adhering to the principle of conserving stamina, Jiming insisted on proceeding on foot. With no alternative, her companions slowed their pace. Forming a line with Yamashiro Aoi leading, Jiming in the middle, and Jingyin bringing up the rear as they moved cautiously forward. They had expected the first day to pass in tranquility, but soon Yamashiro Aoi signaled, prompting the 2 behind her to take cover immediately. Jiming could hardly contain her excitement. Could it be that the enemy was approaching? Through the silvery moonlight, she observed the 3 figures ambling by, among whom stood a familiar youth with striking white hair and spectacles at the forefront. Could it be Master Yum's agent? To her astonishment, this seemingly simple Chunin exam had brought forth so many acquaintances. Come forth. Truly, as a spy, his counter-surveillance skills were remarkable. Without hesitation, Jiming leaped down first. Confronting the trio alone, Yao Shirdo's companions consisted of a young man clad in a mask and an older sister, who appeared to be of similar age to her sister, Shizun. They were likely not to be underestimated. But what was Do's purpose in gathering intelligence on whom? What scrolls do you possess? Jiming, reluctant to engage in a senseless battle, sought clarification regarding the nature of the scroll before proceeding. Should the adversary be amenable? It would be fortuitous, however, if resistant, then the situation would compel action. In an instant, the masked man lunged towards her, prompting Jiming to reflexively draw her dagger to parry his formidable strike. A chilling laugh escaped the man's lips as the blade succumbed to a fracture. What wretched quality! Jiming could not help but lament the ancestral weapon of the Hatake clan. Both Kakashi and she had experienced its failure. It became evident that this masked figure was a master of taijutsu, bolstered by sheer strength, and pitting her fragile 7-year-old frame against him was ill-advised. Thus, she resolved to triumph through swiftness. Chapter 53, A Duel with the Dream Master. In the blink of an eye, Jiming vanished from the masked man's sight. And the previously silent sister finally spoke, indicating on the tree to the southeast. Jiming initially intended to perch atop the treetops to observe the unfolding situation. However, to her astonishment, there was a sensory ninja among the ranks of Yakushi Kabuto's team. Just as the masked man was about to deliver a powerful punch to the tree, she dropped a stone downwards and activated the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, she appeared behind the sensory sister, forcefully gripping her neck with her left hand while raising Chidori with her right. I shall inquire once more. What exactly is the nature of your scrolls? Should you remain silent, this electric charge may very well be directed towards your sister. Jiming cast a cold glance at Yakushi Kabuto, realizing that he was undoubtedly the leader of their team. With Yakushi Kabuto remaining silent, the fate of her perceptive sister seemed inconsequential. Humph, is that so? Yakushi Kabuto sneered, suggesting, shall I plunge my blade into your sister's neck instead? Alarmed, Jiming realized that if both sides held hostages, her predicament would be dire. Suddenly, an idea struck her, and she feigned nonchalance, proposing, what if we walk to the center and count to 3 before releasing our hostages? Very well. Her strength was insufficient to drag her perceptive sister down, so she relied on her eyes to guide her descent. It must be said, the Sharingan proved to be remarkably convenient, as it remained concealed from others' sight. This granted her considerable latitude in her actions. For instance, she fixed her gaze upon Yakushi Kabuto, her Sharingan hidden within her dark irises. In an instant, Yakushi Kabuto found himself ensnared in a realm of illusion. Bound to a crucifix, unable to move. Before him stood a girl wielding kunai, stabbing relentlessly, and though he attempted to evade her strikes, he found no escape. The pain of each puncture was all too real, eliciting anguished cries from him. Jiming's illusionary space was modeled after Uchiha Itachi's genjutsu. And after witnessing its efficacy on Kakashi and Sasuke, she decided to utilize it on Yakushi Kabuto as well. Thus, he became her third captive. She continued to stab him repeatedly, the torment stretching into what felt like 3 days and nights within the illusion, though in reality, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Jiming gestured for Yamashiro Aoi to quickly bring Shizen behind her, while she maintained her grip on her perceptive sister as a hostage. If she wished to avoid a violent confrontation, holding a hostage was indeed a prudent choice. Yakushi Kabuto lay collapsed, leaving only the masked man standing. Jiming turned her attention to him and inquired once more, "What is the true nature of your scrolls? Heaven or earth?" The masked man remained silent, resembling a mute, as he once again lunged at her, seemingly disregarding the presence of his comrade before her. Jiming pushed his sister aside and absorbed a punch from the masked man, simultaneously preparing the Flying Thunder God technique upon the impact of the blow. It was precisely due to this encounter with the masked man's fist that Jiming was nearly sent flying out of the battlefield. One must admit, the potency of this punch surpassed even that of Kakashi. After catching her breath, Jiming swiftly appeared before the masked man. Using the cover of the cawing crows released by the verdant city of mountains, she seized his wrist with a fierce grip and twisted it mercilessly. A cry of agony escaped his lips as he clutched his hand, collapsing to the ground, the crows obscuring his vision and rendering him immobile. Another adversary was dispatched. Jiming then utilized her Flying Thunder God technique to teleport beside her perceptive sister, grasping her face and compelling her to meet her gaze. Within moments, all three fell incapacitated. From the shadows emerged Qingye and Jining. Jiming remarked to Qingye, "If all goes as expected, the captain should be this silver-haired man. I recall that Brother Qingye possesses the ability to read minds. Although her Sharingan could accomplish the same, she had already exerted it to great lengths today, and thus decided to rest it temporarily, allowing her teammates to feel a sense of involvement." "Understood," Qingye replied with a keen awareness, promptly taking action as he placed his hand upon the head of Yakushi Kabuto. Seizing this opportunity, Jiming leaped onto a tree to maintain watch. Should another team be drawn by their skirmish, she could not guarantee her ability to confront them as well. After a brief interval, Qingye approached her, his expression markedly grave, his tone unusually somber. "This man has had his memories forcibly sealed. I cannot discern much." The forehead protector appeared to be from the hidden Earth village, perhaps indicative of their nation's confidentiality measures. "Did you search?" Jiming inquired, surprised that even Qingye could not unravel the mystery, suggesting that Kabuto's superior had implemented extensive secrecy. However, these intricacies were of little consequence. They merely required the scroll in Kabuto's possession. "I searched, and it is akin to ours." Jiming could not suppress a sigh. Despite her relentless efforts, the scroll they obtained was not what they truly needed. It would have been better had they been informed from the outset about its nature. Why endure such hardship? Nevertheless, she resolved to press onward, feeling that lingering here was unwise. She deemed it prudent to take the scroll with them as a semblance of their spoils. The trio continued their slow advance until they discovered a secluded cave. Jiming ignited a fire using her fire release technique, and they took turns keeping watch through the night. Thus, the first night passed uneventfully. The following morning, after attending to their ablutions, the three set forth again. Following the strategy discussed the previous day, they aimed directly toward the center of the tower, confident that they would encounter other competing teams, thereby saving both time and effort. Yet, for 2 consecutive days, they encountered no other groups. As night fell, Jiming was deep in slumber when a sudden rustling sound jolted her awake. The commotion roused the drowsy Shizen as well. Chi-shan, who was on guard, exchanged a knowing glance with Jiming, and in an instant, the fire was snuffed out. They concealed their presence, awaiting the arrival of their adversaries. A squad of Konoha ninjas appeared, and Jiming, reluctant to engage her own kin, signaled for Chi-shan and Shizen to refrain from any rash actions. Activating her Sharingan, she discerned that this squad was being followed by another group, their tracking technique remarkably adept. Had it not been for her Sharingan, she would have been oblivious to the 3 chakra signatures trailing behind. This ninjutsu, was it the Mist Village's hidden mist technique? No wonder the visibility in the air was so poor. It seemed that the Mist Village had also sent participants to this year's CHNIN exams. Should she intervene? In that fleeting moment of hesitation, a scream pierced the stillness of the forest. Looking down, she saw a Konoha ninja ensnared within a water prison technique, utterly immobilized. If they did not rescue him, this ninja would surely perish within the confines of the water prison. Resolutely, Jiming resolved to disperse the mist first, as it would provide a strategic advantage in their ensuing battle. Should she employ that technique? Chapter 54. With a fan, I shall send him flying. Jiming recalled Kakashi's warning. Should she employ that technique, her chakra would be entirely depleted, which would be detrimental to their situation. Was there any means to counter the mist concealment technique? Neither Jin nor Yamashiro Aoi possessed large-scale ninjutsu, and the several Leaf Village ninjas ensnared by the water prison technique were of no help. If only a gust of wind were to arrive. Suddenly, a fierce wind surged forth. Jiming instantly recognized the sound. It was Temari coming to their aid. She knew she had to hasten her efforts to rescue her 3 Leaf companions first. Utilizing the perspective granted by her Sharingan, she discerned the circumstances amidst the mist with clarity. In a flash, Jiming charged towards the Mist Ninja, her fingers deftly maneuvering a kunai, aiming directly at him. The Mist Ninja let out a cold chuckle. Alarm bells rang in Jiming's mind. Water release, water whip. She found herself ensnared by a whip of water, immobilized. Almost immediately, another Mist Ninja emerged, gathering lightning-infused chakra in his hand, and unleashed a fierce jolt through the watery tether binding Jiming. Jiming, slightly electrified, was panting heavily. He felt a bit dizzy, and his hair still crackled with static. Wait a moment, boss. Why is this person still gasping? Jiming, am I not breathing? Am I not dead? After gathering her chakra for a moment, Jiming silently recited the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, she chose a silent landing point and soared through the air. Upon seeing Jiming, her hair standing on end from the shock, Ingyin, without needing to look closely, realized she had been electrocuted. While tending to her wounds, she could not help but utter some admonishing words, day after day, wondering what heroics Jiming was trying to prove. I'm sorry, sister, Jiming replied obediently, acknowledging her mistake. This time, she had indeed acted thoughtlessly, perhaps a tad too recklessly, allowing the Mist Ninja to catch her off guard. As the mist dissipated, Shikamaru, Gaara, and Kankuro made their official appearance. The 3 of them simultaneously turned their gaze towards the electrified Jiming and exclaimed in unison, "Are you hurt?" Jiming shyly chuckled, scratching his head, realizing he had underestimated the enemy. You all must be cautious. There are 3 Mist Ninjas, each holding a hostage. Hanzuki snorted disdainfully. I care not whether they are from the mist. I shall send them flying with a mere fan. Gaara emitted a low grunt. The sand within his gourd was ever watchful, having been enhanced at speed to ensnare the foes before they even noticed. At that moment, Gaara seized the ninja responsible for the water prison technique, his right fist clenched tightly, controlling the restless Shikaku within him. He coldly declared, Sandstorm, coffin. Unfortunately, the sand had been significantly diluted by water, inflicting minimal damage. Never mind, I shall employ that technique instead. Gaara was not inclined to linger in battle, nor did he wish to keep Jiming waiting. The child, if left unattended for too long, would undoubtedly throw a small tantrum. He clasped his hands together, channeling chakra, and commanded, Desert Sand Cascade. Not only the sand from his gourd, but also that from the ground transformed into his own power. The raging sand dispersed the formation of the Mist Ninjas. Kankuro seized the opportunity, pulling the 3 Leaf Ninjas to safety with chakra threads. In a short time, the area had transformed into a desert, and Gaara pressed his hands against the ground, announcing, Sandstorm, Great Burial. The earth trembled repeatedly, leaving Jiming, who had been healing, utterly astonished by the commotion. What the hell? Isn't this the jutsu Gaara used when rescuing Lee? How could he master it already? What will he learn next? Gaara efficiently dealt with the 3 Mist Ninjas and returned to Jiming's side, feigning indifference as he remarked, Those 3 little ants have been taken care of. Ziyuan could only silently mourn for the Mist Ninjas, lamenting that they had encountered a formidable opponent. Had they engaged her from the outset, the outcome might have been different. With the worst fate akin to that of Yakushi Kabuto, did you obtain the scroll? Hanabi observed her brother Gaara deftly dispatching the enemy, and thus she tucked away her fan, positioning herself behind Ziyuan. A scroll of the earth was acquired. Ziyuan had initially hoped that their small team would secure a scroll, but before they even encountered anyone, they were buried under the circumstances. It seemed imperative to swiftly heal their wounds and seek the next target. Time was indeed of the essence. Meanwhile, the three-leaf ninjas, having overcome their initial panic, approached Yuan with solemnity, producing a scroll of the heaven from their attire, expressing their gratitude. This is for you. Without your assistance, we would have surely perished here. Although Shizun and Aoi from the mountain city intended to decline, Ziyuan accepted it with a smile, replying, "Very well, thank you. Please rest for a while. Sister Shizun will assist you with your injuries soon." The others were perplexed by Ziyuan's actions, but only Gaara smiled momentarily, a fleeting expression that he himself scarcely registered. He understood that Ziyuan was saving them for the second time. In this Chunin exam, as long as they advanced, facing any opponent would likely lead to their demise. It might be better to return home unburdened and await the next Chunin exam. Once the brief interlude concluded, Ziyuan's team and Gaara's team joined forces to proceed toward the central tower. Kurenai and Asuma Sarutobi validated the scrolls in their possession and nodded in approval. "You two teams have performed admirably. The moment you signaled, we dispatched a medical team. The three mist ninjas are currently receiving treatment at the Leaf Hospital. The three-leaf ninjas have successfully exited the Forest of Death. Truly commendable, members of Kakashi's squad." Ziyuan relayed these accolades home without omission. It was then that Obito protested vehemently. "Why, teacher, why can't I be Ziyuan's guiding jonin? He is clearly of the Uchiha clan." Kakashi promptly corrected him. "This is a child of the Senja clan, named Senja Ziyuan. How many times must I tell you not to make such mistakes?" Obito huffed in annoyance, turning away, unwilling to engage with Kakashi, whom he deemed foolish. Meanwhile, Rin, standing between the two, smiled as she took hold of their hands, saying, "You both are teachers now. Yet you still bicker daily. How absurd." Naruto and Sasuke were particularly attentive during this Chunin exam. Naruto eagerly leaped into Shizen's embrace, bombarding her with a flurry of questions. To which Shizen, displaying her good-natured temperament, patiently indulged this young master. Sasuke, meanwhile, cast furtive glances at Chiharu, sensing her gaze upon him. He quickly averted his eyes, his face a canvas of curiosity, yet he remained silent. With a helpless smile, Jiming found himself at a loss for how to deal with this prideful spirit. "Sasuke, what is the matter?" Chapter 55, Untitled. "Sasuke, what is the matter?" It was Jiming who spoke first, prompting Sasuke to awkwardly shift a little closer to him. "I would like to hear about the Nin exams as well. Did you encounter a team of Awagakure ninjas? Were they formidable?" Jimin pondered how to articulate this matter. The captain of those Awagakure ninjas would later become Sasuke's colleague, but she could not divulge future events to him. Instead, she chose to share only inconsequential details. There was one particularly formidable ninja, skilled in both medical ninjutsu and taijutsu. He wields the chakra scalpel of medical ninjutsu with remarkable precision. If you happen to encounter such a person in the future, you should exercise caution. Feigning a sense of dread, Jiming leaned closer to Sasuke's ear, adopting a terrifying tone. "Otherwise, if he lays a finger on you, you may find yourself in dire straits, perhaps even succumbing to blood from all 7 orifices." As expected, this tactic of frightening a child truly succeeded in unnerving Sasuke. His face paled slightly, and he looked at Jiming in alarm. "Then how did you evade him?" Jiming pointed to his own eyes and said, "Sasuke, our eyes are remarkably powerful. They can perceive many things, such as this chakra surgical knife. As long as we avoid its touch, we shall be fine." Observing Sasuke's expression of vague comprehension, he affectionately ruffled his hair and added, "I believe in you. You too can make good use of your extraordinary eyes. This pair of discerning eyes is a precious gift from our parents, and we must honor their wishes by utilizing them wisely." Perhaps it was the mention of their parents that caused Sasuke's spirits to wane, for he soon withdrew into the sofa, enveloped in silence for an extended period. Jiming too sat alongside Sasuke. If he could correctly guide Sasuke's thoughts towards a path of vengeance, one devoid of allies, would it still be his sole choice? Jiming believed this notion was worth exploring. Thus, before embarking on this journey, one must possess the courage to confront the death of their parents and clan. Dinner was a splendid affair, with Kushina and Minato showcasing their culinary skills, preparing an entire table laden with delectable dishes. This time, Tsunade and Jiraiya arrived punctually at Minato's home, taking their seats at the table without regard for the order of service, eagerly digging into their meal. There was also sake. As the evening progressed, Tsunade inevitably indulged a bit too much, her cheeks flushed, while Minato and Kushina conversed with the two elders. In contrast, those of their generation grew somewhat subdued. The younger ones, particularly Naruto and Sasuke, remained focused on their meals, with Jiming at a loss for words, also concentrating on her food. Occasionally, Kakashi would interject with a few comments, to which she would respond briefly. Halfway through the meal, Jiming suddenly recalled the intense malice she had sensed during the first Chunin exam. To this day, Kakashi had yet to disclose the identity of the individual responsible. She tugged gently at Kakashi's sleeve and whispered, "Did you not say you had discovered who it was? Who is it?" "This matter has already been resolved by me and Teacher Minato," Kakashi replied, placing a piece of meat that Jiming favored into her bowl, exhibiting a tone reminiscent of soothing a child. "Your current task is to await the public lottery tomorrow, and then we shall train diligently. We must win this Chunin exam." Upon hearing that the matter had been settled, Jiming chose not to dwell on it further. Although she was somewhat skeptical of Kakashi's reliability, she had complete faith in Minato's capabilities. Moreover, she recognized the significance of the Chunin exam. Currently, there were 4 groups advancing. Initially, there had been 5. But one had been dispatched by Gaara's sandstorm, leaving only 4 groups. The third round of battles would undoubtedly consist of one-on-one matchups, from 12 participants to 6. And eventually 3. Those final 3 would likely emerge as the newly promoted Chunin. However, if she were to face Gaara, did she truly possess the confidence to succeed? "Do you believe you can defeat Gaara?" Kakashi, as if reading her mind, merely glanced at her and grasped precisely what she was contemplating. Jiming fell abruptly into silence. Her sole advantage against Gaara lay in her Sharingan Genjutsu. However, should she resort to illusions to secure victory? Revealing her Sharingan would not align with the desires of Minato and Tsunade. They both wished for her to conceal this power, and she understood the necessity of doing so. Otherwise, her life could be extinguished at any moment. Yet, without employing Genjutsu, Jiming might struggle to penetrate Gaara's absolute defense. She had not mastered any particularly aggressive jutsu. Techniques such as Great Fireball and Chidori consumed an excessive amount of chakra. While they could potentially be effective against absolute defense, their usage was limited, rendering them an imprudent strategy. "I lack confidence." Jiming felt despondent, pondering how she could possibly triumph over Gaara. Moreover, Gaara had already attained the strength of a Nin, and if he so desired, a single sand tsunami could bury her without mercy. 2 weeks remained. Kakashi contemplated that during this month, he could enhance Jiming's Chidori. Previously, she had merely been utilizing her Sharingan to manipulate Chidori, and there was still room for improvement. "I will teach you Chidori," he declared. Of course, it was not solely about Chidori. Physical training must also keep pace. As you have observed, Gaara's sand is remarkably lightweight. How could she be unaware? Back in the sand village, Gaara had deliberately reduced the weight of his sand to better contend with her. Any moment of inattention on her part could lead her to a perfectly orchestrated sand bath. Jiming was resolutely determined not to accept defeat this time. "By the way, brother," she suddenly recalled Sanson, who resided far away in Danshua Mountain. "Can we summon our summoning beasts during the Chunin exam?" After a moment of contemplation, Kakashi responded that ninja tools and animals are indeed permitted in the Chunin exam. That simplifies matters. She decided to seize this opportunity to visit Danshua Mountain and train alongside Sanson. Who knows, it might prove useful later on. "Master, Teacher Minato," she raised her voice slightly, glancing at the 2 individuals across the table. With that statement, all eyes turned to Jiming, eagerly awaiting her next words. "I would like to train at Danshua Mountain. Is that permissible?" Tsunade appeared bewildered, inquiring about the nature of Danshua Mountain. Minato, understanding that the others might be unfamiliar with it, stepped forward to elucidate. In essence, it was the mountain of Jiming's summoning beasts, where training alongside them could indeed enhance one's own strength. "I believe it is worth the visit." Jiraiya ultimately voiced his agreement with the proposal. Danshua Mountain served as the habitat for the Phoenix clan, and training there could potentially strengthen fire-type ninjutsu. More importantly, it was a source of natural energy. Jiming was likely in the process of condensing the 100 Hero seal, and her chakra must be quite limited. Perhaps she could harness natural energy to replenish her chakra deficiency. Thus, Jiming embarked on her journey to Danshua Mountain for training the following day. Chapter 56. Gaara's confession. 2 weeks later, Jiming was forcibly summoned back to Konoha. As she stood at the gates of Konoha, she felt somewhat dazed, confronted by a striking young man with white hair. Today, the handsome figure was not clad in a green vest. Instead, he wore a green kimono as an outer garment. He was also without a ninja headband, allowing his white hair and heterochromatic eyes to be fully visible. Within his heart, Jiming felt an uncontrollable rush of excitement. How could anyone withstand such a sensation? "Kakashi, dear brother." Jiming suppressed the peculiar emotions bubbling within him and approached Kakashi with a greeting. "Why have you summoned me back so suddenly? Have you forgotten that you still have the Chunin exams?" Kakashi, exasperated, rubbed his forehead. This child truly became overly enthusiastic at the mere mention of training. They had no means of communication with Danqiwei Mountain, hence resorting to such an abrupt method to bring Jiming back. Had it already been 2 weeks? Jiming pondered, aware that time in Danqiwei Mountain cycled day and night. Yet it seemed to differ from the time in the real world. Setting that aside for now, Kakashi took Jiming's hand and led him towards the main venue. The first match was set to commence in just 2 hours. Jiming? After her exhausting journey, she directly stepped onto the stage, surely at risk of being overwhelmed by her opponent. However, who was her adversary? Jiming recalled catching a glimpse of them 2 weeks ago before setting off. Yet this damned mind of hers has retained no memory. Brother, who is my opponent? Jiming has always adhered to the principle of asking when in doubt. He nudged Kakashi, who was preoccupied with their journey, and inquired, what about Gaara? Jiming finally arrived at the venue and was escorted to the lounge on the upper floor. There, Mizukichi was already seated. Upon seeing Jiming, he hurriedly beckoned him over. Come here for a moment, young Jiming. Do take a seat and rest a while. Are you feeling hungry? Jiming initially did not feel hungry, but upon being questioned by Minato, her stomach unexpectedly grumbled twice. Embarrassed, she shyly scratched her head, realizing that she was indeed hungry. Kushina promptly brought over a meal. Minato explained that she was concerned you might not be accustomed to the teacher's work lunch, so she went to the Senju clan to fetch a portion of Annie's food. Jiming could not help but feel a pang of bitterness. Since the moment Kushina arrived here and became Minato's apprentice, she had cared for her as if she were her own child. Whether it pertained to her clothing, sustenance, or training, Kushina was always actively involved. Even a casual remark Jiming once made about the inadequacy of the work meals had been etched in Kushina's memory. Now, she was making the long journey back just to ensure Jiming enjoyed a delectable meal. In the first match against Gaara, Minato had observed Gaara's training. While enjoying his meal, Minato handed an additional work meal to Kakashi, simultaneously analyzing the situation for Jiming. To be candid, little Jiming would not possess any significant advantage against Gaara. If you wish to employ your ocular techniques, then by all means, do so. Jiming gazed at Minato in astonishment, unable to comprehend that if she were to employ her ocular technique, it would inevitably result in trouble for both Minato and Tsunade. Since Minato had already broached the subject, it was clear that Tsunade was in agreement as well. Your ocular technique is indeed a facet of your abilities, and both Tsunade and I wholeheartedly encourage you to harness it to its fullest potential, Minato continued, his eyes crinkling with a smile. Do not hesitate to use it. Leave the rest to me and Lady Tsunade. At that moment, Kushina burst through the door, holding a lunchbox, her demeanor fierce as she approached Minato. However, upon catching sight of Jiming, her fury instantly dissipated. The Sharingan was Jiming's unique power, and against such formidable adversaries, there was no room for holding back. San was merciless, and while Kushina firmly believed in Jiming's victory, she and Minato had shared a moment of reflection after watching Gaara's second exam footage, both marveling at just how formidable this child truly was. Auntie, what delicious treats do we have today? Jiming, having noticed the shift in Kushina's expression, eagerly took her hand and, with her sweetest and most melodious voice, recounted the amusing happenings of the past fortnight. You have no idea. I haven't had a proper meal in these 2 weeks. The phoenixes don't require sustenance, and I've been so engrossed in my training that I could only nibble on the rations I brought along. 2 hours later, the third exam commenced officially. Jiming cast a glance at the large screen displaying the 4 advancing groups. Aside from her own group and Gaara's, there was one consisting of the ranged shinobi, featuring Karui, Samui, and Waitai, and another group of leaf shinobi, which included the swift Moonlight Gale, Yuzuki Yugao, and Saratobi Kinomaru. The matchups were Jiming versus Gaara, Saratobi Kinomaru versus Tamari, Kankuro versus Samui, and Shizun versus Karui. Moonlight Gale faced Waitai, while Yuzuki Yugao squared off against Yamashiro Aoi. To her surprise, the protagonist of the Wind Chronicles, Gale, and his girlfriend, Yuzuki Yugao, had also come to participate in the CH9 exams. However, Kinomaru was a name she had never heard before. Judging by the surname, he must be a descendant of the third Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen. Brother, is Saratobi Kinomaru formidable? Jiming inquired, looking up at Kakashi, who stood behind her. She realized she had not encountered this individual during her visit to the third Hokage's residence. Be cautious of him. He is adept in fire, earth, and wind elemental jutsu, and he has honed his taijutsu under the tutelage of his brother, Asuma, excelling in the use of chakra knives, despite warning her to remain vigilant. Kakashi mused that the children of the Asuma clan were still no match for those of the Kakashi clan. Such prowess at such a young age. Ji Ming marveled. Mastering 3 elemental jutsu at this age, apart from the protagonists, was indeed a remarkable capability. Please, Senju Ji Ming and Gaara, proceed to the center of the arena, announced the proctor through a loudspeaker. The sudden sound jolted Ji Ming, evoking memories of that day when she had been shocked. Ji Ming waited for quite a while before gracefully descending from the observation platform. Although it was termed flying, it was more akin to the instantaneous movement of the flying thunder god technique. Kakashi couldn't help but let out a sigh, reflecting on how starting with a technique requiring such chakra truly mirrored the ostentatious nature of their group. Once the proctor confirmed their identities, he wasted no time. With a commanding shout, he swiftly took his leave. The competition had officially commenced. Hi, Gaara. Ziyuan intended to reminisce for a while. As for the reason, she let out a hearty belch and gently patted her stomach, realizing she had indulged too much at lunch. She needed to wait a moment. To her surprise, they had become rivals. No, Ziyuan, I wish to be your opponent, Gaara declared. Ever since they entered the 3rd round of the exam, he had fervently hoped that Ziyuan would stand as his adversary. He had trained diligently for nearly a year, enduring his father's stringent expectations, Shikaku's incessant chatter, and the villagers' misunderstanding, even their fear of him. The sporadic assassination attempts and his own tempestuous emotions often led him to recall the words spoken to him before his departure, I will always be your friend. Clinging to this sentiment, upon hearing the announcement of the Chunin exam in the Land of Wind, Gaara promptly formed a small team with his brother and sister, preparing to participate in the exam. Chapter 57, The Sand Waterfall. At last, he had reunited with Ziyuan. Observing her surrounded by more friends and deeper bonds, he realized he was merely one thread in her tapestry. Anger brewed within him, leading to a sour disposition during his initial days, further exacerbated by Shikaku's insidious provocations. Yet, after the conclusion of the first exam, Gaara could not restrain himself. He rushed towards Ziyuan, reminiscent of the time she had braved peril to reach him on the front lines. They met once more. Ji Ming did not neglect him due to their prolonged separation. Instead, she welcomed him back into her courtyard, where the two of them conversed over tea and even shared a moment of slumber. Perhaps it was Ji Ming's influence, for amidst the cacophony of the noisy Shoha, he found himself able to drift into sleep. Not only on that day, but each subsequent day also gifted him with restful slumber. Gaara remained oblivious to the reasons behind this newfound peace, attributing all credit to Ji Ming. Thus, during the second examination, Gaara followed Ji Ming closely. Upon witnessing her battle against Yukushi Kabuto, he couldn't help but marvel at her remarkable growth and strength. Consequently, when facing the hidden Miss Shinobi, he too wished to showcase the fruits of his training. Gaara, shall I begin? Ji Ming's voice reached him as she sensed the audience's growing discontent. Should they continue in such a leisurely manner, they would undoubtedly face a barrage of eggs. However, she was not one to engage in treachery. This was a matter of courtesy, one ought to notify before striking. Gaara was pulled back to the present by Ji Ming's words, his gaze sharpening. Come on, Ji Ming. Let me feel the extent of your prowess. The sand swirled around Gaara, and Ji Ming understood that to harm him, she would first need to breach his sandy armor. The sand launched its initial assault, compelling Ji Ming to retreat while strategizing. This sand proved to be quite formidable, as long as it was present. Drawing near Gaara was akin to scaling a mountain. Shinobi technique. Misconcealment. As she moved, Ji Ming gathered chakra, exhaling a thick mist. This obscured Gaara's vision, preventing his primary offensive sand from accurately targeting her. The moment this technique manifested, dissatisfaction rippled through the audience. A noble from the land of water raised his brows in astonishment, noting that a leaf shinobi had indeed mastered the mist technique. Meanwhile, the Fire Country daimyo, fanning himself, squinted his eyes and chuckled, finding the young girl rather intriguing. Seated in the spectators section, Kakashi and his companions were equally taken aback. Obito immediately turned to Kakashi, inquiring, Did you teach her the mist technique? Kakashi shot him a look that seemed to convey, Do you see me as capable of that? When had she learned it? Obito pondered, scratching his head, but it appeared that Kakashi was the only one who could have taught her, likely keeping their little dealings a secret. Yamato was equally stunned. The mist technique was one they had witnessed in the Forest of Death. In such an environment, could Ji Ming truly replicate it with her Sharingan? Lady Tsunade. This child is truly a genius, he thought. Returning to the battle, it became evident that the speed of the sand had indeed diminished significantly. Ji Ming retrieved several shurikens from her ninja pouch and scattered them around the venue. Once this preparatory task was complete, She calculated the distance and concentrated a high-voltage current in her right hand, dashing towards Gaara with remarkable speed. Before she could fully approach, sand enveloped her, ascending skyward and piercing through the veil of the hidden mist technique. When had sand been laid at her feet? Could it be that the hidden mist technique held no sway over his vision? As the sand tightened its grip, Jiming executed a swift body flicker technique to escape. The mist dissipated significantly. Jiming perched herself upon the wall of the venue, and a feasible idea flashed through her mind. If this plan succeeded, the Chidori could strike Gaara. However, should she falter, her chakra reserves would dwindle to a mere half, complicating her subsequent efforts. Nevertheless, hesitation was not in her nature. Jiming charged once more towards Gaara like a gust of wind, and as she sprinted, she hurled a custom kunai at him. Gaara effortlessly blocked it with sand. Yet he remained cautious. This kunai was merely a feint, and the true assault lay ahead. In an instant, Jiming seized the kunai and launched another towards Gaara. The mist obscured his vision, leaving him unable to defend in time. He had no choice but to lean back and retreat 2 steps. He remained wary of Jiming seizing the kunai once more, recalling that this was the 4th Hokage's body flicker technique. The scattered kunai represented the terrain she could traverse. Thus, he needed to position himself in an area devoid of kunai to engage her advantageously. In a deft application of the Flying Thunder God technique, Jiming seized the fleeting moment when Gaara leaned back, teleporting to his side. With Chidori already coalesced in her right hand, she struck down with tremendous force, producing a resounding crash. Gaara was pinned to the ground, letting out a muffled grunt. If his instincts served him correctly, Jiming would undoubtedly follow up with a finishing blow. Thus he prepared for that technique. Jiming has always possessed a keen instinct for the finishing blow, and before her stands Gaara, a single Chidori will undoubtedly prove insufficient. She cautiously advances, drawing forth a long blade from the sleeve of her kimono, aiming it directly at Gaara's arm. The new sword is exceptionally sharp, and with just a touch, a trickle of blood seeps from Gaara's fair neck, cascading downwards. It seems this is indeed his true form. Sand shower. Just as Jiming contemplates retracting her blade, a relentless torrent of sand crashes upon her. The ground beneath her transformed into a quagmire of quicksand, rendering her unable to stand firm. Damn it, this guy Gaara is truly putting on a show. Should she resort to the Flying Thunder God technique? Jiming scans her surroundings for potential escape routes, but within mere moments, the entire venue has become inundated with sand, the previous shurikens having vanished without a trace. It appears this strategy is futile. As the waves of sand gradually subside, she finds herself buried beneath it, and the impending sandstorm burial sends a shiver down her spine. No, she absolutely detests the thought of a sandbath. Jiming bit his own finger, the crimson droplet staining his palm as he exclaimed, summoning technique. A resplendent phoenix soared into the sky, its vibrant colors creating a visual spectacle that left onlookers breathless. The family members present were once again rendered speechless. Obito discreetly jabbed Kakashi, questioning, "Isn't this also something you taught?" Kakashi merely cast Obito an exasperated glance, retorting, "My summoning beast is a dog." Jiming's summoning beast is a phoenix. How could that possibly be my instruction? Obito couldn't help but marvel at Jiming's exceptional prowess. And Gaara as well, he mused, 2 7-year-olds. Fighting with the skill of seasoned jonin. Obito. Kakashi, noticing the crimson hue of Obito's Sharingan, adopted a serious tone. Activate your Sharingan and see if Jiming's eyes have changed. Chapter 58. My child, I shall save him. In an instant, Obito's right eye transformed into a 3-tomo Sharingan, gazing at the vibrant speck in the sky. Wasn't it the usual 3-tomo? Confused, Obito stared for quite some time, yet it remained the same. No issue at all, he stated, deactivating the Sharingan. He even retrieved eye drops from his pocket, applying a few drops to his right eye. What did you see? Kakashi shook his head, fixated on Jiming. Perhaps he had indeed misjudged the situation. As Jiming soared into the sky, she collapsed on Sansen's back, coughing violently. Her arms were riddled with small punctures from the relentless assault of sand, blood soaking the sleeves of her kimono. Resolutely, Jiming tore off her sleeves and, taking advantage of the flight, applied a medical ninjutsu on herself. Although her techniques could merely staunch the bleeding and alleviate the pain, she was indeed losing a concerning amount of blood, and if left unchecked, she might not survive the impending confrontation. Little Ji, how long have we been apart for you to end up in such a wretched state? Sansen pondered, baffled by the nature of the adversary capable of inflicting such injuries upon Jiming. Was the enemy the very person ensconced in the sand below? Indeed, Jiming replied. Having performed a rudimentary treatment, she stood once more. Sansen, Prepare to attack. Attack. Sanson nearly jolted Jiming off her back. You provide me with no information. How am I to execute an assault? You need to inform me. Oh. Jiming suddenly realized she had forgotten to relay critical information about Gaara's capabilities to Sanson. He is a sand village ninja, wielding sand as his weapon, and the Jinchuriki of Shikaku, renowned for his absolute defense. I managed to strike him once with Chidori. It's likely that some of his sand armor has fallen off. He is no easy opponent. With a sigh, Sanson instructed, prepare your ninjutsu, and do not fear death. I shall protect you. At this point, if Jiming still failed to comprehend, she would be a fool. Jiming gathered Chidori in her right hand, while her left formed the Flying Thunder God technique on Sanson's back, awaiting the opportune moment. Gaara shielded one eye, panting as he observed the unfolding scene. A resplendent phoenix soared through the sky. Was this Jiming's means of evading his sandstorm burial? What would her next move be? Below, the ground was awash with his sand. Any approach would inevitably lead her into the range of his ninjutsu, effectively declaring her defeat. Wait, we cannot enter the sand, Jiming exclaimed, halting Sanson as she attempted to fly into the sand piles. That sand is within Gaara's ninjutsu range. I might not survive the encounter if we go in. Understood. I shall shatter that sandy shell for you. Sanson, keen to avoid wasting time as Jiming was considerably weakened, recognized that their time together was limited, especially after the extensive healing she had already performed. It was time for a swift decision. In the eyes of the Phoenix clan, absolute defense was intolerable. Sanson flung a barrage of feathers towards Gaara's sandy shell, invoking the Phoenix feather technique. The sand, upon contact with the feathers, began to expand until it completely enveloped the exterior. Moments later, fragments of sand started to shed, one by one, from the feathers. Fly forth. Upon receiving the command, Jiming expended his last vestiges of chakra, employing the Flying Thunder God technique to once again materialize before Gaara. With a swift thrust of his Chidori aimed directly at Gaara's heart, the speed was so extraordinary that Gaara scarcely had time to blink. His eyes widened as he gazed at Jiming, acknowledging, "So this is your true velocity, Jiming. I have triumphed." Exhausted and kneeling upon the ground, Jiming panted heavily, yet managed to bestow a broad smile upon Gaara. "Gaara, you are truly formidable. Given time, you shall surely surpass your father and achieve all that you aspire to." With a chuckle, Gaara reciprocated the smile, also kneeling as he restrained Shikaku's envelope, his fingers subtly curling behind his back. Gaara was acutely aware that his weakness lay in his speed. Although the sand moved swiftly, it was still no match for Jiming's instantaneous technique. Thus, he had prepared accordingly. This was merely a ruse to entice Jiming into his realm of sand. Without the sand, he was powerless, but with it, the dynamics shifted entirely. Sand binding, coffin. Jiming found herself ensnared by the relentless grip of sand, and this time, Gaara was swifter than she had anticipated. The pressure of the sand relentlessly constricted her body, making her feel as though she were on the brink of being crushed. The wound she had only just healed began to tear open again, and she could not help but emit a piercing scream. "Ah, Sansan!" Jiming roared in fury, as countless feathers descended like needles. Gaara, summoning his chakra, stood firm against the deluge of feathers. Seizing the opportunity afforded by the diminishing pressure of the sand, Jiming executed a body flicker technique, appearing before Gaara. With a single hand, she grasped his face, compelling him to meet her gaze. The rain of feathers gradually ceased. Gaara raised his right hand, his voice vacuous as he uttered, "I surrender." The proctor, somewhat perplexed, since they were on the cusp of resolution. Had they reached their limit? Nevertheless, he honored the competitor's wishes and rendered his judgment. Gaara surrendered, and Senju Jiming successfully advanced to the next round. After making her announcement, Jiming's body increasingly lost control and began to topple backward. Weary, she closed her eyes, expecting to crash to the ground, but instead, she found herself enveloped in a warm embrace. All she could see was a dark green sleeve, which brought her a sense of reassurance. Jiming and Gaara were taken to the medical room upstairs, and Tsunade, unable to contain her anticipation for Shizen's match, hurried to the medical facility. Upon seeing the battered Jiming, her heart ached profoundly. This child truly always exerted himself to the utmost. Observing Tsunade's expression of sheer terror, Kakashi stepped forward to offer his counsel. "Lady Tsunade, Rin will arrive shortly. Let her administer treatment." After a moment of contemplation, Tsunade approached Jiming's bedside, her hands trembling uncontrollably as they hovered above his arm, a steady stream of green chakra flowing forth to heal his wounds. "This is my child. I must save him," Tsunade uttered, her voice quivering. If she could not save her own child, what worth would she have as the foremost medical ninja? She would merely be a failure. Kakashi and Obito quietly exited, and Rin arrived just in time to witness their departure. Breathing heavily, she grasped Obito's hand and inquired, "How is he? Where is Ji-Ming? Please, take me to him for treatment." Obito gently led Rin aside, quietly explaining the events that had transpired within, before guiding her to the adjacent room where Gaara lay, allowing her to tend to him. Chapter 59. Sarutobi Asuma. The second match featured Sarutobi Asuma against Temari. While Temari fretted over her brother's injuries, she faced the boy who was 5 or 6 years her senior. The situation was hardly in her favor. Sarutobi Asuma was remarkably versatile, excelling not only in long-range ninjutsu but even surpassing her in her own prized wind techniques, as well as in close combat. After a few exchanges, she realized that the youth before her was an adversary she could not defeat, and thus she decisively raised her hand in surrender, awaiting the examiner's confirmation. She swiftly departed from the arena, rushing to the medical room on the second floor, anxiously waiting. The third match featured Kankuro, who, like the others besides Gaara, had come to reconnect with old friends and explore the Hidden Leaf Village. Faced with an overwhelmingly strong opponent, he too opted for surrender, recognizing it as the greatest form of self-preservation. In the fourth match, it was time for Shizen to battle the Kumogakure ninja Karui. Before descending, Shizen finally awaited Kakashi's return, anxiously asking, "How's Ji-Ming? Is he better?" Kakashi reassured her, "Lady Tsunade is administering treatment. He should be fine. Now, it's time for your match. Prepare yourself." Upon hearing that Tsunade was present to render aid, Shizen hesitated to inquire further. After a moment's reflection, she concluded that if Ji-Ming could be healed, it would indeed be a fortunate outcome. With Tsunade nearby, Shizen felt a sense of reassurance. As the main examiner urged her once more, she stepped into the center of the main arena. Opposite her stood a fair-skinned, yellow-haired boy, his smiling visage eliciting not feelings of friendliness, but rather a sense of unease. The aftermath of the first match had left the ground littered with sand, an environment Shizen had grown accustomed to, and in fact, the sand was not entirely disadvantageous for her. Let the match begin. Silently retreating a few steps, she swiftly hurled several shuriken towards Karui, who deftly evaded each one with remarkable agility. Before she could contemplate her next move, Karui suddenly appeared before her like a flash of lightning, delivering a powerful punch to her abdomen, forcing her to stagger backward. Karui had transformed, enveloped in a cloak of lightning chakra. Was this the lightning release Raijin armor? What connection did this youth have with the Raikage? She had only witnessed this ability on the Raikage himself. How could this boy possess such a power as well? With no time to ponder the implications, Shizen focused her attention on the battlefield. In a contest of speed, she knew she would undoubtedly lose to the boy, so she would measure her strength against him instead. Fortunately, her training under Lady Tsunade had endowed her with considerable power. As Karui charged at her once more, Shizen concentrated chakra into her fist, meeting his strike head-on. Their fists collided with a resounding impact that reverberated throughout the venue, causing the sand beneath their feet to swirl due to the force of their chakra. "Is that your strength, beautiful lady?" Karui taunted. "You are no different from your master, Tsunade, equally weak. Who gave you the audacity to disparage Lady Tsunade, you insolent brat?" Shizen exploded with rage, and in the blink of an eye, she sent Karui flying. The proctor stood in stunned silence. Had she truly sent him flying with a single punch? Just moments ago, they had seemed evenly matched. "Shizen is victorious," she declared. With a dismissive huff, Shizen remarked on the impudent child, who had squandered the chance for a light-hearted exchange. Now, she would show no mercy. "Impressive, Shizen," exclaimed Aoi from the stands, astonished at how swiftly the battle had concluded. "I expected a grueling contest. Teaching a brat a lesson is hardly a challenge." Shizen waved her hand dismissively, returning to her place in the stands, pondering how the match had fared for CHG. Meanwhile, in the hospital room on the second floor, Ji-Ming slowly awoke, stretching her body, and to her astonishment, she felt no pain whatsoever. Rather, she could sense a continuous flow of healing energy. What could this phenomenon possibly signify? Ji-Ming, in a state of confusion, decided to rise from her bed and draped herself in the dark green cloak left behind by Kakashi. She grasped the hem of her attire and ventured toward the door. Just then, she encountered Rin and Tsunade, who were emerging from Gaara's hospital room. Upon seeing Ji-Ming rush out, Rin hurriedly approached her, exclaiming, "Ji-Ming, you just finished your treatment. Why aren't you resting?" "I feel as though my wounds have healed," Ji-Ming replied, uncertain of the situation, as her gaze shifted toward Tsunade. "Prepare yourself. Your match is approaching shortly," Tsunade stated succinctly. gently ruffling Jiming's hair as if to imbue her with strength. Your master will be watching you from the stage. Jiming hesitated, contemplating Gaara's well-being. Do not worry. You have faith in Rin and my medical skills, do you not? Of course, I trust Master and Sister Rin, Jiming affirmed. With Tsunade's words, she felt reassured that Gaara was in capable hands. A sigh of relief escaped her lips. She had genuinely feared that Chidori could potentially claim Gaara's life. Half an hour later, Jiming was assigned to a team with Sarutobi Hiroki. She handed her outer garment to Kakashi, gathered her hair in her hands, and fashioned it into a high ponytail. Then, she soared downwards once again. Observing this, Kakashi could not help but jest at Obito, exclaiming that Jiming seemed utterly oblivious to the concept of conserving chakra, despite employing the Flying Thunder God technique. What do you know? Obito retorted, casting a sideways glance at Kakashi. This is a tradition of the Uchiha clan. If we do not embrace it, what does it mean to be an Uchiha? Meanwhile, Sasuke, who had just finished his lessons at the Ninja Academy, dashed over and tilted his small face against the railing, inquiring, Obito, Kakashi, did Jiming win the last match? Indeed. Kakashi replied, but was soon interrupted as a small boy with yellow hair leapt onto him, straddling his shoulders and playfully tugging at his hair. Kakashi-sensei, can I see from here? I can't see Jiming standing. Faced with such enthusiasm, Kakashi found it impossible to refuse. Kakashi-sensei, Obito-sensei. A pink-haired girl and a blonde girl rushed towards them, skidding to a halt just in front of them. Otherwise, Kakashi would have been at a loss for space to accommodate the children. Ah, Sakura, Ino, Kakashi greeted them. Is the match about to begin? Is Jiming's competition starting? It was evident that all four children had gathered to witness Jiming's contest, prompting both Obito and Kakashi to discreetly close their mouths and direct their attention toward the arena below. Jiming and Sarutobi Hiroki stood on opposing sides. This was Jiming's first encounter with Hiroki. One might describe the youth's appearance as reminiscent of a beardless, younger version of Asuma. Jiming, I have long admired your reputation. Chapter 60, Flying Thunder God / Are You Hiroki and I? As he was a child from the esteemed family of the third Hokage, Jiming felt it appropriate to address him as brother. I didn't see you during the last New Year festival at the third Hokage's house. Hiroki was taken aback by how amicable this little girl was. Contrary to the rumors circulating in the village about the temperamental nature of the Senju clan children, who were alleged to be proficient in drinking and gambling, this girl bore no resemblance to such tales. In fact, she seemed quite well behaved. During the New Year festival, I was on a mission with Brother Asuma, Hiroki replied. Well then, let us cease our idle chatter. The proctor cleared his throat, positioning himself between the two. Let the competition commence. This time, Jiming did not take the initiative to strike. It was evident that Sarutobi Hiroki had gathered sufficient knowledge regarding her abilities. However, her understanding of Sarutobi Hiroki's prowess was gleaned from the fleeting words of Kakashi. To charge and recklessly would place her at a disadvantage. From the moment he witnessed the first match, Sarutobi Hiroki yearned for a confrontation with Jiming. There was no doubt of her strength, as well as that of Gaara. Facing either one of them would not guarantee his victory. Yet, hesitance was not necessarily the hallmark of the Sarutobi clan. He gazed at the elder clad in the third Hokage's cloak, silently vowing to showcase his strength to his uncle. He retrieved a kunai from his ninja pouch and charged forward. Jiming discreetly activated her Sharingan, her left hand pressing against the seal on her right, transforming the phoenix into a long blade. She accelerated her speed, engaging in a battle of taijutsu. At equal strength, timing was of the essence. As blades clashed, the Sharingan whirled ceaselessly. Sarutobi Hiroki drew a chakra blade, wielding both swords to entrap Jiming's long sword. A wire emerged from an unknown source, and with his teeth clenched around it, Sarutobi Hiroki pulled, binding Jiming to a tree from an extraordinary distance. Just as he prepared to form hand seals, Jiming sensed impending doom. She recalled the technique used by the mist ninja who had bound her in the death forest. What was that seal again? Fire release. Great fireball technique. Flames began to snake along the wire towards her, and she writhed in agony, just when Sarutobi Hiroki believed he had triumphed. A raucous laughter echoed throughout the arena. Brother Hiroki, your scheme is splendid. His eyes widened in alarm as he became wary of his surroundings. As the smoke dissipated, the bound figure transformed into a water clone, collapsing into a puddle on the ground. Jiming descended from the heavens on a swirling gust, hands clasped in prayer, exclaiming, Water release, water wave assault. In an instant, water spiraled upwards with the ferocity of a tornado, cascading downwards like a waterfall, crashing upon Sarutobi Hiruzen. Earth release, earth flow wall. Sarutobi Hiruzen swiftly formed hand seals, erecting a sturdy earthen barrier to thwart the oncoming torrent. The impact of the water finally ceased, and Hiruzen exhaled in relief. He had weathered this round. Now, it was his turn to retaliate. With a youthful smile, Jiming formed another seal and unleashed the water release, water whip. Sarutobi Hiruzen found himself ensnared by the water-formed whip, rendered immobile. Following this, the next step was to deliver a jolt of electricity. Jiming concentrated the lightning chakra in his hand, striking with the swiftness of a lightning bolt towards Hiruzen's chest. Wait, what is this? Why is this person's body so resilient? Jiming withdrew her hand, staring somewhat vacantly at the soil and rocks cascading before her. A manifestation of the earth release technique. It was indeed a clever use of the time afforded by the earth flow wall. She had been caught in a temporal discrepancy. Fire release. Great fireball technique. Almost in the same instant, Jiming caught a glimpse of flames out of the corner of her eye. She stepped back, forming hand seals, and concentrated her chakra, unleashing a massive fireball toward the flickering flames. The two torrents of fire collided, yet Jiming's inferno appeared distinctly weaker. Succumbing to the might of Sarutobi Hiruzen's flames, Jiming swiftly performed the Flying Thunder God technique, teleporting behind Sarutobi Hiruzen. Extending her hand backward, she summoned the foaming blade through the steel wire, raising it to rest against Hiruzen's throat. Sarutobi Hiruzen, gripping the chakra blade previously embedded in the tree, stepped back and crouched, seizing the moment Jiming transitioned her weapon. With a swift motion, he countered her strike. Jiming quickly drew the short blade strapped to her thigh, blocking his attack while retreating, rotating her long sword, and executing a reverse slice. Their clash reverberated as Hiruzen forcefully parried her blow. Resolutely, she discarded the short blade onto the ground. As she began to form seals with her left hand, Hiruzen retaliated with a powerful punch. Seizing the opportunity, she grasped Hiruzen's hand, using his own force to complete her seals. Water release. Heavenly cry? Jiming expelled water needles at high velocity, aimed directly at Hiruzen's forehead. Realizing the impending danger, Hiruzen swiftly retracted his chakra blade to block the barrage of water needles. Just as one wave subsided, another surged forth. Jiming pressed the attack, brandishing the foaming blade and charging forward. A kunai marked with the technique flew past Hiruzen, instinctively raising his guard. This was the Flying Thunder God technique of the Hokage, allowing for instantaneous movement to this location. Aside from this kunai, no other markers for her technique were present on the battlefield, indicating she would soon teleport here. As anticipated, lured by the kunai, Jiming performed the Flying Thunder God technique, seizing the fleeting moment to thrust the foaming blade at Sarutobi Hiruzen. He collapsed with a thunderous crash. As Jiming grasped the kunai still soaring through the air, he sheathed his long blade. The arena fell into a profound silence until the two esteemed Hokage on the high platform were the first to break the stillness with applause, prompting the others to join in. In this contest between the Sarutobi and the Senju clans, it was ultimately the Senju who emerged victorious. Sarutobi Hizashi, stroking his beard, cheerfully remarked, "Minato, it seems Jiming has swiftly mastered the Flying Thunder God technique." This technique, known as the Flying Thunder God Slash, was a favored offensive maneuver of Lord Tobirama. The second phase of the Flying Thunder God was executed flawlessly. "You have taken on a remarkable disciple." Minato, feeling a tinge of embarrassment from the praise, scratched his head and responded, "Well done, young Jiming. Tonight, let us indulge in a barbecue feast." The 4 children and 4 adults seated in the family section fell silent. Unable to contain his curiosity, Obito tugged at Kakashi's sleeve and inquired once more. "Did you teach him that water release technique? However, it's quite rare for our children to master it." Kakashi shot Obito a dismissive glare. "Do I possess water release? Perhaps I learned it from Teacher Minato." Obito looked at Kakashi in confusion. Since when does Teacher Minato know water release? He shrugged, concluding that Kakashi must have secretly taught it without informing him. "Kakashi, don't think I'm oblivious to your little schemes." "Kakashi-sensei, I want to learn that lightning technique," Naruto exclaimed, tugging at Kakashi's hair in admiration. "It's so cool. When I participate in the Chunin exams, I want to use that jutsu." Kakashi replied, "What lightning technique?" "That's Chidori." Chapter 61. "Brother is here, you should first focus on passing your Chunin exams," Sasuke interjected, unable to resist the urge to tease. "If it weren't for Naruto's struggles with academics, we might have graduated by now. Your abysmal grades are painful to witness." "What are you talking about?" Naruto huffed, maintaining a cheerful facade. "Silly Sasuke, silly Sasuke, silly Naruto." They exchanged playful taunts, prompting Kakashi to feel overwhelmed. Naruto even leaped off Kakashi, insisting on facing Sasuke directly to continue their banter. Ultimately, Rin gently intervened, taking hold of each boy's head, and said softly, "You two little ones cannot bicker any longer. How about I treat you to ice cream tonight?" "Yay. It's been ages since I've had ice cream." Naruto's excitement surged at the mention of the treat. Meanwhile, Sasuke merely pouted in response, letting out a soft grunt as acknowledgement. As Jiming approached, he was met with a rather disheartening scene. He couldn't help but shake his head at the two children who seemed perpetually embroiled in disputes, utterly oblivious to the triviality of their quarrels. It was evident that after their altercations, they would still share the same room, perhaps even the same bed. "Congratulations, Jiming," exclaimed Sakura and Ino, who were the first to notice his arrival. They rushed over to stand before him, genuinely celebrating his achievement. "That's truly remarkable. Hiroki-senpai is already a legend, and you've surpassed expectations." "Indeed. I thought you might struggle against Hiroki-senpai," Ino chimed in, her hands clasped in enthusiasm. "But now, we must not lag behind. Since Jiming has ascended to the rank of Chunin, we must strive to follow closely in his footsteps." "Absolutely," Sakura echoed, her determination ignited. Yet, as she observed the camaraderie between the two, a sense of uncertainty washed over her. Lacking a clan of her own, she felt the weight of her solitude. While Ino and Jiming belonged to families that could guide them in the mastery of their familial jutsu, in contrast, her training was confined to the foundational ninjutsu and courses dictated by the academy, where she endeavored to excel. But what path lay ahead for a civilian ninja emerging from the academy? How should she cultivate her skills, and in which direction should her training progress? With a sigh, Sakura maintained her smile, engaging in light-hearted banter with her friends, even as doubt lingered in her heart. From the very beginning, Jiming sensed the emotional turmoil within Sakura. Perhaps it was Ino's remark about keeping pace that struck a chord within her. If only she could guide Sakura down a clearer path. Perhaps encouraging her to apprentice under Tsunade sooner would prove to be a wise decision. "Sakura, there's no need to rush," she softly reassured her. "First, focus on mastering the knowledge imparted by our professors. If you wish, you may join me for morning exercises to enhance your physical strength." "Absolutely. I would love to." Sakura expressed her gratitude for Jiming's concern regarding her feelings. Though morning training would be exhausting and might encroach upon her sleep, she believed that taking action was far better than doing nothing. "So, I shall await you at the Hokage building at 5 o'clock tomorrow morning." The two girls held hands, sharing laughter for a while before leisurely making their way to the spectator stands. Up next was the match between Moonlight Gale and Yuzuki Yugao. Jiming was quite intrigued. Both Moonlight Shippu and Yuzuki Yugao were elites of the Umbu and skilled swordswomen. Her own swordsmanship was rather lacking, and she pondered whether she should pay a visit to seek their guidance one day. Under the circumstances, Jiming opted for the elegant purple-haired sister, Yuzuki Yugao. Habitually tugging at Kakashi's sleeve, she waited for him to lean down before softly inquiring, "Brother, do you know where Sister Yugao lives? I wish to learn swordsmanship from her." Kakashi's expression darkened. Why not seek his counsel? As the esteemed heir to the short blade of Konoha's white fang, was he not qualified to teach her? The thought of her seeking another woman was frustrating. "I don't know," Kakashi replied with a grunt. "However, since Yugao is a candidate for the Umbu, she likely has little time to instruct you." The implication was clear. Jiming should find someone with more leisure to teach her. "Very well," Jiming mused, feeling a twinge of regret. Since she could not receive direct tutelage from Yuzuki Yugao, she could always utilize her Sharingan to replicate the techniques. With diligent practice in the future, she could surely make use of them. Yet, she couldn't shake the weariness that enveloped her body. Was it due to her excessive use of ninjutsu? Once again, she found herself unceremoniously collapsing into Kakashi's arms. Kakashi held Jiming, casting a glance at Rin. Rin exchanged looks with Shizen and signaled Kakashi to lay Jiming flat on the ground. First, place Jiming down to rest, then step back a bit. The two then employed medical ninjutsu to scan Jiming's body. Curiously, her wounds were healing at an astonishing rate, and chakra was continuously coalescing within her. This is quite an unusual body. What is the matter? Several heads leaned in closer, eagerly watching Rin and Shizen. After a brief moment of contemplation, Rin replied, "There's nothing seriously wrong. She simply overexerted her chakra. Kakashi, carry her upstairs to rest." Kakashi glanced at Shizune, who nodded in agreement. "Take her up. A good sleep will do her well." And so, Jiming fell into a deep slumber until nightfall, when the CHNIN exams concluded perfectly. Struggling to rise, she noticed, by the dim light, a white-haired man seated on the sofa beside her bed, a book titled Intimate Paradise nestled in his hands. It seemed he had heard her stir. As he set the book down, his eyes curving into a smile as he asked, "Awake, are we?" Jiming nodded absently, gazing at Kakashi, unable to utter a single word. This scene evoked memories of her grandmother from a past life. On a similarly sweltering afternoon, under the same dim golden light, her grandmother would sit at her bedside. Smiling with eyes crinkled in warmth, gently inquiring, "Are you awake?" Like a steadfast pillar of support. This image sustained her through the trials of her arduous final year in high school and the seemingly stagnant days of her streaming career. What's wrong? Kakashi, noticing her silence, assumed she might be unwell and hurried to check on her. However, just as he settled at the edge of the bed, the little girl suddenly lunged into his embrace, nearly causing him to lose his balance. It was a close call. He almost teetered to the ground in a most embarrassing manner, but fortunately, he managed to steady himself. "What's the matter?" Kakashi inquired with patience. Ziyuan, enveloped in silence, found herself at a loss for words, unable to articulate the inexplicable emotions that had suddenly arisen within her. She did not know how to explain her feelings of dependence and thus remained mute. "It's all right. I'm here," Kakashi reassured her, interpreting her quietude as a remnant of another nightmare, gently patting her back and comforting her for a considerable time. Suddenly, with a resounding bang, Obito burst through the door, only to halt at the sight before him. With another sharp noise, he closed the door and stood outside, announcing, "Sensei Minato has invited us for a barbecue tonight. We are heading there first. You should bring Ziyuan over shortly." With a perplexed expression, Jimin gazed at Kakashi, her eyes seemingly inquiring, "Brother Obito, what is going on?" Kakashi shrugged, indicating his own uncertainty, for after all, Obito was rarely in a state of normalcy throughout the day. Chapter 62, Minato's Concerns. Is everything all right now? Kakashi inquired, glancing at the time, and once more assessing the child's emotional state. "If all is well, we shall proceed to the barbecue. Otherwise, they will be left waiting for too long." All right. The discarded rationality finally returned to Jimin's mind, and her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she extricated herself from Kakashi's embrace, awkwardly toying with her braid. "Shall we not simply utilize the Flying Thunder God technique to arrive there?" Before Kakashi could respond, Jimin boldly grasped his hand, and in the blink of an eye, they materialized beside Minato. This sudden appearance truly startled Minato. "Huh? Kakashi, Jimin?" Jimin immediately released Kakashi's hand and settled beside Sasuke and Naruto. Kakashi, having been the one to explain her mischievous act, was anxious that the teachers would grow impatient. So he hastily devised the quickest method to arrive here. Aside from the two members of the Uchiha clan, everyone else appeared rather exasperated. Only the Uchihas perceived no significant issue with the situation. Even Obito praised Jimin, saying, "Little Jimin, you've managed to soar with Kakashi this time. It seems your Flying Thunder God technique has greatly improved." The Flying Thunder God slash and the second phase of the technique must have been practiced extensively. Such proficiency, especially under pressure, allowed her to think of a swift and reasonable application of the Flying Thunder God. Not only was it the Flying Thunder God, but also water release and lightning release. Obito couldn't help but grin, proclaiming, "The revival of the Uchiha begins today." "I suppose so," Jimin replied, placing a piece of grilled meat in her mouth. To be honest, when she executed the Flying Thunder God slash in the second phase, she was completely unaware that she possessed such jutsu. However, it might be attributed to her frequent training with the Flying Thunder God technique in recent days, resulting in this remarkable synergy. That was Jimin's most rational explanation. "So who taught you water release?" Obito was more curious about this, although he already had a pretty good idea of the answer. If he revealed it, Kakashi's expression would surely be priceless. "Hiki," Obito chuckled. "I learned from the scrolls." Jimin stated, "There are many scrolls left behind by the second Hokage in the Senju clan, and I found them to study." "Ah, it's really not Kakashi then." Obito shot a meaningful glance at Kakashi while sipping from his cup before the next batch of meat was ready. Kakashi, unfazed, could easily decipher Obito's little schemes. It was merely the musings of a child. Dad, did Jimin successfully become a ch-nin? This was Naruto's burning question. Watergate paused for a moment, yet still wore a smile as he looked at his son, patiently explaining, "It still requires discussion, but Jimin has performed exceptionally well in her 2 matches. She has already demonstrated the capabilities of a ch-nin." Watergate's gaze shifted to Jimin, the little girl with an innocent face and sparkling black eyes, listening intently to their conversation and occasionally responding to their inquiries. Truly a well-behaved child. However, the demeanor she displayed in today's arena was entirely different. She was cold, her dark eyes devoid of emotion, wielding her blade with lethal precision, each move intent on bringing her opponent to their demise. When Watergate witnessed Jiming execute the Flying Thunder God slash against Sarutobi Hiruzen, he felt a swell of pride, yet also concern. His feelings toward Jiming had become quite contradictory. The child's talent and the family lineage behind her were undoubtedly a ticking time bomb. He longed to trust her unconditionally, but as the leader of the village, he could not afford a single misstep, nor could he allow failure. So what was he to do? After taking another sip of his drink, Watergate sensed a change in his mood, prompting Kushina to reach out and grasp his hand, offering him a gentle smile. He returned her gaze and smiled back. At 5 in the morning, Jiying arrived punctually at the Hokage building, coinciding perfectly with Sakura's arrival. The two girls exchanged knowing smiles, a silent agreement passing between them as they began to run without uttering a word. 3 brief laps were manageable for Jiying, while Sakura was already breathless. Leaning on her knees, gripping Jiying's sleeve. Jiying, I'm feeling a bit tired. Can we take a break? Today's training can conclude here. Jiying effortlessly helped her up, encircling her with his arm for stability. Sakura leaned against his shoulder, panting heavily. She glanced sideways at Jiying, whose face bore a striking resemblance to Sasuke's, and couldn't resist the urge to reach out and touch it. To her surprise, Jiying did not flinch but turned to her with wide, astonished eyes. It was an endearing moment, as if something charming had infiltrated her heart. What's wrong? Jiying asked softly. Nothing, I just need to get ready for ninja school. Sakura replied, rising from his shoulder and standing upright before almost fleeing away. Jiming gazed curiously at the fading pink silhouette, pondering the cause of her intrigue for a moment before dismissing it from her mind. She then made her way to the Watergate's abode to partake in breakfast. Oh, Jiming, you've arrived, exclaimed Naruto, who had just finished his meal. Clad in his shoes, he opened the door and greeted her with a warm smile. Unconsciously, Jishing smiled as he urged, Naruto, hurry to the ninja school. Sasuke observed the two, one grinning broadly, the other squinting so much that his eyes were nearly obscured and couldn't help but click his tongue in irritation. He forcefully pushed past them and dashed out ahead, calling back to Naruto, hurry up, you fool, or you'll be late. You idiot, Sasuke. Stop right there. Once they had departed, a serene quiet enveloped the home. Jishing removed his shoes, his feet meeting the wooden floor, and greeted Kushina, who was approaching. Good morning, Auntie. Good morning, my little darling, Kushina replied, taking Jishing's hand as she led him inside. I've prepared breakfast especially for you, knowing you would come today. After we eat, let's head to the hospital together. Remembering Rin's request, she thought it best to bring Jishing along, as he might be of assistance and perhaps even save a little pocket money for himself. All right. After finishing breakfast, before Jishing could make his way to the hospital, he was summoned to the Hokage office. Apart from Minato, there were also Kakashi, Jiraiya, Tsunade, and the third Hokage present. Jiming was bewildered by the grandiosity of the situation, yet she understood that it was always prudent to greet everyone. After exchanging pleasantries, a silence enveloped the group, and she anxiously awaited a response. At last, Mizukage broke the silence, inquiring, Jiming, would you care to join the Umbu directly under our teacher? Umbu? Jiming found no objection, for she perceived it merely as a facet of her identity, ultimately still a cog in the machine of society. Certainly, Jiming replied with a nod. If it serves to assist our teacher, I shall not hesitate. Naturally, she felt the need to refine her words in the presence of her elders, steering clear of bluntness. However, upon joining the Umbu, she anticipated the possibility of encountering that old man. Very well, it just so happens that Kakashi has also returned to the Umbu, Mizukage continued. You will be assigned to Kakashi's team. Your official start date will be in 3 days. Jiming offered no objections and engaged in light conversation with the elders for quite some time before finally being able to depart. Glancing at the time, she felt there was still ample opportunity. With a swift application of the Flying Thunder God technique, she arrived beside Kushina. Kushina, now accustomed to such occurrences, grasped Jiming's hand and remarked as they walked, for this patient's surgery, I need your assistance. Rin hurried over as well, handing Jiming a white coat, explaining that Tsunade and Shizen were on alternating days off, leaving few capable of performing the surgery. Very well, Jiming replied. Jiming donned the pristine white coat and meticulously washed her hands before stepping into the operating room. Upon witnessing the extent of the patient's injuries, an involuntary silence enveloped her. Could this be Sarutobi Hiroki? She had inflicted the wounds herself, and now she was tasked with saving him. How comically ironic in the world of ninjas. The penetrating injury, which had been treated by Ino the previous day, had inexplicably reopened today. Lin spoke, and without a moment's hesitation, she immediately assumed her professional demeanor. Although the young and naive Jiming felt somewhat at a loss, he understood the necessity of saving those who needed rescue. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen was exceptionally formidable. One could not dismiss the possibility that he might become a crucial asset in future ninja battles. Once the surgery concluded, darkness had enveloped the sky. Kushina had departed during the first shift change, leaving only Rin and Jiming to endure until the end. Since Rin needed to compose the surgical report, she urged Jiming to return home ahead of her. Under the soft glow of the moonlight, Jiming sauntered back to the Senju clan's territory. A group of playful children dashed past her, prompting a gentle smile to grace her lips. Indeed, the carefree nature of children at such a tender age is truly delightful. Yet, amidst this mirth, one child stood apart, ensnared by shadows of solitude. As Jiming continued her walk, she soon spotted Sasuke seated by the lakeshore once more. His small figure, silhouetted against the luminous moonlight, appeared increasingly solitary. With a gentle step, Jiming approached Sasuke from behind, lightly tapping his shoulder and peering over with a smile that radiated warmth. Upon noticing her presence, Sasuke retracted the kunai concealed at his side, his gaze falling upon the young girl. Perhaps it was the moonlight, but her dark eyes appeared strikingly clear, transparent, and pure. A multitude of images of his clan flashed through his mind, causing him to avert his gaze, suppressing the tumultuous emotions that suddenly surged within him. He inquired, "What brings you here? And you, Sasuke?" Jiming returned the question, her empathy for him, a child who had experienced both loss and longing, mirroring her own. Their destinies intertwined. Yet she found herself unable to share her yearning for her parents or seek vengeance against those who had taken them from her. She would forever remember the day Sasuke eliminated Danzo. Sitting in that dilapidated internet CAF, she had cried like a fool, as though her own vendetta had been fulfilled. "Are you here to admire the moonlight?" Jiming asked once more. "Yes," he replied. Jiming was well aware that Sasuke would not easily open his heart to him, naturally. In such moments, he would not divulge any truths. The path to conquest is a slow and arduous one. I, too, believe that the moon in the land of wind is more beautiful, lying in the desert, gazing at the moon amidst a sky full of stars. Or perhaps just a slender crescent hanging above. Jiming sought to continue the conversation, though she was not adept at initiating topics. Yet, for the sake of this child who, like her, longed for their parents and kin, she felt compelled to offer some companionship. "Are the people of the land of wind strong?" Sasuke initially intended to dismiss such an odd query, yet, uncontrollably, the words escaped his lips. Deep down, he wished to share something with her, at least for today. "I don't know, but you should be cautious of Gaara. You might find yourself facing him in the next Chunin exam." Jiming jested, pointing to her own eyes. "I barely managed to win against him, thanks to these eyes of mine." Sharingan. Sasuke instinctively raised his hand to touch his own eyes, pondering whether he could master the Sharingan perfectly and defeat Gaara when the time came. Doubt crept into his mind. "Do not worry. Your eyes will be even more formidable than mine." Jiming grasped Sasuke's hand that was touching his eyes. "You will become a super powerful figure and could even awaken the Rinnegan, which surpasses the Sharingan." After a brief silence, Sasuke suddenly stood up and suggested to Jiming, "Let me escort you home." "All right." That night, the two of them strolled slowly toward the Senju clan under the moonlight. 3 days later, Jiming officially joined the Umbu. The first step of her employment was to collect her assigned uniform and mask. Kakashi arrived early, taking Jiming to retrieve her items: a black bodysuit, a summer outfit, a white tank top, a black trench coat, and a mask. Kakashi, after some deliberation, ultimately selected a dog mask and handed it to Jiming. "Go ahead. The changing room is inside. Change into your clothes and come back out." Today, Jiming donned a white kimono adorned with the emblem of the Senju clan, a choice that seemed somewhat incongruous for a place like the Umbu. However, the presence of the Senju crest on her back deterred anyone from daring to provoke her. After changing her attire, with her mask dangling from her belt, she stepped outside. Kakashi noticed that her white halter top was askew and let out a sigh, moving forward to crouch down and adjust her clothing. This scene caught the attention of Kakashi's newly assigned team members. One of the men jested, "Captain Kakashi, after a year-long hiatus, you returned to the field only to take care of a child?" Another chimed in, "Captain, is this child your illegitimate daughter?" "No. She must be of the age to be your captain. The tasks are already exhausting enough, and now you have to protect a child." Each member contributed their remarks, but Kakashi remained unperturbed, patiently ensuring Jiming's attire was in order. Observing her long hair, he retrieved a white headband from his ninja pouch, turned her around, and deftly secured her hair. Captain Kakashi, he shot a cold glance at the man, the crimson of his Sharingan causing the man to instantly fall silent. Once everything was settled, Hyman approached the man with a stoic expression. The man, attempting to maintain his bravado, stood tall. Suddenly, Hyman smiled and introduced herself, saying, "Pleased to meet you. I am Senju Hyman. Today marks my first day in the Umbu, and I look forward to your guidance." She paused, her gaze steady upon them. "As for your concerns, rest assured, they will not come to pass. However, I do hope you won't hinder my progress." Chapter 64. Endure a little longer. It will soon be over. The crowd fell silent, taken aback. Senju Hyman had already made a name for herself in the ninja world of Konoha within just 3 days. At the age of 7, having become a chunin, there was no one else they could think of besides Kakashi, who stood beside her. Jiming was thoroughly pleased with their stunned expressions. He returned to Kakashi's side, and with his assistance, resealed the phoenix blade onto his left hand, the seal forming an intricate phoenix design. This new short blade reminded Kakashi of the one that had been completely severed during the Chunin exam, prompting him to forge a new one, which he carefully placed in its sheath and secured at Jiming's back. The vibrant phoenix motif gracing Jiming's fair neck instantly captivated Kakashi's attention, and he involuntarily raised his hand, just as he was about to touch it, only to meet the child's gaze as he turned around. The sparkling black eyes seemed to convey something to him, though Kakashi could not quite decipher it. He inquired again. "I said thank you," Jiming repeated, muttering under his breath, wondering if Kakashi, at merely 20 years of age, was already succumbing to senility. "No need to thank me," Kakashi replied, introducing Jiming to the rest of the team. Amid their hushed whispers, he added with an undertone of warning, "There is no need to dwell on the age or identity of this young lady, since this is the arrangement of Lord Hokage. I ask that you all comply and refrain from causing unnecessary trouble." The group fell silent, quietly gathering their belongings. After assigning tasks, Kakashi set a rendezvous for 3 hours later at the gates of Konoha to prepare for departure. This mission involved escorting the Vortex High Priestess, the head of the Vortex Sanctuary, who was preparing to head to the land of hot water to officiate the succession ceremony. The objective was to ensure the priestess's safety until her return to the Vortex Sanctuary outside Konoha. Kakashi's team would provide covert protection, while Might Guy's team would accompany them. After accepting the mission, everyone except Jiming went off to prepare, leaving her with Kakashi, who seemed to have retained her against her will, akin to a student being kept after class. "Brother, what are we going to do?" Jiming asked, still uncertain of the situation, before Kakashi firmly pressed her onto a bench. This was a small, dimly lit room outside their Umbu changing area, where the faint sunlight allowed her to discern the presence of a standing mirror. Kakashi, with his head bowed, held what appeared to be a brush resembling a writing instrument in one hand, while his other hand grasped her arm. To her astonishment, she realized that his palm could envelop her arm entirely. "Have I lost a bit of weight?" As Jiming's attention wavered, a sudden sharp pain in her arm made her want to pull away, but Kakashi seemed to anticipate this reaction, firmly holding her hand in place. She was rendered immobile. "Just bear with it. It will be over soon." She could only bite her lip and endure. When she inadvertently glanced at the mirror again, she saw her pale face, the corners of her eyes tinged with a hint of red. Biting her lip, her hands pressed against the bench. The silver-haired youth, crouched beside her, revealed muscles and veins that spoke of exertion, his gaze intently fixed upon her arm. It seemed that the memory of that certain individual, Yuan, was too daunting to linger upon, prompting her to shake her head vigorously. What on earth was occupying her mind daily? At that moment, Kakashi raised his eyes and beheld the girl's crimson gaze, her face flushed with embarrassment, causing him to momentarily falter. Before he could utter another word, she, in a fit of frustration, wrenched his hand away and darted out of the cramped room like a fleeting shadow. Kakashi took a while to regain his composure, letting out a soft chuckle as he gathered his tools. Perhaps he should first pay a visit to teacher Minato to report. After leaving the Dark Division, Ziyuan contemplated whether to pay a visit to Gaara and simultaneously share this matter with Tsunade. Unconsciously, she found herself standing at the entrance of Ino's flower shop, where Ino was enthusiastically attending to customers at the cash register. Upon seeing her, Ino joyfully approached, linked her arm, and inquired, "Ziyuan, what brings you here?" "I came to purchase some flowers," Ziyuan replied, adding, "They are for a patient." "All right." Ino released Ziyuan's arm and selected a bouquet of vibrant yellow flowers, which were strikingly red and trumpet-shaped, quite unique in appearance. "This bouquet of desert roses, I'll wrap it for you," she said. Ino took special care to wrap the flowers in bright yellow paper and then picked another bouquet of blue baby's breath, handing it to Ziyuan. Consider this bouquet a gift from me to you. It complements your hair beautifully today. With a smile, Jimin accepted the bouquet and paid for it. Due to time constraints, she did not linger and hurried straight to the hospital. Tsunade's office was located on the second floor, and fortune favored her. Upon arrival, Tsunade was present. She knocked gently on the door, waiting for Tsunade's robust voice to call her in. Once invited, she entered, placing the desert rose aside, fetching a vase, and arranging the blue baby's breath within it, positioning it prominently on Tsunade's desk. About to embark on a mission, Tsunade gazed fondly at Jimin's floral arrangement, and upon seeing her, she couldn't help but think of her great-grandfather. She mused whether sending Jimin to the Umbu would yield the results her great-grandfather desired. Indeed, on her very first day in office, she had already received a mission. Jimin had anticipated a leisurely start, similar to Itachi, enjoying the comfort of the surveillance room. Yet to her surprise, she was tasked with a mission on her first day. Do well, Tsunade declared, biting her finger and forming hand seals before exclaiming, summoning jutsu. A diminutive slug materialized upon the desk. Tsunade placed the slug on Jimin's shoulder, giving it a gentle pat as she said, "This slug shall serve as a companion from your master. Do not fear. Be brave in your endeavors. Your master has unwavering faith in you." Although she professed her trust, Tsunade remained concerned. Should any issues arise, Jimin could utilize the slug to send her a message, for her master would find a way to assist her. Understood, Jimin replied, carefully concealing the slug within her garments. She clasped Tsunade's hands and mischievously remarked, "If my master misses me, she can gaze upon this bouquet of baby's breath. Once the flowers wither, I shall return." Very clever, Tsunade chuckled, ruffling Jimin's hair with a large hand. "Now, go find your friends." After bidding farewell to Tsunade, Chiming entered Gaara's hospital room, clutching a desert rose. At that moment, Gaara was reclining on the bed, lost in thought. And oddly juxtaposed against his solemn demeanor was an adorable teddy bear perched at the head of the bed. Upon seeing Chiming, a fleeting glimmer of joy flickered across Gaara's face, only to vanish the instant he noticed her new appearance. "Are you leaving again?" he inquired. "Yes. I have a mission to attend to shortly, but I wanted to see you before I go," Chiming replied as she arranged the beautiful desert rose in a vase. Placing it on the bedside table that caught the light, she pulled up a chair and sat beside Gaara. Contemplating the letters still nestled in her ninja pouch that had not yet been sent, she placed a letter next to Gaara and said, "This is a letter I haven't mailed yet, and since you are still here, I thought I would give it to you." "Chiming, why do you care about me?" Gaara paused, suppressing his emotions. What had his life been like prior to this moment? Aside from his mother and siblings, no one had ever drawn close to him. Even his father regarded him merely as a weapon. Yet, this same young ninja from Konoha, whom he had once harmed with sand, still wished to play with him. Why? Having spent considerable time in Konoha, Gaara found himself increasingly perplexed. Surrounded by many, why had she chosen to befriend someone like him, who resembled a monster? As a sensitive child, he was prone to overthinking. Chiming observed Gaara's hesitance to speak, and she could surmise the essence of his struggles. It was likely a matter of why she would willingly choose to be his friend. Jimin pondered the reasons, although Gaara was as perilous as a desert. Instilling fear in all who approached him, he was nonetheless the first to extend an olive branch to her. His willingness to befriend her dispelled her fears. And regardless of how he transformed, she would forever grasp Gaara's hand, assuring him that she would always be his friend, just as she did in that moment. "Do you remember this little bear?" Jimin inquired, lifting the teddy bear from her bedside with a smile. "The one you gifted me, which I have cherished at home. The significance you hold for me mirrors the importance I hold for you. When you return home, I shall continue to send you letters." Jimin winked at Gaara, contemplating that it was nearly time for her to depart. Gaara watched the silhouette of the girl fade away, her words echoing in his mind, lingering as he savored their meaning. After bidding farewell to Gaara, Shikamaru arrived at the gates of Konoha, patiently awaiting the arrival of his team. To his astonishment, Kakashi was remarkably punctual this time. Within just 10 minutes of Shikamaru's arrival, Kakashi had already taken his position. What an extraordinary occurrence! As Jimin was about to greet him, the sight of his masked face, coupled with the memory of the recent incident in the changing room, made her hesitate. Perhaps it was better to refrain, today. She was to embody the persona of the aloof heiress of the Senju clan. Once everyone had gathered, Kakashi issued a command, and the group donned their masks, signifying the commencement of their perilous mission. Among the team was a member of the Yamashiro clan, whose name eluded her. However, she recalled Kakashi referring to him as Sa. The reason Jimin remembered him was that he was the only one of the four who did not deny her presence, instead greeting her amicably. Phoenix. You should take a rest now. I will take over from here. Kakashi had assigned her the codename Phoenix. As the sky darkened, Jiming's energy waned, and she acquiesced. Leaping down from the treetop to find a concealed spot, she sat with her right leg bent, resting her right hand on her knee. From her scroll, she summoned a box of Kushina brand rice balls, savoring them in small bites. Kakashi seemed to have shifted roles as well, settling beside her and casually taking a rice ball from her box, chewing it thoughtfully. After a while, he realized he had neglected to inform Jiming about the rules governing the Umbu's missions. Yet, was it not too cruel to expose this child to the reality of killing? Kakashi's selfish thoughts were swiftly overtaken by reason, and he addressed Jiming. Phoenix, it is time to explain the rules of our mission. Rule 1. Masks must be worn during the mission. Rule 2. No corpses shall be left behind. All traces of the bodies must be obliterated. Understood, Captain, Jiming nodded. As a woman well-versed in the script, she had some familiarity with these rules. She was certainly aware that mercy had no place in this survival game. Those who showed weakness would be the first to be eliminated. Although Jiming did not consider herself a saintly figure, the abrupt demand for her to take a life was shocking. One moment, she was sharing rice balls with Kakashi, and the next, her meal was violently snatched away. In an instant, Kakashi pressed down his mask, simultaneously doing the same to Jiming. The mysterious ninja swiftly recognized Kakashi with the Sharingan. Truly, Kakashi is a celebrity in the ninja world. Jiming mused, marveling at how he was acknowledged wherever he went. Just as Jiming anticipated that Kakashi might engage in pleasantries with the assailant, to her astonishment, he unhesitatingly gathered chakra in his right hand and, in the blink of an eye, lunged towards the speaking ninja. The speed was astounding. The ninja crumpled to the ground. Jiming was taken aback. What kind of reckless speed was this? Without even pausing to inquire about the situation, the killing commenced. Meanwhile, the second ninja, sensing the peril, abandoned his fallen comrade and vanished without a trace. This cleanup is your responsibility, commanded Kakashi, now a figure of cold detachment, as he donned his mask. Assuming the role of a ruthless leader directing Jiming to act, Jiming lay motionless on the ground. The purpose of this individual's journey remained shrouded in mystery. Perhaps it would be prudent to allow that formidable figure a glimpse into his memories. Captain, Jiming felt that interrogating individuals during the mission seemed somewhat abstract. Thus he proposed an alternative suggestion. Why not seal the person within a scroll, and once the mission concludes, bring him to the intelligence department for questioning? Eliminate. Jiming fell silent as she unsheathed the dagger from her back, plunging it directly into the man's heart. Blood splattered across her white mask as she leaned forward to check for signs of life. He was unequivocally deceased. Sealing technique. Once the body was disposed of, Jiming followed closely behind Kakashi, swiftly relocating, while employing the secret techniques of the Sarutobi clan to notify Might Guy of their transfer. The entire operation proceeded with remarkable efficiency. Yet Jiming found herself momentarily entranced by the silhouette of Kakashi. A cold-blooded killer, indeed, he epitomized the renowned Sharingan wielder of the ninja world. But what of the Kakashi who had previously shown her kindness, tinged with a hint of mischief? After navigating through 2 tranquil nights, they finally reached the border of the land of hot water. Jiming was utterly exhausted, having engaged in a grueling 48 hours of relentless work. Anyone would have succumbed to fatigue. If only she could indulge in a soothing hot spring bath and luxuriate in sleep for 2 days. What bliss that would be. However, such a luxury was unattainable. Huang, be alert ahead. Jiming felt herself becoming drowsy, and before she knew it, she collided with Kakashi's back. This time, unlike before, Kakashi did not embrace her but instead sternly roused her from her stupor. I apologize, Captain. Jiming promptly steadied himself and offered a heartfelt apology with unwavering confidence. He reminded everyone to remain vigilant tonight, for tomorrow they would reach their destination. Kakashi, disregarding Jiming's words, addressed the group, instructing them to guard the 4 directions. I saw. Tenzu and Chon will take the first watch. Chapter 66. The white-haired man in the dream. Jiming had not been assigned to duty, so she sought a secluded spot, donning a mask to rest her eyes. Although the mask was uncomfortable, the regulations of the Dark Division compelled her to wear it. When she opened her eyes again, the night was still deep, and the moon hung in the sky. Kakashi approached to summon her, and she presumed it was time for a shift, responding accordingly. However, as her vision cleared, she found herself confronted by a figure resembling Kakashi, possessing the same white hair, yet she could not discern the man's features. Suddenly, Jiming's body seemed to move uncontrollably, her grip tightening around the foaming blade. An enemy appeared, soon followed by an increasing number of adversaries. She felt no fatigue, no pain, nor the sensation of blood spurting from flesh as she wielded her knife, only the instinct to strike. Yet, her opponents were formidable, and she gradually found herself at a disadvantage. Retreating step by step, the white-haired man was once again pinned beneath her blade, calling out to her urgently, "Run, Jiming." Confounded, she could not comprehend why she hesitated to flee. The only sensation she felt was a searing pain in her eyes, akin to being cut by a knife. With crimson blood trickling from the corners, threatening to spill, Jiming pressed her hands against her eyes, the foaming blade hovering in the air, an inexhaustible force surging towards her. The enemy's knife struck the man once more, and it felt as if her eyes were tethered to his body. With each stab, her own wounds multiplied. An indigo phoenix ascended, shedding an unending cascade of feathers, and the phoenix, stifled in the night, emitted a powerful roar that harmonized with the anguished cries of her foes, creating a magnificent duet. Then, the night sky gradually fell into silence. Jiming descended gently, lying beside the silver-haired man. She turned her head to gaze at him, her fingers brushing against the wound on his face, drawing a line of blood upon her palm as she cast her spell, the art of spirit communication. Alas, she was merely a glance away from discerning the man's visage. Weary, Jiming closed her eyes, only to hear a whisper, "Is it truly you, Jiming?" Jiming awoke, cold sweat pouring down her brow. She grasped her pocket watch, glancing at the time. Only 10 minutes had passed. It dawned on her that this was yet another dream, however. The stinging pain in her eyes was a stark reminder that this was no mere illusion. What could this possibly mean? The last time she had dreamed of being engulfed in flames, she awoke to a searing pain in the same place. Now, as she dreamed of her eyes being pricked by needles, the sensation of discomfort remained undiminished upon waking. Once could be considered a coincidence. Twice, thrice, Jimin had begun to perceive this phenomenon as an intrinsic characteristic of her own body. Contemplating whether to inquire with the dealer for confirmation, she found that the dealer preemptively offered an explanation before she could voice her question. The dealer remarked, "The reason why you dream of things that feel so real, dear Jimin, is that you have indeed experienced these events. The underlying cause will only be triggered when you encounter certain individuals who can evoke these memories." Jiming, may I pose one more question? How long have I actually lived? Dealer, I apologize, dear, but that inquiry exceeds the scope of our discussion. Jiming resolved to forego sleep, remaining still in her place to sense the presence of the enemy. Perhaps due to her training in the mystical arts of chakra, her perceptive abilities had significantly enhanced. She had progressed from merely sensing familiar chakras to detecting malevolent ones. This represented a considerable advancement, as it allowed her to anticipate the arrival of foes, thus affording her time to prepare. The following day, as dawn broke, Mike Guy and his companions escorted the high priest into the southern borders of the land of Soup. After a half-day's journey, they finally arrived at their destination, a small town named Nanwa. The lodging arrangements had been made by the local elder, and upon settling in, Kakashi adeptly employed his transformation technique, securing accommodations at an inn that allowed them to observe the high priestess quarters. As was customary, some members of the group rested while others stood guard. Jiming, unwilling to succumb to sleep once more, volunteered to join Kakashi on watch. Kakashi merely cast a glance in her direction and advised her to don her outer robe before swiftly alighting upon the roof of the high priest's dwelling. Jiming muttered a few curses under her breath at the aloof man who had not waited for her, and promptly followed suit. Another night enveloped Nanwa, its climate cooler than that of the Land of Fire. As a gentle night breeze stirred, Jiming involuntarily shivered. Unable to restrain herself, she cursed the inclement weather, wishing for a reprieve from the biting wind. After venting her frustration, she felt a sense of relief wash over her. Admittedly, her mental state had not been ideal these past few days, her emotions fluctuating, likely due to both her lack of rest and the inexplicable presence of Kakashi. She had witnessed an entirely different facet of him, cold-blooded and unflinching in the face of violence, as if they were strangers. With that thought, she found herself cursing Kakashi once more, a capricious man. Nevertheless, despite her grievances, she understood the importance of remaining vigilant. Closing her eyes, she concentrated on sensing the enemy. After a brief period, for reasons unknown, Jiming perceived a warmth that had not been there before. She opened her eyes and, peering through her mask, noticed the silhouette of another person before her. Her gaze fell upon his white hair, prompting her to reflect on the white-haired man from her dreams. Was that person also Kakashi? Before she could ponder further, she sensed an approaching presence. She tugged at Kakashi, urging him to conceal themselves silently. They nestled behind a tree in the courtyard, affording them a clear view of the high priestess room. The newcomer appeared to be a warrior. And the moment Might Guy heard the heavy footsteps, he awoke. He was not alone. Inuzuka Hana, Hyuga Suma, and Mitarashi Anko also stirred. The four exchanged glances in the darkness. Inuzuka Hana sniffed the air, discerning that this was not a familiar presence, and shook her head in warning. If it was not someone they knew, it could only be an enemy. Hyuga Suma activated his Byakugan, spotting a lone intruder, which surprised him. Who would dare to launch a nighttime assault alone? Might there be more adversaries lurking behind him? Hinata Sujimasa raised a finger to the crowd, and the four individuals each took on their respective roles, concealing the high priest. The intruder hastily pushed open the door, and Might Guy leaped down from the beams, delivering a fierce kick to the man's head, forcing him to bow low, brandishing a knife awkwardly. A samurai? Under the moonlight, Hinata Sujimasa discerned the intruder's attire, which was that of a warrior. Wait, Kai-san. Hinata Sujimasa halted Might Guy's next move and glanced at Mitakushi Azuki. Azuki extended her right hand, invoking the serpent's coil. A snake ensnared the samurai, binding him immobile. High priest, do you recognize this warrior? As the designated leader of the team, Hinata Sujimasa lit the candles in the room and presented the captive before the high priest, inquiring. The high priest stroked his beard, pondering for a moment before responding. I have never seen him before. Warrior, would you care to divulge the purpose of your visit? Hinata Sujimasa asked the samurai once more. Humph. A dog of Konoha. There is nothing to discuss with you, the samurai retorted. Chapter 67. The Girl's Wish. Humph. A dog of Konoha. There is nothing to discuss with you. The samurai's voice sounded youthful, and Hinata Sujimasa surmised that he was quite young. He felt no urgency to refute the samurai's slander against Konoha, instead pursuing further inquiry. Do you harbor a hatred for Konoha? Humph. The samurai scoffed. Might you share the reason? Hinata Sujimasa anticipated that dialogue would be challenging, glancing at Azuki, who understood. As a snake slithered from her hand, slowly coiling around the samurai yelped in fright, jumping into a corner, trembling as the snake flicked its tongue at him. I implore you to reveal your reason, Hinata Sujimasa continued, the serpent inching closer, the samurai retreating further, on the brink of shattering his mental defenses. If you refuse to speak, the snake shall crawl upon you, lick your face, and drain your blood until your last breath. His tone was icy, his expression equally so, particularly as his pure white eyes bore into the samurai. The samurai, overwhelmed, surrendered, his voice trembling. I will speak, but could you first remove the snake? Azuki. All the snakes withdrew, yet the samurai remained huddled in the corner, slowly confessing, I intend to kill the high priest, before the one he sought to slay. The samurai spoke boldly, adding, I cannot allow the Nazen Hall to reopen. Once the high priest is dead, no one will be able to preside over it again. He hesitated, refraining from continuing. The others waited for a moment, and the samurai, resigned, bluntly declared, the rest is beyond my ability to disclose. If you wish to kill or torture me, do as you please. The group exchanged glances. Mitakushi Azuki remarked, this does not seem to be merely a simple escort mission. Might Guy asserted, we must uncover the truth. Youth must not be shrouded in deception. Inuzuka Hana, investigate the case. Our Inuzuka clan shall not lag behind. Hinata Suga, as expected, these three are indeed fervent fools. Hinata Suga stepped forward and patted the warrior on the shoulder, saying, leave this matter to us. Inform your backing force that we from Konoha will take charge of this situation. Is that acceptable? The warrior merely snorted in response, remaining silent. After exchanging information with Hinata Suga, Kakashi's team divided into two groups, one tasked with covertly safeguarding the high priest's life, and the other with uncovering the truth of the matter. In a rather unintentional arrangement, Kakashi found himself paired with Chiharu, while the remaining four members focused on the protection of the high priest. The reason was simple. Kakashi had his canine comrades, the most straightforward and effective means of tracking the warrior. Thus, Kakashi summoned the leader of his canine unit, Parker. Kakashi, what is your command? Parker observed the surroundings, noting they were not in the village of Konoha, indicating that this was indeed mission time. Finally, he would be able to fulfill his true purpose as a ninja dog. His heart raced with anticipation as he proudly tilted his head, saying, tell me, how can I assist you in finding that individual? Kakashi, producing a piece of cloth from somewhere, extended his right hand, gloved in black, revealing a slender, pale finger that spread the fabric flat in his palm. Parker trotted over, sniffing curiously. For some reason, Chiharu found Kakashi in this moment to be remarkably gentle, resembling the Kakashi from Konoha. Leave it to me, Parker declared. And true to his nature, he returned shortly after with a meal's worth of effort. His face beamed with the desire for praise as he said, "Let us go. I have found it." Following Parker's lead, the duo made their way to a wooden cabin located slightly north of South Huan City. They concealed their presence in traces, hiding among the trees. Both possessed the Sharingan, allowing them to observe the interior with clarity. The cabin was quite spacious, featuring several rooms. And Shiharu noticed that each room housed one or two unclothed maidens, devoid of chakra, thus not being ninjas. Her gaze shifted to the most secluded room, where she discerned one, two, three ninjas. Jiming diligently observed the movements of their lips, as though grappling with a profound loss of memory. Alas, she could not decipher the lip movements of the young girls. Though she could hear and articulate words, the nuances of their silent speech eluded her. How vexing. Y&T the dealer provided a complete system for understanding the language of these girls. If nothing else, they could have opted for a Chinese variant. The dealer remarked, "This is due to the limitations of your current body. You cannot comprehend lip reading." With that, she continued to fixate on the three individuals. Her curiosity piqued about the nature of their conversation. From her intuition, it seemed unlikely that they were exchanging pleasantries. The sight of those unclad maidens was particularly disconcerting. Yet, unable to grasp their silent dialogue, she turned her attention back to the chambers of the girls. To her astonishment, she made a new observation. The ages of the maidens ranged from 12 to 16, and within each room, the two girls remained utterly silent, devoid of any communication. At least during the half-day she had been watching, none of the maidens had conversed with their roommates. How peculiar. Surely, this could not be a mere transaction of young girls. "Captain, what are they discussing?" Jiming inquired softly, waiting until the occupants had settled into slumber before daring to pose her question. "Cannot comprehend?" Kakashi reverted to his previous indifference, his words few and far between. What a cunning man, ever shifting in demeanor. Jiming couldn't help but critique him once more, albeit with thoughts that were rather nonsensical. "I cannot read lips." Kakashi seemed to exhale lightly, though the sound was faint, and Jiming could barely discern the meaning woven into his cold remarks. 2 days hence, the ritual for the positioning of the priest at the Nashintang would commence, launching yet another offensive, targeting the high priest to thwart the consecration. But what of those unclad maidens? What reason had they for being kept here? Jiming remained silent, refraining from making any presumptuous assumptions. She planned to rise early the following day, don a fresh outfit, and stroll through the bustling streets of Nanhua City to familiarize herself with the local customs, hoping to uncover some clues about the young ladies. "Captain, may I venture out tomorrow?" In the realm of the Yambu, one must always seek the captain's counsel before taking any action, a principle imparted to her by Kakashi. "Go ahead." To her surprise, the next day, Kakashi trailed closely behind her, clad in his Umbu attire. Although his presence was undetectable to others, Jiming could not ignore the intensity of his gaze. Was he simply idling away his time, watching her? Chapter 68. Side story, Gaara's escape diary. Gaara felt an overwhelming curiosity towards the drastically different culture of the Land of Wind. As his health gradually improved, he found himself growing increasingly impatient within the confines of the hospital, while Temari and Kankuro stood guard at his side like vigilant bodyguards. "Gaara, eat your apple." Even in the morning, Temari sat by his bedside, skillfully peeling an apple and presenting it to him. Gaara accepted it in silence, his gaze inadvertently drifting towards the window where daylight had fully emerged, reminiscent of the weather Jiming had described in her letter, which she so despised. In her correspondence, she mentioned that on Monday mornings, after her morning exercises, the brightness of the day was bothersome, and she found herself longing for the mornings of Sunagakure. Yet, he preferred the mornings of Konoha. Seizing a brief moment while Temari stepped away, a rebellious thought flickered in Gaara's mind. He would escape the hospital, at the very least. He longed to explore the outside world today. After arranging for his sand clone, Gaara vanished silently from the hospital room using the body flicker technique. As he stepped onto the streets of Konoha, the morning market was nearing its end. He curiously surveyed his surroundings and discovered numerous items that were absent from his village. Unconsciously, he found himself standing before Ichiraka Ramen, the very establishment Jiming had described as exceptionally delicious. Ichiraka Ramen appeared in nearly every letter she wrote, often accompanied by different companions. Gaara recognized a few of them, especially after their recent competition. He glanced up and spotted Jiming's family seating area. The striking white hair was unmistakable Kakashi Hitaki. However, Gaara held no fondness for Kakashi and could not quite articulate why. Beside Kakashi stood a man with dark hair obscuring half of his face, Obito Uchiha, whom Jiming frequently referred to as Toby in her letters. Gaara reluctantly adopted the same moniker. Next to Obito stood a short-haired woman whose camouflage face paint resembled Kankuro's. He surmised that this must be Rin Noera, often seen alongside Obito, the owner of Ichiraku. Noticing a red-haired child clutching a teddy bear and staring blankly at his sign, felt a pang of compassion. He approached Gaara, crouched down, and gently inquired, "Little one, would you like to come in for some ramen?" Gaara tightly embraced his teddy bear, feeling a sense of unease as he had never encountered a stranger who initiated conversation with him. He was both anxious and frightened. Naturally, Gaara settled onto a bench, still clutching his beloved bear. Before long, a bowl of meticulously crafted tonkatsu ramen, prepared by Uncle Yael, was presented before him. As he gazed at the delectable and aromatic dish, excitement radiated from his expression. With enthusiasm, he began to eat. Upon the first mouthful of noodles, Gaara finally comprehended why Shikamaru so frequently visited this ramen shop. It bore a striking resemblance to the flavors of his mother's cooking. Moments later, a woman with crimson hair entered the ramen shop. Out of the corner of his eye, Gaara recognized her immediately, Kushina Uzumaki, the wife of his mentor, Shikamaru. It seemed that Kushina also recognized him, as she approached with a look of surprise. He lifted his gaze, blinking at this lady, unable to muster the courage to speak. "You must be Karura's son, right?" Kushina finally recalled whom this child resembled, realizing he was the son of the fourth Kazekage, Karura, and the pen pal of young Shikamaru. "Do you know my mother?" Gaara inquired, tilting his head. "Indeed, we are very good friends," Kushina replied, taking a seat beside Gaara, placing her bag of vegetables aside, and ordering a bowl of ramen. "Gaara, why don't you come over to my house for lunch today?" Gaara, still lost in thought while clutching his teddy bear, suddenly heard Kushina call his name. He looked up in disbelief. Was she inviting him to her home for a meal? This was an unprecedented situation for him. The only time he had dined with someone outside of his family was a recent occasion with Shikamaru's family. "All right," Gaara eventually responded, realizing his own voice was answering. Noticing Kushina smiling at him, devoid of malice, he lowered his head, fidgeting with the bear's arm. Ultimately, Gaara accompanied Kushina back to her home. Kushina's residence was a quaint two-story building. He knew that there were 5 rooms on the second floor, with Shikamaru's room located at the end of the corridor. However, Shikamaru had never elaborated much on the rooms, only mentioning a few words in his first letter. He felt a slight curiosity to see if the teddy bear was indeed in Shikamaru's room. "Naruto, Sasuke," Kushina called out to the second floor, "we have guests. Come down quickly. We're coming." Gaara sat on the sofa, gazing at the staircase. The first to bound down was a boy with blonde hair, leaping down the stairs with an energetic gait, followed closely by a black-haired boy, whose steps were light and slow, barely making a sound. "Hello, I'm Naruto." Upon spotting Gaara sitting alone on the sofa, Naruto quickly approached and plopped down beside him, greeting him enthusiastically. Such a bold gesture startled Gaara, causing him to shrink back, his mouth agape at a loss for words. Although the letter from Jimin provided insights into Naruto's character, the first encounter left him feeling somewhat apprehensive. "You frightened him, Naruto," Sasuke remarked nonchalantly from his seat beside Naruto. "Oh, my bad," Naruto said, awkwardly scratching his head, his tone tinged with apology. "It's nothing at all," Gaara interjected. The words "I'm sorry" struck a chord within him, for no one ever uttered those words to him, especially over trivial matters. "What is your name?" Naruto's unwavering enthusiasm radiated like the sun, penetrating Gaara's heart. He repeatedly inquired about Gaara's background, seeking topics for conversation, even suggesting that they explore Konoha together after school. "All right, it's time to eat," Kushina called the 3 children over just as Minato returned home from work. The first thing Minato did upon returning was to embrace his little cub, a gesture he had grown accustomed to, cradling Naruto as they made their way to the dining table. "You're spoiling him again," Kushina teased, observing the scene. Gaara was once again taken aback. He had not anticipated that his father would not push him away when he leaped into his embrace. In Gaara's memories, his father, Raza, had never smiled at him. Occasionally, when he peered through the third eye, he would witness Raza smiling and being affectionate towards his mother. Though Gaara felt a twinge of sadness, he reasoned that since his mother was inherently a wonderful person, his father could not help but love and be close to her, just as he himself desired. Thus, he momentarily forgave his father. However, when he sought his father's embrace like an ordinary child, he was met with a cold rejection, even being sent off to battle personally by his father. Gaara did not comprehend what this meant, but Jimin had informed him that such behavior did not constitute fatherhood. Today, he finally grasped the true essence of what it means to be a father. As a side note, there will only be one update today. I just returned from a busy day, and my eyes can barely stay open. It's time to wash up and sleep. Although I have some inspiration for a side story about little love, I will save it for next time. The character of Jiming is designed to be an irresistible charm, a beloved figure among many, allowing for a multitude of interpretations. However, the narrative contains both bittersweet and heartwarming elements, with the latter being revealed in the side stories. This world reflects a reality where Jiming's extensive efforts have enabled the survival of most individuals. In Chapter 69, titled The Girl's Wish, The Secrets of Nanhua City, one wonders about his idle pursuits. Does he truly have nothing better to do than to keep watch over her? At first, Jiming strolled with great enthusiasm through the myriad of curiosities in Nanhua City, a place that bore a striking resemblance to her hometown in a past life. The mountains stretched endlessly, and the rivers flowed ceaselessly. Within Nanhua City lies a lifeblood known as the Nanhua River. Recently, the city had come alive once more due to the impending ceremony of the priest's succession at the National Hall. However, all this information reached Jiming's ears through the tales of a humble boatman. At this moment, she found herself seated in a boat, accompanied by Kakashi, who had also taken a seat beside her. This Kakashi, with his raven black hair, concealed the lower half of his face with a mask and donned a kimono that, surprisingly, fit him quite well despite its mysterious origin. His attire consisted of a black inner garment paired with a dark green outer robe. Furthermore, he held a camera in his hand, meticulously preparing for his disguise. The proprietor casually mentioned that during this time of year, an unusually large number of tourists flocked to this place, while the rest of the year saw a few fresh faces. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Jiming's mind, and he tentatively inquired, "Is this priestly ceremony held annually? I would like to come and witness it next time." Indeed, a new priestess is appointed each year, and she is a young maiden as lovely as a blooming flower, came the reply. The notion of a priestess, a beautiful young lady, is indeed a rarity. Typically, priests are esteemed individuals chosen for their wisdom and dignity. As the boat reached its destination, Jiming, with the assistance of Kakashi, disembarked. At that moment, his gaze fell upon a charming tea house, a splendid place to gather information. Jiming eagerly pulled Kakashi along into the establishment. The proprietor, a middle-aged gentleman, greeted them warmly upon their entrance. "Welcome, esteemed guests. Please take a seat and peruse the menu to see what delights you wish to indulge in." Jiming cast a glance towards the crowded area near the entrance, and they decided to sit nearby in order to better gather information. With 2 cups of tea and 2 skewers of tricolored dumplings ordered, Kakashi seized the opportunity while Jiming was searching for a seat to place their order with the proprietor. Turning his head, he happened to see Jiming sitting in a spot dimly lit by the backlight. The soft glow filtering through the window illuminated her face. Kakashi's heart stirred, and he raised his camera, pressing the shutter. "Are you two here on vacation?" The owner, intrigued by the sight of foreigners, approached to engage in casual conversation. Noting their youthful appearance, "You seem like siblings." "Siblings?" That was not entirely incorrect. Kakashi smiled and nodded, replying to the owner, "Yes, this is my sister." "What a striking pair of siblings you are." After a brief exchange, Kakashi brought the tea and dumplings to the table across from Jiming. There she sat, resting her chin on her hand, her brows slightly furrowed, lips pursed, silent yet utterly charming. "What is the matter?" Jiming raised her gaze, casting a cold glance at Kakashi. Her index finger pressed to her lips, signaling for silence. Seated behind them were 3 women, their voices revealing their middle-aged status. One of the women, her tone tinged with sorrow, lamented, "If my child fails to be selected this time, it will truly be the end. She is due soon." "Is she 16 this year?" another woman inquired. "It's her final year," the first woman replied, covering her face as tears began to flow. Jiming felt a pang in her heart at the sight of the woman's tears, inexplicably resonating with her emotional turmoil. In a moment of distraction, Jiming sensed the icy touch of fingers against her face. Kakashi gently wiped away her tears with his fingertip, softly asking, "Why are you crying, child?" Jiming brushed his hand away, suppressing the sudden surge of emotion, and resumed listening to their conversation. Kakashi, momentarily taken aback by her action, eventually sat back down, reminding himself that during a mission, he should remain focused on gathering information. "It would be fortunate to be chosen by the nobles," one of the women added. "At least she would survive." The woman bowed her head again, weeping. After taking the last bite of her tricolored dumpling, Jiming stood up and departed the tea house first. She surveyed the bustling street around her, and indeed, it was primarily men, whether engaged in construction, trade, or simply passing by, while women were regrettably scarce, especially young girls of her age. What could be the reason for this? Was it possible that women were not allowed to venture outside? Quickly dismissing this notion, she pondered how the three women could exist if that were the case. There was surely something amiss. Kakashi followed her out, the previous camaraderie replaced by the tone of a superior addressing a subordinate. "Have you made any new discoveries?" he inquired. "Further observation is necessary," she responded. Jiming shook her head, pondering that such a conclusion should not be hastily drawn. This evening, it seemed, would necessitate a visit to the residence of the aristocrats, where perhaps some revelations awaited. The two returned to their inn for a brief respite. To engage in their covert endeavors, they needed to don more agile attire. She discarded her kimono and performed a sealing technique, returning the scroll to its rightful place. Next, she approached her captain for approval. Standing before Kakashi, who concealed his face behind a mask, she implored, "Captain, I require permission to infiltrate the noble's estate tonight to investigate certain matters. May I count on your consent?" Kakashi, of course, would not decline, provided that they would traverse the night together. "No problem," he replied. As the night deepened, Kakashi and Jiming successfully infiltrated the residence of a local noble. Its name was beyond her recollection, yet the grandeur of the structure was unmistakable, prompting their choice of this particular estate. The art of infiltration was Kakashi's forte, and Jiming followed closely behind him, cautiously making their way inside. The estate lay in serene silence, leading Jiming to speculate that its inhabitants had retired for the night. Upon activating her Sharingan, they pressed on, searching each room for their target. Many were empty, others belonged to men, and just as she began to doubt her instincts, Jiming perceived a faint sound of weeping. "Why can't I live openly?" The voice, distinctly feminine and youthful, was indeed the very target they sought. Jiming gazed at Kakashi, their eyes locking through the mask. In an instant, Kakashi understood, trailing closely behind her as they hurried towards the source of the sound. They eventually arrived at a location resembling a warehouse. Peering inside, Jiming observed neatly arranged items, but nothing more. Was her assessment mistaken? As she was about to inquire about the situation, she noticed Kakashi crouching down, while Parker, having emerged unbeknownst to them, mirrored his actions on the ground. People are underground. Chapter 70. The Maiden's Wish, the Peculiar Girl Underground? Jiming looked down, catching a glimpse of faint chakra. A serious expression crossed her face as she glanced back at Kakashi, seemingly questioning how they could descend silently. Kakashi paid her no mind and instead approached, deftly picking the lock of the warehouse. They successfully infiltrated the premises, leaving Parker stationed outside as a guard. If there were indeed individuals residing underground, there must be a staircase. Even if they chose not to ascend, those above would need to descend. Kakashi surveyed the area and ultimately focused on a section of wooden flooring that exhibited fewer scratches than the rest. Approaching it, he pressed down, and as expected, the plank lifted, revealing a wooden staircase beneath. Jiming could not help but commend Kakashi. At least in terms of his professional prowess, Kakashi's skills were beyond reproach. She cautiously followed him into the underground passage, which stretched endlessly before her. What troubled her even more was the haunting voice that tugged at her heartstrings. Anxiously, she clutched at Kakashi's sleeve, yet to her surprise, he did not brush her hand away. Instead, he proceeded with utmost care. At last, they reached the end of the path, where a wooden door awaited. Kakashi took the initiative to open it, and just as Jiming leaned closer to discern the situation, he gently covered her eyes with his hand and whispered, "Do not look." However, no matter how much he tried to shield her, the power of the Sharingan could not be concealed. Jiming gazed upon the scene within the room as she pried open Kakashi's hand and stepped inside. Before her stood the body of a youthful maiden, adorned with crimson marks, the origins of which remained a mystery. Most chilling was the ghostly pallor of her face. Upon meeting the vacuous, lifeless gaze of the girl, Jiming instinctively took a step back. A shiver coursed through her entire being, as emotions surged within her like a relentless tide. "What brings you here, my lords?" The girl's voice, laced with sorrow, emerged hoarsely, as though she had not quenched her thirst for an eternity. Jiming wished to articulate further, yet the girl's eyes abruptly transformed into a mesmerizing dual-colored Sharingan. Unconsciously, she exerted control over the girl. Kakashi had not anticipated Jiming to employ ocular techniques so promptly, but now that the interrogation had commenced, it was time to proceed. He casually draped a blanket over the girl, his voice softening considerably as he inquired, "What is your name?" The girl's voice echoed like that of a mechanical entity. "I am called Huijingling." Why have you appeared here? The girl seemed to experience a malfunction, grasping her hair in anguish and screaming. Both were momentarily taken aback. With little time to ponder before departing, Kakashi received a message from Paik, pulling Jiming, who was eager to continue the questioning. He performed the Flying Thunder God technique, and they seamlessly transported to the inn. Yet, Jiming could not shake the image of the girl from her mind. What sort of sealing technique had been employed upon her? She recalled the various techniques that Danzo had cast upon every member of Root. Could it be that this girl was similarly afflicted? However, she was not a formidable ninja. Why then did she suffer so? Let us rest for now. Observing Jiming's troubled expression, Kakashi suggested she remain at the inn to recuperate while he intended to investigate the cabin in the northern part of the city once more. There was a chance he might uncover something significant at this hour, with only a day remaining until the upcoming ritual. Kakashi could certainly choose to ignore the underlying circumstances, opting instead to eliminate any adversaries that arose, but Jiming had no such desire. The sight of the girl's scarred form stirred her compassion. Her kin were enduring great suffering. No, Captain, I shall accompany you. Jiming fixed her gaze upon Kakashi, her piercing demeanor momentarily startling him. Her crimson eyes bore a chill reminiscent of winter, devoid of warmth. He knew he should not acquiesce, yet, inexplicably, Kakashi nodded in agreement. The two again infiltrated the cabin in the northern part of the city, taking their position atop a tree. Jiming was increasingly convinced that the girls hidden within the cabin held some connection to the noble girl. Moreover, during their time at the tea house, the woman had remarked that being chosen by the nobles was indeed a favorable occurrence. Redirecting her attention to the girls' quarters, she discovered something peculiar. These rooms appeared to contain only elegant kimonos, absent of any customary attire they would usually wear. The footwear was also traditional wooden clogs, complementing the kimonos. Furthermore, in some rooms, girls had yet to fall asleep, their oil lamps flickering as they perused books. As dawn approached, the two repositioned themselves in a more concealed locale to maintain their vigil. The first stirrings emerged from the young maiden's quarters. As dawn broke, the young ladies seemed to activate a synchronized routine, performing identical actions as they rose from slumber, kneeling before the mirror to adorn themselves. This act of beautification appeared to hold great significance, as they diligently attended to their appearance until the first rays of light illuminated the sky. Gradually, they ceased their grooming rituals and, unsurprisingly, shed their garments before donning the kimono that hung upon the wall. Simultaneously, the maidens stepped through the doorway, converging in the adjoining room. Jiming cast a careful glance around the space, noting a large mask adorning the wall, beneath which lay fragrant incense. The maidens knelt upon the mat, aligning their bodies with grace, their hands clasped in prayer, embodying the essence of youthful supplication. After observing for a considerable time, Jiming noticed that the maidens remained motionless, and she began to feel drowsy, on the verge of leaning against Kakashi and succumbing to sleep. Suddenly, a thunderous noise jolted her awake, causing her to lose her balance and face the floor. A sense of dread washing over her as she realized the precariousness of their situation. If she were to fall, their concealment would be compromised, and none within this room would escape unscathed. Fortunately, Kakashi, with remarkable agility, seized her before she could plummet, lifting her with the ease of a chick being carried to a hidden refuge. The whirlwind of Konoha. Jiming has come to comprehend the source of that resounding noise. It was none other than Might Guy and his companions engaged in a confrontation with the so-called three ninjas at the entrance. Could it be that Might Guy and his team had managed to track down this location? It seems that Might Guy is not merely a foolishly exuberant youth. And not a Sugama. Thank you for your compliment. Casting a glance at the fierce battle unfolding, which resembled a crushing victory, she turned her attention once more to the girls kneeling at the temple, utterly motionless. They appeared completely unaffected by the external turmoil, seemingly oblivious to the conflict erupting right at their doorstep. One would expect them to emerge and ascertain the situation, yet they remained inexplicably still. How perplexing indeed. Jiming has always been averse to making hasty judgments, preferring instead to acquire true knowledge through practical experience. Today, she resolved to remain in this location, for her intuition suggested that these young ladies were pivotal figures. Might and his companions had already brought 3 samurai into the courtyard. As Jiming peered down, she observed that the trio was ensnared by the serpentine tendrils of a red bean, while the individual standing in the center of the interrogation was a member of the Hyuga clan. Upon closer scrutiny, she realized that this was not someone she had previously encountered. Being on the same team as Might indicated that this individual was likely a formidable opponent. And Asuma, the sole strategist of the team, sighed at the sight of the 3 individuals before him, lamenting the increased difficulty of their task. Yet, the three impassioned fools and his squad were determined to uncover the truth behind the situation. They had indeed commenced their investigation, but as they delved deeper, Suma had already grasped the essence of the truth, while the three fervent fools remained oblivious. He had no choice but to press on with his inquiries. Eventually, they uncovered that the homes of these three samurai concealed 10 young maidens. They had previously consulted the daimyo's office for relevant records, yet found no registration of missing persons. The officials had repeatedly cautioned them against meddling and advised them to expedite the sacrificial ceremony, suggesting that a swift return to Konoha would be their best course of action. This piqued Hinata Suma's interest. Human nature tends to rebel against restrictions. The more one is discouraged from pursuing a matter, the more fervently they desire to do so. Since they were being dissuaded from investigating, they were determined to uncover the truth. Suma maintained his composure, assuring them that, despite appearances, they possessed certain means. The young samurai erupted in fury, vowing to resist, declaring that none from their powerful nation could be trusted. Suma raised an eyebrow at the outburst and retorted, "And what of you?" He turned his gaze toward an older man, inquiring, "According to our investigations, your daughter is among them, is she not? Shall we enter and reveal the young ladies, to see what schemes their father is concocting?" The man momentarily froze, and not only him. The young samurai beside him was equally taken aback, leaping up in disbelief. "Brother, how can you say such a thing? Did you not inform me that the priest would impartially select?" He exclaimed, "Do not speak recklessly. The position of priest is not something you mortals can influence." At that moment, the previously silent samurai delivered a resounding slap to the young warrior's face. The young man staggered, clutching his cheek. Incredulity etched across his features as he gazed at the two. "So, you have all been deceiving me," he gasped, overwhelmed with fury, before collapsing to the ground. This reaction caught Hinata Suma off guard. He quickly exchanged glances with Maitake, who promptly caught the young samurai and led him away from the scene. Upon reaching a secluded grove, Maitake called out softly into the air, "Kakashi! Kakashi!" Kakashi lazily descended from the trees, standing beside Maitake, unable to resist a quip. "I told you, don't call my name while on a mission." "Understood, Kakashi." Might Guy pledged earnestly, while the young warrior fainted. "Do you have any solutions?" Despite this, there was no change in Might Guy's demeanor. Kakashi, feeling helpless, decided it was futile to argue with him. He could call him whatever he wished. "I'll summon our medical ninja to take a look," he said, raising his gaze toward the treetops. It was as if a telepathic connection had been established. The girl, originally engrossed in watching the other maidens, instinctively turned her head at the moment Kakashi glanced her way. Their eyes met perfectly. Kakashi waved at her, and she pointed to herself, as if questioning, "Really?" After confirming, she leaped into the clearing and swiftly ran to Kakashi's side, immediately spotting the figure lying on the ground, prompting her to understand the situation at once. She crouched down and applied her medical ninjutsu to examine the body, feeling a tinge of embarrassment. Fortunately, there was nothing serious. "Once you awaken, stop pretending to be asleep," she remarked. The young warrior reluctantly opened his eyes and, before uttering a word, was captivated by the vibrant crimson of Kakashi's Sharingan, inwardly marveling at such exquisite eyes. Regaining her composure, the girl stood up, reflecting on the effectiveness of the hypnosis. Although the world of Naruto did not extensively elaborate on the hypnotic capabilities of the Sharingan, she wielded it with great finesse. Kakashi exchanged a glance with Might Guy, silently acknowledging the striking crimson gaze of the girl, communicating through their eyes. Might Guy inquired, "Kakashi, does your Sharingan possess such a function?" Kakashi chose to ignore Might Guy's unreasonable question and directed his attention toward the handsome young warrior, realizing that inquiring about the maidens was of utmost importance. Yet, to avoid the pitfalls of their previous encounter, he decided to approach the question more subtly. "Why are there so few young women in Nanwa City?" The question seemed to avoid any taboo, and the young warrior readily responded, "Because maidens cannot survive past the age of 16, and those younger are not permitted to venture outside." "Then why are there women in their 30s at the tea house?" He pressed. "They survived the war, thus they are not subject to execution." "And the maidens who were killed?" As he spoke of the fate of girls, the young warrior suddenly choked up, tears welling in his eyes. "My sister was discarded simply because she was not chosen as a priestess." This revelation hinted at deeper secrets surrounding the deaths, and Kakashi contemplated refraining from further inquiry. However, observing the girl's focused demeanor, he felt reluctant to interrupt her. The plight of the maidens was intertwined with the priestess succession ceremony. Allow this instance of defiance, he thought. to provide her the opportunity to advocate for the rights of her fellow maidens. "Allow me to inquire," she declared, stepping past Kakashi to stand before the young warrior. Her voice cool and resolute. "What tasks do the maidens undertake each day?" Almost instinctively, the young warrior replied, rising from slumber, grooming himself, donning his attire, and making his way to the Temple of Death to offer prayers. He prayed until the afternoon, engaged in the study of etiquette, and partook of dinner. In the evening, he returned to his chamber to meditate. This monotonous existence, devoid of conversation, bore an unsettling resemblance to that of a living corpse. Worse still, it was marked by the absence of sustenance. Jiming continued to inquire, "Why do the maidens engage in such acts?" "For wishes," came the reply. "Wishes for what?" The young warrior did not respond immediately. After a brief pause, he exhaled deeply and managed a faint smile, stating, "Wishes to survive." His voice was so feeble that it seemed to dissipate into the air as soon as it was uttered. Chapter 72. The Maiden's Wish. Suffocation and Death Absurd. Utterly absurd. To wish for survival, Jiming thought, observing the maidens, each of them gone as if they were mere skeletons, merely not perishing from hunger was a blessing in itself. "What is wrong with me?" The young warrior gradually slipped from Jiming's grasp, gazing vacantly at the two masked figures before him. At last, he spotted a familiar face nearby and scrambled towards Might Guy, clutching him tightly. These two formidable beings were Kakashi, who immediately considered drawing his blade to eliminate the threat posed by the warrior, as he constituted a significant danger to them, uncertain of the forces lurking behind. Releasing him recklessly would only expose their whereabouts, a grave misstep. However, those thoughts had merely been conjectures. Now, he was merely playing a part in a performance. As Kakashi prepared to unsheath his weapon, Might Guy positioned himself in front of the young warrior, gazing intently at Kakashi. "If you intend to strike, do not blame me for the consequences." Jiming leaned close to Kakashi's ear, feigning conversation, but merely exhaled softly, causing Kakashi's ears to tingle with a gentle irritation. Several times, he attempted to evade the sensation, yet the endurance honed over the years proved invaluable. Under the fervent guardianship of Might Guy, they performed the flying thunder god technique and reappeared atop a tree once more. Meanwhile, the scene below had unfolded into a heartfelt display of protection. The young warrior was on the verge of tears, nearly embracing Might Guy's leg in gratitude. "Fear not, for even if it means exhausting my youth, I shall protect you," Might Guy declared, flashing a radiant smile that left the young warrior in a state of adoration. Ultimately, Might Guy escorted the young warrior back to the wooden cabin. While Hinata Shinjin had nearly concluded his interrogation, these two were remarkably resilient, remaining tight-lipped regardless of the methods employed. Regrettably, the individual known as Abiki had not arrived, prompting a sigh from Hinata Shinjin, who pondered the necessity of his role in the team's interrogation efforts. Guy. Hinata Shinjin resolved to take each step as it came during the upcoming priestly succession ceremony. Their primary task remained the protection of the Grand Priest. And with the bait cast, it was certain that fish would bite. "You and Akamaru shall remain here, ensuring you conceal your whereabouts. I will return with Hana and stay close to the Grand Priest." Hinata Shinjin arranged this strategy upon noticing the young warrior's newfound closeness to Guy. Retaining him might yield valuable information tonight. Moreover, Akamaru could relay messages through the serpent. With two senior comrades observing from the treetops, he felt no concern for safety in this location. The Grand Priest, after all, was the focal point of everyone's attention. In the heart of the night, Jiming found herself utterly exhausted, leaning against a tree, intending to rest for a brief moment during her meditation. To her surprise, she drifted into a deep slumber. In this dream, she found herself once again at the gates of Nanhua City, an experience markedly different from her previous visit, as she was gently led inside. What astonished her even more was the sight of young men and women frolicking in the streets, their laughter resonating in the air, embodying sheer delight. The girls here were devoid of the dazed demeanor typically associated with sitting in a wooden cabin, and the suffocating sensation of lying in a basement was entirely absent. Instead, they radiated the vivacity of youth, their eyes sparkling with curiosity about the world around them. "Come on, little Ji," a male voice beckoned. Jiming felt a fleeting disorientation. The name Little Ji was rarely uttered by anyone other than Tsunade in her memory. The man took her hand, and she felt no inclination to resist. Rather, a sense of security enveloped her, drawing her closer to him instinctively. A group of young men and women rushed past, their voices echoing. "Let us go to the Nanhua River to release lanterns." The man seized one of the young men and politely inquired, "Where is the Nanhua River?" The young man's eyes filled with terror as he retreated while pointing towards the southeast-northwest direction of Nanhua City, before fleeing as if he had encountered a foe. Jiming found it peculiar and felt compelled to gaze upon the man before her, curious about his identity. While others trembled in fear, she felt an inexplicable sense of closeness. Just as she attempted to discern his features, the environment around Nanhuacheng abruptly transformed. Jiming found herself standing amidst a pool of blood, the mournful cries echoing around her. As she looked down, she was horrified to discover a pair of unclosed eyes beneath her feet. Terrified, she staggered backward several steps. Suddenly, someone grasped her ankle, causing her to lose her balance and tumble to the ground. The blood soaked into her white kimono, staining it a deep crimson, and she gazed in terror as the liquid continued to envelop her. No, the blood was rising above her head. It felt as though her breath was being stolen away. Who could rescue her? Jiming, wake up. Kakashi had initially thought the child was merely sleeping. In a fleeting moment of distraction, he noticed the child's breathing had become increasingly labored, akin to struggling for air. Alarmed, he hurried over to rouse her. When the child awoke, she clutched her chest, gasping for breath. Jiming felt as though she were on the brink of suffocation, her other hand pressed firmly against her mouth. While her stomach churned incessantly, it was as if the very blood coursing through her veins had been swallowed, leaving a nauseating taste of iron and copper in its wake. Are you all right? Kakashi inquired, unable to suppress his concern. I'm fine, she replied. Jiming shook her head, took a cup of water from the scroll, and sipped it. Yet she still felt a lingering unease. Had she not come here before? Jiming, dealer, are you aware of this matter? Dealer, I apologize, dear Jiming, but I am unable to disclose that information. Jiming could not help but mutter a few curses under her breath, lamenting the foolishness of the system. If it continued to remain silent, she might as well perish in her dreams. Dealer, please remain calm, Jiming, do not let your emotions overwhelm you. Dealer, as I have previously mentioned, these matters require specific conditions to be triggered, and I am unable to disclose everything to you. Jiming, West 8. Jiming let out a sigh, pondering who would dare to indulge in such dreams. The current predicament concerning the altar had yet to be resolved, and succumbing to slumber now would only invite further complications. Prepare yourself, Phoenix. Kakashi, unaware of the tribulations Jiming had endured, sought to redirect her attention to the matter at hand. Fortuitously, Jiming's gaze met his, though the mask obscured her expression. Otherwise, she feared her countenance, laden with resentment, would be all too evident to him. The dawn has arrived, Captain. Jiming remarked. Indeed, dawn has arrived. Kakashi gazed skyward as the wooden cottage began to stir with activity. He cast another glance towards the interior of the cottage, pondering whether this group of young maidens would still be able to witness the break of day. Jiming casually bit into a couple of military rations to replenish his energy, squinting at the individuals within. Indeed, as the young warrior had remarked, one rises, combs their hair, and changes their attire. There was no form of communication, no family present, only himself seated within that hall of the Grim Reaper, beseeching the deity for the gift of life. How utterly absurd. Chapter 73, The Maiden's Prayer, the emergence of the enemy this time. The maidens did not venture into the hall of the Grim Reaper. Instead, they stood in formation and proceeded into the courtyard. Leading them were the same three warriors, each harboring their own thoughts, as they guided the maidens towards the vicinity of the nascent Goodness Hall. Jiming and Kakashi silently trailed behind, for the young maidens moved at a leisurely pace. They had even returned to change into formal attire, preparing to remove their masks to partake in the upcoming priestess ceremony. From now on, you may call me brother, Kakashi remarked as he turned back to Jiming, wary that she might, like Mike Guy, mistakenly address him by the wrong name. Jiming nodded obediently, responding with a soft, all right, brother. The Nanchantang was erected at the pinnacle of Nanhuan City, affording a panoramic view of the entire town. Yet it was a rather modest establishment. The torii gate and shrine, reminiscent of the customary Inari shrines, were adorned in a vibrant vermilion hue. The sole distinction lay in the deity worshipped within, a death god. The death god held a pearl in its left hand and a blade in its right, simultaneously bestowing blessings and claiming lives. The young maidens were summoned before the death god, where an elderly man, leaning on a staff embellished with tassels, emerged. His face bore the weight of countless years, devoid of expression, resembling a stagnant pool of water. With a voice heavy and ancient, he addressed the assembly. Now, I kindly request the maidens to present themselves. The maidens moved with mechanical precision, each action a mirror of the other, clad in identical garments, the only variance being their distinct features. Their poise and communication skills were under scrutiny. Those chosen to engage in conversation with the maidens were deemed the selected ones by the deity, blessed with a year of safety and prosperity. Consequently, they fervently rushed forward, as if to peddle themselves, eagerly advocating for their worthiness. Jiming was utterly astonished by the scene before her. In her recollection, such a magnificent spectacle could only be witnessed during military training exercises, where a throng of individuals would dash towards the dining hall, amidst the crowd, eagerly expressing their culinary desires to the Andes. Indeed, it bore striking resemblance to the current scenario. "Brother, should we also join the fray?" Jiming inquired. To be candid, their presence in this gathering, among a multitude of men, was indeed a rarity in Nanhua City, especially with a delightful young girl in their midst. Consequently, an array of curious glances was directed towards them. Given that everyone else was fervently vying for their share, it seemed only fitting for them to partake as well, lest they appear too conspicuous. Kakashi remained silent, taking her hand and leading her a couple of steps forward, positioning themselves at the rear of the crowd, feigning an introduction. Ultimately, however, it was clear that they would not be among the chosen ones. 10 individuals were selected, all of whom were unequivocally men. They sat opposite the young ladies, their postures stiff, as if the eager participants from moments ago were not representative of their demeanor. This was, after all, part of the young ladies' assessment. With perfectly crafted smiles, the girls, in soft yet frosty tones, inquired of the men before them regarding their requests. Some posed questions about the challenges of finding a wife, while others lamented the recent plummet in rice prices, among various other life-related concerns. Naturally, there were also some absurd inquiries, to which the young ladies responded with unwavering smiles. Jiming suddenly conceived of a profession, customer service. Is this not akin to the customer service of their world? After completing this process, the moment of voting finally arrived. Everyone present held the privilege of casting a vote for the girl of their desires. Jiming and Kakashi casually cast their votes, both believing that the choice of the priestess had largely been predetermined, with the other young girls merely serving as a formality. After a tedious counting of the votes, a girl was finally elected as the priestess. Shortly thereafter, the high priest was to be summoned to prepare for the coronation ceremony. "Brother." Jiming immediately sensed the presence of a ninja. She discreetly activated her Sharingan and scanned the surroundings, finding no suspicious individuals. The two exchanged a knowing glance, silently agreeing to vanish within the halls of the Nashan Temple. How peculiar. The fog seems to be thickening. Might Guy, originally assigned as the high priest's bodyguard, stood beside him and, in a moment of distraction, realized that visibility had diminished. Could this be due to the weather? Might hesitated to draw conclusions, exchanging a glance with Hinata Sugama. Sugama, too, sensed the change. Could it be a scheme orchestrated by the three warriors? Were they attempting to assassinate the high priest under the cover of the fog? Sugama grew alert, his instincts warning him that the situation was more dire than it seemed. With a mere command, 4 figures swiftly surrounded them, forming a protective barrier around the high priest. The onlookers, witnessing this unfolding drama, had long since fled, leaving the Nashan Temple eerily deserted. Only the elder, 10 young girls, 3 warriors, and the 5 of might remained, along with the 4 hidden in the shadows. Kakashi and Jiming donned their masks once more, concealing their identities, as it was the first rule of the Umbu during missions. Jiming surmised that this was the hidden mist technique, which posed little threat to her, yet significantly affected the others. They had now entered the realm of the enemy's jutsu, and Jiming contemplated whether she should disperse the fog first. That was the crux of the matter. "Captain, I intend to use that technique," Jiming declared, swiftly forming hand seals to gather chakra, while reminding Kakashi, be ready to relocate them at the right moment. "And what about you?" Jiming chuckled, her agility unmatched, second only to Minato. Returning to Konoha from this very spot would pose no challenge for her. "Do not worry about me, Captain." Kakashi was unable to dismiss the thought. Among them, only Jiming's keen eyes could navigate the thick fog with ease. If the mist persisted, they could very well face an assassination in the blink of an eye. Though he had never witnessed it himself, Kakashi had heard tales from his mentor, Minato, regarding the infamous silent killing technique of the Mizukichi, which struck terror into the hearts of many. As Kakashi prepared for action, Jiming concentrated her chakra at the back of her throat and unleashed a torrent of flames, vast as the ocean, surging forth to consume the fog. Fire style, great fire annihilation. The inferno began to dispel the mist, allowing Jiming to rise anew. Yet she was enveloped in thick smoke. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the air, sending chills down her spine, prompting her to rush toward the source. She recognized that voice. It belonged to one of the young girls. She wished for no harm to come to any of them. The thought of death was a cruel mockery. Before she could draw closer, a second scream echoed, followed swiftly by a third and then a fourth. She clutched her chest, her legs growing weaker, frustration boiling within her as she cursed her own frailty. Why must her body fail her in such dire circumstances? The fifth scream rang out. Jiming arrived at the Nanshan Hall, where the absence of the Konoha 5 was already evident. She speculated that they had likely been relocated by Kakashi. The young girls, alongside 3 samurai, were forcibly retained within the hall, and upon casting her gaze aside, she discerned that there were 3 adversaries in total. If she were to engage them alone, there might still be a chance of victory. Lightning release, Thunderfang. As the currents converged, Jiming caught sight of one of her foes, a figure with long, chestnut red hair styled into whip-like strands, whose neck was ensconced in fluffy bandages. This was Ringo Yuri, a member of the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, renowned as a prodigy of lightning release and the wielder of the lightning blade, Fang. The anime provided scant details about Ringo Yuri, merely hinting at her untimely demise and her subsequent rebirth, where she briefly forged a bond with Omoi. If one of the 7 ninja swordsmen was present, then where were the other 2? Before she could glimpse them, a surge of electricity crackled through the air. Silent as a dagger, as Kakashi lunged at Ringo Yuri, the 2 engaging in a relentless dance of pursuit and evasion. Seizing the opportunity, Jiming stealthily approached the young girls, summoning Sanson without a sound. Sanson seemed to comprehend the situation, refraining from making noise, yet with a flap of its wings, it dispersed the mist and smoke effortlessly. Jiming was momentarily taken aback. How foolish, she thought. With these wings, what need is there for flamboyant jutsu like the Great Fire Annihilation? It not only wastes chakra, but is utterly ineffective. As the fog cleared, Jiming finally beheld Ringo Yuri's companions. Due to their masks, their faces remained obscured. But she recognized the iconic beheading sword and noted a youth of similar age beside them. Could this be the demon, Momochi Zabuza, and the ice ninja, Haku? She mused. Is this their first mission, intending to ensure I return no more? Jiming scoffed softly as she approached Sanson, who now bore the young girls and 3 samurai upon its back. Gently stroking Sanson's wings, she soared away from the scene, landing instead at the inn where Might Guy resided. Please protect them, she urged, offering no further explanation as she swiftly returned to Nanshan Hall. Fearing for Kakashi's safety against the trio of adversaries, Kakashi was still evenly matched against Ringo Yuri, while the other 4 members of the Umbu continued to fend off Zabuza and Haku's assaults. As Jiming dashed forward, she pressed her left arm's sealing technique, grasping the foaming blade without a moment's hesitation and cleaving toward Ringo Yuri. The blades clashed, igniting sparks in their wake. Ringo Yuri scoffed, "You, child, are far more intriguing than this white-haired companion of yours. However, I'm afraid you are not yet my match." A bolt of lightning surged toward Jiming's head. Surely, Ringo Yuri did not believe she had appeared merely to fill space. To think she could deliver a fatal blow while Kakashi was engaged was nothing short of absurd. Jiming deftly adjusted the blade, lifting it with a flourish. Lin Qingyuri gazed at her with wide, incredulous eyes, momentarily frozen in disbelief. Seizing the opportunity while her opponent was still in a daze, Jiming charged toward Lin Qingyuri. In the fleeting moment when the lightning struck, she teleported directly before Lin Qingyuri. The foaming blade pierced the very heart of Lin Qingyuri, producing a sharp, echoing cry. She let out a muffled groan, blood spilling from her lips. "You are indeed the first to evade my thunderous onslaught. How intriguing." With a playful smile, Jiming once again drew her blade. As Lin Qingyuri continuously evaded, she seized the moment to form a seal, her left hand gathering lightning chakra that resonated like a chorus of countless birds, echoing throughout the Nashtang. Her speed was akin to a flash of lightning. Lin Qingyuri could hardly keep pace with Jiming's rapid advance and, in desperation, plunged her twin swords into the ground. Lightning release, lightning gate. In that fleeting moment as Jiming charged, a bolt of lightning struck her down, sending her crashing to the ground. Humph. Merely a trifle. Lin Qingyuri drew her sword, pointing it directly at Jiming's neck. She gazed curiously at the fair neck, intrigued by the visage concealed beneath the mask. With a swift flick of her blade, she scored a deep line across the mask, expecting to glimpse the girl's features. To her astonishment, Jiming rose once more, seemingly unscathed, as the blood flowing from her chest vanished like magic. This is troublesome. Lin Qingyuri quickly raised her sword for defense, but even with both blades braced, she was forced back several steps by an unfathomable force. What sort of being was this, wielding such immense power at such a tender age? Even she struggled to withstand the blow. Unperturbed by Linping Yuli's shock, Jiming once again summoned the thousand birds to her left hand, aiming directly at Linping Yuli's heart. This time, Linping Yuli was more astute. Jiming observed the currents before her without concern, closing her eyes to sense Linping Yuli's escape route. There, Jiming tossed the phoenix cry blade into the air, where it hung suspended. With her hands pressed together and eyes closed, a barrage of fireballs descended upon Linping Yuli. A result of nearly 2 weeks of coordinated training with the phoenix cry blade, initially intended for use against Gaara. She had not anticipated that the first to experience it would be Linping Yuli. Caught up in her desperate evasion, Linping Yuli exerted every ounce of her strength. It seemed she had underestimated the young girl. Yet, the fireballs continued to multiply, expanding in range and descending with increasing velocity. In a moment of miscalculation, Linping Yuli was struck by a fireball. In a panic, she shed her outer garment, only to find that her inner clothing ignited as well. She attempted to form the hand seals for water release, but her hands were engulfed in flames. Alas, the fire consumed Linping Yuli entirely. Jiming covered her eyes. The piercing sensation was overwhelmingly intense, and for a fleeting moment, she found herself savoring this feeling. "Are you all right?" Kakashi stepped forward, intending to reach out and support Jiming, yet he hesitated. The reason for his reluctance became apparent as a large blade hurtled towards them. Without a moment to spare, he swiftly scooped Jiming into his arms to evade the oncoming attack. As fate would have it, the blade once again turned toward them, and Kakashi inwardly cursed. There was no time left. Shadow binding technique. Kakashi leaped upward, exhaling in relief. Thankfully, the heavy shadow binding technique was still at his disposal. Ninjutsu, mist concealment technique. Chapter 75, The Young Girl's Wish. All of this is a fabrication. The mist re-emerged. Swoosh, sensed the enemy. Yes. After ensuring Jiming was secure, Kakashi rose once more, this time brandishing the short blade on his back. "Report to the captain, the enemy has vanished. This is bad. Their target was never the 6 of us, but the high priest." Kakashi immediately issued orders to rush to the sanctuary of the inhabitants to safeguard the high priest's safety. The stinging in Jiming's eyes relentlessly pressed against her nerves. She opened her eyes to find blood flowing at her feet, creeping up her body. Not only her, but Kakashi, who had been standing before her discussing matters, was now covered in blood, kneeling on the ground, his expression obscured. She wanted to scream, to cry out in an effort to steady her trembling body. Yet, no sound escaped her lips. It felt as though her throat was constricted, the crimson blood tightening around her neck, rendering her voiceless. In a daze, she seemed to hear someone calling her. The voice was soft, as if it were standing beside her, a whisper meant for only the 2 of them. "Little Ji, do not be afraid. All of this is a lie." Was it truly a fabrication? Jiming pondered in a daze. Could the world she inhabited now also be a falsehood? Might she be ensnared in a dream, destined to awaken and find herself back in that solitary existence? Images flitted through her mind like a revolving lantern. Her first encounter with Tsunade, being cared for by Tsunade and Shizen as if she were a child, meeting Gaara and gaining her first friend, and later, the fortunate meeting with Minato, becoming his pupil, and being cherished by Kushina as if she were her own daughter. If this were a dream, then let it continue indefinitely. Jiming contemplated. "Little Ji, awaken quickly." It seemed to be his voice. Jiming jolted awake, sitting upright from the ground. Mechanically, she rubbed her eyes. The oppressive sting in her nerves had considerably diminished, and the ground was not awash with blood. Kakashi still stood before her, organizing the tasks at hand. Upon noticing her awakening, the gazes of 5 individuals turned towards her. Although she could not discern their expressions behind their masks, she could surmise that they were filled with concern. When she first joined the Umbu, the 3 elder brothers had spoken to her with disdain, yet after these few days of companionship, they had come to regard her as one of their own. Particularly, the elder from the Akimichi clan always worried that this young child might go hungry, and despite his reluctance, he would share a portion of his delicious bento with her. She was deeply grateful for this kindness and held it close to her heart. Thus, when they all simultaneously turned their gazes towards her, Jiming smiled and said, "I am fine, dear brothers. Let us prepare." Kakashi's voice prompted everyone to redirect their attention, and the 4 of them swiftly geared up and departed from the Nanshan Hall. Kakashi remained by Jiming's side, reiterating the details of the mission. Noticing her pallid visage, he felt a sudden pang of sympathy. Never mind, you should rest, Kakashi thought. The outcome would remain unchanged with 1 less participant. Even against Lin Qing, Yuri, and Zabuza, he possessed unwavering confidence in his ability to defeat them. No need, Captain, I can manage. Jiming rose once more, standing beside Kakashi, her hand resting on his shoulder. Before Kakashi could comprehend the situation, they had already arrived at the inn. Had they not known it was an inn, the desolation surrounding them would have hardly suggested such a notion. Even in his breathless state, Might Guy maintained an upright posture. Gripping his nunchaku tightly, his gaze fixed intently on the man across from him wielding a formidable sword. This man was undeniably powerful, yet he had the potential to be even stronger. Humph, a mere petty criminal. Zabuza raised his blade once more, disdainfully regarding the man before him. He acknowledged the man's prowess in physical combat, perhaps even superior to his own. However, his companions were not as skilled. Zabuza himself was no master, merely adept at killing, efficiently eliminating each of his teammates, only to subsequently slay his clients. These individuals, if exchanged at the black market, could fetch a considerable sum, particularly that pair of Byakuganais. For the Mist Village, they would represent a significant enhancement in combat capabilities. Yet Zabuza's arrogance seemed excessive. Perhaps it was the nature of the Uchiha clan. Jiming, for reasons unknown, found it intolerable to witness such arrogance. She and Kakashi stepped forward, positioning themselves in front of Might Guy. Do you know who I am? Zabuza inquired, raising an eyebrow in mild surprise. Few in the Mist Village recognized him. How could this young leaf ninja possibly know his name? It was indeed amusing. No wonder the child Ringo Yuri fell short. Your reputation as an assassin is well known. Jiming began, eager to engage in dialogue, seizing any opportunity to buy time. During the graduation exams at the Ninja Academy, you single-handedly eliminated all your peers. And upon reaching adulthood, you joined the Umbu, honing your assassination techniques further. One of your victims, a certain Yuichi Kamade from Konoha, also fell by your hand. Did he not? As she spoke, she turned to Kakashi, asking, Captain, might this individual be one from our wanted list? If we bring him back, is there a reward? Kakashi, amused by the child's clumsy act, feigned deep thought, flipping through a notebook until he located the page with Zabuza's details. Perhaps, he mused, but Mr. Zabuza's bounty is rather modest, merely an A rank. The reward we would receive would scarcely cover a barbecue meal. The mention of his rank ignited Zabuza's ire. How dare this child belittle him? And Konoha too, relegating him to an A rank. Did they intend to eliminate everyone present? He should be classified as S. Clearly, Zabuza was underestimated. Soon, however, he regained his composure. It was merely an overreaction, and as a member of an assassination unit, one must uphold a certain decorum. Indeed, as Zabuza pondered, he resolutely grasped his blade. Their objective was merely the old man. If they could abduct him, their mission would be deemed successful. There was no need to engage in trifles with these insignificant leaf ninjas, wasting his precious time. Zabuza, it seems you have already determined the target. Jiming calculated the time. Given the speed of those four, they should be secretly preparing by now. If that were the case, then it was time to act. How difficult could it be to confront two members of the 7 ninja swordsmen? After rallying his spirits, Jiming suddenly felt deflated. Opting instead to drag Might Guy and his companions to the rear, employing medical ninjutsu to heal their wounds. Let Kakashi take the charge. It would be better not to risk their lives recklessly. Chapter 76, The Girl's Wish, the retreat of Zabuza. Having briefly treated the injuries of Might Guy and his team, Jiming observed the young girls kneeling beside the Shinigami, hands clasped, utterly motionless. A sense of discomfort welled up within her, with their lives hanging by a thread. Praying to the Shinigami seemed less direct than wishing for their survival. Yet the girls remained oblivious. Even with bloodied faces and tears threatening to spill, they stood as statues, unyielding. From the moment they could remember, they had undergone rigorous training, day in and day out, for over a decade, instilling in them an unwavering belief in the Shinigami as their sole protector. What was to be done? Jiming did not know. She could only cautiously approach them, striving to erase the scars inadvertently marked upon their beautiful, sacred forms. This was the sole task she could undertake at that moment. Do not fear. As Jiming touched them, the girls instinctively recoiled, yet the warm energy gradually seeped from the person before them, allowing them to forget their previous apprehensions, instead nurturing a hopeful desire for her to linger a while longer. There, that should suffice. After tending to the last girl's wound, Jiming's voice softened considerably. Fear not. You may shelter beneath these wings. We shall protect you. With that, she summoned San-san once more, instructing, San-san, guard these young ladies well. I shall assist the captain. These few words stirred deep currents within the hearts of the girls. They had been taught from a young age that no matter the circumstance, as long as they prayed earnestly to the Shinigami, they would be safeguarded. For years, they had never dared to take the Shinigami lightly, firmly believing in its protection. After all, how else could they have survived in Nanhua City until the age of 16? Yet today, a girl even younger than they, with her warm energy, declared she would protect them. But this girl was not the Shinigami. Ji Ming returned to Kakashi's side. While Zabuza had been ensnared by the secret techniques of the trio, known as Inoshikicho, with a firm grip on the heavy forehead of the formidable meat tank, they directed it to crash into Zabuza. Having never encountered such a ninjutsu, Zabuza could only evade for the time being. He surveyed the battlefield. Haku was nearly recovered, and it seemed reasonable for him to handle the 4 minor adversaries. However, Lin Jinyu was still ensnared in the illusion. And even if he were to confront Haku and the girl with the ocular technique, his chances of victory appeared slim. Thus, Zabuza whistled sharply. A mist arose once more. And Ji Ming promptly called out, "San-san, disperse the fog." In response, San-san fluttered her wings, and in no time, the fog dissipated, revealing that the 3 foes had vanished without a trace. Ji Ming's observations proved correct. They had indeed disappeared into the mist, taking their chakra with them. Fortunately, this peril had finally come to an end. Ji Ming exhaled in relief, collapsing onto the ground as if the weight of the world had been lifted from her shoulders. Fortunately, she had escaped from the clutches of Zai Bushan. Confronting him, there was no doubt that her eyes held paramount importance. Yet, it seemed they were plagued by a slight malfunction. Despite her efforts to channel chakra into her gaze, her eyes remained unchanged. It bore resemblance to the time in the sand-hidden village when her eyes had suddenly opened after a prolonged dormancy. Was it perhaps due to the excessive depletion of her ocular power? Ji Ming could only attribute the issue to this reason, as there were likely very few who could unravel the mysteries of the Uchiha clan's eyes. Wait, what about Orochimaru? This scientific ninja should possess some means, surely. However, she had no valid reason to present herself before Orochimaru, nor did he have any incentive to share his research data with a mere child like her. Alas, in a fleeting moment, an idea crossed Ji Ming's mind. The mere thought of Uncle Snake's visage sent a shiver down her spine. Perhaps it was best to abandon the notion altogether. Engaging with Uncle Snake could very well jeopardize her life. After all, she had her esteemed master, the sage of medicine. Perhaps Tsunade might possess a solution. Kakashi, noticing Ji Ming's prolonged silence, could not help but call out to her. Ji Ming regained her senses and turned her head to Kakashi. You and Hongdo should comfort the girl. We will find a place to settle down first. Kakashi initially contemplated inquiring about her thoughts, but he realized that he was no longer her brother, Kakashi, but rather Captain Kakashi. It would be rather strange for a superior to question a subordinate's musings. Thus, he found a reason to deftly sidestep the matter. Very well. Ji Ming moved swiftly, approaching Hongdo's side, and inadvertently caught sight of the mark on her neck. Gazing intently for a moment, could it be that Uncle Snake was watching them from somewhere nearby? The thought sent a chill down Ji Ming's spine. Meanwhile, Uncle Snake, dining with Uchiha Itachi, involuntarily sneezed, wondering if Jiraiya had been thinking of him persistently. Hongdo, allow me to assist you. Shaking off these peculiar thoughts, Ji Ming half-squatted beside Hongdo, taking the gauze from her hands to personally tend to the wounds of the girls. Although her medical ninjutsu was fairly proficient, Zabuza's blade was not to be underestimated. Surviving a strike was already a stroke of luck. Nevertheless, the wounds still required dressing. As Ji Ming examined the injuries inflicted by Zabuza, she noticed they were all strategically positioned a few inches away from fatal areas. Was this intentional? Could it be that the fearsome demon Zabuza retained a hint of humanity? Hongdo evidently recognized this anomaly as well. Exchanging glances with Ji Ming, she nodded and went off in search of the severely injured Hinata Sugama and Inazuka Hana. Discovering their wounds followed the same peculiar pattern of avoiding critical areas. Curious indeed. After bandaging the girls, Ji Ming looked into their innocent and bewildered eyes, which seemed to reflect a naive purity as if the blade had never grazed their skin. Unable to maintain eye contact any longer, she turned away and approached the 3 warriors. The trio had been utterly petrified by the recent battle, and Ji Ming waved her hand before them, eventually prompting a response from the smallest warrior. What is it? The young warrior's voice quivered, his gaze timidly fixed on Ji Ming, hands pressed against the floor behind him. If Ji Ming uttered anything amiss or emitted an improper chakra, he would undoubtedly flee in an instant. This time, can you tell us? Ji Ming continued. If you do not share with us, we will be unable to assist you. I am unaware of what Leaf Village has done to you, but without a doubt, your only option now is to trust us. With earnest persuasion, Ji Ming implored step by step, my companions, In an effort to safeguard you, 2 are gravely injured, and 1 bears a minor wound. Our high priest, in his unwavering commitment to your protection, despite the encroaching twilight of his years, still wields his staff, risking his life to cast the sealing incantation. Yet, if you remain obstinate, we shall depart from Nanhua City once the coronation ceremony concludes. Chapter 77. The Maiden's Wish. The technique of 3 rooms and 1 hall. As Jimin spoke, she keenly observed the subtle shifts in the little warrior's expression. In truth, the boy beneath the warrior's mask possessed a certain beauty, distinct from the innocence of maidens. His allure bore a touch of masculine vigor. His brow was perpetually furrowed, reflecting deep contemplation, suggesting that he had been profoundly moved by his own words. Perhaps a stronger stimulus is required, Jimin mused. Yet, little warrior, should you wish to maintain the status quo, know that after the succession ceremony, they will meet their demise. Choosing to refrain from further elaboration, Jimin rose and approached Kakashi. They appeared somewhat vexed regarding the makeshift repairs in their surroundings. Venturing out in search of a more suitable location would not only expose them, but also endanger the maidens. Such a scenario would be decidedly unfavorable. For those accustomed to the wild, it was of little consequence. However, the maidens, having never encountered such experiences, could face dire repercussions, escalating into a diplomatic crisis. Clearly, Kakashi wished to avoid such complications, eager to complete their mission and return to Konohagakure. Captain, Jimin called out to Kakashi, suddenly recalling the scroll she had unearthed in the Shinja clan's territory. It contained not only a compilation of Shinja Tobirama's water techniques but also a collection of Shinja Hashirama's wood techniques. She had only recently begun her training and had managed to cultivate a few saplings, intending to continue her practice. But as she was on the verge of forming the 100 Heroes seal, she refrained from further experimentation and set it aside. However, they had someone proficient in wood techniques within their team. Isn't Brother Ten's adept at wood release? Jimin thought, glancing at the masked men. Truth be told, she found it challenging to distinguish one from another, relying solely on their voices for identification. Let Brother Tens handle it. Upon being summoned, Tens approached with an expression devoid of emotion. Did you call for me, senpai? Could you construct a shelter? Kakashi requested, only to find himself questioning the absurdity of his own words. Wood techniques were hardly intended for building shelters. Nevertheless, if it were Tens, it should pose no problem. Tens' face was a canvas of confusion. Senpai, what an unreasonable request. Yet, recognizing it as a request from a senior, he knew he ought to comply. How should I proceed, senpai? Jimin was taken aback to discover that Tens had yet to master the 3-room hall technique, a remarkably useful ninjutsu. No wonder they had been sleeping on the streets these past few days. Determined to ensure a more comfortable experience on future missions, Jimin resolved to teach this ninjutsu to Tens. I found it in the study of the first Hokage, but my wood release skills are not as formidable as yours. Brother Tens, Jimin said bashfully, scratching her head. However, I have memorized the hand seals, so please follow my lead. With the memory of her once fervent fascination with the hand seals of Naruto, Jimin mimicked the gestures, swiftly performing the seals before suddenly slapping her palm against the ground. From the earth, wood erupted, transforming into a quaint 2-story wooden house. Tianzong gazed in wonder at the structure before him, pondering if this was also a manifestation of his own abilities. Indeed, Tianzong brother, you truly are remarkable, Jimin exclaimed with a beaming smile. For Tianzong was among the 2 individuals, alongside Hashirama, capable of utilizing wood release techniques. Kakashi couldn't help but click his tongue when he unleashed his Raikiri. Jimin displayed no such exuberance. Yet, witnessing Tianzong's wood release brought her such joy. Isn't it merely the construction of a humble abode? What significance does it hold? He mused with a chuckle. Tianzong, feeling a bit bashful, rubbed the back of his head. His happiness stemmed not only from mastering the heart technique but also from the delightful presence of the new girl, who appeared to be quite amiable. He truly could not fathom why Jean and Chong were so incessantly chatty. Huang, are there any new techniques to learn? The first Hokage was an extraordinarily formidable wood release ninja, Tianzong expressed with admiration. I aspire to become as exceptional a wood release ninja as the first Hokage. Jimin pondered for a moment and inadvertently recalled the era of the ninja wars, when Tianzong lay in the midst of a battle, only to be awakened by the emergence of White Zetsu, who unleashed the 1,000 hands technique, before retreating once more into inactivity. Hey, Jimin waved his hand. Tianzong, you should diligently refine this ninjutsu. It will prove invaluable in the future. Indeed, Tianzong replied, feeling a sense of joy, for this technique was still somewhat unfamiliar to him. And he recognized the need for practice. I shall strive to improve. In his mind's eye, he envisioned everyone gathered around him, grasping his hands eagerly, exclaiming, Tianzong-san, we owe our salvation to you, and now we are able to reside in such splendid quarters. With this thought, a gentle smile graced Tianzong's lips. At last, the girls had been settled into the house, and for safety's sake, they shared a room with Hongdo and Jiming. Jiming, like a magician, drew forth a scroll from her pocket. Upon observing the inscription on it, she pressed her hand upon the surface, conjuring yet another scroll. As she unfurled it, the words bed linens were inscribed upon it. Before long, 6 complete sets of quilts and pillows materialized before her. Glancing at the 13 individuals present, she shyly scratched her head, apologizing, I hadn't anticipated so many of us. I didn't prepare enough initially. Shall we share a quilt? The young girls could hardly refuse. This girl not only shielded them, but also provided them with shelter and willingly offered her own quilts. Of course, they replied. Pairing off, the girls quickly settled in. The remaining quilt, Jiming bestowed upon the injured Inuzuka Hana. Despite her protests, claiming she could sleep against her dog, Jiming firmly countered, Sister Hana, you are the one injured. Please heed the doctor's advice. Inuzuka Hana chuckled, realizing that since the child had already offered her the quilt, she could hardly refuse a second time. Otherwise, the child might cry. She certainly did not wish to see the child in tears. Then Redbean's sister, you will be in charge of watching over them inside. Jiming said, turning her gaze towards Redbean. I shall stand guard outside. With everyone settled, Jiming cautiously closed the door and wandered to the balcony. Gazing blankly at the sky. Tonight's moon was a rare full moon, a perfect occasion for making wishes. Regrettably, so much turmoil had ensued. In the dead of night, Jiming, feeling quite bored, continued to stare at the moon, her mind drifting into a daydream. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor. Sensing it was not an outsider, she resumed her gaze at the moon. A voice called from behind her, and Jiming instantly recognized it as that of the little warrior. Though it sounded different from during the day, she nonetheless identified it. Jiming turned to the young warrior, his mouth agape in astonishment. The transformation of a handsome youth into a beautiful maiden was indeed a spectacle. You. Jiming stammered, struggling to find his words. Such an occurrence would surely cause quite a stir within the entire ninja realm. My apologies, the young warrior replied shyly, nervously clutching her skirt, her voice barely above a whisper. Jiming had to lean in closely to catch her words. I have thought it over, and I believe you are the ones who can save us. Will you elaborate? Jiming managed to regain his composure, yet as he refocused on the young warrior's face, he could not shake the oddity of her appearance. Previously presenting herself as a boy, she now donned a skirt and styled hair, truly transformed. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Huaiya. Huai? Wait, isn't that the name of the girl they heard in the basement that day? What could be the connection between them? Do you know Hui Ling? Jiming inquired, seeking to confirm his suspicions. She is my sister, Huaiya exclaimed, her excitement palpable. However, upon mentioning her sister, her demeanor shifted back to that of the stoic young warrior, her cold gaze piercing Jiming, eyes devoid of sorrow. My sister has already passed away. Then who was the person seen in the basement? The implications were troubling. Typically, hypnotic suggestions reveal truths. If Huai Ling still existed in this world, why was her sister, Huaiya, unaware of it? This must be intricately linked to the circumstances surrounding the young women. You may begin to speak now. The entire saga began with the Third Great Ninja War, Huaiya recounted. Considering her age, the war coincided with her birth, having occurred 14 years prior. The land of hot water, caught between the warring nations, became the epicenter of the battlefield. During the Third Great Ninja War, the land of hot water, situated between the Fire Nation, the Lightning Nation, and the Water Nation, inevitably became the principal battleground for the three countries. Nanhua City, in particular, transformed into the primary conflict zone between the Fire Nation and the Lightning Nation. The war claimed not only the lives of the ninja from both sides, but also the indigenous inhabitants of Nanhua City. Resources were pillaged, women captured, and men forced into labor to survive. No one could predict the duration of this hellish existence, and amidst such despair, the thought of procreation was met with dread. Few wished to bear children, and even fewer desired daughters, for a growing girl was likely to be treated as spoils of war. In their struggle for survival, each individual exerted every ounce of strength they possessed. At this juncture, the priest of the Nashtang stepped forth, bringing with him the Grim Reaper, a symbol of faith and a reason to endure. The belief that the Grim Reaper would safeguard them was a conviction they held dearly. Even though Huaiya found it utterly absurd, she, much like her parents, adhered to this belief, praying for her safe growth and future marriage. aspiring to nurture her own household. Eventually, the war came to a close. And Tang country, having suffered greatly, managed to obtain a meager compensation from the three great nations. The city of Nanhua, bustling with hope, awaited the arrival of these funds to commence its reconstruction. Alas, it was a pity that the prestigious Nanhua prefecture could not secure substantial benefits, receiving only a paltry sum. With the cessation of conflict, new lives emerged, predominantly girls with fewer boys. The officials of the prefecture, upon inspection, felt a tinge of disappointment, for to them, boys represented the most vital labor force. In secret, the prefecture covertly commanded assassination squads to eliminate all newborn girls. This grim chapter, known as the infanticide incident, spanned several years, with female infants bearing the brunt of it due to the impoverished circumstances that rendered their upbringing untenable. Their parents dared not voice any objections. Survival was their priority. With crops yet to flourish, food was distributed uniformly by the prefecture, and an additional mouth to feed meant less sustenance for all. However, the provisions at Nashdang were ample, and the community rituals hosted there were well attended. 2 years following the war's end, during one such ritual, the priest unexpectedly announced his retirement, declaring that the next priest would be chosen from among the young maidens, selected annually. The chosen priestess would not willingly offer her life to the Grim Reaper, but would serve as a representative, providing guidance and blessings to the faithful. It was during this time that sisters Huayiling and Huayi were chosen, one aged 12 and the other 14, making them suitable candidates for priestesses. As for why they had not met the fate of so many, Huayi explained that their parents had fiercely protected them. Should the parents refuse to comply with the infanticide decree, the prefecture's enforcers would relent and depart. The fate of such children was often dire, with few girls surviving past the age of 10 due to starvation or illness. Thus, the sisters commenced their training within the small wooden house designated for aspiring priestesses, joined by 8 other girls from similar humble backgrounds. For daughters of nobility typically did not partake in such endeavors. Huayi began her daily lessons, starting with the art of donning a kimono and styling her hair appropriately. The one who instructs them is a woman from a geisha house, known to many as gentle. However, Huayi perceives her as a person who conceals a dagger behind a smile. Whenever her weathered hands, marked by the passage of time, glide across Huayi's skin, an involuntary tremor overtakes her, and a blush rises to her cheeks. As the delicate silk garments cling to her skin, she begins to regain her composure, only to be enveloped by layer upon layer of attire, totaling 12, which weigh upon her as if they were 1,000 pounds. Once the slender ties are secured, Huayi is compelled to straighten her back, refraining from bending, for doing so would earn her a strike from the ruler. Disliking the sensation of punishment, she strives to perform her best. After donning her garments, she must learn the art of arranging an appropriate hairstyle. As unmarried women, they cannot fully bind their hair but must style it partially, securing it with a white hairpin. With this attire complete, the next lesson is in the art of walking. Having mostly worn casual attire at home and donned a kimono only once, Huayi finds herself awkward, resembling a flower pot precariously balanced atop her head. She senses the weight of scrutiny upon her but steels herself, reminding herself to maintain her balance, taking one careful step after another. However, her sister, Huayi, is not so fortunate. Punishment is a frequent occurrence for her. Huayi is strikingly beautiful, a truth that even Huayi acknowledges, often likening her sister to a celestial being. When their mother first laid eyes upon Huayi, she praised her beauty. After each beating, Huayi remains silent, enduring in silence, yet their mother still favors her, often taking her to the room for treatment of her wounds. Huayi waits anxiously in their shared quarters for her sister's return, eager to shower her with care. Yet on that particular day, something was amiss. Huayi burst in, seemingly deranged, clad in nothing but her skin, with the marks of their mother's punishment still fresh upon her. Tears streamed down her face, as if she had reached the end of her tether. Collapsing before her younger sister, hoarsely pleading for rescue. "Save me! Save me!" As for the infanticide of female infants, it has existed since the Song dynasty in China. However, the phenomenon of infanticide predominantly targeting female infants originated in the Mid-Ming dynasty and further escalated during the Qing dynasty, persisting into the first half of the 20th century. Female infants became the primary victims, marking a tragic characteristic of infanticide in China. Relevant research often attributes the causes to socioeconomic backgrounds, such as the challenges of poverty leading to difficulties in raising children, the prevailing trend of extravagant marriages, and the ingrained preference for males over females. Chapter 79, The Wish of the Maiden, The tragedy of Huayingling Huayinjia was utterly horrified. When had she ever witnessed her proud sister kneeling before others? With a sudden thud, she fell to the ground, embracing her sister and weeping, repeatedly murmuring, "Sister, sister." Perhaps the commotion was too great, drawing the attention of several nearby young ladies, who rushed over, their faces reflecting shock at the scene before them. Were Huayingling anyone else, the maidens might have imagined her to be a princess of a bygone era, destined to don a kimono and grace the high halls. Yet, the haughty and somewhat aloof gaze she cast upon them silenced their thoughts. Coupled with the preferential treatment from their mother, everyone believed that the first female priestess would undoubtedly be Huayingling. However, it seemed that this was not the case after all. They returned to their chambers, seemingly unfazed, seeking rest in anticipation of an early rise the following day, knowing well the consequences of oversleeping would be met with their mother's wrath. Unlike Huayingling, who had the fortune of receiving ointments from their mother after a beating, they could only endure their pain, waiting for their wounds to heal on their own. Now that everyone has left, you can tell me. Huayinjia presumed her sister had refrained from speaking due to the presence of outsiders. With only the two of them remaining in the room, she expected her sister to open up. Yet, Huayingling remained silent, her once vibrant spirit now resembling that of a soulless puppet. She heard nothing, spoke not a word, and only remembered to weep, as if trying to cry her eyes dry. "Ninja, why are you crying?" Huayinjia intended to continue speaking, but upon noticing the tears streaming from the mask of the girl before her, she found herself momentarily frozen, uncertain whether to proceed with the conversation. Jiming clutched her chest. Gasping for breath, her heart pierced as if by a dagger, a pain so profound that words eluded her. It was not only her heart that ached. Her eyes felt the strain of a nerve-wracking pressure, and had it not been the dead of night, she might have cried out. What a wretched thing this capacity for empathy was. "Please, continue." Jiming sighed deeply, urging the narrative forward. She could surmise the eventual fate of Huayingling. The exalted goddess had been reduced to a mere prisoner, stripped of even the most basic garments, a humiliation most profound. "Very well, I shall proceed," she continued. "Subsequently, my sister transformed into a mere shadow of herself, speaking not a word day or night, her training half-hearted, subjected to our mother's relentless chastisement. Yet, no matter what I said, my sister refused to acknowledge me. Soon, it was time for the selection of the priestess. Nanhua City had long upheld democratic principles. The esteemed family would impose no significant restrictions on the rights entitled to the populace. The appointment of the first female priestess was conducted through democratic voting. From attire to demeanor, and ultimately serving as an intermediary for the divine, it entailed answering the queries of the faithful and instilling belief. To everyone's astonishment, Huayinjia was not elected, nor was Huayingling. Rather, a gentle and benevolent 14-year-old girl was chosen, becoming the inaugural maiden priestess. Following her succession, young women over the age of 16 became the center of public attention. Typically, 3 paths lay before them. First, should a noble take an interest, she could be taken home to be nurtured. Second, if her family was willing, she might return home to prepare for marriage. Third, she could be offered as a sacrifice to the deity of death. Most often, the first or third options were pursued. Huayinjia remained unaware of her sister's choice, and upon being brought home by their parents, she was met only with their melancholic expressions. Daunted by their sorrow, she suppressed her inquiries. Upon reaching the age of marriageability, Huayinjia encountered an underground organization for women, secretly joining her parents in the noble endeavor of rescuing young girls. Many who had not been selected as priestesses found refuge within this circle, earning their livelihood through various means. Some served as etiquette instructors for noble families. Others ventured into brothels leveraging their beauty, and some even sought a living in foreign lands. Huayinjia envied them greatly and yearned to become one of them. Yet, she truly possessed little aptitude. The only skills she had were the rudimentary techniques gleaned from the battlefield, which led to her being assigned to defensive duties by the esteemed leader. Her commanding elder brother was one of the 2 warriors tasked with instructing Hu Qi on the art of swordsmanship. To facilitate her training, Hu Qi donned the armor of a warrior, thus becoming a petite samurai. Each year, 10 young maidens are selected as candidates for the role of maiden priestess, and they struck a deal with the NSHNTing, specifically to cultivate such maidens, with a stipulation: they must be nurtured from a tender age. Orphaned girls, forsaken by their parents, are sent to their care to begin their journey in becoming priestesses from childhood. Why then do you choose to assassinate our high priestess? This was indeed a point of curiosity for the innocent Hu Qi. To be candid, the high priestess had no direct connection to them. She merely presided over the rituals. In truth, it had been 2 years since a maiden priestess had been chosen. Huqi remarked that due to the turmoil of the past 2 years, the previous maiden had perished amidst the chaos. If a new priestess were never to be selected, might we not prolong our existence a little longer? With a sigh, Huqi pondered. Why is it so arduous for women to survive in Nuin City? However, to place the blame solely on the Deming house would also be unjust. They were merely attempting to distribute rations equitably among households, albeit at the cost of acting as the villains who enabled indecisive parents to abandon their own flesh and blood, granting themselves a chance to survive. To attribute the blame to one's own parents is equally misguided, which parents do not yearn for the birth of a newborn. Yet, amidst war, survival for parents was inherently challenging. Humanity is selfish. It is not uncommon for individuals to forsake their offspring in the struggle for self-preservation. They could blame no one but themselves, forced to live like ants beneath the shadow of Nuin City. Occasionally, if fortune smiled upon them, they might glimpse the sun above, yet most existed in the depths below. However, it is said that a life of suffering is preferable to death. Who knows when Nuin City might transform? Yet, this is ultimately not a sustainable solution. The experiences of Jiming may not be numerous, yet they encompass a significant array of observations. Such occurrences are frequently chronicled in historical texts, where girls often find themselves as the chosen ones to be cast aside. There is much discourse about the awakening of female empowerment. However, in the realm of ninjas, where prowess reigns supreme, a greater emphasis is placed on masculinity. How might I assist you in this matter? For the first time, Jiming felt utterly powerless. Huai had divulged everything to her, yet despite her years of scholarly wisdom, she could conjure no solution. All she could do was weep. Tears are the most valueless of commodities. What use are they? They change nothing. It's all right, Lord Ninja. Huai gently embraced the significantly younger ninja, offering soft words of comfort. The fact that you can listen to me is already a blessing. I've come to a conclusion. If we expand the Women's Guild, perhaps we will gain political power, and then we women can stand on equal footing with men. Huai understood that the road to women's rights was a long one, yet they must continue to fight. They had witnessed the myriad ways women could live. She gazed at the masked girl, reflecting on the myriad moments of the past few days. Initially, she had hurled harsh words at Lord Ninja, yet he bore no grudges, enduring personal injury to protect them. It would be a lie to say her heart wasn't moved. She yearned for a savior to descend from the heavens, to transform Nanhua City and bring them back into the light from the depths of despair. But that was merely a wish. The Grim Reaper would heed none of their desires. Only self-reliance would suffice. She would fight. Her compatriots would fight. They would all fight. Thus, Jiming firmly believed that Nanhua City would eventually see that day. Chapter 80. The Maiden's Prayer. Rebirth amidst the flames. After Huai departed, Jiming leaned on the railing, gazing at the moon. Her tears had dried, yet the pain within her heart remained unabated. In the face of suffering, one often yearns to help. Yet they found themselves powerless to assist, enduring inner torment while harshly entrusting their woes to another. This was true when encountering elderly performers on the road, and it was equally so during post-disaster relief efforts. Jiming felt cowardly, as insignificant as an ant in the face of adversity. Despite her diligent training and efforts to grow stronger, she still found herself powerless. If she could not change the fate of a group of girls, how could she hope to alter the lives of others? But what could she do? Should she slay everyone in the daimyo's court? Yet, a new court would inevitably implement similar policies, rendering such actions futile. Could she facilitate the migration of the girls? That was impractical. How much courage does it take to leave one's homeland? If she could not save the majority, perhaps she could rescue Huailing, the imprisoned sister. At the very least, she hoped to reunite the two sisters. Jiming pondered, but could she truly achieve this? She let out a long sigh, addressing the air. Brother, did you hear everything? If you were here, what would you choose to do? Kakashi emerged from the room. He had awakened when Huai stood up, yet he remained still, contemplating. Upon hearing all that the young girl had to say, a profound sense of unease settled within him. If given the choice, who would willingly endure the tribulations of war? This matter shall be reported back to Lord Hokage. As a member of the Umbu, Kakashi had long since severed any unnecessary emotional ties. Should they act without the Hokage's consent, it could lead to the Land of Water seeking accountability, potentially escalating into a diplomatic incident. This would only exacerbate the plight of Nanhua City. Kakashi approached Jiming's side, intending to ruffle her hair as a gesture of comfort. However, as his hand hovered in the air, just about to graze her hair, he withdrew it, mirroring her posture as they both gazed up at the moon. Let us place our trust in Teacher Minato this time. Jiming emitted a subdued sound of acknowledgement. Yet, what of Wangling? Could she intervene to rescue her? Living in such a wretched place, was it not akin to being dead? Go, Kakashi seemed to read her thoughts as the wind tousled his white hair. Though his expression was concealed, Jiming surmised that he was not wearing his usual icy demeanor. Rather, he must have been sporting a crescent-eyed smile, encouraging her to pursue any course of action. Just ensure that no one discovers it. Under the cloak of a moonlit night, Jiming stealthily moved through the shadows, devising an ingenious plan, faking her own death. The most effective method for this ruse, she concluded, would be to set the basement ablaze. Given the sweltering heat and the arid conditions of the storage facility, igniting a fire would not pose a significant challenge. As flames soared skyward, Jiming scattered lime upon the ground. And only when the urgent cries for help echoed through the air did she use the flying thunder god technique to whisk Huangling away from the inferno. Jiming did not directly take Huangling back. Instead, she chose to wait on an open patch of land for her to slowly awaken. Huangling's countenance appeared pale, with tear stains adorning her cheeks, evoking a deep sense of sympathy. Yet, as Jiming recalled the tribulations that Huangling had endured, her heart ached even more. She fought back her tears to offer comfort. Do not be afraid. Everything has come to an end. When Huangling opened her eyes again, they were a vivid crimson. Where am I? And who are you, little sister? Huangling inquired with curiosity as she gazed at the masked girl before her. Sister Ling. I am a friend of Sister Ya. Jiming, unable to bear the sight of her clear, unblemished eyes, directed his gaze towards the distant moon. With mere words, he managed to deceive Huangling. I have brought Sister Ya over to meet you. Could you kindly wait for me here for a moment? The use of flying thunder god allowed for swift travel, yet in the blink of an eye, Huangling beheld the masked girl accompanied by her sister. She could not help but exclaim, her eyes sparkling with astonishment. Oh my, little sister, how remarkable you are. Sister? Huang Ya, upon seeing the girl before her, felt tears stream down her cheeks. She yearned to approach, yet hesitated. How could her sister possibly be here? This must be an illusion, she thought. For her sister had been gone for nearly 4 years. Huang Ya struggled to believe it, convinced it was merely a fleeting dream, one that would vanish upon contact. Little Ya, upon witnessing her sister's signature smile, Huang Ya selfishly embraced the moment as reality, anxiously walking toward her sister and gently enveloping her in her arms. This was no dream, it was tangible. Soon after, an anguished cry echoed, piercing through the air. After observing for a while, Jiming felt as though his heart were about to be torn apart. He decided that ignorance was bliss and climbed up a tree, resolving to stand guard instead. On the day of Jiming's departure, the sisters Huangling and Huayanjia clandestinely came to bid her farewell. Just before leaving, Jiming produced a small feathered wallet and placed it firmly in Huayanjia's hands, cautioning her not to return it. This is my hard-earned money from my missions and part-time work at the hospital. Consider it a loan to you. Your union is just beginning, and funds are scarce. Take it and use it wisely. When you rise to prominence in the future, you may repay me then. Having expressed her thoughts, Jiming vanished like a wisp of smoke, leaving the sisters wishing to say more but finding no one to address. They could only whisper softly in their hearts. Farewell, esteemed ninja. Upon returning to Konoha, Kakashi's team promptly proceeded to the Hokage's office to submit their mission report. After a brief account, Kakashi mentioned the plight of the young girls in Nanwa City. Lord Hokage, the land of hot water has struggled to develop due to the repercussions of the Great Wars, and Nanwa City is no exception. A grievous incident involving infanticide has occurred, yet the girls do not wish to perish. The most significant challenge of this mission lies with these young girls, who, in their desperation to protect their kin, have even turned against us, the ninjas. Listening intently, Minato rested his chin on his clasped hands, a gesture indicative of his contemplation. He was acutely aware of the suffering wrought by war, but had not anticipated the dire straits of the land of hot water, where survival had resorted to the tragic sacrifice of newborns. As a great nation, it was inherently wrong to exploit the lands of others during wartime, and now, in the aftermath, failing to assist in rebuilding was equally unjust. Minato mused that having one more ally was certainly preferable to having one less enemy. Konoha had indeed flourished, entering an era of peace and prosperity. Should Konoha extend a helping hand now? It would not only strengthen the ties between the land of fire and the land of hot water, but also enhance the former's influence on the global stage. Kakashi, tomorrow you will officially embark on a mission in the name of the Hokage to deliver this letter to the daimyo. After a prolonged period of writing, Minato carefully sealed the letter and solemnly entrusted it to Kakashi. Understood. Chapter 81. Astonishment. One of the legendary Three's disciples unexpectedly, having received their orders, Kakashi's team departed the Hokage's office. Upon their return to the Umbu, they convened a brief summary meeting, announcing that they would gather at the main gate of Konoha at 7 o'clock the following morning. After concluding the meeting, they changed clothes in preparation for their return home. As the sole girl on the team, Jiming was graciously afforded the changing room by her 5 brothers. She entered the space with her kimono, carefully removing her heavy armor. After shedding the cumbersome attire, she donned a white juban, a blue-purple kimono, a black haori adorned with the Senju family crest, and black striped hakama, securing them with a delicate cord, thus completing her ensemble. For reasons unknown, perhaps influenced by the habits of her predecessor, she found herself accustomed to wearing kimonos despite their complexity. It felt as though she were not truly herself without them. With a face as beautiful as Sasuke's, she naturally took pleasure in wearing the kimono. Upon exiting the changing room, she noticed that her other brothers had already departed, leaving only Kakashi behind. "Let us go home," Kakashi said, breaking away from his moment of reverie and leading the way, waiting for Jiming to catch up. "I have something to discuss." As Jiming observed Kakashi reverting to his usual gentle older brother demeanor, she couldn't help but click her tongue in annoyance. Truly, Kakashi possessed 2 distinct personas. She had no desire to return with such a capricious Kakashi. She longed to return to the Senju household. Kakashi, fully aware of her little expressions, raised an eyebrow. Well, it was only natural for a child of her age to be a bit mischievous, so he acquiesced to Jiming's whims. He returned alone to the Namikaze's residence. Upon his arrival, Kushina was taken aback but pleasantly surprised, greeting him with warmth. "Kakashi, welcome home." She examined him closely, scrutinizing for any signs of trouble. And only when satisfied did she relax. Was the mission successful? Kakashi's heart softened. Every time he returned from a mission, Kushina would greet him with such concern for his well-being and the outcomes of his tasks. Perhaps the saying "once a teacher, forever a father" held true. It seemed that the Namikaze family had long regarded him as their own child, and thus, Kakashi treated Kushina with particular tenderness, patiently sharing the intricacies of his recent mission. Yes, the High Priestess returned safely as well. However, the Priestess of Nanwa City was a young girl. A girl, how peculiar indeed. Kushina emerged from the kitchen with the freshly made wagashi and tea she had prepared during her leisure time, placing them before Kakashi. She noticed that, unlike before when he seldom indulged in sweets, he had developed quite the taste for them over the past 2 years. Consequently, she thought to prepare some whenever she had the chance, so that Kakashi could enjoy them if he desired. Among the 3 children of the Namikaze household, her heart ached the most for Kakashi. His father had perished due to public scrutiny, and Obito had nearly died at his hands. Such burdens weighed heavily on him. Aside from caring for him and showering him with affection, she felt at a loss for what more she could do. They chatted amiably for quite some time, reminiscing from the start of the mission to its conclusion. As Kushina glanced at Kakashi, who had closed his eyes beside her, she couldn't help but chuckle and scold him gently. This child always worried that she might be too bored at home, despite being exhausted. He still made the effort to come home and share tales of his adventures. How could she not feel a pang of compassion for such a child? Kushina found a small blanket and gently covered Kakashi before tiptoeing out. She still needed to make a trip to the Konoha hospital today. Jiming did not immediately return to the Senju clan. Instead, her thoughts lingered on the mist ninja contained within the scroll. Although the individual had perished, the corpse still held its own value. Consequently, she redirected her path towards the intelligence department. Coincidentally, she encountered Shizen emerging from within. Upon seeing Jiming, Shizen's first reaction was one of relief, as the burden weighing on her chest gradually lifted. Thankfully, Jiming was unharmed. When Shizen learned that Tsunade intended for the 7-year-old Jiming to join the Umbu, she became thoroughly anxious. Despite her earnest discussions with Tsunade, the latter remained steadfast in her decision. Shizen sought the counsel of Hokage-sama, Kushina-sama, and Jiraiya-sama, yet her opinions were disregarded time and again. Ultimately, Shizen had no choice but to accept the appointment. However, how could such a young child possibly undertake the responsibilities of the Umbu? Upon discovering that Jiming would be assigned to Kakashi's team, Shizen felt a measure of reassurance. At least Kakashi would ensure her safety. She waited patiently, akin to a mother yearning for her child to return from a distant journey, and finally, today, she welcomed Jiming home. Shizen approached, meticulously inspecting Jiming's body, circling around her in search of any signs of injury. Fortunately, she had returned unscathed. "What is the matter, sister?" Jiming inquired, bewildered by Shizen's thorough examination. "Was the mission successful? How long will you stay? Have you reported to Hokage-sama?" Shizen, resembling a worry-prone mother, bombarded Jiming with 3 questions, leaving her even more perplexed. However, she quickly realized that this was Shizen's way of expressing concern for her, reminiscent of her grandmother's tender inquiries upon her return from school. No wonder her previously cold heart now felt a warmth. It was Shizen's affection that kindled it. It is often said that the Uchiha clan is one that embodies love, where love signifies everything. Jiming had initially deemed this notion overly mystical, yet the transformation in her feelings compelled her to believe in the power of blood ties. She leaped into Shizen's embrace, a diminutive figure whose head barely reached Shizen's waist, softly reassuring her. The mission went smoothly. I just left Hokage-sensei's office. Tomorrow, I will help him deliver a letter to the daimyo, and will return promptly. You needn't worry about me. I eat well and sleep soundly every day. And my teammates take good care of me. I haven't sustained any injuries. My tasks mainly involved reconnaissance and rescue, like a little hamster spilling beans. She recounted her experiences of the past few days to Shizen. As the intelligence department staff were concluding their workday, they paused in their tracks upon witnessing the two beauties embracing at the entrance. It is human nature to be curious. Anyone would stop to observe such a sight in public. Moreover, it was Shizen, Tsunade's apprentice, who had recently ascended to the rank of special jonin. Sister, shall we continue our conversation at home? With a delicate disposition, Jiming felt the weight of scrutiny upon her, as if the gazes of those nearby were fixated upon her. One cough from Jing, and the onlookers scattered as if caught in an indiscretion. However, the scandal had already spread like wildfire. Astoundingly, a disciple of one of the legendary Sannin had been seen embracing a child in broad daylight outside the intelligence department. What could possibly be the nature of their relationship? True to its reputation, the intelligence department swiftly disseminated the news throughout the entire Hidden Leaf village within mere hours. Thus concluded the nostalgic exchange between Jingyin and Jiming. Upon entering the intelligence department, Jiming handed over the scroll containing the seal for the Mist Ninja to the forensic expert. Concerned for her safety, Jingyin chose to remain and partake in the dissection process. After bidding farewell to the intelligence department, Jiming wandered aimlessly through the streets of Konoha. Though it had only been a week since they last met, she found herself unexpectedly longing for their company. Was this what they referred to as a sense of belonging? As she passed by the ninja academy, she noticed the children had finished their lessons and were training independently. Jiming found it quite amusing to watch them, stealthily perching herself among the branches of a tree to observe their practice. Their training primarily consisted of physical exercises and precision drills with shuriken. It was as if fatigue was a foreign concept to them, as they diligently engaged in their routines, undisturbed by one another. Out of the corner of her eye, Jiming spotted a striking pink-haired figure. Was that Sakura? However, it appeared that Sakura was not headed to the training grounds or home, but rather towards the Konoha hospital. Intrigued, Jiming wondered what could possibly draw Sakura to the hospital at such an hour. Was someone ill? Yet, she soon realized that Sakura's destination was not the hospital itself, but rather the fishing grounds located in the same direction. Sakura hesitated for quite some time at the entrance, clutching her backpack tightly, taking several deep breaths before summoning the courage to step inside. According to the information she had received, all she needed to do was mention a certain name to the proprietor. After an extensive search, Sakura finally located a middle-aged man, and the exchange of the secret code was simple enough. The owner instructed an employee to escort her to a room on the second floor, where the awaited figure was already seated, waiting for her. Lady Tsunade. Sakura knocked gently on the door and called out, hesitant to enter directly. Tsunade was a figure of great renown, the epitome of aspiration for every female ninja, a master healer, the granddaughter of the first Hokage, the head of the Konoha hospital, and a teacher of medical ninjutsu at the Ninja Academy. Each of these identities represented the very ideal Sakura yearned to embody. Ever since that day when Tsunade had come to the academy to teach them about medical ninjutsu, Sakura had been enthralled, silently resolving to become a ninja like Tsunade, one who could save her comrades from peril. Come in, came the invitation. It was a rare moment of clarity for Tsunade, having just emerged from the tavern, when she found her thoughts drifting to a child she had left behind upon departing from home. Time had passed, yet there was still no word from that little one. The slug she had gifted her had vanished, its summoning undone by the vast distance. Just as these contemplations occupied her mind, a knock resonated at the door. Tsunade initially assumed it was Shizen, who often visited to practice her chakra precision. However, upon opening the door, a wave of disappointment washed over her as she beheld the familiar figure with pink hair. It was not her precious little princess. Oh, Sakura, Tsunade acknowledged, recalling the strikingly beautiful girl before her, who bore a resemblance to her own youthful charm that had once captivated the Ninja Academy. Sakura possessed a commendable character, humble and eager to learn. Most notably, her control over chakra was exceptional. Tsunade could confidently assert that Sakura was the best among her contemporaries in that regard. It would indeed be a pity for such talent to go unutilized in the realm of medical ninjutsu. With the recent boredom stemming from her princess's foray into the Umbu, Tsunade thought it might be delightful to take on an apprentice, adding some zest to her life. "I've come, Lady Tsunade," Sakura declared, entirely unaware of Tsunade's musings or what was expected of her. Fearing the dire consequence of being dismissed from her apprenticeship for merely stepping through the door with her right foot. How dreadful that would be. What a joke, she. Haruno Sakura would not be so timid. "I wish to study medical ninjutsu alongside you. I aspire to become an exceptional medical ninja like yourself." Tsunade nodded, pleasantly surprised that this child had finally arrived after 2 days of anticipation. Cultivating more medical ninjas would undoubtedly benefit Konoha, and herself as well. Being dragged into surgeries by Shizen daily was driving her to the brink of madness. After all, she was the granddaughter of the first Hokage. Such labor should not be so ruthlessly extracted. Thus, Tsunade seized the opportunity to escape, utilizing her teaching duties at the Ninja Academy to recruit 2 promising children, one being Sakura, and the other Ino Yamanaka. Both displayed remarkable proficiency in chakra control, making them ideal candidates for medical ninjutsu training. However, Ino proved to be somewhat challenging. The most suitable apprentice was undoubtedly Sakura. Tsunade extended an olive branch, granting her a 3-day period to contemplate her decision, and at last, Sakura appeared that very evening. "Have you made up your mind?" Tsunade reclined on the sofa, her arms resting casually, legs crossed in a manner that exuded a commanding presence. "Yes, Lady Tsunade. I will study diligently." Sakura fervently nodded, her emerald eyes locked onto Tsunade, as if to assuage any doubts the woman may have harbored. It was settled. Tsunade decided to take Sakura as her apprentice. Yet, she couldn't help but wonder what the little princess upstairs intended by coming down to meet her. "If you do not come down soon, do not compel her to misalign the beam. She has already completed her mission and yet does not think to seek out her master." How frustrating, Tsunade silently lamented about Jimin. Hey, Sakura, master." Jimin, fully aware of Tsunade's grievances, leapt down from the beam like a flash, standing before them with an irresistible smile. "I was practicing the Flying Thunder God technique," she claimed. Unwilling to admit that she had been following Sakura to observe Tsunade from atop the beam, losing track of time in the process. It was indeed a plausible explanation. As she often flitted about, Jimin felt her response was flawless, nodding in satisfaction. However, to Tsunade's eyes, it appeared to be nothing more than a poorly executed act. Yet today, the young princess seemed particularly animated, tilting her head with an air of pride, reminiscent of an arrogant little cat. Tsunade decided to indulge her whim, bypassing a series of probing questions. "Now, let us properly introduce you to my junior." Sakura, upon seeing Jimin, felt momentarily dazed. It had been nearly half a month since they last met, ever since the conclusion of the Nin exams. Her knowledge of Jimin had been limited to what Naruto and Sasuke shared. She later learned that Jimin had joined a special forces unit, and Sakura felt a profound sense of loss, lamenting the departure of a friend she had yet to bond with. She did not wish to drift apart from Jimin. Thus, this time, she took the initiative to link arms with her, even in front of Lady Tsunade. Playfully, she addressed her, "Senior sister. I look forward to your guidance from now on." Chapter 83. Stay in Konoha. Jimin smiled as he gently grasped Sakura's hand, greeting her warmly. "Hello, junior sister. From now on, let us strive diligently together." It appears that Sakura's early apprenticeship under Tsunade has proven to be a fortuitous development. Jimin had intended to introduce Sakura to Tsunade upon the conclusion of their current mission, guiding her gradually onto the path she was destined to follow. "How fortuitous that your first lesson will be taught by none other than me," Tsunade remarked, observing the 2 girls clasping hands with a subtle smile. It seems that her child has indeed forged a lovely friendship. She had previously harbored concerns that this young one might struggle to make friends amidst her daily training. But it appears her worries were unfounded. "Oh." Jimin was momentarily taken aback, directing an incredulous gaze towards Tsunade, silently inquiring once more with her eyes. Tsunade, with a playful smile, nodded in affirmation. Shifting her attention back to Sakura, she noticed the girl's green eyes brimming with anticipation. Well, it seemed the situation was beyond her control. If teaching was required, then so be it, though the outcome remained uncertain. Resigned, Jimin retrieved a scroll from the nearby bookshelf and unfurled it upon the table, demonstrating a 0.5 multiplier for Sakura, She was uncertain if the girl comprehended the concept. But she relinquished her position and observed Sakura intently. Sakura? Jiming, it is your turn. With a subtle glance, Jiming signaled to her. Sakura, feeling helpless, took a scroll and, relying on her memory, meticulously followed Jiming's instructions step by step. However, the octopus did not come to life as she had hoped. Disappointment clouded her face as she looked at Jiming, her expression reminiscent of a victim wronged by the creature. It's all right, Jiming reassured her with a few comforting words, albeit filled with a hint of sarcasm. When I first attempted this, I certainly didn't perform as well as you. Given time, you will undoubtedly surpass my abilities. He interspersed these half-hearted reassurances with exaggerated tales, leaving Sakura momentarily stunned. Upon hearing the phrase even more formidable than I, her green eyes ignited with fervor. Determined, she unfurled another scroll and resolutely repeated the previous steps. She aspired to become as powerful as Jiming. As Ziyuan observed Sakura's indomitable spirit, he could not help but nod approvingly. Such fervor, once united with those two formidable allies, would undoubtedly elevate their engagement beyond mere spectatorship. During Sakura's practice, Tsunade seized the moment to invite her cherished little princess to the rooftop for a breath of fresh air. Leaning against the railing, with the breeze tousling her hair, she seized the opportunity to observe the young princess. It seemed her face had lost some of its roundness, and her physique appeared somewhat slimmer. Tsunade's gaze then drifted downward. She pondered the implications of an overwhelming number of missions. What would become of the princess if she was deprived of sustenance? That area would surely stagnate in growth. Tsunade suddenly felt that placing Ziyuan in the Umbu was a rather ambiguous decision. How is it going? Is the mission proceeding smoothly? Like any concerned parent, Tsunade was anxious about Ziyuan's mission status, worried whether he had sustained any injuries. It is going well. With a proud tilt of her head, Jiming confidently declared, I am a disciple of Lady Tsunade, exceptionally formidable. You know? Master, she continued, let me tell you, I encountered a prodigious lightning ninja. But guess what? I subdued her with my jinjutsu. Our little princess truly is remarkable. Tsunade, bathed in the light of the setting sun, gazed at Jiming, the golden hues casting a nostalgic shadow that reminded her of the departed Shinshu. Once, Shinshu had been just like this, sharing amusing tales of their missions together under the twilight glow. Shinshu, oh Shinshu, have you returned to seek your sister? Tsunade found herself momentarily lost in thought, her awareness of Jiming's words blurring as the soft, tender sound resonated within her heart, leaving her utterly vulnerable. Stay in Konoha, Tsunade mused for the first time, hoping to provide a stable and comforting home for the little princess upon her return. Master, Jiming spoke at length about the Sharingan, yet Tsunade remained as if entranced. Motionless and unresponsive for an extended period, she gently tapped Tsunade's arm once more, prompting Tsunade to turn her bewildered gaze towards her. Strangely, Jiming felt as though the eyes fixed upon her were not truly seeing her, but rather looking through her, towards another individual. How peculiar, her face was hardly commonplace. So how could she be mistaken for someone else's substitute? What is it? Tsunade emerged from her reverie, noticing the child before her grinning widely, leaving her puzzled about what had provoked such a reaction. Surely it couldn't be her, Tsunade mused. It was impossible. For little Ji had always held her master in the highest regard. She understood her master at a glance and recounted once more the matter regarding the evolution of the Sharingan. She had initially assumed that Tsunade would be unaware of this development. However, upon witnessing Tsunade's increasingly grave expression, Ji began to comprehend the truth. Tsunade, being the one who had brought her back, would undoubtedly be well informed about everything concerning her. Jiming chose to refrain from further inquiries, recognizing that Tsunade had never concealed anything from her. Whatever was being withheld must be information she was not yet ready to comprehend. Thus, she respected Tsunade's intentions and would no longer broach the subject of the Sharingan. Master, let us proceed and see how our junior is faring in her training. Upon exiting the fishing grounds, the paths of Sakura and Jiming diverged at a crossroads. As they paused beneath the glow of a street lamp, Jiming recalled the upcoming mission that awaited her the following day, along with the girl from the Yamanaka clan she had encountered at the flower market. Regrettably, she had forgotten to visit her today. Sakura, I will be departing on a mission tomorrow. Is it that soon? Sakura exclaimed, her voice tinged with disappointment. Yet, she could not dissuade Jiming from her duty. The village needed her, even if she herself desired her company. All she could do was pray for her friend's safe return. Could you come by my house tomorrow to pick up a box of wagashi? I wish for you to deliver it to Ino as a gesture of goodwill. Of course, as a few children, having finished their evening meals, passed by, Both young women understood that time was of the essence, and it was time to bid farewell. Sayonara. Sakura. Sakura stood rooted in place, watching as Jiming receded into the distance, the emblem of the Senju clan on her back fading from view. Ah. But melancholy was not the essence of Haruno Sakura. She should feel joy that her friend could contribute to the village's welfare. And she resolved to set her sights on Jiming and strive to catch up with her, by standing alongside her as a comrade in battle. The distance of their farewells would diminish. Chapter 84. I believe you will surpass that individual. Farewell to Haruno Sakura. Jiming continued to wander aimlessly along the street, reluctant to return home. Sister Jingin was still working late, and Tsunade was uncertain which izakaya to frequent for a drink. At home, it would only be her and her aunt. However, it was fortunate that she had managed to see both family members before the mission. The thought of family brought forth the visage of Uchiha Sasuke in her mind, and she wondered how he had been faring during this time. As she strolled, Jiming found herself at the small lake where she had first encountered Sasuke. Coincidentally, the very person she was thinking of appeared before her. He was but a small figure, sitting there, nearly engulfed by the night. Oh, Sasuke, as you sit here, are you reminiscing about your father's teachings of the fireball technique? Or perhaps recalling the moments when your mother would take you for walks past this very spot? Jiming hesitated for a moment, but ultimately stepped forward, striving to imbue her voice with a tone of cheerfulness. She stealthily positioned herself behind Sasuke, cautiously yet boldly prodding his shoulder. As he turned to the right, she discreetly moved to the left to catch a glimpse of him. Hi, Sasuke. Sasuke was taken aback to discover that the visitor was Jiming, who had long since vanished from his life. In his moment of surprise, an anxious flutter stirred within him, leaving only the sound of their breaths lingering between them. Bathed in the moonlight, he discerned the delicate features of her face with clarity. In this intimate proximity, he seemed to recognize the stark contrast between them. Her eyes sparkled with an unwavering brightness, brimming with hope, while his own gaze appeared ensnared in stagnant waters, devoid of any ripples. As Jiming found herself under Sasuke's intense gaze, they held eye contact for several moments. In a bid to maintain her composure, she endeavored to sustain the stare. However, the consequence was that she felt as though her face were engulfed in flames. How absurd it was that she could feel bashful in front of someone as seemingly ordinary as Uchiha Sasuke. Where have you been lately? He queried, retracting his gaze to focus ahead. Inwardly, he couldn't help but reflect on how easily she blushed, the night failing to conceal her crimson cheeks. It was oddly endearing. This display. I was on a mission, she replied. Jiming gracefully settled beside Sasuke, stretching her limbs in a grand yawn, and couldn't help but exclaim, ah, how delightful it is to be free from missions, devoid of the incessant tension. Was the outcome of this mission unsatisfactory? She inquired. No, the results were quite favorable. Jiming replied, shaking her head. She merely wished to indulge in a lackadaisical attitude, one that someone like Sasuke, still a child, could not yet comprehend. Yet, reality refused to permit her such indulgence, which only served to vex her further. The last time, it was the young ladies from Hawaii. And next time it could be those close to her. What would happen if, by then, she remained feeble? She dared not dwell on such thoughts, for they inevitably conjured the haunting memory of that fleeting dream in Nashintang, where she envisioned Kakashi falling lifeless before her eyes. She wished for the safety of all those around her. Otherwise, what purpose would her existence hold? Sasuke, typically reticent, harbored inquiries about the mission's intricacies or whether she had encountered formidable opponents, yet he could discern her reluctance to share, at least for now. She wished to refrain from discussing any matters related to missions. Thus, Sasuke respected her silence, refraining from asking anything further. The two sat in quietude, gazing at the moon, exchanging not a single word. To an outsider, they would surely appear as peculiar beings. And you, how has your training been of late? After a prolonged silence, Jiming finally posed the question. I have learned many fire-style jutsu from Abido, and occasionally Uncle Minato teaches me as well, Sasuke responded. He had been training relentlessly. Feeling inadequate since learning of Jiming's induction into the Umbu, he perceived himself as too weak, particularly in comparison to his peers. He could not rival Jiming, nor could he contend with Gaara from the Land of Wind. With his current state, how could he ever seek vengeance against that man? He could not afford to slacken his efforts, prompting him to intensify the burden of his training regimen. Hard work would never betray him. Have you considered attempting to learn the Flying Thunder God technique? Suddenly, Jiming pondered that Sasuke was inherently skilled in physical techniques. And with the support of his formidable ocular powers, the addition of the Flying Thunder God technique would be truly a stroke of genius. If only there had been a sufficiently strong mentor in Konoha to guide him, perhaps Sasuke would not have left the village. I shall seek counsel from Uncle Minato another day. Sasuke spoke with a dim gaze, revealing that he had secretly practiced. However, he realized that mastering the technique was not as effortlessly achievable for him as it was for Jiming. The Flying Thunder God technique required not only precise chakra control, but also an acute perceptual ability to sense one's surroundings. His skills in these areas were considerably lacking, especially in comparison to Jiming. Thus, he found learning the technique to be quite arduous. Uncle Minato had also advised him against overexerting himself, reminding him that geniuses like Jiming were rare, and that he was still young and should not rush. Yet, Sasuke thought to himself, he was not so young anymore, and time was slipping away. How could he afford to remain stagnant? Each moment of pause was haunted by the memories of that fateful night, causing him to awaken in a cold sweat. Everyone urged him to let go of his hatred, but who could possibly bring back his parents, his clan? Sasuke. He lifted his gaze to Jiming, feeling a flicker of darkness within him momentarily subdued as she uttered his name. I know you are striving with all your might. I believe you will surpass that person. Sasuke clenched his teeth, stubbornly concealing his turmoil from Jiming. He rose to his feet, shrouded in the darkness of night, hiding all his vulnerable emotions. Let me escort you home. Very well. The following day, Team Kakashi quietly assembled at the gates of Konoha. It was rare for Kakashi to arrive this early, even before Jiming. Perhaps due to a restful night, Kakashi appeared to be in good spirits, his eyes no longer resembling those of a dead fish. Good morning, Captain. Jiming stepped forward to greet, and also nodded to a few of the older brothers nearby. The 6 members of Kakashi's team were assembled, with their destination being the residence of the daimyo of the Land of Fire, traveling at the speed of a ninja. The journey from the Hidden Leaf Village to the daimyo's estate took no more than half a day. Upon arrival, Kakashi arranged for the team to rest at an inn, prioritizing Jiming's need for rest. Otherwise, this little child of just over 7 years could easily be overwhelmed by the demands of their prolonged missions. He instructed Tenzo to stay behind and keep her company while he took Heavy, Jean, and Sa to meet with the daimyo. After Kakashi departed, Jiming poked her head out from under the covers, her large eyes blinking curiously. She called softly, Brother Tenzo, what are you doing sitting there? I am practicing the wood release technique you taught me last time, Tenzo replied, settling down in front of Jiming's bed. Kakashi had advised him to be gentle and patient with her, as she was still a child, and it would be unwise to provoke her into tears. What's the matter? Can't sleep? He inquired. No, she replied. Jiming lowered her voice once more, urging you to lean in closer so she could share a secret. Unbeknownst to her, Tianzong had also leaned in, only to hear her inquire, could you teach me the wood release ninjutsu? What did she say? At first, Tianzong thought he had misheard. Wood release? Could it truly be wood release? Wasn't it said that he was the only one in this world capable of such a technique? Could it be that the child of the Senju clan had inherited the abilities of the first Hokage? I am not as formidable as the first Hokage, he replied. Oh, come now, Tianzong, you are quite impressive. You are the foremost expert in wood release in the Hidden Leaf Village. Chapter 85. An encounter with Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru. Tianzong let out a long sigh, feeling somewhat bashful as he scratched his head. Well then, let me teach you a couple of simple techniques. Upon lowering his gaze, he was met with the eager eyes of the child before him. At such a tender age, already frail in health, yet so diligent and eager to learn. What harm could come from teaching her a bit more? After all, should danger arise, she would possess the means to protect herself. After a brief half-hour of instruction, it became evident that Jiming displayed a modicum of talent for wood release. Could it be that she was indeed a descendant of Uchiha Madara and Hashirama? All right, let's call it a day, Tianzong thought, noting that the time was drawing near for Captain Kakashi's return. If Kakashi were to catch him teaching Jiming wood release, he would surely face a scolding. Proceeding with caution, he suggested, I think I'll go out for a stroll. I'll accompany you, he added without a second thought. However, Jiming wished to have some space to herself. As an adorable young girl amidst a group of men, she felt the need for a modicum of privacy. All right, just be careful on your way, she replied. Instantly, Tianzong's spirits dampened, and with a forlorn expression, he settled down beside her, engrossed in studying the wood release technique. Fine, if she doesn't want me along, I can practice wood release by myself at home. Seizing the opportunity while they were absent, he resolved to train diligently. Jiming, of course, was unaware of the hidden calculations in Ten's heart, as she harbored her own schemes. It was the perfect opportunity for her to ascertain whether the chakra she sensed earlier truly belonged to that individual. Situated in the most prosperous economic hub of the Land of Fire, The streets were significantly more vibrant than those of Konoha, bustling with many foreign visitors. One must concede that the inclusivity of the Land of Fire was commendable. One could even encounter several individuals from the Land of Lightning. Naturally, she also came across two men clad in black with red clouds, wearing hats. Upon entering a dumpling shop, and before she could even take a seat, Jiming felt an oppressive chakra pressure not far away. Perhaps it was due to the magnetic pull of kindred spirits. Almost instinctively, she turned her head and immediately recognized the man with the dumpling in hand and a hat, Uchiha Itachi. The man seated across from him piqued her curiosity further. Yet a piercing gaze swept over her, causing her to instinctively retract her neck, overwhelmed by a chilling sensation akin to that of a serpent. Could it be Orochimaru? It was unwise to linger. Without even paying, Jiming bolted away, setting aside the possibility of Uchiha Itachi recognizing her face, which bore an uncanny resemblance to Sasuke's, and mistaking her for him, resulting in a potential beating. There loomed a greater danger. If Orochimaru were to fixate on her as a potential vessel, it would be disastrous. Engaging with the current Orochimaru was best avoided. It was decidedly unsafe, and her life could very well be at stake. As Uchiha Itachi finished the last dumpling, he lifted his gaze, his three-tomo Sharingan locking onto Orochimaru's eyes. His expression bore a striking resemblance to the one he had when he first beheld his Sharingan, an expression reminiscent of a hunter eyeing its prey. Was he also interested in that child? Itachi's eyes narrowed, and he spoke in a low voice. "Let us go, Orochimaru-senpai." Orochimaru, with a sinister smile, licked his lips, remarking, "That little girl possesses eyes as beautiful as Sasuke's." "Itachi, why the hostility? I am merely intrigued by her." Indeed, his interest in the child was piqued. Few could perceive their chakra, yet she had locked onto them almost immediately upon entering. The first instinct she exhibited was to flee, a remarkably wise choice. This indicated that the child possessed some understanding of their appearances and capabilities, prompting Orochimaru to consider relaying this information back to the third Hokage. After many years of absence, Orochimaru found himself reminiscing about that old man, as well as the twin-tailed, buxom woman, and the self-proclaimed sage, Jiraiya. With a rare sigh, Orochimaru straightened his demeanor, his fascination increasingly drawn to the enigmatic depths of her eyes. As one of the three great ocular techniques, the Sharingan should have been pilfered from that old scoundrel Danzo long ago for research. Who knows? It might even have led to the abduction of that young child. However, before considering such an act, he ought to keep a watchful eye on the child, lest some unwitting entity inflict harm. This exquisite specimen ought to be preserved solely for him. Uchiha Itachi found it perplexing that he was trailing a little girl alongside Orochimaru. Truth be told, he was quite curious about whether this individual was indeed her. If so, how was it that after all these years, she still bore such a youthful visage? It was truly baffling. Itachi silently deemed this surveillance a prudent course of action, for she was still so young, and it remained uncertain whether she possessed any ninjutsu abilities. What if she remained as frail as before? In a town teeming with both human and beast, an Uchiha child was a tremendous temptation. Had he not been standing beside Orochimaru, Itachi surmised that the latter would have acted long ago. Indeed, Itachi thought it only right to protect her, to safeguard his kin. As they arrived at a crossroads, Orochimaru abruptly halted Itachi's steps. Itachi turned, his gaze obscured beneath the brim of his hat, revealing only the darkness that lurked within his eyes. He clicked his tongue in annoyance, pondering Orochimaru's intentions. What if the child slipped away and became victimized? Itachi. Once more, his name was called, but this time, it was not Orochimaru's voice. Itachi lifted his eyes, following the source of the sound, without needing to see the face. The shock of white hair confirmed the identity before him, Kakashi Hitaki, his former captain from the Umbu. Long time no see, Kakashi-san. Itachi held a deep respect for his seniors, particularly for Kakashi, who had proven to be an excellent superior and mentor in his past. Thus, he wished to avoid any quarrels. Yet, given their unexpected encounter, Itachi recalled the fiery emblem on the girl's arm and began to comprehend the situation. To have entered the Umbu at such a tender age, their Uchiha clan had birthed an extraordinary genius. Itachi could not help but sigh, pondering whether this was the last stroke of luck for their family, his father, mother, and Shursui. Kakashi observed Itachi's attire, the black cloak adorned with red clouds, coupled with Orochimaru's similar garb. Was it possible they belonged to the same organization? Itachi, Orochimaru. You two do not seem to be here for leisure. Chapter 86. Do not perish. Sasuke awaits his chance to kill. Upon returning from delivering a letter, Kakashi discovered that Shimon had left the house. He promptly summoned Pakin to follow, fearing that something dire might occur. Little did he know that he would encounter two familiar faces in this place. Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru are no ordinary adversaries. If a confrontation were to ensue, Kakashi harbored doubts about his ability to prevail against either of them. However, as Kakashi gazed upon Itachi's three-tomo Sharingan, he closed his left eye. Indeed, his ocular techniques did not compare to those of the Uchiha clan, yet perhaps he could withstand them to some extent. Orochimaru, on the other hand, had no inclination to engage in battle, for fighting offered him no advantage and would only squander his energy. Rather than waste time, he preferred to hasten after the child. What if, in a moment of distraction, the child were to be abducted? No. Orochimaru resolved to first separate the two individuals before him. Itachi, Kakashi, he uttered, his eyes devoid of emotional fluctuation momentarily shifting as he stood between them, resembling a mediator. A hoarse and icy voice reached their ears. You may fight. But should you do so, the child will slip further away. I shall pursue him first, he. Nothing could be more terrifying than Orochimaru pursuing a child. While Kakashi felt trepidation, he was also keenly observing Itachi's demeanor. If Itachi were to engage in combat yet, Itachi had no desire to clash with the Leaf Village shinobi, especially not with the captain who had aided him greatly. Furthermore, if Orochimaru were to pursue the child alone, what calamity might befall him? The three individuals found their thoughts unexpectedly aligned, opting for a temporary truce. Kakashi, summon your hounds to search for the child. At this command, Kakashi could not help but click his tongue, yet under the weight of two earnest gazes, he bit his finger, drawing a line of blood across his palm. Summoning jutsu. Parker, the elder of the Canine Brigade, materialized before them, gazing sleepily at Kakashi. Hadn't he just summoned him moments ago? It had hardly been any time at all. And now he was calling for him again. Did dogs not deserve their own rest? Wait a moment, are those two beside you, Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru? Surely they're not here to engage me in a fight. The Canine Brigade does not partake in such matters. Find out where chiming is. Kakashi, oblivious to Parker's musings, prioritized locating chiming. Oh, we're searching for someone after all, Parker sighed in relief, for this was a task he excelled at. He sniffed the air. The faint scent of medicine clung to the child beside Kakashi, mingled with a hint of desert rose. Although he was not particularly fond of those aromas, he could tolerate them because they belonged to chiming. Follow me. The destination was not far, albeit somewhat circuitous. The winding path left Parker feeling a bit dizzy, the overwhelming scent of medicine nearly overwhelming him. It's just ahead, Kakashi. You may proceed on your own. Parker expressed that he could no longer endure the situation, bid farewell, and returned to Dog Village. At the moment Parker vanished, Kakashi caught sight of Jimin, who was conversing with the shopkeeper in a nearby store, prompting a wave of confusion within him. Why would she visit the pharmacy at this hour? Was she unwell? Are you going to check on her, Kakashi? Orochimaru interjected suddenly, his raspy voice grating against Kakashi's ears, causing him to furrow his brow. He shot a glance at Orochimaru that seemed to convey, what concern is it of yours? It was then he realized Itachi had already approached. Oh, I see. Uchiha Itachi. How delighted you are to encounter your own kin, Kakashi mused inwardly, hastily following suit and swiftly positioning himself behind Uchiha Itachi. Jiming clutched a heavy bag of medicinal herbs, atop which lay a prescription and notes regarding the usage of the medicines. At merely 15 years of age, Uchiha Itachi had just begun to cultivate his health. Perhaps the future held unforeseen developments. She fancifully imagined that perhaps within the dealer's small storage, there existed a miraculous elixir capable of bringing one back from the brink of death. As she stepped outside, she unexpectedly collided with Uchiha Itachi, pondering why their companions had not yet caught up, only to discover they were waiting right by the door. However, apprehensive of his potential retaliation, Jiming regarded Itachi with caution. She took a couple of steps forward, intending to hand him the bag, yet hesitated in fear. Thus, she glanced at the tardy Kakashi and Orochimaru before swiftly darting towards Orochimaru, tossing the bag into his arms without preamble. This startled Orochimaru, but instinctively, he caught the bag, his expression one of bewilderment as he regarded the young girl. Uncle Snake, this is medicine for Uchiha Itachi. Jiming thought of a plausible excuse to mask her act of delivering medicine to Itachi, hoping to alleviate Kakashi's suspicions, as explaining herself would surely lead to a convoluted predicament. Also, please convey to him not to perish, for Sasuke is still waiting to confront him. What a splendid excuse! With Sasuke as her shield, Kakashi would surely have no grounds for suspicion, just as she believed her plan flawless. She noticed Kakashi's unwavering gaze fixed on her for an extended period. Jiming realized she was in trouble. Kakashi did not believe her in the slightest. All three scrutinized her with inscrutable expressions, yet Jiming remained unperturbed. After all, they were merely gazes and could not harm her. She stealthily maneuvered to Kakashi's side, confident that standing beside him was the safest choice. Surely, her elder brother Kakashi would not allow her to come to harm. However, to Itachi, this notion bore a different significance. He understood her. Could it be that what he had witnessed was indeed true? Why, then, did she not acknowledge him? Itachi silently sighed within, pondering his identity. The identity of a rogue ninja. The identity of one who had annihilated his entire clan. How could he dare to hope for her recognition? Most perplexing was Orochimaru. Why must he receive something that rightfully belonged to Itachi? And why relay a message through him when Itachi could hear it himself? Such a curious child. Meanwhile, the small serpent behind Orochimaru flicked its tongue, and he pressed his face against it, catching a whiff of Tsunade's scent. How nostalgic it felt. He remained uncertain of the child's true identity. Child, what is your name? Orochimaru inquired, initially believing he was addressing Kakashi, who had not responded for quite some time. But suddenly, she recalled that it was impossible for Orochimaru not to recognize Kakashi. He was undoubtedly asking her. Senju Jiming, she replied. Jiming spoke candidly. Senju? Hee. Orochimaru suddenly became intrigued. The descendants of Senju and Uchiha were indeed fascinating. If only he could capture one for experimentation. Uchiha Itachi was also taken aback. Senju? This face unmistakably bore the features of an Uchiha. How could it possibly belong to a Senju? Then, what about his brother, Uchiha Sasuke? He dared not ponder further. In a single utterance, he stirred the thoughts of both individuals. Chapter 87. The broken string as their small gazes fixated upon her. She contemplated the abilities of Kakashi and herself. It was improbable that they could prevail. It would undoubtedly be a fierce battle, contrary to their original intentions. Presently, they were at a critical juncture regarding the affairs of the Land of Soup, and she could not afford any delays due to this matter. Thus, Jiming resolved to grasp Kakashi's hand, preparing to employ the Flying Thunder God technique. Wait, Miss Senju. Uchiha Itachi seemed to have discerned her intent to flee. After a long pause, he called out to Jiming, still using that unfamiliar form of address. Jiming was momentarily taken aback, gripping Kakashi's hand with increasing intensity. His expression inscrutable as he turned to Uchiha Itachi. Is there anything else you wish to address? Such a respectful inquiry left no room for criticism. If this medicine runs out, may I still seek your assistance in procuring more? The moment these words were uttered, all three individuals were momentarily stunned. Jiming never anticipated that Uchiha Itachi was such an avid consumer of medicine, going so far as to seek her out personally for it. This seemed somewhat incongruous with the portrayal of Itachi in the original narrative, as she distinctly recalled that the original Itachi had never taken any medication and had tragically passed away at the tender age of 21. Yet now, he appeared to value his life. Orochimaru was momentarily taken aback, and as he gazed once more at Uchiha Itachi, he could not help but feel a sense of certainty. This was indeed Itachi, for he would never mistake those Sharingan eyes. However, the words that had escaped his lips were quite perplexing. What clandestine relationship could they possibly share? Yet, the manner of address was so unfamiliar, and the child did not seem to have any prior acquaintance with Itachi. Orochimaru licked his lips, his hands rendered immobile due to the medicines he was holding, his golden eyes darting between the three individuals, as if he had stumbled upon something rather intriguing. The child had been holding Kakashi's hand since his arrival. No wonder Itachi's Sharingan had remained activated. As Kakashi, one of the protagonists in Orochimaru's eyes, stood in confusion regarding the relationship between Jiming and Itachi, he noted that they were merely fellow clansmen. However, it seemed that they had never even laid eyes on one another. There was a sense that something was amiss. He remained vigilant, observing Itachi's expressions as the three Tomo gradually transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan, positioning Jiming protectively behind him, his gaze piercing as he scrutinized Itachi. What exactly was unfolding here? As another main character, Jiming surveyed the subtle shifts in the expressions around her, feeling a tinge of absurdity at the situation. Was it that Itachi did not wish to end her life, but rather desired her assistance in preserving his? Just gather the herbs according to the prescription, she stated. Regardless of the circumstances, Jiming had no inclination to engage further with the two of them. She offered a few casual remarks, suggesting that should an opportunity arise in the future, she could attend to his ailments again, provided there was compensation involved. Upon hearing this, Itachi couldn't help but chuckle softly. These words seemed oddly familiar. Perhaps she was indeed the one to save him. If this encounter was not their first, then she should have treated him on a prior occasion. Yet, the girl remained silent, offering no information to substantiate her identity, save for the bag of medicine and her strikingly similar visage. Watching as the two figures disappeared from view, Itachi let out a resigned sigh. Who exactly are you? Senju Jiming? Kakashi was abruptly transported next to Tenzo by Jiming's flying thunder god technique, startling Tenzo and dispelling the drowsiness that had begun to envelop him. Captain, Xiaohuan. Tianzong felt a sudden jolt, standing up to gaze vacantly at the two individuals before him. Had his mind not been somewhat sluggish, he would have undoubtedly noticed the unfavorable expressions etched upon their faces. In particular, the captain known as the cold-blooded Kakashi wore a countenance as frigid as an ice cellar. Tianzong instinctively touched his body, sensing an inexplicable chill enveloping him, and murmured softly, "Why has the air turned so cold all of a sudden?" A member of the Yamashiro clan, was always observant. From the moment the two appeared, he detected their disquiet. The trio of Inoshikicho, comprised of the pig, deer, and butterfly, also sensed the tension. Only Tianzong remained oblivious, resembling a befuddled fool. The others exchanged glances and promptly concocted an excuse to usher Tianzong out of the room. It is undoubtedly impossible for Jiming not to perceive Kakashi's transformation. Rather, she struggles to comprehend why his emotional shifts occur so swiftly. Time and again, whenever the mission period arrives, Kakashi seems to metamorphose into an entirely different person. While the importance of the task cannot be understated, the abruptness of his change weighs heavily on her heart. She, too, has begun to harbor her own small grievances, crossing her arms and sitting alone by the balcony door, gloomily gazing at the moon. Tonight's moon is rather enchanting, a waning crescent, radiantly white, reminiscent of Kakashi's silvery hair. Yet the dark night enveloping the crescent mirrors the somber expression on Kakashi's face today, as black as despair itself. Humph, Jiming muses, this moon has suddenly lost its charm. Utterly disappointing. Unbeknownst to her, Kakashi has silently approached from behind, making no sound. As she shifts her position, weary of her previous stance, her peripheral vision catches sight of his hair, as white as the moonlight. Particularly striking are his crimson eyes, which gleam vividly in the darkness. Child, Kakashi murmurs, settling down beside Jiming and leaning against her slightly. Please scoot over a bit and make space for me. Jiming initially intended to exchange a few words with Kakashi. Yet upon beholding his silvery locks, she found herself rendered speechless, obediently shifting aside to grant Kakashi some space. May I pose a question to you? Kakashi had always prided himself on maintaining a sense of rationality, a sentiment echoed not only by outsiders but also by himself. However, today, upon witnessing the peculiar and enigmatic connection between Uchiha Itachi and Jiming, he felt the taut string of his composure snap. Yet, what right did he possess? What identity allowed him to inquire into her past? Kakashi was acutely aware that he had none, yet as she stood beside him, clasping his hand, an inexplicable sense of superiority and joy washed over him. Was he not being utterly despicable? The room had been shrouded in darkness for quite some time, and Jiming had lingered on the balcony for an extended while. Kakashi remained rooted in place, contemplating that he ought to approach the child, at least as a brother. As a captain, surely, he could inquire about her relationship with Uchiha Itachi. You may ask. Jiming tilted her head to gaze at Kakashi, their eyes locking. Upon encountering the scarred Sharingan, her heart involuntarily trembled, and her hand raised unconsciously towards the mark. She was mere moments away from touching it. Chapter 88. Gaara's diary of escape from the hospital today. He finally comprehended the true essence of fatherhood. After a delightful lunch, Gaara found himself forcibly retained by Naruto. He relished the time spent with Naruto, and curiously felt a kinship with him. Could it be that within Naruto resided a friend of Shikaku? Tentatively, Gaara posed a question to Shikaku, who was within the confines of the house. Shikaku, is your friend residing in Naruto's body? Shikaku let out a sinister chuckle. What friend? I have no friends. If you keep bothering me, I shall devour you. Undoubtedly, Gaara was frightened once more. Clutching his teddy bear tightly, he timidly regarded Shikaku, asking innocently, but, Shikaki, you must feel lonely living inside my body. However, if you need it, I can. Before Gaara could finish his thought, Shikaku erupted with a loud shriek. Who wants to be friends with you humans? Humans are all wicked. Very well. Gaara decided to refrain from conversing with Shikaku for the time being. Today, Shikaku was particularly irksome. Perhaps he would attempt friendship again tomorrow. Gaara. Naruto's exuberant call startled him, nearly causing him to crush his teddy bear. He blinked and turned to Naruto, inquiring, "What is it, Naruto?" "This afternoon, we have no classes. Let us go have some fun," Naruto exclaimed, brimming with excitement, eager to introduce his new friend to everyone and coax this introverted companion into speaking a few words. At the very least, he hoped Gaara would respond, unlike Sasuke, who only uttered a few words without any return. That annoying Sasuke. While Gaara was not particularly talkative, at least he would respond when addressed. Naruto glanced at Sasuke, then approached Gaara, taking his hand and deciding to abandon Sasuke for their outing. "Mom, I'm taking Gaara out for a stroll." Thus, Gaara was led out by Naruto, destination unknown. The boy, resembling Ji Ming, trailed behind them, standing at a distance. Yet Gaara could sense his presence. "Naruto, where are we going?" Gaara inquired, harboring his own thoughts. He wished to explore the three-colored dumpling shop mentioned by Jimin, to visit the Konoha hospital, to gaze upon the shrine, and to see the flower shop owned by the girl named Ino. His mind raced with a flurry of places. Yet he found himself quietly waiting amidst the swirling sands, conjuring visions of traversing these locales alongside Jimin. What would such an experience feel like? Gaara surmised he would feel joy, albeit tinged with anxiety, fearing that unsavory individuals might take an interest in Jimin. He detested the way others stared at her with such fervor, particularly that white-haired man and the youth who bore a striking resemblance to her. Yet, he felt powerless. Jimin had mentioned in her letters that these bonds were hard-won, and she would safeguard them diligently. If only he could. "Let us visit Ino," he suggested. "Her family has many beautiful flowers." Before Gaara could delve further into his unsettling thoughts, Naruto interrupted him. Hand in hand, they made their way to Ino's home. The flower shop stood before the Konoha market, with a bearded gentleman standing at the entrance, a cigarette perched between his lips. This must be Asuma, the son of the third Hokage. He likely had a beloved named Kurenai, whom Jimin often mentioned in her letters, detailing their minuscule moments together with remarkable precision. "Asuma, uncle." Naruto greeted cheerfully, leading Gaara before Asuma. "This is my new friend, Gaara." Gaara noticed Asuma conceal a bouquet behind his back, extinguishing his cigarette and smiling as he affectionately ruffled Naruto's hair. "How wonderful. Naruto has made a new friend. You're here to see Ino, right? I shall take my leave then." Just then, the girl named Ino emerged, her short golden hair adorned with charming hairpins, her large eyes sparkling. Yet, Gaara found himself more captivated by the flowers in the shop. After a quick glance around, he finally spotted the desert rose that Jimin had gifted him. Tentatively interrupting their conversation, Gaara pointed to the bouquet hidden in the corner. "What does it mean if someone gives this flower to another?" "This flower is called a desert rose," Ino replied. "If someone presents it to you, it signifies deep affection and a promise to always stand by your side." Ino's words left Gaara momentarily speechless. Did Jimin truly harbor such feelings for him? He, a flawed child, overshadowed by Naruto's exuberance, Sasuke's charm, and the mutual attraction between Ino and Sakura. How could that be? Gaara found it hard to believe, yet he insidiously tucked her words away in his heart. "Gaara, do you like such little flowers?" Naruto picked up the bouquet and noticed its vibrant red hue, reminiscent of his mother's hair. Perhaps he should take it home to her. She would undoubtedly adore it. Gaara, remained silent, crafting a pretext to deflect the moment. "I seem to recall having seen something similar in the hospital and merely wished to inquire." The visit to Ino's family flower shop was brief, and my small group had now transformed into 3 as Ino joined us. They decided to visit Nara Shikamaru, intending to go to the deer park and observe the deer. I was also familiar with Nara Shikamaru, as Jiming had mentioned him in a letter, describing him simply as a remarkably intelligent individual. Truth be told, hearing Jiming praise another boy left a sour taste in my heart. I thought to myself, just how clever could this Nara Shikamaru be? For Jiming to remember him for such a long time? The 3 of us arrived at Shikamaru's home, where he was engaged in a game of shogi with his father, Nara Shikaku. As he played, he heard his mother calling, and without hesitation, he dashed outside. It turned out to be Naruto and Ino. Accompanied by a red-haired boy, was he a distant relative of Naruto? Shikamaru inquired about the purpose of their visit as he led us into the yard. I scrutinized Shikamaru. This boy with a pineapple hairstyle, unable to discern what made him so clever. Moreover, his appearance was hardly appealing, especially compared to Sasuke, who stood nearby. "We wish to show our new friend the fawns," Naruto declared. If it were anyone else's request, Shikamaru would have openly complained about the hassle. But this time he merely muttered about the inconvenience before agreeing to take us all to the deer park. The Nara family had a long-standing tradition of raising deer and owned a vast deer park. It wasn't far to the park, and along the way, they stopped by the Akimichi residence to call on Choji. Chapter 89. Gaara's Hospital Escape Diary 2. I recognized the slightly plump boy, Akimichi Choji, who utilized his body fat as a source of chakra, a warm-hearted little fellow. Ah, Naruto, is this a new friend? Choji was the first to greet me without needing an introduction from Naruto. Hello, I am Gaara. Perhaps Jiming had mentioned that he was a kind person, for I mustered the courage to take that step, cautiously introducing myself to Choji. Hello, I am Choji. From now on, we are friends. From now on, we are friends? My eyes widened in disbelief. Was friendship this simple? Merely exchanging names and smiles was all it took? This was an experience I had never encountered in Tsunade. The trio of us had now expanded into a group of 6, and as we deliberated, we decided to fetch Sakura, who had not seen the fawns in quite some time. Thus, the 7 of us, a lively bunch, made our way to the Nara family's deer park. Gaara walked slowly, unfamiliar with the others, unable to interject in their conversation, merely trailing behind in silence. Drawing upon the scanned information from Shikamaru's letter, he attempted to decipher the discussions of these newly acquainted companions. It was indeed quite intriguing. He began to understand why Shikamaru enjoyed their company. Were the roles reversed, he too would join in their playful interactions, save for that perpetually stoic and sullen Sasuke. Hey, Gaara, Sasuke called from behind, startling him. Was Sasuke looking to engage in a fight? Such an altercation would only lag behind the main group, and besides, his body had yet to fully recover. It seemed rather opportunistic for Sasuke to seek a confrontation at this moment, certainly not the behavior of a gentleman. May I inquire about your training methods? It turned out to be a question regarding training, and Gaara exhaled in relief, relaxing his grip on the small bear he held, cradling it in one arm while appearing to ponder seriously. How had he trained? Ah, yes, Shikamaru had trained alongside him. After Shikamaru departed, it had been sporadic guidance from his father, Raza, while the remainder of the time was spent daydreaming. I trained with Shikamaru. He would engage with me in physical training. Gaara replied honestly to Sasuke. However, my sand is unique to the village of Tsunade, so this particular training method may not be suitable for you. Upon hearing this, Gaara noticed Sasuke's expression darkening further as he trudged ahead with a frown, his irritation a mystery. Yet, Gaara resolved to disregard it. After all, Sasuke was not Shikamaru, and his mood was of little concern to him. At long last, the 7-man team arrived at the Nara family South Deer Park. Shikamaru whistled, summoning a flock of deer that gathered around him. He affectionately patted their small faces and retrieved some snacks from his ninja pouch, feeding them. The deer were inherently gentle, and as Gaara observed everyone petting the fawns, he felt an urge to join in. However, he hesitated, fearing the young deer might dislike him, for he had long been the object of Shikaku's disdain, likely resulting in his unpopularity among small creatures. Come on, Gaara, just gently pet them. CHG, ever observant, noticed Gaara's reluctance and spoke softly to encourage him, demonstrating the action. They're soft and quite comforting. Under the watchful gaze of Choji, Gaara gingerly raised his hand to touch the soft fur of the little deer, which showed no inclination to shy away from him, so unlike the wretched raccoon known as Shikaku. In this gentle encounter, he found a modicum of satisfaction. It truly was soft. This was the first creature to draw near to him, and were it not for the Nara family's restrictions, he would have certainly taken it home to care for. After his tender interaction with the deer, the group reclined on the grass, gazing at the drifting white clouds above. Gaara, as a newfound companion, lay down beside Choji, speaking little, only contributing a few words when prompted about himself. Soon, the warmth of the summer day lulled them into a slumber. Eventually, it was Shikamaru who roused first, waking his friends with talk of returning home. Truth be told, he was not particularly eager to leave. Naruto was even less inclined to return, having ventured out at last. He certainly did not wish to head back so soon. Let us go to the dango shop for some treats, Naruto suggested, enthusiastically introducing Gaara to the delectable 3-color dango, their favorite sweet delight. Shikamaru shot Naruto a weary glance, exasperated. You dolt. Do we even have the money for that? The group's initial excitement plummeted with his words. With the exception of Sasuke, who had little taste for such saccharine offerings, Gaara rummaged through his small pocket, recalling that his mother had given him a bit of spending money before he left. Surely, he could afford a dango or two. I have some. He timidly lifted his little bear-shaped wallet, opened it, and presented it to his friends. As the brain of the group, Shikamaru calculated the expenses and took out enough for the dango, returning the remainder to Gaara. Next time you come to Konoha, we will treat you to a meal. Yes. We'll take you for a delicious barbecue. Another chimed in. I'll treat you to a chiraka ramen. Another added eagerly. I guess I'll just have to give you a bouquet of flowers then, piped up yet another. The children made promises to Gaara, leaving him momentarily bewildered. What was he to do at this moment? Should he express his gratitude to his friends? Or, he found himself being led to the dango shop by his friends, where they exchanged 7 skewers of dango for the company of 6 friends. As they parted ways, Gaara had hoped to return to Naruto for dinner. But he remembered that Temari would surely be worried about him in the hospital. Although his sand clones were convincing, they could not speak. And Temari's sharp instincts would not be fooled. Reluctantly, Gaara bid farewell to his friends and set off alone back to the hospital. As he traversed halfway, Gaara heard his sister Temari's anxious call. A slight trepidation gripped him at the sound of her voice, causing him to linger in place, hesitant to venture forth. Kankuro approached, breathless as he stood beside Gaara, panting as he inquired, "Where have you been today? Temari and I have searched for you for quite some time. You could at least leave a note when you go out. Do you not realize how worried we become?" The phrase "we will worry" struck Gaara with a sense of clarity. In his recollection, Kankuro had merely observed him from a distance, while Temari had always been the sister who would accompany him home. Yet, fundamentally, they both harbored a fear of the Shikaku within him, perceiving him as a monster, which had led to minimal interaction, except for that one instance when their father compelled him to perform, during which Temari had held his trembling hand. Gaara understood that it was he who instilled fear in Temari, not their father. Yet now, Kankuro asserted that they would worry about him. A pang of remorse surged within him. Gazing at the concerned faces of Temari and Kankuro, he found himself at a loss for words beyond an apology. The two siblings were taken aback when Gaara uttered the words "I'm sorry." Ultimately, it was Temari who broke the impasse, playfully patting each of her brothers as she smiled and said, "You mustn't do this again, understand?" Kankuro echoed her sentiment, adding, "You need to inform your sister whenever you go out." "All right," Gaara replied softly, for the first time, his sand refraining from attacking Temari. He could distinctly feel the weight and warmth of her hand resting upon his hair. For reasons unknown, a warmth blossomed within his heart. Thus, he found himself contemplating the prospect of conversing with Shikaku once more, wishing to share this warmth with him. "Shikaku, what are you doing?" Gaara asked. Shikaku, irritable, retorted, "Mind your own business. Take care of yourself, or beware, I might just kill you in your sleep." Shikaku, "Today I had some dango. It was delicious." Shikaku, further incensed, snapped, "What does that have to do with me?" Shikaku, "I petted a fawn today. Its fur was so soft, unlike yours." Shikaku, completely enraged, exclaimed, "You like deer? Why don't you let me out and let the deer move in instead?" Shikaku, "I like the fawn, but I also like you. Please don't be angry." With a dismissive snort, Shikaku replied, "I am not angry. I, the great Shikaku, would never stoop to arguing with a mere human." Shikaku, "Do you know why the sky is blue?" Shoha, "I am uncertain. Please refrain from inquiring further." Gaara, "I am aware. Allow me to enlighten you." Jimin asserts that true friends must share and seek clarity from one another. Shoha, "Who considers you a friend?" Gaara, "I do, indeed." Shoha, engaging in conversation with Shoya. Temari stood by his bedside while Gaara enjoyed a restful slumber. Chapter 91. Does it still hurt? Jiming's hand was halted by Kakashi, leaving her momentarily stunned. The warmth at her fingertips steadily intensified, and instinctively she sought to escape the entangling grasp, only to be forcibly pulled back by him. Their gazes inadvertently locked. And as Jiming beheld his heterochromic eyes, she suddenly perceived a sense of detachment emanating from Kakashi. He seemed as distant as the moon in the sky, yet paradoxically close to her side. "Does it hurt?" Jiming heard his own inquiry. "It no longer hurts. Many years have elapsed." Kakashi gently caressed the scar upon his visage, pondering how long it has been since the Third Great Ninja War concluded, and how much time has passed since the scar was etched into his skin, long enough for the pain to have faded. Yet, upon the question posed by the young lady before him, he instinctively touched his eye, only to feel a faint twinge of discomfort. How peculiar. Kakashi lowered his gaze, a soft chuckle escaping his lips, his muted voice akin to the serene glow of the moonlight, cool and ethereal. "Aren't you supposed to be asking me a question?" Jiming averted her gaze from Kakashi, turning her attention back to the moon hanging in the sky. The crescent grew increasingly luminous, casting a silvery glow upon the balcony. Yet it failed to illuminate the unspoken thoughts of the two individuals. "Are you acquainted with Uchiha Itachi?" This inquiry caught Jiming somewhat off guard. To an outsider, it would seem only natural for her to know Uchiha Itachi, given that they belonged to the same clan. However, Kakashi appeared skeptical. Thus, she found herself in need of a new justification. It would be implausible to admit she had perused the script. With a sigh, Jiming lamented the necessity of deceit. She was hardly adept at it, and the fear of forgetting her fabricated story loomed large. I met Uchiha Itachi during a medicinal trip with my master. She conjured a plausible reason, though she wondered how much a child could truly remember. She added, but my recollection is rather vague. I only distinctly recall his remarkably prominent Sharingan. After hearing this, Kakashi exhaled in relief, realizing that there were no hidden truths between them. According to the information he had gathered, it appeared they were generally unfamiliar with one another, but if they had crossed paths during the years spent with Tsunade, that would not be surprising. After all, Uchiha Itachi was a frail individual. Many peculiar circumstances could lead to their intersection. Naturally, a sickly person would seek medicine, thus establishing a connection. However, their relationship was merely that of patient and caregiver, nothing more. Kakashi felt he had successfully navigated the situation had the dealer overheard. He would have been quite impressed. Ensure you report to me when you next encounter Uchiha Itachi, Kakashi reiterated, albeit with a personal motive. However, it would be foolish to disregard such a directive. Uchiha Itachi was currently an S-rank rogue ninja, and Orochimaru was also an S-rank rogue. If the higher-ups discovered your association with them, it would not only affect you, but also Tsunade and Minato-sensei. Of course, Jiming was aware. And she nodded like a chick pecking at grains. At this moment, she had no desire to meet with these two individuals. It would be best if they could avoid each other until she activated the 100 Treasures seal. Once she had done so, she would possess a means of self-preservation. Let's take a rest, Kakashi suggested, observing the shadows beneath her eyes. It seemed that he had indeed affected her sleep, after all. She was merely a child of 7 or 8, still in a crucial stage of development. How could she grow properly without adequate rest? He was eagerly anticipating her maturation. I will keep watch by your side, so there is no need for fear. Jiming, feeling weary, unrolled a small blanket from within his scroll, leaned against the door, and succumbed to a deep slumber. Rain began to fall, a rare occurrence in autumn. Orochimaru and Itachi Uchiha continued their journey through the downpour, driven by the singular aim of eliminating a target. Yet, Orochimaru detested the sensation of being drenched and suggested, Itachi, let us seek shelter from the rain. As the saying goes, while humans dread the rain, serpents share the same aversion. The duo found refuge in a cave where Itachi summoned a flame with his fire release, illuminating the darkness with a flickering light. Casually seated, Itachi's gaze fell upon a bag of medicinal herbs, prompting a flood of memories. Rather than mere recollections, it was a vivid recollection of their first encounter. Itachi struggled to recall the specifics as it transpired over 5 years ago. During the waning days of the Third Great Ninja War, when his father brought him to the battlefield to assist in the aftermath, he still vividly remembered the rain, similar to that of the present day, falling in fine, relentless sheets. He stood above the Southie River, watching the crimson waters flow past, his heart trembling with the weight of realization. So, this was the essence of war. The acrid scent of blood and the damp odor emanating from heaps of corpses filled him with revulsion. Yet, misfortune seemed to compound, as Itachi, initially tasked with clearing the battlefield alongside his father, found himself abandoned when his father was summoned away by clan members, leaving him alone with a stern admonition to remain in place until his return. Obediently, Itachi stood still, when suddenly he felt a constricting grip around his feet. With wide eyes, he looked down to find an IWA ninja, still clinging to life, exerting an extraordinary strength that rendered Itachi incapable of breaking free. With a surge of resolve, Itachi retrieved a kunai from his ninja pouch, contemplating whether to hurl it at the man. Yet, the prospect of taking a life weighed heavily upon him. It would be his first act of murder. Should he truly kill him? Itachi vacillated. Having received no guidance on how to slay an enemy, or what to do when confronted by a living foe amidst the wreckage of battle, overwhelmed with empathy, he could only utter, "Let go of me." The tender voice of a child has no connection to the battlefield. The rock-hidden ninja has long abandoned any semblance of humanity, for mere survival is his last vestige of being human. Just as Uchiha Itachi felt his legs might dislocate, a young girl suddenly appeared before him. She appeared to be in her teens, gripping a sword in one hand as she approached him. Could she be an ally of the rock-hidden ninja? Itachi pondered, believing that his time had come. He was merely 5 years old, having accomplished nothing and not even having seen the younger brother his mother had given birth to. Was he truly destined to die? Lacking any desire to live, he closed his eyes, awaiting the inevitable embrace of death. He heard the sound of a blade slicing through flesh and felt the warmth of blood splatter across his face. Opening his eyes, he saw the girl standing before him, her hands gripping the sword, which had plunged deep into the ninja's chest, blood erupting forth and splattering her face. The crimson droplets stained her white kimono, transforming it into a blossoming bouquet of red. It turned out she was not his reaper, but rather an angel sent to save him. The angel reached out her hand, gently asking, "Itachi, are you all right?" She even knew his name. Perhaps she truly was the angel come to rescue him. He grasped her hand, gazing at the girl before him, as the post-rain sunlight illuminated her face, rendering her even more angelic. When had the rain ceased? Its timing was remarkably fortuitous. Chapter 92. The angel landed on the heart of Uchiha Itachi moreover. He distinctly remembered her crimson Sharingan eyes, which were not of the three-tomo variety. It was only later, upon awakening his Mangeki, that he realized they were indeed Mangeki Sharingan. She led into a hidden cave, her hands lightly pressing against his ankles as a vibrant green chakra emanated from her fingertips, continuously stimulating his wounds and alleviating the pain that had plagued his ankles. "Thank you." Itachi felt compelled to say something, even if she was merely a clanswoman. "No need to thank me. Let me take you back," she replied, confirming that he bore no other injuries before rising to her feet. Itachi had no reason to refuse, so he followed the girl as they made their way slowly toward the Hidden Leaf Village. They walked until they reached the village entrance. The girl halted her steps, and Itachi found himself wanting to speak. He opened his mouth, raising his gaze, only to lower his head in disappointment. What reason did he have to question her? He knew nothing, not even her name. Yet, Itachi remained optimistic. After all, they belonged to the same clan, and there would surely be another opportunity to meet, especially during clan gatherings where she would undoubtedly be present. With her striking features, Itachi was confident he would recognize her. "Be careful on your way back," he advised. These were the final words the young girl spoke to him. Later, Uchiha Itachi encountered her once more while on a mission. He saw the girl standing alongside Tsunade, one of the legendary Sannin renowned throughout the ninja world. Under the pretense of being unwell, he sought Tsunade as assistance. She recognized him and provided a prescription. Yet the girl did not know him, and her appearance had significantly changed. Uchiha Itachi could not help but wonder if it was due to some ninjutsu. "Just follow this prescription to gather the medicine. If we have the chance to meet again, I shall treat you once more," Tsunade declared after giving her medical advice. Fearing that Uchiha Itachi might not offer her a single coin, the girl hastily added, "But it must be paid for." Such playful banter, accompanied by Tsunade's hearty laughter, lingered in his memory. Itachi mused that perhaps he had smiled at that moment as well. However, he had long since forgotten how to smile, ever since Shirsue's death. What did laughter even signify? "Itachi." Orochimaru's voice snapped Uchiha Itachi back to reality. His eyes flickered, arms crossed, as he lifted his gaze to the man speaking. He could not help but ponder the motives behind Orochimaru's involvement with the Akatsuki. Was he an undercover agent? The very thought of it seemed absurd to Itachi. He was hardly an undercover agent, and neither could Orochimaru be classified as one. "Orochimaru-senpai, is there something you need?" Uchiha Itachi inquired, ever polite, as his parents had instilled in him the importance of respecting his seniors. "Do you have feelings for her as well?" Upon hearing this, Uchiha Itachi straightened his posture, directing his gaze back to Orochimaru, scrutinizing him intently, hoping to glean some insight through his golden eyes. "How fortuitous. I do as well." Orochimaru was pleased with the change in Itachi's expression. It was impossible for him to have no feelings for someone so significant. If the individual were inconsequential, he wouldn't have given them even a moment's thought. Yet now, he scrutinized Itachi with an intensely probing gaze. Hehehe. It was not until the rain ceased that they spoke again, with Uchiha Itachi being the first to break the silence. "Shall we return to Konoha together? I imagine Orochimaru-senpai misses his teacher quite a bit. It would also be a chance for me to see how my foolish little brother has grown." Itachi Uchiha unconsciously thought of Sasuke Uchiha, wondering how his brother was faring. Was he eating well, sleeping soundly, and training diligently? Had he grown strong enough to defeat him? Itachi often succumbed to anxious thoughts, speculating that perhaps this was the reason his illness lingered. As he pondered, he coughed several times and recalled the pot of medicine that had been kept warm. Orochimaru had personally poured it for him, his cunning, serpent-like gaze fixed upon Itachi. Itachi accepted the potion and gulped it down in one go, the bitter taste engulfing him. Instinctively, he sought sugar, only to realize after a prolonged search that he was not in Konoha. Opportunities for sweets were no longer available to him. "I should return to Konoha. I'm sure Master Hiruzen misses me." Orochimaru cast a meaningful glance at Itachi before bursting into a cackling laugh, rising first to stand by the door, awaiting Itachi. The following day, Kakashi's team received a response from the daimyo. This time, they were not granted the privilege of reading the letter. Thus their immediate task was to swiftly relay the information back to Minato, awaiting further orders. This responsibility undoubtedly fell upon the shoulders of the young and adept Tobirama, who could utilize the Flying Thunder God technique. In an instant, Tobirama appeared in Minato's office, where reports were being presented. The sudden appearance of a figure wearing a small dog mask startled those present. "Please, continue with your duties," Minato urged, gesturing for the reporter to leave. He had not anticipated that this child would share Kakashi's propensity for surprise entrances, akin to a sudden manifestation of the Flying Thunder God technique. Both were rather alarming. Minato mused that had he not grown accustomed to such occurrences, it would have surely unsettled him. "What is it? Is there something amiss?" Minato quietly calmed himself, adopting a composed demeanor as he regarded the child, who remained half-kneeling before him. "Lord Hokage, this is the daimyo's response." Jiming spoke as he retrieved an immaculate letter from his chest, placing it delicately on the table before Shueimon. This unexpected action startled Shueimon, leaving him to ponder who had instructed Jiming to conceal items in such a manner. Instinctively adopting the demeanor of a teacher, he spoke with a gentle yet stern tone, reminding Jiming that such hiding places were inappropriate. "Did I not teach you the art of sealing? It is far more prudent to conceal it within a scroll, as only you possess the ability to unravel your own seals." Very well, very well." Jiming, feeling a bit bashful, gently touched her head. It was not merely a matter of insecurity regarding her hard-earned achievements. Undoubtedly, concealing them close to her chest was the most prudent course of action. However, it did possess a certain lack of elegance. While Jiming idly fidgeted with her fingers, Mizuki swiftly organized diplomatic personnel, preparing to dispatch envoys to the Land of Soup. He sealed the letter and handed it to Jiming, watching with a sense of relief as she secured it within a scroll. He then instructed her to first seek out Rikuji at the Nara household and relay the essential details to him. Furthermore, he requested that Rikuji assemble a trio of ninjas to form a small team and set off immediately for the Land of Soup. Once Rikuji departed, Jiming was to return and unite with Kakashi, utilizing the Flying Thunder God technique to accompany and safeguard them. "Understood?" "Yes, Lord Hokage." In the blink of an eye, Jiming vanished from the office, reappearing near the Ninja Academy. This was the closest landing point of the Flying Thunder God to the Nara residence. Chapter 93. Still a little useless not far from the Nara household, Jiming, propelled by her swift ninja speed, arrived at their door in the time it would take to brew half a cup of tea. She coincidentally encountered Shikamaru, who, however, did not recognize her. Noticing only the little dog mask she wore, he assumed she was an operative sent by the Umbu. He hurried back home, calling out several times for Rikuji. "Dad, Umbu personnel have arrived." It was only then that Rikuji rose from the chess table and hastily made his way to the hall. Jiming was invited into the room, where she half knelt, bowing her head, and presented a letter with both hands to Rikuji. "Mr. Rikuji, Lord Hokage requests that you promptly find 3 ninjas to complete this mission." Rikuji nodded, likely grasping the essence of the situation, yet found the child's voice somewhat familiar. It seemed to belong to one of the Sinja clan. "Understood. You may return to report." Aware of the Umbu's busy schedule, Rikuji gestured for her to hasten back to her duties. Jiming bowed once more before taking her leave. As Jiming exited the Nara residence, her stomach began to grumble audibly. With the sun still low in the sky, she decided it would be wise to take a detour to the dango shop for a few skewers of dango. Without hesitation, she performed a Flying Thunder God technique and arrived at the dango shop. Lifting the door curtain, she stepped inside the establishment, pondering the nature of this chakra. Upon turning around, Jiming discovered, as expected, that those 2 individuals were indeed hauntingly persistent. How could they have traced their way to Konoha? What, one might wonder, were the sentinels of Konoha engaged in? In Jiming's mind, a plan swiftly emerged. If she were to return to the Hokage building at this moment to report the situation, how would Minato respond? It was likely that panic would ensue, not to mention the fact that 2 S-rank rogue ninjas had returned to Konohagakure. Should they harm any innocent lives, it would be disastrous. Itachi, with a cup in hand, adjusted his hat, producing a soft chime that caught the attention of the little girl. Would she not come over to greet him? "Senpai, what is the matter?" Having finished the last of his dumplings, the bitter taste of the medicine began to fade. He lifted his gaze towards Orochimaru and, in an instant, noticed the small figure standing at the doorway. Dressed in the attire of the Umbu, with a mask hanging at her waist, she stood there, motionless, lost in thought. Should he approach and offer a greeting? Itachi pondered, only to find the notion somewhat absurd. Here he was, a rogue ninja, contemplating a salutation with a member of the Hokage's Umbu. Anyone observing would undoubtedly find the scenario peculiar. Moreover, Jiming could very well be burdened with infamy merely for being associated with a rogue ninja, which would reflect poorly on her. With a silent sigh, Itachi lowered his gaze once more, placing a skewer of tricolored dumplings into his mouth, chewing methodically, his expression as impassive as ever. These dumplings truly lacked flavor. Jiming chose to remain inactive, sitting quietly beside to observe the intentions of Itachi Uchiha and Orochimaru. If it were merely a longing for Konoha's delicacies, returning for a taste would not be an issue. As long as they did not stir trouble, she was disinclined to engage in conflict with them. Jiming took a bite of the soft and delectable dumpling, savoring its delightful texture, when a commotion erupted at the entrance. The children from the Ninja Academy had just finished their classes, congregating in large numbers outside the dumpling shop to indulge in the treat. With a keen gaze, Jiming spotted two familiar faces among the crowd, Sasuke and Naruto. How curious it was to see these two, the prized treasures in Itachi Uchiha's eyes, present in this very place. Jiming instantly became alert. She contemplated approaching Sasuke and Naruto to offer a word of caution, yet those golden eyes were fixed upon her, leaving her at a loss. It seemed wiser to observe the unfolding situation. Suddenly, as the wind stirred restlessly, Uchiha Itachi rose from the table, adjusting his hat, followed closely by Orochimaru. Their movements created quite a commotion. Jiming also stood up, and the two hurried along, moving swiftly as if in pursuit of someone. Fortunately, Jiming had undergone the trials of youth, and this modest pace was one she could easily keep up with. However, it seemed their destination was the shrine beside the Southie River. Who might be there? As Jiming suddenly recalled that today was the day of the new moon, a day of mourning for Sasuke's family, she pondered whether Sasuke's visit to the dumpling shop was to procure offerings for his kin. How intriguing. Could it be that Uchiha Itachi's true target was indeed Sasuke? Jiming couldn't help but admire her own cleverness. If that were the case, there was no need to fret about the two of them engaging in any life-threatening antics. At the very least, Uchiha Itachi would never harm his own brother. However, a fleeting thought crossed Jiming's mind. Perhaps she could take this opportunity to enhance Sasuke's favorability towards her, to secure that card for herself. She was also curious about what abilities this card of Sasuke might possess. Uchiha Itachi, merely a man consumed by longing for his clan, found himself passing through Konoha, and thus had no reason not to visit the Southie shrine to pay his respects to his parents. In the cycles of dreams and reincarnations, he often recalled the night of the massacre, which caused him a pang of sorrow. He coughed several times, clutching his mouth, bending slightly at the waist. The well-meaning citizen, Orochimaru, patted him on the back, attempting to alleviate his discomfort, his words strangely ambiguous. Itachi, take care of your health. Do not burden yourself with excessive thoughts. Thank you for your concern, Senior, Itachi replied, still covering his mouth as he coughed again. After crossing the Southie Bridge, he spotted the Southie shrine ahead. However, not far away stood a small figure. Upon recognizing the person's face, Itachi's gloom lifted. It was Sasuke. It seemed Sasuke had grown quite a bit taller. He wondered if his training had progressed at all. Lowering his gaze, Itachi silently approached Sasuke from behind, but before he could draw near, a cheerful voice rang out. Sasuke! Sasuke, it's time for us to go. The child, who appeared rather endearing, was none other than Naruto Uzumaki, the son of the fourth Hokage. If Itachi's memory served him correctly, it appeared that Sasuke had formed a friendship with the fourth son. At least he was not alone. Itachi nodded slightly, his steps unwavering. In a swift gust, he grasped Sasuke by the neck, his voice icy as he spoke. You foolish little one, how has this past year treated you? Sasuke's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't help but berate himself for not sensing Itachi's presence behind him. What had all his diligent training amounted to? The disparity in their abilities was staggering. When would he be able to take revenge on his enemies? Itachi, how do you show yourself here? Sasuke spat, his gaze fierce enough to pierce through Itachi. I'm here to see just how much of a waste you have become in your training, Itachi replied. His tone devoid of mercy, scoffing, you're still just a little weakling. You couldn't even sense my presence. Chapter 94. How could he possibly lay a hand on his angel? Uchiha Itachi. Sasuke gasped for breath as he was held by the throat, while Naruto, witnessing this, immediately felt compelled to intervene. He performed the shadow clone technique, and soon the shrine was filled with numerous Narutos, all rushing towards Itachi Uchiha. Although he lacked skill in ninjutsu and physical combat, the sight of his brother in peril stirred something within him. It was not in his nature to remain indifferent, especially when the one in danger was Sasuke. Today was already a day of sorrow for him. To see his brother subjected to such humiliation at the hands of his own kin was intolerable. Naruto could not stand idly by. He had heard tales of Itachi Uchiha, how he pondered the meaning of life at the tender age of 5, became a genin at 7, a nin at 10, and joined the Umbu at 11. This illustrious resume would shine brightly in any era or nation, yet this was not a moment for fear. Itachi regarded the swarm of Narutos with a smirk, coldly mocking their audacity. His Sharingan whirled rhythmically, capturing each one of Naruto's clones with ease, one after another, all falling before Itachi without so much as a scratch on him. Undeterred, Naruto unleashed more clones, charging recklessly once again, devoid of any tactical approach. Such naivety was almost laughable. Although Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Ninetales, he ought to conserve his chakra more wisely. Surely, a more strategic approach would be in order? Such blatant attacks could hardly pose a threat to Itachi. Yet, the observer chose to remain passive. It was not her moment to intervene. She was curious to see if Sasuke could awaken his Manjiki Sharingan. In that fleeting moment of distraction, Itachi seized Naruto by the throat, lifting him effortlessly while casting a sidelong glance at Sasuke, who lay on the ground. "Sasuke," he taunted, "your friend is about to perish in my grasp. Will you not even attempt to resist? Coward." The words were unbearable, leaving the observer speechless. Was it truly impossible for the two brothers to communicate without hostility? She could not fathom why Itachi, who evidently held deep affection for Sasuke, insisted on inflicting verbal wounds. In a sudden burst of determination, Sasuke rose from the ground, drawing a kunai and charging at Itachi without any semblance of strategy. The outcome was predictable. He was once again caught by the throat. Itachi held him firmly, his gaze piercing into Sasuke's, questioning, "Why are you so weak? Is your hatred for me insufficient?" He continued, "Perhaps I should remind you of that fateful night." Uchiha Itachi opened his eyes once more, his gaze transformed into the kaleidoscopic Sharingan. In a moment of utmost peril, the masked figure of Jiming emerged from the shadows, hurling a shuriken imbued with the flying thunder god technique towards Itachi's blind spot. As he was compelled to evade the kunai, a sigh of relief escaped his lips. He had finally made his entrance. If he had delayed any longer, Sasuke might have faced dire consequences, an outcome that could not be permitted. In an instant, the masked girl appeared before him, her flowing hair brushing against his fingertips, prompting him to compose himself. It was she. Water style, water whip. As she closed the distance, Jiming dared not relent, wielding a whip of water to subdue Uchiha Itachi. With a kunai gripped in her left hand and the Chidori poised in her right, she hesitated. Should she unleash it? If she did, how would Sasuke unlock the eternal Manjiki Sharingan? How could he ever grasp his brother's true intentions? In that fleeting moment of uncertainty, the tables turned, and she found herself ensnared by the very whip she had conjured, with Itachi standing before her, blade in hand. Frog's fun. Could this possibly be the realm of Tsukuyami? With her three-tomo Sharingan, there seemed little hope of escaping this illusion. As the blade loomed closer, Jiming resolved to take a chance. She would treat this as a last-ditch effort. For surely she could not remain at the mercy of Uchiha Itachi for 3 days and nights. With a forceful determination, Jiming sought out Uchiha Itachi's gaze. Locking eyes with him, he clutched his chest in agony, stifling several coughs as he awaited Jiming to reopen her eyes. Upon her return to consciousness, the scene before them shifted back to the South Shrine. Had the illusion dissipated? Was her Sharingan ability truly so formidable? "Itachi, you must not overexert your eyes," Orochimaru advised gently, stepping forward to support Uchiha Itachi. "Otherwise, the medicine Jiming has provided you will have been in vain." Upon awakening from his stupor, Sasuke heard the words. Is it childish? He gazed incredulously at Itachi Uchiha, a surge of anger swelling within him. "Brother, are you truly willing to exploit my last 2 clansmen? What sort of wretched heart do you possess?" He longed to end his brother's life. He was resolute in his desire to kill him. "Enough, Sasuke." Jiming initially intended to approach and examine the extent of Sasuke's injuries. However, upon drawing near, she was taken aback to discover that his Sharingan had transformed into the double tomo. Startled, she swiftly raised her hand to deter Sasuke from his reckless desire to rush forth into danger once more. This was not the time for reckless confrontation. Naruto had already sustained injuries in his effort to save him. By invoking Naruto's name, she aimed to elicit a response, knowing that Naruto had the power to stir Sasuke's emotions. Reluctantly, Sasuke lowered his head, filled with a sense of unwillingness, and hurried to Naruto's side to assess his condition. No matter the circumstances, Naruto was someone he could not afford to owe. If Naruto were to be harmed due to his brother's actions, what could he possibly offer in return? It was a burden he could not bear. As Jiming cast another glance at Itachi Uchiha, who was being supported by Orochimaru, her gaze was icy. "I care not for your intentions in Konoha. Should you dare to harm Sasuke again, I would not hesitate to perish alongside you. You might as well give it a try. Itachi Uchiha let out a cold snort. He believed he should feel pleased, for at least Sasuke had another protector. Yet, he found himself unable to experience joy, uncertain whether it was due to Sasuke's harsh words or her presence. How could he lay a hand on his angel? That would be a profound disrespect for a devotee. Itachi and Orochimaru vanished within the confines of the Southeast Shrine. Jiming let out a sigh of relief, thankful that Itachi still retained a semblance of humanity. If it had come to a confrontation, she would have met her demise right there. Ultimately, it was not a favorable outcome. After all, nothing had truly changed. It's all right now, Sasuke. Jiming crouched beside Sasuke, gently embracing the trembling figure, patting his back in a manner reminiscent of a mother soothing her child. From now on, Itachi will no longer trouble you, she assured. Seizing the moment, Sasuke wrapped his arms around Jiming's waist, an act devoid of romantic intent, but instead reflecting a child's reliance on a protector. What words should he muster? Should he express gratitude for her existence, for her actions, and for her kindness? Chapter 95. She is merely my sister. Sasuke struggled to articulate the emotions swirling within him. Yet he craved to linger in this moment a while longer, dismissing it as youthful timidity, allowing this intimacy to be one last indulgence of his adolescence. He tightened his embrace slightly. Ultimately, it was Naruto, still lying on the ground, who opened his eyes and exclaimed, "It hurts. It hurts so much." The two returned to reality, stepping back from one another. Jiming regained her composure, noting the late hour. After tending to the minor injuries of the two children, she prepared to report back. "Are you leaving again?" Sasuke asked, tugging at her sleeve. "I have tasks to attend to. Be careful on your way back," Jiming replied, reaching out to ruffle Sasuke's hair. Their similarities made the gesture effortless. Later, seek out Sister Rin for assistance. With that, Jiming performed a flying thunder god technique and vanished from the scene. In a hotel in Kyoto, Kakashi sat on the balcony as was his custom, holding a volume of Ika Paradise, yet the pages remained unturned. He found himself lost in thought, contemplating his recent behaviors. What term could encapsulate the emotions that surged within him last night? He pondered, aligning them with the feelings described in Ika, which he believed could be termed jealousy. Yet, she was merely a sister. How could a brother feel jealousy towards his sister? Kakashi was perplexed and found no clarity. Resolving to dismiss the matter, he decided to wait. After all, the children had not yet matured. Perhaps the right moment would eventually reveal itself. Just as he contemplated Jiming, she appeared before him, startling Kakashi, who paled and stepped back, eyes wide, rendered momentarily speechless. Jiming crouched before Kakashi, waving a hand in front of him with a look of confusion. "Captain, what's the matter? Are you all right?" Kakashi, taken aback, stood upright once more, transforming into his usual cold and unfeeling superior. He gazed at Jiming and inquired, "Does the Hokage have any instructions?" Jiming pouted, her demeanor transformed into one of cold indifference, which was truly unsettling. Nonetheless, perhaps a serious approach to work is indeed a commendable quality. After all, one ought to choose teammates of such caliber. Thus, Jiming became an emotionless work machine. Reporting mechanically, "The Hokage has ordered us to immediately set forth to the land of hot water to escort Mr. Rikuju to the daimyo's residence for negotiations regarding the peace treaty with the land of hot water." Kakashi inquired, "Has the Hokage truly consented to this?" He could surmise the contents of the daimyo's letter, yet he was taken aback by how swiftly Minato had acquiesced. Nevertheless, it seemed to alleviate a concern for the young child before him. The status of women in the land of hot water was lamentably low, and any female ninja summoned would inevitably be burdened with worries, potentially leading to despair regarding the world. Fortunately, Jiming was not afflicted in such a manner. Indeed, the two exchanged details regarding their tasks, and after Kakashi assigned their respective responsibilities, he utilized Jiming's flying Raijin to swiftly reach Rikuju's side, promptly concealing himself. The journey to the land of hot water was not extensive, yet given the urgency of the situation, they advanced with great intensity. Upon arriving at the daimyo's residence, Jiming felt utterly exhausted. After checking into an inn, she collapsed onto the floor, eyes closed, unwilling to move a muscle. Observing her state and considering her age, her older brothers could only offer gentle persuasion. "Little Phoenix, shall we lay a small blanket for you to rest? It cannot be comfortable lying there." Jiming nodded gloomily. If she did not sleep soon, she might very well perish. The thought of dying from overwork, even in the world of Naruto, seemed utterly absurd. When she finally awoke, the room was bathed in light. Was it already the next day? She threw off the covers and ventured out in search of companionship. However, she soon realized that there was no way to exit this room. It felt as though she were trapped in an inescapable loop, confined to this solitary space with nothing but her own presence. Jiming could not help but feel a surge of panic. Had she fallen victim to an illusion? Or perhaps ensnared within some mystical barrier? Alternatively, was this merely a figment of her imagination within a dream? She attempted to reach out to the dealer, only to discover that there was not a trace of signal to be found. Jiming found herself seated within her chamber, fervently hoping that Kakashi would come to her rescue. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps echoed from the corridor outside. She pressed herself against the door curtain to listen, and fortunately, the soundproofing was rather inadequate. She could hear two men engaged in conversation. The first speaker had a youthful tone, inquiring, "Is the young lady in distress today?" The second speaker, evidently respectful, replied, "No, the young lady has slept the entire day and has not inquired about the young clan leader." It appeared that the two were in a master-servant relationship, and she was the young lady they referred to. This was reassuring. The young clan leader seemed to stand at the door, gently knocking. Just as Ji Ming hesitated whether to respond, the person outside began speaking again. "Little Ji, do not hold any anger towards your elder brother. The conflict between the two clans today is too perilous. That is why you are not allowed to accompany us. If you are no longer upset, could you open the door and have a conversation with your brother?" Ji Ming found herself utterly perplexed by the situation at hand. What exactly was transpiring? And who was this individual claiming to be her brother? She distinctly recalled from the records that she was an orphan, devoid of parents or kin. Any family she may have once had been eradicated by Uchiha Itachi. Outside, the young clan leader let out a deep sigh, expressing his resignation as he reassured her. "Fear not, for your brother means you no harm. There is no reason for concern. He will safeguard you as well." As Ji Ming listened, an unexpected darkness enveloped her, causing her to collapse to the ground. Just before her eyes closed, she seemed to glimpse the anxious figure of the young clan leader rushing in. Uchiha Madara? Her enchanting ancestor? Ji Ming? Ji Ming abruptly sat up, gasping for breath. Kakashi sat quietly in the corner, and in the dimness of the night, their eyes met. She deciphered the shape of his lips, seemingly inquiring if she had experienced a nightmare. She shook her head. Such an ordeal hardly qualified as a nightmare. Could she possibly be the sister of Uchiha Madara? Was it truly so theatrical? If that were the case, how had she managed to survive until now? This mystery of her lineage indeed warranted further exploration. Kakashi silently approached, resting a hand on her back, gently patting her to soothe her emotions. He recalled how Kushina had comforted Naruto during his nightmares. It should be equally effective for Ji Ming at this age. Chapter 96. Your thoughts remain enigmatic. Ji Ming was momentarily taken aback by Kakashi's sudden touch, instinctively wanting to withdraw. She had always harbored a profound fear of physical contact, particularly from the opposite sex. Although her brother was seated behind her, they shared no biological connection. Yet, it seemed that Kakashi had her best interests at heart. Reluctantly, she suppressed her discomfort and sat up stiffly, allowing Kakashi to gently pat her back. "Captain, how long are we to remain here?" Ji Ming inquired, seeking to alleviate the oppressive silence. She harbored her own intentions. If their mission concluded swiftly, she could deviate towards the hidden grass village, perhaps to fortuitously encounter her enigmatic ancestor. Meeting Uchiha Madara would likely unravel the mysteries surrounding her lineage. After all, the presence of that young clan leader in her dreams could only signify Uchiha Madara. From the dealer's initial remarks regarding her connection to Tobirama, it could be inferred that she was likely a figure from the Warring States period. Yet she remained unaware of why she had survived to this day with such a youthful visage. As for the negotiations with Rikuju-san, Kakashi was uncertain. If both parties were forthright, discussions might conclude in mere minutes. Yet if reservations persisted, it could stretch on for years. Moreover, Kakashi surmised that the Land of Fire, which they represented, would undoubtedly engage in resource exchanges. The daimyos were all astute. The notion of freely offering money was utterly implausible. Sensei Minato would not have dispatched Rikuju otherwise. It was known that no one had ever gained any advantage from Rikuju's negotiations. He cast a glance at the innocent and endearing girl before him, deciding against revealing the harsh truths. If he kept the realities concealed, her utopia would remain intact. "I truly hope Miss Hanshi and her companions can find a better existence," Ji Ming mused, wishing they could at least thrive under the sun. Yet, the struggle for power has always been a daunting journey for women throughout history. But she was merely an ordinary individual, often unable to safeguard her own life, let alone aspire to traverse the path that others had walked for over 2 millennia. It is possible, Kakashi reassured her, suggesting that perhaps the land of tea needed to offer something in return, urging her not to worry excessively. This mission might see the return of the Mist Ninja, so she should remain vigilant. What about Zabuza and Kirigikuresui? However, Jimin struggled to comprehend the underlying motives of the Mist's involvement. Was it for the High Priest of Nanshantang? Or was there something among the girls that piqued their interest? It is best not to dwell on matters unnecessarily. As they say, the boat will naturally find its way when it reaches the bridge, and the truth will eventually come to light. The affairs of the Land of Hot Water have reached a satisfactory conclusion. With a friendly alliance and mutual assistance treaty established between the Land of Hot Water and the Land of Fire, the renowned Hot Spring Street, a gem of the Land of Hot Water, will contribute 5% of its profits to the Land of Fire as part of the agreement, while the Land of Hot Water will be permitted to import rice solely from the Land of Fire each year. Furthermore, the village hidden in the leaves has also entered into a friendly cooperation treaty with Nanhuan City, wherein Konoha will assist Nanhuan City in infrastructure development, including the establishment of schools, hospitals, and the revision of the courts. In return, the secretive clan of Nanhuan City is to join the ranks of the village hidden in the leaves. As for the ultimate outcome of these implementations, even Jiming remains uncertain. Upon completing their mission, Kakashi's team hurriedly escorted Konoha's foremost intellect back to the village. After Dujio reported on their tasks, Kakashi led his team to the Hokage's office to present their findings. "Well done, all 6 of you," Minato said, his hands clasped before him, chin resting thoughtfully upon them as he inquired about the details of the mission, specifically whether they encountered any ninjas from the Land of Water. "Report to you, Lord Hokage." There were none. Minato nodded in acknowledgement, signaling for the other 4 to take their leave. Kakashi and Jiming remained behind, while the others were dismissed to await further instructions. Jiming suddenly felt a surge of tension, pondering what distinguished this situation from the days of being detained after school in her youth. What could possibly necessitate the presence of both of them? It seemed there was nothing to conceal. She heard that the notorious renegades, Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru, were once again making waves in the Land of Fire. As soon as Minato spoke, Jiming grasped the gravity of the situation. Clearly, this was not something she could simply keep under wraps. After all, the eyes of the Hokage were everywhere in the Land of Fire. And with Uchiha Itachi and Orochimaru being so conspicuous, their presence could hardly go unnoticed. Thus, Jiming decided to be forthright, sparing herself from the complications that might arise later. "I had encountered them on 3 occasions, once at a dumpling shop in Kyoto, once at a dumpling shop in Kanahagakure, and once in front of the Minamai Shrine. The first 2 encounters were uneventful, while the third saw a minor conflict, yet nothing of substantial concern." Uchiha Itachi's primary focus remained on Sasuke. Jiming pondered the intricate details, finding them difficult to articulate, so she opted for brevity. To her surprise, the entire room fell into a profound silence, where even the act of breathing seemed cautious. Had she uttered something amiss? It was one thing for Teacher Mizuki to remain silent, but why did Kakashi also refrain from speaking? Especially when he was well aware and had even met with Itachi Uchiha. Jiming could not help but note down yet another observation about Kakashi, a man of ever-changing facets. The Kakashi she had witnessed in her previous life only portrayed his admirable side, while the aspects of his aloofness were entirely omitted. If that is the case, she would refrain from speaking as well. After all, maintaining silence is hardly a challenge. Ultimately, it was Minato who broke the silence. "I am aware of this matter. On that day, I inquired about Sasuke, yet he was unwilling to divulge anything. Now, I finally comprehend the reason behind it. Should they encounter the 2 again and a conflict arises, it would be best to handle it if possible." Minato sighed, reflecting on the 2 S-rank rogue ninjas who roamed freely within the Land of Fire, a veritable ticking time bomb, poised to ignite trouble at any moment. He had no desire for conflict. He merely wished for tranquility in the Land of Fire and peace in the Hidden Leaf Village. "All right, you 2 may leave now." Minato glanced at the 2 who had said not a single word, feeling there was nothing left to discuss. However, out of respect for Kushina's wishes, he added a few words of advice. "Come to our home for dinner tonight. Kushina misses you." "Yes, sensei," they replied in unison, a rare moment of harmony between them. Jiming let out a soft grunt, performed the Flying Thunder God technique, and promptly vanished from the Hokage's office. Her destination was the Senju clan's ancestral grounds. She intended to indulge in 3 days and nights of uninterrupted sleep. No one was to disturb her. As a note to my friends, here are some updates. 1. The system has received a new name, Dealer. 2. Jiming is the child entrusted to Tsunade by the second Hokage. During the new year, She drew a resurrection card from the dealer. 3. Gaara's card possesses specific skills. Passive. When Gaara inflicts damage on an enemy, he automatically generates a shield. Active. When Gaara uses sand, he ensnares the enemy. 4. Jiming can acquire corresponding abilities by drawing from the dealer's treasure chest, which can be placed on her cards or on herself. 5. There have been modifications to the initial encounter between Gaara and Jiming. When they first met, Jiming was injured by Gaara and ended up in the hospital. The little bear that Gaara brought was a gift to visit Jiming, symbolizing the beginning of their friendship. That seems to cover everything. Chapter 97. Hidden emotions after Jiming's departure. Minato intended to let Kakashi leave as well, but reconsidered due to a previous matter and asked him to stay. Observing Kakashi's mask, he feared it might cause discomfort. With no one else entering the room, he spoke with understanding. Kakashi, perhaps you should remove your mask for now. Kakashi held the mask with his right hand, lifting it to rest upon his forehead. He currently displays little emotion in his speech, maintaining a cold demeanor. Whenever Minato inquires, he responds with a terse reply. However, the majority of Minato's questions revolve around the matters concerning Izumi, which only serves to exacerbate Kakashi's inner turmoil. For instance, when Minato asks about the relationship between Itachi Uchiha and Izumi, Kakashi himself is desperate to know. This question is driving him to the brink of frustration. After all, did they not agree that he would be informed about any encounter with Itachi? Yet nearly a week has passed, and despite the opportunities, nothing has been disclosed. He is completely unaware if they even had a confrontation, let alone whether she sustained any injuries. She is still just a child, undeniably strong. Yet Itachi is bound to be even more formidable. Kakashi dares not dwell on this thought any longer. Kakashi? Minato waited for a considerable time, but the silence from his student was disconcerting. He lifted his gaze to reassess Kakashi's condition. The young man before him wore a cold expression, his eyes shadowed with fatigue. Perhaps the assignments he had given were indeed too burdensome. Minato contemplated the frequency of task assignments. Escort missions are not particularly strenuous. Yet Kakashi appeared as though he had not rested for several days. Could it be due to the 2 mist ninjas he encountered? This seemed likely. And Minato silently resolved to grant Kakashi's team a few days of respite before sending them out on their next mission. The inquiries could wait until tomorrow. Thus, Minato issued a release order, allowing Kakashi to return home and rest. Yet Kakashi remained preoccupied with thoughts of Izumi and Itachi. This time, however, he resolved not to ask. He was curious to see when this child would finally recall the promises made. Izumi, having slept until evening, emerged from her cocoon. Her aunt, hearing her movements, carefully knocked on the door and inquired, "Miss, Lady Kushina has sent someone to ask if you would like to dine at her home." "Yes. There is no need to prepare my meal today." Jiming responded promptly, rising to don her outer garment. As she rummaged through the room, she finally unearthed the small fox sculpture she had crafted during her leisure days. Tucking it into her pocket, she activated the Flying Thunder God technique and transported herself to Minato's residence. The convenience of this technique was especially evident in such moments. Possessing the formula allowed for swift travel, akin to a hextech portal. Kushina and Minato were in the kitchen preparing a meal. Upon hearing the commotion, Kushina peeked out, exclaiming, "Ah, Jiming has arrived. Could you please summon those 2 children from the training ground? Dinner is almost ready." Tasked with this errand, Jiming decided against using the Flying Thunder God technique again, opting instead for a leisurely walk. Her chakra reserves were limited, and over-reliance on the technique could lead to exhaustion. An embarrassing predicament she wished to avoid. The training ground was not far, and it afforded her the perfect opportunity to present the intricately carved fox to Naruto as a belated 7th birthday gift. Regrettably, she had been on a mission during his actual birthday, leaving her only the spare moments to create this token for him. Upon arrival, she observed the 2 boys engaged in a fierce duel. Intrigued, Jiming concealed herself among the branches of a tree, finding a comfortable position to watch the spirited clash unfold below. It must be said, Sasuke's progress in martial arts was indeed remarkable. With his natural intellect, his footwork and strikes had become increasingly cunning. Just as Naruto executed a nearly impossible upward kick, Jiming believed the outcome was already determined and sat up, ready to leap down and join them. However, Sasuke, with a disdainful huff, forcefully seized Naruto's right foot. As Naruto attempted to roll away, Sasuke hurled him with considerable force, capitalizing on Naruto's momentum. With a tight grip on the wire in his mouth, Sasuke yanked it, ensnaring Naruto and binding him to a tree. "Naruto, this time, I've triumphed again," he declared. Bound and unable to move, Naruto averted his gaze, refusing to meet Sasuke's eyes. You fool, always resorting to such underhanded tactics. Hiding wires like that, it's utterly unfair. He scoffed. When Sasuke appeared before him in a flash, Naruto let out a heavy sigh. He felt as though he had been so close. That kick should have connected, yet Sasuke had anticipated his move. Could it be that he was genuinely inferior to Sasuke? Naruto refused to accept this notion. They trained together, and aside from the ninjutsu and those unusual eyes, their training regimens were largely the same. Yet Sasuke learned with astonishing speed, mastering the foundational techniques of ninjutsu in 3 days, while it took Naruto 3 months. Was the disparity truly that significant? Let us go. It's time to head home for dinner, Jiming announced. Sasuke felt no joy in his victory. Defeating Naruto meant little to him. As even a single finger of Itachi Uchiha overshadowed his achievement, he understood that he must exert himself further to swiftly avenge his enemies for his father, his mother, his clan, and the deceased Itachi Uchiha. Time for games had long since passed. Itachi's visit served as a poignant reminder that he was unlike Naruto. He had lost everything, save for the profound hatred that resided within him, a vendetta that must be fulfilled. At the moment when the two children were locked in a standoff, Izumi descended from the tree and affectionately embraced their shoulders, expressing his delight. It seems that during my absence, both of you have made considerable progress. Well done. Naruto's face lit up with excitement upon seeing Izumi, his previous gloom evaporating in an instant. Izumi, have you completed your mission? In stark contrast, Sasuke remained indifferent, not even granting Izumi a glance. He was acutely aware that he lacked the privilege to express joy or sorrow as freely as Naruto did. If he were to revel in happiness, what of his fallen kin? He could not afford to indulge in joy, nor could he allow himself to wallow in despair. He dared not relax or show weakness, especially not in front of Izumi. Chapter 98. Carving a kitten at home, Jiming first cast a glance at Sasuke. Observing the boy's cold expression, likely reminiscent of Uchiha Itachi, she took the initiative to raise her hand and touzle Sasuke's spiky hair, greeting him playfully. Sasuke, do you have any questions? If he were to inquire, it would probably concern his health or training, yet such queries were hardly what Sasuke desired to hear. Thus, Jiming refrained from further conversation and instead turned her attention to Naruto, addressing his earlier question. I just returned to the village this morning. This time, I should be able to stay a bit longer. As she spoke, she withdrew her hands and retrieved the intricately carved little fox from her small satchel, presenting it to Naruto. A birthday gift for you. Naruto, upon seeing the finely detailed fox, was momentarily speechless. He instinctively placed a hand on his stomach, recalling the 9 tails. Thank you, Jiming. The momentary sadness faded. Naruto harbored no particular thoughts about the beast within him. Currently, their coexistence was harmonious, and if they could grow closer, that would be even better. However, such reflections were not for the present. He happily accepted the little fox, tracing the wood's carved patterns, clearly crafted with great care by Jiming. This gesture moved him deeply. He wiped away the tears that had escaped and earnestly expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Jiming. I truly love the gift. Sasuke, feeling it was only right to extend his small hand, thought he too deserved a token of affection. Last year, Jiming had forgotten to give him a gift for his birthday, and now, having just missed it again, he wondered if he would remain empty-handed. He gazed at Jiming with a flicker of hope. Yet, she seemed oblivious to his expression, engaging in light-hearted banter with the orange-haired boy, clutching the little fox, which irked him. Sasuke mused that if the opportunity arose, he would ensure Jiming sat at home carving 100 little cats for him. Enjoying the act of crafting gifts for other boys, was she? He huffed internally. Come on, Sasuke, let's head back for dinner. At the sound of her voice, Sasuke grunted, now acknowledging her presence. Where had she been moments ago? He had no intention of walking with them, preferring to let the two of them revel in their sweetness behind him. Thus, he strode ahead, lost in his thoughts. Jiming and Naruto, who remained rooted in place, exchanged bewildered glances, unsure of what had just transpired. Jiming, what is the situation? Why did Sasuke leave on his own? Naruto, I am uncertain as well. Could it be that he is simply exhausted today? Jiming, that makes sense. Consequently, the two individuals hastily followed behind Sasuke, falling into a silence that rendered the atmosphere rather stifling. Sasuke, who had been so animated just moments before, now pondered whether their lack of conversation stemmed from his position at the forefront. Their journey home was enveloped in a heavy silence, and upon arriving, Sasuke greeted his family before settling at the table to enjoy his own meal. The trio of Kakashi, Obito, and Rin arrived just as the final dish was served. Kakashi retained his usual listless demeanor, choosing not to sit beside Jiming this time, but rather next to Minato, with Sasuke on his right and Naruto beside Sasuke. Obito took a seat directly across from Kakashi, with Rin to his right and Jiming beside her. The atmosphere at the dining table was palpably awkward. Kakashi and Sasuke ate in silence, while Obito, still weary from the recent mission, barely engaged with Rin's attempts at conversation. Both Rin and Jiming were not particularly talkative and continued to eat in silence. Naruto, typically the most loquacious, found himself at a loss for words in such an atmosphere and resumed his meal quietly. Ultimately, the enormity of the world paled in comparison to the pressing need to eat. As two adults exchanged glances, they too were perplexed by the situation and felt it inappropriate to speak up. The meal, intended as a joyful reunion, was consumed as though they were mere strangers. After dinner, as per their usual routine, Kakashi, Obito, and Rin retreated to the kitchen to wash the dishes. Meanwhile, the three children dispersed. One headed to the bathroom for a shower, another settled on the sofa to share stories of newly acquired gifts with their father, while the last accompanied Kushina to the porch to brew tea. This day, known as Wangri, was perfect for moon gazing, and with the following day free from work and school, it presented an opportune moment to gather the children on the porch and address the earlier tensions at the dinner table. Kushina was certain that some discord had arisen among them, yet she could not discern who was involved or the cause of the disagreement. Thus, she sought to create an opportunity for them to express their true feelings. As she prepared the tea, Minato emerged with Naruto, sitting on the steps while Naruto nestled in Minato's embrace, animatedly engaged in conversation. Fresh from his shower, Sasuke heard Kushina's invitation as he hung up his clothes. Ever mindful of not wanting to worry her, he obediently agreed, grabbing a dry towel to dry his hair as he made his way to the porch. Jiming sat there, holding a teacup, silently gazing at the round moon in the sky. Tonight's moon appeared exceptionally full, its light illuminating Jiming's face, enhancing her beauty, especially her glistening black eyes that sparkled like stars. Who might she be longing for at this moment? Sasuke pondered. Yet, it was unlikely to be him. Sasuke did not take a seat beside Jiming. Instead, he remained next to Minato. Kushina emerged from the kitchen with some snacks and, noticing the beads of water glistening on Sasuke's forehead, chided him lightly. Sasuke, you'll catch a cold like this. With that, she snatched the white towel from his hands and gently dried his hair. Sasuke felt as if he were frozen, forgetting to utter a word of gratitude or even to resist her nurturing touch. The motherly care reminded him of Makoto Uchiha, his own mother, who had once lovingly dried his hair in the same manner. He was reluctant to shatter this moment of bliss. Yet the thought of his mother inevitably led him back to the night of the massacre, when she met her tragic end at Itachi's hands, leaving him powerless to intervene. His gaze darkened, and he grasped the towel, saying, "Auntie, I can manage it myself." "Thank you." Kushina would not accept his refusal, reassuring him. "It's all right. Annie will help you dry it." Drying hair was a tedious task, and as he sat rigidly, he noticed Kakashi had somehow taken a seat beside him. How peculiar. Usually, Kakashi would sit next to Jiming, yet today, he occupied the space beside Sasuke, even sharing tea with him. What discord had transpired between the two? At Minato's call, Kakashi lifted his weary eyes, accepting the teacup handed to him, remaining silent while warming his hands around it. Out of the corner of his eye, he observed Jiming laughing and chatting with Obito. Laughter, always laughter, shared with everyone but him, concealing everything. Kakashi let out a low grunt, downing his tea, and said to Minato, "Sensei, another cup, please." Chapter 99. The warmth of an embrace after several cups of tea, Kakashi once again picked up his beloved book, staring at it without turning a page, feeling an emptiness in his hands without something to grasp. It was rather dull. Minato noticed this and, having observed the day's happenings, surmised that the discord lay between Kakashi and Jiming, and he could guess the cause. However, as a teacher, he felt it inappropriate to intervene in their conflict. Perhaps it would be better to grant them space for a heartfelt conversation. Minato thought to himself, nudging Kushina, who nodded in understanding, taking Sasuke upstairs. Meanwhile, Obito and Rin had long departed from the Minato household, leaving only Kakashi and Jiming on the moonlit patio. Jiming gazed at the moon for an extended period, her eyes nearly blurring, while her mind was consumed with thoughts of her late grandmother. It is often said that one looks up at the bright moon and lowers their head in longing for their homeland. Yet, she found herself bowed down. Her grandmother etched into her memory, playing on a continuous loop. She could not recall the exact circumstances of her grandmother's passing, only that on the day of her departure, her grandmother, seemingly in good health, was afflicted with a relentless fever. In her delirium, arrangements for the funeral took place. And the village elders remarked that her grandmother had been unwilling to part with her, yearning to take her along. However, the fever did not claim her life. After 2 days of receiving intravenous treatment, she began to recover. At dawn, she accompanied her grandmother's coffin to the mountains and returned to school as if nothing had occurred. From that moment on, she often leaned against the railing of the school building, gazing at the moon, with her thoughts invariably drifting to her beloved grandmother. Jiming sighed, burdened by overwhelming thoughts this evening. She wiped away the tears that had fallen unbeknownst to her, turned her head, and poured herself a cup of hot tea. The warmth of the tea soothingly cascaded down her throat, providing her with a measure of comfort. Kakashi had long noticed Jiming's unusual demeanor, casting glances her way from the very beginning. He could not comprehend the nature of this silent observation. He merely wished to discern what she was engaged in. Little did he know that the child simply gazed upward, her eyes sparkling, leading him to initially believe it was merely rain. But alas, it was indeed her tears. Had she been crying? Kakashi had never witnessed a girl weep before, and he felt at a loss for how to console her. After much hesitation, he took a couple of steps and settled beside Jiming as she held her cup of tea. Perhaps it was best to momentarily set aside thoughts of Itachi Uchiha. Kakashi mused. Was she facing some tribulation? His gentle voice reached her ears, prompting her to turn her head. The Kakashi who had once sat beside her was now positioned at her right. Remarkably, he moved with an almost imperceptible grace. It's nothing, just a bit of nostalgia for my family, Jiming replied with a smile, shaking her head. Yet, at this moment, memories of her grandmother felt more akin to a sweet delicacy in her life. It was precisely because of her grandmother that she had overcome great obstacles, facing each challenge without trepidation, for she knew that no matter what she pursued, her grandmother would always love her unconditionally. The dealer, a soulless automaton, suddenly grasped the essence of Jiming's heart, understanding why she would so recklessly sacrifice herself for others. Kakashi fell silent, pondering how best to console her. Apart from the 3 from Konoha, the only other members of the Uchiha clan left were that S-rank rogue ninja. Yet, these figures were not truly her family, and encountering fellow clansmen inevitably brought a melancholic weight. How long had it taken him to accept his father's death? So long that Kakashi had begun to believe he was already of an age where death was imminent, yet he still bore the visage of youth. For Jiming, with the Uchiha incident still less than 2 years past, how could she possibly forget? Perhaps, he thought, this might help. Kakashi extended his arms, gently enveloping the child in a comforting embrace, softly patting her back. He had seen how Naruto had consoled Rin during her tears, and he hoped this approach might work for Jiming as well. After all, they were both children, one a boy, the other a girl. Noticing that Jiming displayed no resistance, he spoke. The Uchiha matter was indeed irreversible, but you now have Lady Tsunade, Shizune, Master Minato, and Kushina-sensei. As he spoke, Kakashi included himself within the collective, emphasizing unity rather than isolation. Are we not also family? Jiming was initially taken aback by Kakashi's sudden embrace, and now, after hearing his words, she felt even more bewildered. Her small hands pushed against Kakashi's chest with great effort, yet he remained unyielding. It's fine now, brother Kakashi, I'm all right, she gasped, struggling to catch her breath. Thankfully, they were close enough for Kakashi to hear her, and he relaxed his grip slightly, though he still held her close. Jiming ultimately resigned herself to the situation. After all, escaping was futile, so she decided to accept it as it was. Sasuke, who had originally ventured downstairs in search of a glass of water, contemplated checking if Jiming had returned home, given that he was already down. To his surprise, the faint moonlight revealed Jiming sitting on the porch, cradled in Kakashi's arms, causing him to grip his water cup even tighter. Concealed in the shadows, like an eagle in the night, he fixated on his target. After finishing the water, Sasuke retreated to his room, crossing over Naruto's bed before lying down on his own, staring at the ceiling. Sleep eluded him, as it often did. Naruto possessed her hand-carved little fox, and Kakashi could hold her in his embrace. What was he to her? Just a fellow clansman or merely a child residing in his teacher's home? Their relationship hardly qualified as intimate. Yet, what were their strolls by the lakeside? What significance did that cat mask hold? Sasuke found himself at a loss, unable to comprehend the inexplicable emotions swirling within him. He forced himself to recall the night of his clan's annihilation, compelling himself to detach from this strange sentiment. He was a seeker of vengeance. Kakashi and Jiming continued to sip tea for a while longer before each returned to their respective rooms, and finally, the Namikaze household fell into a tranquil silence. The following day dawned. The innocence of her biological clock compelled her to open her eyes. A glance outside revealed the sky just beginning to brighten. She turned over to feel for her watch hidden beneath the covers and saw that it was 5 o'clock. Excellent, splendid, this magnificent biological clock. As she lay there, staring at the ceiling, she felt no trace of drowsiness. However, if one does not indulge in a leisurely slumber on a day of rest, what truly constitutes a day of rest? Jiming harbors a deep resentment. Why does the dealer not grant her an unbeatable opening hand? This would spare her the troubles of cultivation and the constant anxiety of impending doom. Truly vexing. Dealer. Oh dear. What are you doing? Jiming paid no heed to the dealer. Instead, she rose to wash up and changed into a comfortable outfit before quietly slipping out the door. To her surprise, on her morning exercise route, she not only encountered Sakura, but also unexpectedly ran into Sasuke. Even more astonishing was Sasuke's complete indifference, not even sparing her a greeting. What was that all about? Jiming pouted but decided to ignore it, focusing on her own run. Chapter 100, Another Year's New Year Festival. After completing her morning practice, Jiming had a moment to chat with Sakura and learned that she had trained with Tsunade for several months and could now save dying small animals. Jiming felt genuinely happy for Sakura's achievements and intended to converse further, but just then, Sasuke passed by. To Jiming's astonishment, Sakura didn't even glance at Sasuke. Was it possible that Sakura had yet to develop feelings for him? Sasuke paused to observe Jiming and Sakura. Sakura, glancing at Sasuke, showed no change in expression and simply waved, yet her entire demeanor remained directed towards Jiming. Well, since no feelings had yet blossomed, it seemed inappropriate for her to meddle in their budding relationship. She would let things unfold naturally. Of course, regarding Sasuke, the awkward boy, Jiming raised her chin. Since he had taken the initiative to speak to her, she decided to overlook the events of the previous day. She reached out and gently ruffled Sasuke's hair. Good morning. Sasuke-kun. Sasuke fell silent. Upon seeing Jiming's face, he couldn't help but recall the events of the previous night, and his expression darkened further. Without uttering a word, he departed from their presence. This left Jiming and Sakura momentarily at a loss for words, but there was no time to continue their idle chatter, as Sakura soon had to meet Tsunade for training, and Jiming didn't want to impede anyone's practice schedule. It was also the perfect time for her to return for breakfast. The demands of their missions often kept them busy, with meals being irregular. It was rare to find an opportunity for a proper feast, and she intended to savor it. At the breakfast table, she encountered the evermorose Sasuke yet again. Jiming couldn't help but let out a silent sigh, realizing that Sasuke's sour demeanor was indeed difficult to endure. With him perpetually frowning, she feared his fondness for her might very well be in the negative. Dealer, worry not. Jiming, for Sasuke-kun's fondness for you remains in the positive. Jiming, I sincerely appreciate the dealer's kind reminder. Jiming rolled her eyes and continued to sip the warm, thick millet porridge from her bowl. Its comforting warmth alleviating the morning chill. Jiming, but dealer, who am I truly? In fact, I had longed to inquire that very day. Yet the connection with the dealer remained elusive. After enduring a weary journey, I finally returned home and succumbed to slumber for 2 whole days. Now at last, I find myself with some leisure time. Dealer, this matter, dear Jiming, requires the passage of time. Once 3 years have elapsed, we shall be able to open the shop, and you will then be able to purchase fragments of your memories with gold coins. Dealer, as for when the gateway to your memories may be unlocked, that too awaits a certain catalyst. Dealer, this catalyst will manifest when you encounter someone from your past, someone you have seen in your memories. Jiming. Jiming nearly exclaimed in frustration. If she were truly the sister of Uchiha Madara, how could she possibly encounter individuals from the Warring States period? Wouldn't she then be utterly oblivious to her own identity? Dealer, this matter requires Jiming to discover the opportunity for herself. Dealer, it is not my place to elaborate further. Jiming, very well. Since I have arrived, I shall find peace in my circumstances. For the time being, it is imperative that I safeguard my own life, regardless of whether others might inadvertently bring about my demise. It is entirely possible that my own frail body could lead me to an untimely end. This must not be allowed to occur. At this moment, the river of time has yet to flow into the unfolding of events. I am still in my youth, signifying that I possess the opportunity to cultivate my abilities. By the time challenges arise, I shall not be left without recourse. After heartily consuming 2 bowls of porridge, I felt rejuvenated and invigorated. My primary goal in this journey of cultivation remains the integration of the 100 Treasures seal. With the aid of my guardian angel, I effectively possess 2 lives. rendering me difficult to eliminate by ordinary means. Naturally, I must not neglect the practice of ninjutsu. Based on my training thus far, I seem to embody all 5 elemental attributes, coupled with the yang attribute of healing ninjutsu and the yin attribute of the Sharingan, encompassing a total of 7 attributes. This indicates that as long as my chakra reserves are sufficient, I can master any ninjutsu in existence. The Senju clan may lack in many areas, but they are rich in forbidden scrolls. With diligent practice, one can undoubtedly rise to greatness. In due time, Jiming couldn't help but burst into laughter. The sensation of invincibility was truly delightful. Dealer, stop dreaming. Dealer, hurry up and return to your training. Jiming, time has swiftly transitioned to the New Year festival once again. This year, due to the limited space of the Watergate family's small residence, the gathering has been relocated to the Senju clan's grounds, accommodating the numerous guests who come to celebrate. Jiraiya, who has been wandering afar, has also returned home to the Senju clan. As the last remaining princess of the Senju, Tsunade has delegated all responsibilities to Kushina and Shizune, behaving like a carefree overseer. She indulges in a little drinking each day, delighting in her leisure as she partakes in gambling, thoroughly enjoying herself. This year's New Year is not markedly different from last year's. The only change being that instead of visiting relatives, it is the relatives who come to visit their home. After returning from the shrine, the Senju grounds have become lively, with the kitchen bustling busily. Eager to contribute, Jiming was assigned the task of brewing tea, a skill Tsunade insisted on learning personally, believing that even the little princess of the Senju should master these fundamental accomplishments expected of young ladies, such as flower arrangement and needlework. Jiming found herself somewhat intrigued. In her previous life, she had no time to indulge in such delightful pursuits, as she was perpetually occupied with studies and the relentless grind for survival. Now, having arrived in the world of Naruto, she was finally granted the opportunity to fulfill her desires. However, misfortune struck, as she was paired with Uchiha Sasuke, stuck brewing tea alongside a surly child. Truly, it would have been more beneficial to assign her to the kitchen to prepare meals instead. Sasuke. But alas, Jiming, you must not surrender so easily. The child is still young. Perhaps with a little guidance, you could coax out his reclusive heart. Why the perpetually glum expression? Sasuke, however, chose silence, unwilling even to cast a glance in her direction, preoccupied with brewing tea. The Uchiha clan was a prestigious family in Konoha, and the arts of tea preparation and